Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Man, that turned out so much better. Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. We're going to get into some... Oh, I was adjusting that camera. It loves to move. I mean, I have it, like, taped to the top of my thing. It loves to fall off of there, too. That's the face cam from Elgato. I'm always tinkering with it all the time. But that's me and my perfectionist ways, everybody. Hello and welcome. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I was going to lay down for... an extra 15, 30 minutes, and 5 hours later, here I am. But then again, my body was trying to tell me something. It says, Kismet, you've been working hard, bro. Take a little extra rest. So that's what I did, so I could be fully awake and ready to play some games and hang out with all of you. Again, remember that my schedule is more of a guideline than anything else, everybody. I do try to stream around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm trying to get myself, I've been doing a lot of IRL stuff, so that whenever I do IRL stuff, I got to be up in the middle of the day, and thus it throws my whole schedule off, but it doesn't really matter anyway, because I have really bad insomnia and sleep apnea, so it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be up at all times of day, night, and middle of the morning, doesn't matter. Because of my conditions, I just do what I can. I sleep when I can, I get up, and I do as much as I can, and then I sleep again, and just kind of do that cycle over and over. But that's kept me alive all this time, everybody. I'm still going, even though I was written off by my doctors and basically told me, too bad, too sad, you're going to die. And I told them, go screw yourself, because that's not the way Kismet goes out. I go out the way I want to go out, with high score, as we gamers do, don't we? Well, speaking of high score, everybody, we are going to do the impossible, which we've already proven it's possible to do the impossible here in Satisfactory. Oh, when it comes in, there it is. Satisfactory right over here. We basically have done the hardest mode, and actually the hardest part of the hardest mode, which is the beginning, which is you got to find some way of being able to convert 5,000 smart platings instead of just 50, which is normally what you would do, and 50 is pretty easy. You just basically process a bunch of various resources that you need, things like plates and rods and then screws, and then you combine the plates, rods, and screws together, bam, you make 50 smart platings, and you're on to phase 2. Well, it's literally take me about 50 to 100 hours just to get out of phase 1. Now we're into the phase 2, and we need hundreds of thousands of resources to basically get to the next stage. We only need 10,000 before, and that seemed like an impossible goal because 10,000 reinforced iron plates actually equals reinforced iron plates and rotors, because 10,000 reinforced iron plates, 10,000 rotors. That is literally a million, or pretty close to a million items that you have to produce just to get out of the first phase. Now we're in the second phase, so this should be millions upon millions of items that we need to produce. But we found the secret, and that's truly the way it is, both in life and in game, everybody, is that you find the gaming secret. And I've been gaming 50 years, so I got so many, I'm going to show you them all. I'm going to show you every last secret, everybody, and I'm going to go in and do a bit of that. Now, of course, we're going to try to fit in as much as we can today before we run out of time. So we're going to do a bit of Satisfactory. We're going to also jump over, check out our Vault. I do play multiple games at the same time. We're going to check out our Vault 56 in Fallout Shelter. We're going to see what we can do for a few minutes and get it all running. And then we're going to log out, and we're going to set it and forget it. We're going to let the Vault run when we're not even in there. So it's a cool thing about some games is you can just pop in, check on it, get a bunch of stuff running, and then just pop out of there. And I feel like that's one of my favorite reasons why I like Fallout Shelter, is that you don't have to actively play it every minute of every day. You can just queue a bunch of stuff and go. Same thing with Satisfactory. You can queue up a bunch of stuff to process and then jump out. Like right now, the game's been running 24/7 since we started the server. So it has hundreds of hours, but me, not as many. Oh. Got to get my sneeze in every single day. I don't know what it is, everybody. I don't know. Just getting older, maybe. Got to sneeze every single time I start to talk. So we're going to do a little bit of Fallout Shelter, a bunch of Satisfactory. We might try to fit in some Power World and some 7 Days to Die. We'll see how much we get to today, but we are going to get to it. But first, let's say hello to everybody who is actually watching when they got a notification. Oh, Kismet's on. He's there. Like Vardaman right over here, first person I see in the chat. By the way, that's waving. Hello, Vardaman. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We got PETA coming in here as well, showing the love. Good morning, PETA. Hope you're having a great week. Man, I crashed out, man. I actually like when I just absolutely crash out like that, because I get like the best rest I could possibly get. I've been using my weighted blanket. Oh man, I love that weighted blanket, everybody. It really has been helping my sleep. I might just put it up on the website for you guys. Again, I don't buy that much stuff, everybody. It usually has to do with the stream. Typically, I don't buy that much stuff for myself because I try to save every penny to keep the family going and for my daughters and whatnot so they can go off to college and such. And basically just pour every dime I've ever made for the last 25 years into the family. And then every now and again, I'll buy stuff for the stream that is, it's kind of like a business thing. So if I buy like headphones, it's for the stream. It's not because I want some headphones. This just makes it easier because I've had the corded ones. I've also have the wireless ones as well. But these ones are the ones I like the most because then I don't have to take the headset on and off on whatever. And really high fidelity sound and all of that is really wasted on me because I'm partially deaf in one ear. So it's kind of a waste on me. So I prefer if somebody gives me really nice headphones is to just give them away to you guys, or using my wife snags them. She's really into music. I'm not into it that much. I love music. I've listened to just about every type of music you can, but again, it's lost on me now. That's another reason why I have a constant dizziness as well, everybody, is that loss of hearing in that ear, which is a bummer. But it is what it is. You can sit in your bed and you can whine and you can complain and say, woe is me, or you can get up and you get something done today. And that's what I'm going to do, everybody. We're going to play some games. PETA coming in with a 1. We got Devilman. Let me know everything's working. I appreciate everybody. Rotisserie G. What up, G? Appreciate all my peeps hanging out in the channel. I appreciate all of you. Irish Stitcher coming in says, morning. Good morning to you. Vardaman with the 1, let me know. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Fade Brain saying, howdy. What up, what up? Lurking food poisoning. Oh, no. My wife told me I've been trying to cook my own food lately. And you know, when you really have bad food poisoning, she says take a cold compress or, you know, what do they call it, washcloth or something, and just put it along the back of your neck. It actually works really great. My wife's like the, you know, the medic of the family. Of course, you know, 3 babies, 3 children over, you know, 20 plus years. You get pretty good at being triage. Those little babies. They're all grown up now, everybody. They are all grown up. So proud of each and every one of them. I love them to death, everybody. I really do. I think they're going to do well in life. Again, they don't need their old man anymore. They'll go on and do amazing things. And that's really what you want for your kids. You want your kids to be able to survive on their own and to go out in the world and do all that stuff. And, you know, they'll learn some lessons the hard way, especially about love and life and all of those type of lessons. But you try to teach them as much as you can. You try to hope that they're going to be a decent human being. And you try to steer them in that direction. And you know, just give them all the tools that they need to get to that next stage, which is an adult stage or early adult. You know, you're like a level 1 adult at 18, everybody. You still don't have all the rights that you should have, but you're just learning, okay, what do I need to do as an adult? Okay, I got to take care of myself, and I got to go and learn how to survive, and how am I going to pay for all the things that I need to have, like food, water, shelter, and not wasting all your money on stuff that's frivolous when you really need to pay your rent this month, or your mortgage, depending, and all of that stuff as well. That's tough lessons, all of those. Paul with a 1 as well. Thank you, Paul. Let me know everything's working. I appreciate you. I get a towel wet, it's almost dry, and freeze it for 30 minutes. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I actually keep a freezer thing. They actually have little packs, and I have ones of different sizes. Not only for me, but also my daughter does running, so she typically uses them as well. But I have these really small ones, and I wish I had thought of this idea, but what brilliant idea is to have these little small, like, freezer packs. So you put them in there, and then they have like a thing that's like Velcro. So you take the freezer pack and you put it in there. Because normally what you do with a freezer pack is you'll wrap it in a towel or something like that, so it's not directly touching your skin, or it'll burn your skin, which you're like, Kismet, it's cold. How can it burn? Put one of those frozen things on your skin and you'll know what I'm talking about. But normally you wrap it like in a towel and then you'll put it on your shoulder. Because I did pull the muscle in my shoulder. I actually tore the muscle when I was doing some slip and sliding on my 50th birthday. Yes, I know. I got all the best stories, everybody. I actually did. And for a year, I could not put my hand up higher than this. Now, you can see I could go way back more than this, but I literally could not go further than this. I couldn't even lift my arm up because that muscle had been torn. So I had to go to physical therapy for a year because I decided to just go slip and sliding on my 50th birthday. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not making that up. I don't make stuff up, everybody. Truth is stranger than fiction, as my father used to say all the time. And it's funny because I tell people stuff like that and they think I'm joking when, no, I'm telling you the truth. It really happened. In fact, I do have a video, and I don't have a video of me tearing my shoulder, but I do have a video of me and my 50th birthday sliding down there. And I was going to make a video about how cool the slip and slide was, and then I injured myself, and I thought, well, now that video would be kind of, now I hurt myself on the slip and slide, so it's dangerous. But that's what happens when you're an old man and you're trying to spin and do what kids are doing. My kids, you know, were much younger than me, and they were trying this spin move, and I thought, I'll try this spin move, but I'm way too big, but I got way too much extra weight, and I had spun around and, man, landed right on that shoulder. And at the time, I thought, oh, man, I really hit it. It's pretty sore. But then a few days after, it started freezing up, and I couldn't move my arm, and it was bad. It was pretty bad. But works great now. I got about 99% in that one. And then this one over here is not injured, so this one's good. I can put my arm up. I can move it everywhere. But, man, you sure do get a perspective on life when you can no longer move your arm above a certain stage. And like, wow, you know what? It's really amazing how easily humans can hurt themselves in a huge way. Because, you know, when you're young, you always think you're invulnerable, you're going to last forever. But man, you're just one slip and slide away from having an injured arm, especially when you're older like me. It takes a lot longer to fix it. Man, they really worked me over in physical therapy, though. But I said, you know, do what you got to do. I want my thing back. She goes, oh, we'll get your movement back. We're just gonna hurt though. I said, well, do what you got to do. I've gone through some massive gallbladder pain, everybody, where I had to eventually have it taken out. So I've had the maximum pain. I've had the pain that you pass out from. Like hundreds of times I've passed out from it. It was really bad. So I was like, this is nothing. Do what you got to do. I want my shoulder movement back. So, and now, and my wife says, well, you shouldn't do that anymore. And I said, nah, that's not what you do when you injure yourself. You get right back out there and you do what you got to do. Everybody get right back up on that horse. I still go out there and do a slip and slide. And I do it with my kids because that was fun. And we had a great time. Just because something went wrong, everybody, doesn't mean that you should give up on that thing. Again, just like if you have a bad stream, or if you go and you do a video and it's not well received, or if you do something in life, if you don't win the race, that doesn't mean you give up on the race. You just get out there and you try a little harder each time, everybody. It's funny, actually. Now it's a little sore from me moving it. See, I can feel it. I can feel it in there from me trying to do that stuff. It's funny. Even all these years later, but that's when I was 50. Now it was 6 years later, and it still does that a little bit. I can feel it when I start to move it up above my head. There you go. Good midnight. How you doing? I'm doing good. Let's see. Between the military training, my wife's unique medical situation, I'm fairly well versed in a variety of medical situations. Yeah, especially also when you have kids. When you have kids, you're just constantly have a whole list of things that okay, if this happens, then you need this, and if this, if they have allergies, if they hurt themselves, you can put some stuff on there, and then give them a little Band-Aid. I've worn many Hello Kitty Band-Aids, everybody. Proudly as a father, because there's no other Band-Aids around, everybody. You got Hello Kitty, you've got Doc McStuffins from back in the day, all of those, and I wear them with pride. I don't care what anybody thinks. So yeah, that's all we got in the house. Because when the kids hurt themselves, they want some reassurance. Now, me, I'm to the stage now, everybody. You get so old that when I cut myself, I don't even realize it. Like, I'll look down and I'll say, I cut myself on my hand here. And I go, oh, I cut myself. And the funny irony, everybody, I feel this is a wild human thing that, put a 1 in the chat if this ever happens to you, everybody. If you cut yourself and you haven't looked at it yet, it doesn't hurt. But the second you look at it, it starts hurting. Everybody have that thing? It happens to me all the time. Like, I'll be like, oh, I hurt myself. Oh. Now it hurts. Now it hurts. Now I know there's a cut there. I cut myself all the time, trying to help around the house or doing whatever it is. And I won't even notice that I'd done it, or I scrape up the top of your knuckles when you're working on the car, whatever it is. Sometimes I'll wear gloves when I'm like cleaning the car. I'm not working on the engine of the car, but I don't do that and whatnot. But yeah, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Where you cut yourself and you're like, whoa, man, I didn't even notice, and now it hurts. It didn't hurt when I did it, but now it hurts. And I don't even know how long ago it was that I had done it. If I just had not looked at it, then it wouldn't be hurting right now, right? Right? Yes, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah. There you go. Vardaman saying night, Mr. There we go. Peter saying 1. Yeah, Peter knows what I'm talking about. Big 1. Yeah, there you go. Iris knows what's up. Devilman and Mr. as well. They all know what's up with that. I find that a wild human thing, that it's like it doesn't warn you that you hurt yourself until after you look at it. It's pretty wild. But it's time to play some games, everybody. We got to go check in on Satisfactory. Now, remember, because it's on the server and I've turned on the option, or turned off the option, I guess, we'll go ahead and take a look at it, where you can basically have the server continue to run even if you're not in there, which is awesome because it's just going to produce massive sums of resources. So that is what we want to go see, how many resources have been backlogged since the last time we logged in. Let's go. All right, I heard the vault going in the background there. We've also got the vault back here too. Let's go ahead and take a second to turn that sound off. We'll come back to that in a bit. We'll come back to Vault 56, but first we want to get into here, and we want to go ahead and see if I can find that function. Let me see if I can. See if I can get in here. Try again. There we go. There it is, right there. Make sure it's not showing my IP or anything like that. There we go. Right here, everybody, the auto pause. The auto pause function means when you log off, or whoever, if you have multiple people on the server. For me, this is just a one-person server because I'm just playing solo on the server, just so the server can run 24/7. It's called auto pause. So you just turn that off, and then it won't pause the game when you log out, right? Very much like it does in 7 Days to Die. And when the last person logs out, it'll just pause the game until you log back in, and then it will continue. But in here, one of the best ways you can use the power of time in Satisfactory is to have a server with my buddies over at G-Portal. They're the best. And turn off that function so it's always running 24/7. So the game itself has hundreds of hours, but my interaction is like 50 to 100 hours. It'll have like 1,000 hours, which is crazy, everybody, which is crazy. So let's go ahead and get back over here to this thing. There we go. We're going to go ahead and log in. Yeah, it has 315 hours right now of it running, of it just running itself. Now, me, I've probably done 50, maybe 100 hours interaction, which means that we've actually been doing probably the best playthrough of Satisfactory ever, which is amazing. This particular playthrough. Now, let me go ahead and give you the quick overview of the base. Oh, you can see that most of these lines have stopped too. Which is pretty awesome. Now, of course, we have the space elevator here in the center, working as currently the center of the base. We have a bunch of stuff running along here. We have plates, we have screws, we have rotors there. Now, I've actually stopped the production of the smart plating, and the reason why I did do that is because I need 100,000 of them, and that's going to take a while. Just even if I had the power and had all the stuff set up, I could very easily just let that run. But what I want to do at this stage is, because there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to use the resources for, is do this. Look at that, everybody. I got a whole box full of those. Pretty sweet. 2 boxes full. All right, we're in a third box there. Nice. So we just backlog those. Now, remember, that's making like 4 of those every minute, which seems like a lot, but it's not, everybody, because, again, we're going to hundreds of thousands of them. And the same thing over here with our stuff. And I can tell you this is still running and these boxes are not full. If they were full, then what it would do is it would backlog all the way into the reinforced iron plates and stop the machines and then stop everything in front of it, which tells me that we probably have a few boxes of reinforced iron plates. Now, again, I can turn this on and process these, but it's really unnecessary. Now, also, I need 100,000 of the versatile framework and 10,000 of these. Now, I can tell you this usually is 1,000. So again, it is 100 times the normal amount that you need. It's the ultimate challenge. It's 100 times what you need in the space elevator. It's 5 times the power in every single machine. So then it's 5 times, it's 10 times, it's 20 times, it's 40 times, it's 80 times, you get it 160 times. It multiplies very quickly into needing a massive amount of power. And then, again, this is normally 100, but now we need 10,000. And again, because we can automate this stuff, turn my sound back on. Because we can automate this stuff, we are actually able to automate it and let it run on the server. Now, you might be like, Kismet, how could you possibly do that with enough biofuel to run all of this stuff? I noticed you didn't even cut down all the trees, which you did in the other playthrough, which I cut down every tree you could see and all the ones you couldn't see. I mean, I cut down hours and hours and hours of trees to use for the biofuel. But what we did in this particular playthrough is we tried to see what the maximum amount of things we could unlock in phase 1. And what ways we could actually do that with. And the way we found out, the way to do that is to find the crashed ships. And if you go to the crashed ships, each of those crashed ships have different types of resources based on what biome they're in, right? Because there's different biome edges. There's deserts, there's forests, there's like tropical jungles and all that kind of stuff. And remember, this is one large map. So no matter where you start, you can have different starter zones. You can start in the desert. You can start in the forest, which is where I typically start. And then I've done all the different starts, by the way. I've done every single one multiple times. And eventually you'll find those same starter spots where you typically would start. You'll run across them because, again, no matter where you start, it's always one big map. Now, how can you change the game even though you've played through like 30, 40, 50 times like me since day one, since the first came out, did every single update, played every single one. I've played through so many times, everybody, and loved it every single time. That's a real magic of Satisfactory. This is the only game I give a 12 out of 10. It was like, hey, Kismet, what kind of game would you love to play? Here you go. That's basically what they did with Satisfactory. And they just keep making it better and better and better every single update. And I haven't even played the 1.2 update yet, everybody. I have been just doing this challenge first because they added this ability to crank up all the settings, right? So that you can crank it up to 100 times, like I said, 5 times the power, 2 times the resources, then that compounds as well. 2 times and 4 times and 8 times and 16 times the resources as you make your way through, right? So it's 2 times the resources in the smelter. So instead of 30 in, it's 60 in, and then just 30 out like it normally is, right? So basically it takes twice as much resources. But then when you get to this one, this constructor takes twice as many resources. So now it's actually 4 times the resources that you need, because remember, it's going to compound. And then after this, if I were to run that into a assembler, which I'm standing on right now, then it would be 2 times again. So now it's 8 times the resources, everybody. And then it's going to be 16 times and so on and so forth. It's just going to get insane. So the way to counter that is to be able to double up your production, right? So if you go in and you use your multiplier, you're like, Kismet, how could you possibly have unlocked a multiplier in phase 1? Well, that's because we went everywhere. We looked for every crash ship we possibly could. In fact, I think I've explored the map more in this one playthrough than any playthrough ever, especially in phase 1. But I mean, in general, look how we just got a few spots that we have not been in the entire world. And this is just phase 1 that we had done this in. And we just unlocked phase 2. And we unlocked phase 2, and because we had found all of these resources on all these crashed ships, we had the resources to actually use those to actually unlock everything in phase 2. So we have our basics going on here. This is all for smart plating. All of this is just for the smart plating alone. And what we have is we have stuff running from here to there and all over the place. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we backlog a ton of resources so we have those resources to basically rebuild all of this, right? In phase 1, I'm not worried about nothing. It's Spaghetti City, everybody, as we say in Satisfactory, where you just run stuff wherever you need it to be for the moment so you can backlog it, and you just keep backlogging and backlogging and backlogging until you get to a point where you're like, okay, I have enough resources for that particular thing. And you can see my quick wire is backlogged. How do we know? Because it's on the belt. It's not moving forward anymore. And it's all backlogged all the way to the original. And you might be going, Kismet, well, how do you power all of this if you're not using biofuel? That's the trick, everybody. I'm using something, or actually using multiple things that I usually never use. Watch this. The parachute. It actually has massively helped me get around the whole world and allowed me to go find those crash ships and escape mobs when there's too many of the high-level mobs on me. Because remember, I don't have that great of weapons, everybody. You got to spend a lot of time trying to dodge mobs and trying to survive that whole time. So I do have the parachute, which, again, has been incredibly awesome for getting around in the early stages. Another thing that we did is we went and we unlocked via the MAM over here. A hard drive has been scanned. We'll take a look at that here in a second. We have going and unlocked, I got to remember where it was. I think it was Kachirium. Right here, the geothermal generator. And you're like, well, Kismet, how could you possibly make enough of these high-speed connectors? It takes circuit boards, and you haven't even unlocked circuit boards yet. You don't unlock circuit boards till way later in the game. I found them on the ground when I went and found those crashed ships. In fact, I found hundreds of them. So I found hundreds of those and was able to make enough quick wire, because you can just make that yourself in the phase 1, and then cable, which you can also make yourself in phase 1. Then I went and took the geothermal generators, and I remember there was one over by normally where I get some sulfur, and I was wondering, well, I wonder if they're still there. Well, let's go ahead and do a little ping here for geysers. And I'm going to show you right where it is. Right over here. Thank you, Unforgiven. I appreciate the sub love, and thank you for those gifted things on Icarus as well. I appreciate that over on Steam. There they are right there. Now, I remembered I'd seen one right over here. And again, this is like a whole forest area that you run up into. And then normally there's some sulfur nodes there. But I made it even harder by randomizing all the nodes and then randomizing the node quality. So I don't know where the nodes are, and I don't know what the quality of them are going to be when I get there. But I found this one geyser, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then it just happened to be a pure geyser as well. Now, the drawback of geysers is the fact that the power goes up and down and up and down and up and down. So it's very unpredictable of power. But the thing about geysers is it has what is called a floor to it, where it's always the same. So it's going to be about 200 power you're going to have right there, right? That you can do consistently without it dropping below that level, right? But then it's going to go up to 600 and it's going to come down to 200. It's going to go up to 600 and come down to 200. So you know what you do? You just use the 200 part, everybody. And in phase one, having the ability to automate, right? Because normally you can't automate, or you're minimizing your automation and you're just doing biofuel. But if you could unlock perpetual power, which is what it is, it requires no overhead, by the way. If you put that geyser down, you're going to have that 200 power, and then that's it. You never have to extract coal or water or whatever other resource. You put that geyser down, boom, that's power. That's it. You got that 200. It's locked forever. You never have to go back and maintenance it. It never runs out. So now we have basically unlimited power. We've unlocked both the unlimited power of the geyser, but also the unlimited power of time. And that's because we're on the G-Portal server. And so the G-Portal server is going to allow us to let it just keep running even when we're not on, which is why I have so many items, because this has been running and running and running. Now I've got a backlog of all these basics that I need to basically progress to the next stage. So what we did, and we got some stuff laying on the ground right there too. And basically what we did last time is we came in and we unlocked Tier 3 and Tier 4. And as you can see, I've already unlocked all of those, including coal power, which we're using 0 coal power right now, which is pretty amazing, everybody. Pretty amazing. I've never bothered to use these geysers ever. I really have never bothered to use the parachute as well. And all of a sudden, because I cranked those settings up, they've become super useful, right? I love when when it flips a game another way, like it did in here. More like an adventure game than a factory game. But now that we've gone on the grand adventure, now it flips back to a factory game, and we can go ahead and use that to our advantage, which is awesome. We also got our vehicle unlocked and some inventory slots, and the new 1.2 item, which I have not even gotten to yet, which is the Universal Vehicle Path, which looks really fun. We're definitely going to try that out. And then, of course, the basic steel production, which is what we really need, because, man, was I looking for these steel pipes forever, and we finally found the steel pipes that we needed to unlock the augmenter, which allows us to double up our production. It does come at a cost of a massive amount of power, because, remember, it's 5 times the power, so instead of 15 power in the assembler, it's 75 power, and then when I add the augmenter to it, which basically doubles the output, it then takes 300 power for one assembler, everybody. One assembler takes 300 power. It's doing it right now in the base. I'll show you when we go back. But we also unlocked our versatile framework, which is another one we have to do. We have to do 100,000 of those, as well as we finally got our better Xeno Basher, which is going to help us a lot when we're out in the world. More hand slots, more inventory slots, which is awesome. And then we also got our blueprints going on, which we'll get going on today. As well as our logistics. So I love this bigger container. We're going to be using that a lot today. And we've got our faster belts now. We got our 270 belts. And you're like, well, Kismet, why does it go from 60 to 120 and then doesn't go to 240 belts? It goes to 270 belts. The reason why is if you ever look at the way concrete is produced, everybody, it's actually 45 when it's going into the concrete. it's actually multiplies out, 45 multiplies out to 270. And that's actually why I think they did that math. And also a lot of other stuff equals 270 if you are watching the numbers. So they really thought that through. Their numbers are exceptionally awesome, and the way that they worked out. Whoever is over there is an absolute math genius over at Coffee State who figured out all those numbers. Then, of course, advanced steel production here. We've got our Mark II extractors, which is awesome. We can do our encased industrial beams now, our stators, our motors. Here's the cool thing, everybody. We got a backlog of a ton of those because, again, we found them on those crash ships. The most crash ships I've ever bothered to go, which is, I think I got about 90% of them. There's a few of them that I couldn't get because the mobs are right there. It had the smoke that was in the way, right? All that poison smoke and stuff that I just couldn't get in there to get it fast enough. But once we get the ability to do explosives like the Nobilis, or even better, the explosive rebar, we'll get in there and we'll get those. Then, of course, also we got our power storage and our power towers, which are really awesome because then you can slide along the power towers and you can put those really far away from each other. Great. We also unlocked our hyper tubes. And currently we've used none of this. We've used none of this in the thing other than even coal power, which normally I just beeline straight to coal power, but because then it's perpetual power. I never even thought once that to use the geysers in the early levels because normally you can't make circuit boards. But if you can go find the circuit boards, you can do it. I've proven it's possible. I'm the first one to prove that it is possible, and among the very first people to even do the ultimate challenge, right? To get past that thing. And phase 1 was the hardest part, but I know now that I could actually win the entire game. I know because now I have the ability of perpetual power. I have the ability to extract resources, and I can get all the way to the end. I already know it. And it's kind of cool when you know that, everybody. Then you know something can be done, and it gives you a powerful wind at your back that you can just say, oh man, we're going to have a great journey on the way there. So the main thing that I got going here is my foundry, the steel beams in the steel pipes, which require coal and require raw iron in the very beginning. Now, normally you would use that coal for your coal plants, but I don't need the coal plants because I went and also got a bunch of other geysers as well. So now, bedazzled by this. Remember, this is no coal power, everybody. No coal power, no biofuel. And watch how much power we have running right now just from geysers that we found, did not make, by the way. We didn't make these circuit boards, so we found hundreds of circuit boards, and right now we have a capacity on the low end of 4,000 power. That's perpetual power. This is just going to run and run and run. Currently, if we had everything running, we're only running less than half of that power. We ran around and found every geyser that we could find, connected them all over the world, and then ran it back to our primary base. And that's why we're able to run all of these things. And again, it's going to run 24/7 until it just basically fills up all the boxes, which is awesome, which means that we have a bunch of stuff. So it's actually smarter for us to basically queue a bunch of stuff up, let it run, and then come back and get those resources and use those resources to expand the base. Now, that gives you an overview. That catches you up. So today, what we want to do is we want to basically do the impossible, right? Basically to use phase 1 to make a bunch of resources and then take that and then unify everything that we're doing. Because normally it's very tough to bring all your resources together in phase 1. And that is because you just don't have enough resources. You don't have enough reinforced iron plates. You don't have enough stuff to run your belts. But way over here, we have said, you know what, forget using reinforced iron plates, which I often do. I often just skip over reinforced iron plates. I make enough so I can make the smart platings. Then I just go straight for steel production, which is what we're doing over here. We're doing a bunch of steel production. So we are bringing in our iron ore right there. And then over here, you can see our coal is going up on the top here. We can see we're coming in. And remember, all these nodes are randomized. So I just randomly found a coal node right by where I started, which is pretty crazy. It's a pure node as well. So that's 120 coal going right there. And then running up here into our foundries. Now, of course, it takes 30 per minute, which normally it takes 15. So again, that is doubled on what it takes. and then it's outputting the steel ingots over there. Now it's basically running two of these. So this is running one line. This is running another. Now over here, we're making steel beams, and it's making them about 1.8 per minute, which isn't that many, but we are getting it going. And then over here, we're using our augmenter to double up on our steel pipes because, man, we went on the most epic journey for these steel pipes, everybody, and we actually found them, and we actually unlocked not only the augmenter, but also the Dimensional Depot, everybody, and a whole bunch of other stuff that I didn't even know, even though I played for thousands and thousands of hours and thousands more of Satisfactory, that I didn't even know was possible. And I love to unlock the impossible, everybody, and to figure out, oh my God, you can actually do this in phase one if you work at it, which is pretty awesome. So you can see we're starting to backlog these, especially the pipes, everybody. Look at how many pipes after all that hard searching around the entire world for pipes. Look at that, everybody. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's 3 whole boxes of those steel pipes. Now, obviously, we want to scale this up and we want to produce more because we're going to need massive sums of all these resources. But there's just something wonderful, everybody, about seeing that many in there. And look how much stuff I have in my inventory, too. Holy mackerel. I got a lot of stuff in there. So we've gotten a bunch of that. Actually, we should probably grab as much as we can in our inventory for now. And there we go. Now, another thing, again, that we did unlock is the Dimensional Depot. The Dimensional Depot is going to help us a bunch in the fact that we can run items into the depot. And we're going to run over here to the spot over here where we want the number one thing. Oh, that actually backlogged. That means those are done. That means that has filled my box up over here with this. With the concrete. Look at that. And again, this is the first one I put in the double box, and you can see up here at the top, we have the Dimensional Depot doing its thing, which is awesome. The Dimensional Depot, very expensive at the beginning, everybody. Very, very expensive to get that going, but we did. And then I suddenly realized that if I took the Dimensional Depot out, I could actually get a few more items, which allows to unlock the augmenter, which is awesome. But it was still too much power for us to run until we found an alternate power other than biofuel. And of course, the geyser was that alternate power. And now it is awesome. Yeah, in fact, I actually now like the geysers more than I like the coal, which is an amazing thing to suddenly think of things in a different way. Very, very cool. And again, just to give you a little overview of the MAM, again, still in phase one. Look at this, everybody. We can also unlock this over here if we wanted to. We've unlocked the augmenter over here, the power amplifier, as it calls it. We've got our personal uploader going. And now, by the way, everybody, we could do a ton of this upgrades because we do have the ability to make those manually, right? Normally, you would make those in the manufacturer, and only imagine how massive, the massive amount of power the manufacturer is going to take in this playthrough is going to be insane. And then, of course, again, getting that geyser, getting all this stuff unlocked. Now, I didn't unlock stuff I don't need. I don't need any of that stuff right now, so I didn't unlock that. Really deep down in the mycelia line until we got to a point where we just couldn't unlock those things because we don't have the Nobilis, we don't have all this. Though I could have got the Nobilis, I could have got it. I was much smarter for me to use. Oh, look at that. We can get that done too. Much smarter for me to use it on the Dimensional Depot and on the augmenter. Very, very smart there. And then again, this is later. So we got all of the power slugs done. Look how far in the quartz line, everybody. And remember, we're still in phase one. We haven't got to phase two yet. But this was just in tier 1 and 2 that we did all of this. Now we're in tier 3 and 4, which we unlocked all of that. And that allows us now to do a massive amount of the rest of this here. And then look at the sulfur line. Again, I could have used my stuff to unlock the Nobilis, but I didn't want to use my steel pipes until I knew that I had the power augmenter, and then I would probably do power augmenter first next time, and then do the Dimensional Depot. But the Dimensional Depot is very helpful when you're running around. You can just throw stuff in the depot while you're running around. And then now all we need is some black powder. Now this is probably the very first thing that I do because a lot of times I was in there and they had the smoke things in the way or it was covered and I wanted to blow that up and grab that particular thing. So the Nobilis is really important to remove obstructions. And then I find the sulfur line to be probably the most useful line because it also has the rifle, it has turbo rifle stuff, but especially this right here, which I absolutely love, which is the explosive rebar. Makes it much easier to just shoot the rebar gun at the thing and then boom, it explodes. One of my favorite new things to use. By the way, I have never unlocked the nuke. Never unlocked in any playthrough ever have I ever unlocked the nuke. I always think I'm going to get around to it, and then it might be this playthrough that we finally get that going. Again, I always like to leave stuff for me to do in future playthroughs just for fun. But this is something we could actually do right now. We need some black powder, right? So we need sulfur and we need coal. And we have those nodes because we went around and searched for them because we don't know where they are because all the nodes are randomized. So you're like, man, I don't know where that's at. So sulfur and coal, and I see I have a bunch of coal in here, and also I have a bunch of extra resources right here, which goes to all of the stuff that we might need, and that's what these boxes are for right here. These are kind of a dump box where you just dump a bunch of stuff in there. If you have too much stuff in your inventory, I can just drop those in there. And the same thing with all of this wire and other stuff that I have. Like right here, this iron ore, I don't need to do that. I'm going to hold down Control and drag that to the trash. And not only will it get rid of the one I have, but every one that's like that one. And it'll just go ahead and get rid of it. So I always like to keep those extra resources laying around in case I need to do certain things. You can also see that we added a power storage here. This power storage now will keep our power. So we could push the power way up past where it's oscillating, right? Because remember that geyser power goes up and down, right? Based on the pressure of that geyser power. But we could push above that limit now, and then the battery would kick in and it would hold it until it starts to charge the battery back up again. And so you could actually push above the cycle whenever you have the power storage like this. And it takes a while for that to store up, so you want to get those started and store those up. Now again, it was just lucky that we found some sulfur nearby. We also have some SAM ore right here. You can see we're extracting. We've got some copper right here. Actually, really excellent starting point over here. And again, check us using the parachute, and then we can ride the edge. Everybody ride that edge, which I think is really fun. And you can see we've come over here and we have our extractor. Now, I typically use these portable miners. I use hundreds of these portable miners to get everything started like this. And actually, I probably have a ton right over here that I could put down. I got 50 of them right now. I could just put down 50 of those if I want to. But remember, now we're past that stage, everybody. We don't necessarily need these portable miners there, though I typically will leave them there. Now we could actually go in and start to extract with our portable miner. But we have a level 2 miner now. Notice, by the way, also it uses the miners in the Dimensional Depot. I don't have to make any more. I typically make like 50 of them and I put it in the Dimensional Depot. So no matter where I am, if I want to add an extractor, I can right over here, aka the miner, right? So we're going to extract this miner and we're going to go ahead and start that going. Then we're going to go ahead and put a power pole. We're going to connect it to the rest of the power system because, again, remember, we have twice as much power. We can build everything that we've already built all over again, which is a great place to be at. And then we have our Mark IIs. Now, what we want to do is we've unlocked our Mark IIIs now, and I'm going to replace all the stuff in my bar down here with Mark IIIs. Same thing with my lifters. There we go. So now, instead of going at the slower pace of 120, we're now going to do 270. But this is a normal node right now. And the extraction of this is going to be 120 now because we doubled the extraction. Normally it'd be 60 because it's a normal node. Impure nodes, which is the lowest level node, are 30. Normal nodes are 60. And then, of course, the pure nodes are 120. But when you use a miner, a Mark II miner, it doubles that output, right? So now it's going to double it to 120. And you're like, well, okay, that's not as fast as the belt. True, but I want to get to wherever it's going as fast as possible. So when I'm going through the belts, I just replace all the belts. I replace all the belts with the fastest belt because sometimes when the power goes off or you have to reset stuff or whatever it is, you want it to just be going as fast as it possibly can because then otherwise you have to come back and redo that infrastructure. You've got to upgrade everything and whatnot as you do your miners and whatnot. So for me, I just use the fastest thing because I have a bunch of those resources backlogging. So what I want to do now is upgrade all of my extractors, and I want to do it. So instead of using a level 1 and then have to come back and upgrade it later, I might as well just go straight to the level 2s now. Basically, that's the gist of what I'm doing. So we're going to go ahead and extract that resources. Then we're going to go ahead and use our brand new belts, our nice our 270s, and we're going to run this in this direction. So we're going to, instead of running over here all the time, what we're going to do is bring the resource us. Also, by the way, when you're running along this belt, it's going to go way faster now. And there we go. So now we've brought it over here. Now, one of the things that I typically do in here, by the way, if you run across against this belt, you'll go really slow. But if you run on the edge, see how much faster I'm going? So if you run along that edge, you'll go much faster. But what I like to do is always have a backlog of that particular resource. And the reason why I do that is because while I'm doing something else, it is going to go ahead and backlog it for me. Notice also I'm just going to throw this on the ground. We'll make it all fancy later. But we definitely want to let... Oh, I'm out of steel beams. All right, fine. Fine, I will go ahead and take this part out for now. Give me some more steel beams to get to the box. So you want to go ahead and run this just right in the box there. It doesn't really matter. This way it's backlogging. Now, here's the cool thing. On the other end, when I go to do production, I could add a little extra production to burn up the excess. And then when I burn up the excess, then turn that extra production off. So I can utilize all of that later on. Now, I've got the infrastructure in place, but I don't have enough of our steel beams and our other stuff here. So let's just take a moment while that is backlogging over there. And we also have our reanimated sand being done here. Look at a whole box of reanimated sand. Holy mackerel, we got lots of fun stuff to do today, everybody. Yeah, it's really revitalized my love of Satisfactory. I mean, I already love it already, but it really just supercharges it because I love to play games in the hardest mode. I've done the same thing in Fallout 4 and just tons of other games. I just go, how could this be harder? Boom, let's go to there and see if we can do the ultimate challenge. And I've proven all these things are now possible, everybody. Pretty cool. Pretty cool to be the first one to kind of, cut that trail, I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. All right, so we got all that done, and we want to make ourselves... Oh, it's got to be in the other thing. Where's our other thing? Yeah, I think I took it out. I think I did. All right, let's make another one because no big deal. Equipment workshop. I'm sure it's around here somewhere. All right, so there we go. In our equipment workshop, we want to make some black powder. There we go.
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up, Brunine? Now, the reason why I went to the sulfur is to get some sulfur so we can mix it with our coal power. Now, we could actually go and automate this process now, where it's actually doing coal and making a bunch of this stuff for us. I'm not going to use that much, so I don't think it's really worth it to actually set up that production because I'm actually going to tear the entire bit of everything down and we're going to remake it as well, much nicer than the spaghetti city that we got going right now. It's going to be some fun. So settle in, everybody. If you haven't already done so, hit the follow button, or if you're over on YouTube, the follow button is also called the subscribe button. Again, it's just, I don't know why they just don't call it the follow button, but whatever. There we go. All right. So we made a bunch of black powder, and now we're able to go to the MAM and unlock a bunch of stuff in the MAM. Remember, we're still in phase 1. So again, unlocking just massive sums of the stuff in the MAM is pretty epic. All right, let's go. Start research. Ada's got something to say.
Detonator and Basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the Basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the universal detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
Okay. Well, thanks for that vote of confidence there, Ada. All right. Over here, we're going to go over here and look and see what we can do in here. Yeah, we can make some novelists now. So let's go. Now, another thing that we need to make, and again, look at us using my steel pipes, everybody. Every time, I think in this entire playthrough, now whenever I use my steel pipes, even though I will have an abundance of them, I still feel like they're going to be precious, right? Like, oh, I'm using my steel pipes. I just had that moment just now. I was like, oh, God, I'm using my steel pipes there. All right, so we need a couple object scanners here to get this going, and we need some screws. Of course we do. Screws are the thing that you always need, but you can see how slow this is going. This is actually coming to a stop, which means we probably got a sweet backlog of screws there. Very nice. Very nice stuff. Now, again, if you're making equipment like your object scanners, you're making them in your equipment workshop. Sometimes it's hard to remember which is which. I get confused all the time. Okay, we got 2 of those, and now we have our knobless detonator, which is very awesome. Boom. And then again, we can just take this and put it right in our hand slots here. I don't need to really carry these portable miners anymore. And you can see when you're taking stuff in and out, it'll end up in your inventory. Okay, yeah, we actually got more than enough of those. All right. I like to put these in here, so if I do need them, they'll be right there in the hub. But later on, we'll be taking the hub out, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. But we can go ahead and test these out. All right. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff all over the place. I'm going to hit R to reload, and then E picks us up. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I wanted to blow up along the way while we were trying to get from here to there and go and find all the crashed ships. But I think what we're going to do first is do some Kobe, beep, right down there, and then boom, blow up some stuff. There we go. Now, one of the fun things you can do with this is you can actually blow up foliage and stuff like that that's in your way. Now, normally I wouldn't do this because I'd use this for biofuel, but bam, bye-bye, baby. Get them trees out of your way. And again, remember, I cut down all the trees everywhere, everybody, all down in here. It took me hours and hours and hours cutting trees just nonstop. Again, this is a much better way of doing it. We discovered a way that's 10 times better. Now, one of the cool things about this is you can make extra of these and put them in the Dimensional Depot. Now, right now, I don't need these knobless, so what I'm going to do is put them away in the thing, so I don't have to worry about it. And we're using our parachute here to get back over this way. There we go. Now, we got that unlocked. What other things could we unlock in here? Like, we could go ahead and unlock this, high-speed connectors, but we going to need a bunch of our circuit boards, which I think we have a few left. Yes, we have 12 left. So we need 12 circuit boards just to kind of get this out of the way. So we'll need 5 of those. So let's go in here and see. We can do 4. Yes, that's about right, because it's going to take 6 to do 4. Right? Or are we just missing something? So we need 5, which would be... No, that'd be 10. So we're missing either quick wire or cable. So let's get a stack of cable. We'll get a stack of quick wire. And then we'll try again. Again, we're trying to get to 5. Yes, okay, cool. Now remember, these are the last of the circuit boards that I have, but again, this is just going to unlock that whole thing. And one of the things is peace of mind, everybody. The peace of mind in knowing that you've done that whole entire line, and then there's nothing else. You can see we've unlocked inventory slots, hand slots, the rebar gun, of course, the medical inhaler, and all sorts of other properties from all the alien stuff that we found. Now, I don't really need to scan these guys, but again, just getting it unlocked, and then, okay, I never need to look in the alien thing again because I've got that all unlocked. Again, it's just kind of a peace of mind kind of thing. Okay, I've unlocked it all. It just saved me time later on. So we also need to go in and make some of our alien capsules here. I forget how many. I should probably have just done this, then this. Click on it just to get that thing, and then add to to-do list. There we go. Oh, wait, we have them. We have the crystal oscillators, and we have the alien DNA capsule, but they are in the Dimensional Depot. So we have to pull those out of there and then pull these out of there. There we go. Because you can't use the stuff from the Dimensional Depot in the MAM. So keep that in mind. All right, there we go. And we're going to start that research. And we got alien megafauna done in phase 1. Awesome. Pretty cool.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Oh, Ada is my true friend, everybody. I did not know that she's my true friend. Always good to have a true friend. Also, by the way, this is new right here, which is the spawn toilet. This is new in 1.2, and since we have a bunch of resources here, I'm going to say we're going to add that to our to-do list, try to get that done. Mercer Sphere, we have a bunch of those laying around right over here. In fact, we have over 66 of them. You're like, kidding me, wow, that's a lot of those to have in phase 1. Yeah, well, we were all over the place, and we ran by one. We just grabbed it. And again, that is now paying off. Now, over here, we, of course, have made a massive amount of these, and when I take it out of here, it's just going to start right back up again. There it goes, to make me more. And again, we can make our own items here, SAM fluctuators here. And now we're really cooking, everybody. We are just crazy cooking. And again, this is the most things I've unlocked in the MAM in phase 1 ever. And most, I think it would be not only phase 1, everybody, but really, I don't use the MAM until I'm like way over here in phase 6 or 7 or even into 9. Sometimes I forget and I'm just not using it. I only unlock the things I need to get to progress. But all this other stuff, I don't even bother to unlock because I normally don't need it. But in this playthrough, absolutely. Look, see, completed. I don't have to look at it anymore. So right over here, we can unlock our spawn toilet. Let's go. So when you die, you can spawn in that particular spot, which is pretty cool. All right, never heard this before.
SAM-based portable waste network unlocked. A recent breakthrough has meant that Fixit now has a way to reanimate organic waste using deconstructed matter.
Regular exposure to blood flow helps the vessel avoid malfunction.
Oh, but again, never unlocked that before. Well, let's see if we can make one. Right here, spawn toilet. What do we need? Some biomass and a bunch of modular frames. Over here. Now, we've been having a backlog, a bunch of modular... Whoa, okay, hey-oh. Hey-oh, is that 3 boxes high? No, it's 1.5 boxes. But wow, okay, that's a lot of modular frames. Again, because we've been letting it run, everybody. Very cool. Now, again, the spawn toilet we are going to use, we need some biomass, which is kind of a funny irony. We need to use that. We got anything here? Nope. Okay. And again, I haven't been really collecting that much biomass in this playthrough, which is awesome. I mean, I got a bunch in the beginning to get it started, but yeah, haven't needed it, which is awesome. But we'll make a bunch of biomass. And you can use mycelia, which is much more efficient. You can also use alien protein, which if you did, and I did prove it's possible, everybody, to you could actually progress all the way through in the Ultimate Challenge using biomass. But also, I proved that you will never run out of biomass. Even if you cut down every single tree and collect every bit of leaves in the world, you always have the aliens to kill. And use them for the alien protein, and then use that for biomass. So you never have you never run out of biomass ever, which I discovered. I was like, oh yeah, you could just take the aliens, and you would always have those, even if you did cut down every tree. And I did a good job of cutting down just about every tree. I did a good amount of it, big time. Okay, so we got that done. We've got our biomass. Here in our alien technology, and oh, we're trying to make ourselves a spawn toilet right over here. Do we got enough? Yes, we do. All right, our first, now again, this is new in 1.2, which is your spawn toilet, which I'm going to put right there just for fun. All right, so it's you can interact with the toilet. You can put stuff in there, like we'll put this in there, and then we will flush it.
Did you not see the sign?
What sign is that? There's no sign. There's no sign in here. She's crazy. She's talking about the one in the hub. Now, in the hub over here, there's actually a toilet too. They did add this a while ago. There's actually a toilet back here, and apparently there's some sign. Oh, does not flush all of those things. There we go. Oh, well, see, there's no sign in here. See, they got, look, I found a bug in their thing already, everybody. They didn't put the sign in the toilet. They don't have the sign back there. But it did flush it. It's not there anymore. It did get rid of it. So that's a great way if you want to destroy stuff. You just throw it in the toilet and flush it. But there we go. So we got a spawn point if we want to spawn there. Even if we take our hub out now, we have a place we can spawn. Because normally you spawn in your hub. It'd be kind of cool to find out when I die, and we'll just let that happen naturally because I'll die at some point. Oh, you can see it on the map too, where your little spawn points are. So you could purposely die and then say, okay, I want to spawn way out over here. Boom, and you can spawn way out. Oh, there you go. Vardaman coming in, making it rain for you guys in the chat. What's up, Ice Cold Killer? Night. Thank you, Vardaman. You have a good night as well. Or good morning now, because it's morning time for me anyway. So yeah, it does show up on the thing. So cool. You can just place these all over the place and then purposely kill yourself. I would, of course, put all your resources away first, purposely kill yourself, and then spawn wherever you need to spawn. Look at all these map markers I have all over the place. We got to go back and get all of those things later. Later on. All right, so there we go. So we got the spawn toilet. Very fun. What else can we do here in Alien Technology? We can do the power augmenter. Because we do have computers and we could use the power augmenter. Because we definitely could use a lot of power. So let's go ahead and give that a shot. We need 100 of these SAM fluctuators. Right now we can do 30 of them. Let's go get more of these over here. We'll just fill our inventory full of them and then we'll back off like that. There we go. So we know we've got enough. And then we'll again just manually make these. We can make 83, which means I probably need more steel pipes. We should be getting our dimensional depots going too. You know what? While we're doing this, we should be doing our dimensional depots. Let's see. We have a bunch. So we should do our dimensional depots first. Okay. Let's use these SAM fluctuators for our dimensional depots so that we can get some stuff in the dimensional depot that we're going to need. And again, we're going to rework all of this, everybody. I love this moment when you get to go in and rework everything. It's really, really fun. To rework the whole base and then optimize it so I don't have to keep running out here and whatnot. Because in a minute, I don't have to run out here anymore because it's going to automatically put it in the dimensional depot. So we're going to go all the way to the end here. This in one, which we could have just put, all right, all over the place there. We could have just put that extra corner there and then it wouldn't have been weird like that, but that's okay. Then I take the dimensional depot and typically put it on the top here like this. Then we're going to take this. Oh, we don't have any steel beams, but luckily we got some right there. And then boom, it's going to take all of these and run that in there at 270 as fast as it can. But it's only going to upload at a certain speed, right? But now it's uploading our steel pipes in there. And then the other thing that we want to do, of course, is our steel beams. So those will go in there, and then we can make as many 270 belts as we want and lifters and all that stuff. So we want to go ahead and get those going as our priority. So we did concrete first and now pipes and beams. We're going to let those run. And this way I don't have to keep running back here to grab them. So it'll be doing that passively while I'm doing other things. And again, I always work on what I feel is the highest priority in that moment, which in this case is getting that done first. And because that can be running, then ABC, everybody, always be crafting. In this case, always be uploading, ABU, always be uploading to the Dimensional Depot. So we'll get that going. And also we have it now where the concrete will automatically upload. So I don't need to carry concrete with me anymore. And eventually I won't need to carry any steel beams or steel pipes because it'll automatically be uploaded. But we need a bunch of SAM fluctuators here. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to possibly do this power augmenter? You don't have any computers. You don't have the ability to make computers. Well, guess what? We found a bunch of them when we were out and about exploring like it was an adventure game. Again, we're treating Satisfactory like it was an adventure game first, and then a factory builder now in this next part of Phase 1. So we're going to make as many of these as we can, and yeah, we're running out of pipes, see? We're running out of pipes, but look at how it's still going. See how it stopped? But because we're uploading to the Dimensional Depot, if we just wait here, we'll see that those steel pipes will go up. Eventually. Oh, I don't think it's going to show it like that. You have to go out and come back in. Yeah, there we go. See, it's automatically uploading it, which allows us to actually use it in the constructor. Now, while we're waiting for that to upload, and I could have grabbed a bunch while I was over there, but I just wanted to show you that awesome ability for the Dimensional Depot. We need some computers right there. There we go. All right, and we need about 70 more, so we might as well just make the journey back over there while we're waiting for it. And so we'll slide along the edge. There we go. Get some good height here. Over the top of that stuff. And again, we make this upload faster, then we won't have to come over here all the time, but I'm just going to grab an absolute ton of this because we're going to use a bunch of it right now to basically set the make the impossible happen, everybody. We're going to unlock a massive amount of stuff in the Dimensional Depot in Phase 1, which seems impossible when you're normally playing the game in Phase 1, but if you spend as much time as we did running around, we spent most of our time just running around finding stuff more than actually building the factory. The factory, we've just started doing it in terms of how much hours we've spent. Which is pretty awesome. All right, and then we can do 12 more. Let's go. Okay, and then we'll see what we're running out of, which is going to be our alien stuff over here. But luckily, we've been making a bunch of it, so we just dip over here. Just going to Control-click, and then I'm going to sort it, and then I'm going to put a little bit of it back. So I always like to leave a little bit of my inventory opening. This way, I'm not dropping stuff on the ground. Now we can make 66 more, but we don't need 66 more. At least right at the moment. Again, remember, normally you're making this in the manufacturer, everybody. It's way faster for you to make it. In fact, I could fill my inventory with just this, and this, and then just sit here and make hundreds of these if I wanted to, especially when I'm AFK. All right, power augmenter. And of course, we need the summer sloop as well. Now, alien technology. We need to get the summer sloops out of here because I most likely put them back. I keep putting them back in the Dimensional Depot. This way they're easy to find. I don't have to go hunt them down wherever I put them in some box somewhere. And there we go, power augmenter. Awesome. That is awesome to unlock in the early game.
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest. Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally. The power augmenter supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output. Basically, the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads, many temples burned.
Good to know, that confirms that hypothesis.
Do not loop the loop organ. I would imagine do not loop the augmenter into the augmenter. It'd be funny if you take two augmenters and you feed them into each other, and all of a sudden the whole planet blows up. Game over. It just comes up and says game over. That's it. You just plug them into each other. Game over. You blew up the planet, and you got this. It zooms out, and you see the planet. Boom, and it blows up. Or it just like does some weird thing and then vanishes. That'd be wild, everybody. That'd be wild if that was actually a thing hidden in the game. I don't know. I've never tried it, and I don't think we're going to try it right now, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, so we want to... Usually I just make one of these. One of these is typically more than enough. And again, you saw that I had a whole thing full of computers, again, that we found in some of the highest level areas of the game, even though we're not high level. We're pretty low level. when it comes to the ability to fight mobs and all of the stuff that we have. Now, I just need a little place that's tucked off to the side here. And again, we're going to move all this stuff later. But I'm just finding a little corner here to put this power augmenter. Because it's fairly big in size here. Fred's over here to check it out. He's like, put it over here, Kismet. All right, that is a big boy. And I don't even know what I feed in the power augmenter, but there it goes. Their animators are awesome. Okay, now we got a power pole conveniently right here. Currently, we have a capacity of 4,000 power. So we're going to take our geyser power and we're going to augment that. Boom, right there. Ooh, hoo-ah, look at that. Power boost of 500 megawatts. So yeah, now our top end is even more, everybody. Look at that. We have massive. Now, the more power that we add to it, of course, the more it's going to augment that power. And usually one is more than enough. 500 power is basically as 1/3 of everything that I'm using right now. So I could build 1/3 of everything I've just done, which is a good amount of things. So yeah, that just worked with geysers, which I've never once ever used geysers with the power augmenter. So again, doing new stuff in this particular playthrough. And there we go. So we got a 10% boost going right now, and looking awesome. Looking amazing. You can also see that we have our battery is stored there as well. So yeah, now up to 57. Oh, going up. The capacity is going up even more. On the high end, I think we're going to hit pretty close to 6K. Yeah. Yeah, right there. Yeah, 5,900 megawatts in phase 1. All right, pretty awesome. Let's keep rocking. Now, I've actually done tens of thousands of power in phase 1 using coal power, but never with geothermal power. Never once, and especially not with a power augmenter. That power augmenter is pretty serious, man. You don't want to put that right next to where your hub is as well, but that thing is loud. So I'm going to tuck it way over there out of the way. All right, power augmenter unlocked. Man, we're just doing the most insane stuff right now. Alien power matrix, which is for much later because we don't have any of these singularity cells. Now, what we want to do is we want to decide whether do we want to upload faster or do we want to have more capacity or both. In my case, I would definitely do the stack increase. And the reason why the stack increase is so powerful is because this first upgrade is a huge jump in your stack increase. So let's go ahead and do some more. And again, I'm just making these SAM fluctuators myself right over here. Again, these just use pipes, which is the main thing, which is why we made all these pipes and whatnot. And then, of course, you can see, we're out of wire. But we're not that much out of wire, everybody. We have 3 boxes deep of wire, so we're just going to grab a ton of that because we know we're going to use a ton of that. And guess what it's going to do, everybody? Look and see the thing production start back up again? So now it's just going to make all of that I just took out of there. It's just going to remake all of that. Which is awesome. That's how I have my bases set up. They'll make a certain amount, usually like 3 boxes of stuff, and then they'll just stop. So I can use that power for something else. And again, that's how I optimize my power. I only need so much of certain thing at any given time, and I could run it into the Awesome Sync and all of that, which we'll try to get to today as well. We got so much stuff to get to today, everybody. We're absolutely crushing this. Let's go, let's go. Let's get it going on. And again, we're going to use as many of this as we can today. Burn all this up, let it make some more. As you can see, these SAM fluctuators are the best. But again, we would need the manufacturer to do it, and we're not even into that stage yet. But we can definitely do this. Okay, so depot expansion. Now, let's take a look at what we can do. Now, the one I use as the base is always concrete. Currently, right now, I can do 500 concrete in the Dimensional Depot, right? Which is not a lot when you are doing a massive build. But at this stage, it's not too bad. So, we're going to go ahead and do our stack increase, start that research.
Dimensional expansion increased to 200%. Refining manipulation of SAM allows us to now deconstruct non-living matter down to its atomic components in one dimension, and store it in basic bound states in another.
We do not resonate with the tribute song. Do not worship at the window. Desecrate our temple gifts. This shallow serenade is sour and salt.
My intention was not to encroach, if that is what upsets you, nor was it to dispose of material I do not waste.
Okay. They have weird conversations, everybody. I don't know what the heck they're talking about sometimes. Basically, don't waste the materials. But you can see now it's running that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. So now it's 1,000 that it can hold in there instead of just 500. Now, 1,000 is only 2 stacks of concrete, everybody. It's only 2 stacks of concrete. If we go look and see how much concrete I have, everybody, that ain't that much. But it is a great start. And because it's 200%, you're doubling your ability to have that in there. Now, I think the doubling, because I can just let it run for a very long time, is probably your better option. But as you can see, we can keep going further and further and further down. And because we have the ability to make this at this stage, and we have a massive amount of Mercer spheres that we have unlocked, we could unlock all of that. I don't think it's worth it. I think what you should do is in parity, do this one and then do this one. Why? Because it only costs 3 Mercer spheres, which is a pretty good deal, by the way, everybody. But I have like 60 Mercer spheres that I found while I was running around. So I'm already off to an incredible start. But let's go ahead and do this other one right over here. So it's going to be uploading faster as well. And then also it's going to be able to do more pipes in there, more beams, all the stuff that we need right now. And another thing that we want to do is we also want to start putting some of this stuff away because we can hold more of this in the Dimensional Depot. Oh, I forgot to check my hard drive here too. Let's go check the hard drive. Rarely ever do I use these hard drives, but they have a tab for their hard drive library. These are alternate recipes. I don't use alternate recipes. This way you can do everything that I'm doing, but alternate recipes are awesome. I highly recommend learning about alternate recipes, getting a bunch of, like in the very beginning, everybody, me being able to do cheaper quick wire, it massively helps a lot, especially rotors, the alternate rotors of just using copper and screws together. That's pretty awesome, etc., etc. And some of these are like the ultimate ones as well. Everybody, that basically cost you less for doing that particular resource. You can make many more of them faster in the early stages. But me, the only thing I care about, and this is actually pretty cool right here, everybody, the automated miner, which is pretty cool. That one's pretty awesome. Highly recommend trying that one out. And again, toward the end of the game, we will probably go in and just fool around with a bunch of these. But I am going to rescan it because the only thing that I want is the ability to expand my inventory. So here we go. Oh, look at that. Molded steel pipes, another really good one, everybody. We could use our steel ingots with our concrete and then be able to produce more steel pipes right over there. There you go. So again, using the constructor or in the crafting bench, we could actually unlock that. But you get one re-roll and then that's it. And then we definitely have to scan another one. It just so happens that I have 33 of those because again, I went and I collected all of the locations really to get the resources. But hey, we'll just go ahead and keep scanning these hard drives and see if we can find some more inventory space in this next phase. And again, I'm just going to keep scanning them until it says I can't scan anymore. And that's cool. That's cool. But again, I would definitely explore those in a playthrough, I suggest. All right. And then the same thing here, everybody. We could be uploading all this stuff that we don't need on our character into the Dimensional Depot right there. There we go. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we're going to continue to work on our upgrades here. like this, and like this, and like this. And actually, we probably need another dimensional depot here first. So let's see, we got enough. Yep. And here's what we're going to do. So that this is constantly uploading to the dimensional depot, we'll do that. And again, the great thing about the double is you have a dual output, so it'll actually upload into the dimensional depot while we are doing stuff. It's not going to do it fast, but it is going to do it, and we'll let it run. And then, of course, we can keep doing this, and then in a minute, it's going to go from 15 uploading to 30, so it's going to double the speed at which it uploads, right? So definitely worth these early upgrades. And sometimes I just do the 2 early upgrades and I don't bother doing the other ones. This way I can use the Mercer Spheres for uploading into the Dimensional Depot, which is the next big stage that we're going to do. And again, you're setting up your success for later. That's basically what we're doing at this stage. There we go. Oh, what are we missing? Oh, I did my hard drive. Oh, I should have waited on my hard drive. I totally got sidetracked there. I don't think I can stop it once it starts. Can I stop it? No. So, okay, we'll come back in 8 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 8 minutes called Alien Upgrade. There we go. Got a bunch of notifications over here. People buzzing me. All right. So all the stuff on my Discord goes directly to my phone, so I can see a bunch of stuff in there. I forgot to clear those. All right. There we go. What else can we do? Let's go ahead and try to organize our uploading here in such a way that we're getting it done a little faster. So you get the lower level ones uploading first ahead of all of that. All right. So we'll get that uploading going faster here in a moment. So we can do that. Oh, now's a good time to switch over to some Fallout Shelter for a moment. All right, we'll let that run in the background. We'll come back to it here in a second. We're going to turn on the sound of our vault. And let's check in on Vault 56. Now, again, I'm going to be playing multiple games at the same time, everybody. Just keep that in mind. I will be bouncing back and forth, doing some stuff. All right, first thing we want to do, collect all of our resources. Ooh, another good one there. All of our people are back from the wasteland. Awesome. Whole bunch of upgrades there. Everybody just leveled up. Pretty awesome. Put them back in power for now, though. Right up there. Again, even my top guy here now has 7 base in strength, everybody. That's awesome. That's why you want to put them in what I call night mode. Let them run in that night mode. There we go. All right, now this is me. There I am. Look at all this loot, everybody. Now, I don't sell common items in the early game. Later on, you want to sell all this stuff because you probably got better at that point. But we're going to collect a bunch of that. We're just going to hit collect on all this stuff. Cancel. There we go. We don't want to remove them. We want to revive them. There we go. And then recall them. That's 2 hours and 18 minutes. And we got the Surgeon's outfit we can make. Nice. Okay, we got everybody in the vault. Now they're going to start sucking up all the resources. So we need to figure out what we want them to do here in just a moment. But we got 2,261. Oh, and we got some stuff done. Hey, we got collect the outfits. We got some more caps there. Collect 10 stem packs, win 10 bucks. We got to really get some quests going, but I'm not going to be doing quests today because they do take a bit of time, but I can send people out to do some quests. So probably want to get our quests unlocked now, so we're going to go ahead and get our Overseer's office right over here. It's going to cost 1,000. Do I want to put it in that upper right corner? Probably right there. Now, why have I not put an elevator there is probably going to be your question. To access your quest list, select the Pip-Boy, select your quests, get started, assemble your team, then, oh, there was a mysterious stranger. And then what I'm going to do is get the people who are currently on coffee break, which is me. But look at the radiation that I have right there. I got a massive amount of radiation. We got to get that solved. But we're going to go ahead and take me, because I've got a really nice weapon. And we're going to see who else has got a decent weapon. Maybe Peter Robinson here. His weapon sucks. Let's give him a better weapon. by stats. We're going to sort this. And again, they added this on my recommendation. You're welcome, everybody. Shotgun. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if he's got like a luck outfit. Yes, formal wear. There we go. I usually send my people to the wasteland with luck outfits so they have a higher chance of getting cool stuff. Then this person is L3. We'll give them the best weapon that we've got. Maybe another luck outfit if we can find it. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. These guys are good. Go, quest. Love the music stab. All right, and this is about the time in which I do quests. I really love to grab my resources right now, but I can't. I gotta wait for this animation of them running out to the wasteland. Waiting for this dude to run out. Now again, they just got back to the vault. I'm setting him out for questing for right now. And again, they got some really pretty nice weapons, so they should do well. All right, there we go. So what we can do is he just gave me a bunch of nuke quantum, which I can use to speed them out there. And again, they give you that in the very beginning just to let you do some quests. And we're ready to do some quests. Again, we're not going to do too many. We're just going to do this starter one. Kill the glowing rad roach. Quests allow you to explore and get loot and all the stuff. Navigation and combat. Oh yeah, I forgot. When it appears, click the check mark to perform a critical hit. Then click again to stop the arrows the closer you are. I think, man, it's been a while since I've done these quests. All right, let's go. Now, again, they all are tied together. So as you go into a room, you're looking for loot, obviously. I think I can actually just click on the room, too, and they'll just go there. All right, we got some caps. Watch them get wrecked. Yeah, see, I got really nice stuff. I don't think I sent him with any stem packs either, now that I think about it. That would have been a smart idea. I forgot to give him stem packs. All right, more loot there. This one's not too big, this particular questing. Some of these actually are fairly large, questing-wise. Now, in the background, everybody, we got Satisfactory running. We're waiting for our hard drive to finish processing, another minute or so, until we can unlock some more of our stuff. But, again, we're going to go in here, do a little bit of this, and then we can queue it up, let it run for a while. Again, I'll zoom in so you guys can see the action. And then you want to click these guys because you get loot from them. Oh, and there's some stem packs. Wow, how convenient. More stem packs. Oh, and an outfit. Nice. Now, these quests are very useful. They also have different seasons that you can do in there as well, which we'll eventually get to. And there's some resources. Okay, we could use those resources. And on to the next one here. I'm trying to keep the camera somewhat zoomed in. I got to scroll up just a little bit. There we go. Now, I'm a super looter, everybody, so I'm going to do every single room, obviously. Get every bit of loot. But again, here we go. Uh-oh, there's the glowing rad roach. Get him! Almost one-shot him. There we go. And again, let's check him, see what he's got. Ooh, he's got a lunchbox. Awesome. Ooh, that's a nice weapon. And some more stem packs. Now, there is a bit more to it, so before we leave, we want to go ahead and see if we can find a little bit more loot. Gotta wait till the last guy gets in there. There we go. And one more room of loot there. All right, we don't want to leave that loot behind. Now, what I also do is I look for sparklies, everybody. I'll go back and I'll look in all of the rooms to see if there's any more stuff. If there's not any more stuff, you click this thing in the upper right-hand corner. Return to vault. Are you sure you want to return to Vault Dwellers? Yes. And we got a lunchbox, we got a pull queue, and a handyman jumpsuit. Return to Vault. And again, it gives you the snooker quantum in the beginning to help you along, so you don't have to wait 8 hours, which is normally what it would take. There we go. Okay, let's use some nuclear quantum to instantly get back to the vault. And then again, we got all of this cool stuff. But we got a problem. We're going to say collect, not enough storage spaces, build more storage rooms. All right, and we don't have to bring them in right this second. So what we're going to do is go over here to our storage spots over here on the side. We're going to collect all of our resources too. Look at all those resources. Holy moly. Lots and lots of resources. We got this lady just wandering around right there. Let's go ahead and add some more storage rooms. Oh, I should have moved this out of the way. There we go. Now, if you notice, I've got these kind of separated from the other ones here. And I put the storage rooms on the side because a lot of times the stuff happens in the storage rooms. And we should have enough to do 2. Yep, there we go. Then we'll go ahead and bring these guys back again. And again, they got 388 caps there as well. There we go. Junk is crafted out of weapons. We can craft a whole bunch of cool stuff. All right, we'll put them back in the vault. Let them do their thing. We've got a lunchbox. Let's go ahead and see what's in our lunchbox here. Oh, we got some more of these. Nice. Collect some water. That's an easy one. Let's go see what's in our lunchbox. Again, we're going to get back to Satisfactory just here in a second, everybody. We got a camera. Oh! Oh, we got some quantum out of that one. Nice. Okay, we can use those. That's a really good find, everybody. Some caps. Some combat armor. We could use all of that. And then 500 caps. We could definitely use that. That's good at this stage. And we all good. And again, we could send them out on some more quests. But right now, what we want to do is kind of chill in the vault. We also want to go ahead and add an elevator right down here. And now is a great time to add our... Where is it? Not the med bay, the science bay. There we are, the science lab, so we can build some RadAway. Right there. And then we're going to take a few of these peeps, who are my intelligence peeps, and put them on some RadAways. That'll help us on our various peeps. Over here. Now, how many we got right here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we can actually put somebody in there. Now, one of the things is, if they're walking around the vault, they're not increasing their happiness. But if I take them... Oh, and here comes an alien attack. All right. Well, we got to find our peeps who are wandering around here because they most likely have some of the best weapons in there. So we're going to put them in here. There we go. So they'll cut them off at the pass kind of thing. And we'll put them in that. And then this lady right here probably has some stuff. We'll put her in there as well. And here they come. I never upgrade the vault door, by the way. Oh, look at this. My crew is ready for them. Look at this. These are my angels of the vault. And typically, they got some of the best weapons. 1 down already. 2 down. 3 down. Oh, remember how they got all the way through the vault before? Not this time. Now, again, this guy can't go any further to the right. This is why I don't have an elevator here. He can't go here and go down. He has to double back. And thus, he's going to double back over here. And then my character is going to wipe him out. I don't think I have any RadAways, or I would use it on him. But this dude's going to get absolutely owned. And again, the faster you wipe them out, the faster the event is over. Thus, the less resources they're going to steal from you. How's that guy not dead? I have no idea, but let's go. There it is. All right, we got him. That was much better. Look at him being a drama queen. Die already. Stop being a drama queen. All right, I'm putting these guys actually back in here before they walk away. Come here, lady. Come here, lady. Over here. There you go. All right. And we fought off an alien invasion because we were able to equip our characters and build them up a little bit. Oh, I hear the mysterious stranger. Oh, it's just going to get so much harder to find him now. The bigger the vault is, the tougher it is to find him. But I found him. There he is. Got him. He also likes to hang out in the vault door all the time, too. All right, we got him going. Anybody else who is wandering the vault now, we can just go up here and check their job, see who's on a coffee break. This guy's still on his way back right here. This lady. This lady is going to go right there. There we go. And then I put my guy here in the strength area. Why did I put him in the strength area? Because right now he's very unhappy. But you can see that his happiness is going to go up the more we remove that radiation, which is going to happen over time. The more we heal him up, you see that his happiness will actually eventually go back up. But what we really need right now is some RadAway. Right, so we got about 1:43 seconds, or we can just come back to it later. What I really need to do also is add the ability for me to train up my perception people. Because right now we can see that our water is our thing that we're struggling on the most. And if we can make our peeps stronger, both through outfits and also through their actual stats, we can get that going right there. I don't think I have enough to do another one. That would have been awesome, but we do as we do. We're getting our people leveled up. All right, we're looking good. Now, again, remember, I've played this since day one, everybody. And my current vault, my Vault 45, is massively built up to the point where I don't even need to do anything anymore. It is self-managing, everybody. I don't have to do anything. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to figure out who is our top people in here, and we want to let them run for a very long time. Wow, he's got perception 7. Wow, okay. So we're going to take him. Wait, we should leave him in there first until after we get this. There we go. We're going to take him and we're going to put him in there because he's going to take a while before he upgrades. Also, this girl right here is perception 5. Now, we want to go ahead and look at the stats. In this case, we've got strength. Here is a +3 outfit for her. So I'm going to put her in there. Let's just go through and see if we can boost these people with perception outfits. Yes. And any more perception there? No, but we can use our radiation suits. And as you can see down here at the bottom, everybody, see it says 2 minutes. When I'm giving them more perception suits, you can see that that time keeps going down. So basically, they're able to produce resources faster, which means it's easier for you to manage your vault. Any other perception? Yes, Wasteland Medic. Very nice. Okay, now we actually have 2 of these going. So we have this one and the one up here. So if we do have any more perception outfits, Wasteland Medic. And that is pretty much it. Okay, and we do have some more coats that we can go ahead and give out to our peeps down here. So they're going to be doing those faster. And over here, any intelligence stuff? No. But we do have a bunch of strength stuff there, so that's going to help us on our power as well. So let's go ahead and give out some strength outfits, which is always a good one. You want to make sure that your power is just doing awesome. There we go. And again, we are massively upgrading the vault right now. Just insane upgrades. Because of my primary guy here, and he's down to 10% happiness. But don't worry, it automatically rebalances back to 70% once I get the RadAway, and I have one, so I'm going to use that, and you're going to see that his happiness is going to go up magically. So it's going to go up to 70%. Now, if you want to get it above 70%, you can rush the room and be successful, or you can couple peeps up, and then you'll have 100% happiness. But that will automatically rebalance itself, usually to 70%. So just go ahead and put it in there. I'm going to heal him all the way up, and then wait for his happiness to go all the way up, and then he's going to be good. Same thing over here with this girl. Like, these guys are already happy over here because they're not too radiated. But this girl here is definitely radiated. Oh, Mysterious Stranger. Let's see if we can find him. Heard him in the upper left. There. Got you. Very hard to find sometimes. All right, there we go. Very nice. All right, anything else we really want to do here? Definitely want to recover some of our water first before we log out. And then also we can go ahead to our peeps. Notice they all got this number here in the front, everybody. That just tells me what their special stat is. In this case, she's my agility person there, and they all got theirs. And then over here, where's our other food? Down here. Yeah, you want to utilize as many of these as you possibly can. And then this is Nightwear. Nightwear is what I use when I'm coupling them up. It makes them couple up faster. And again, usually I stay right about 50 here before I expand any more. And that's to keep the stability of the vault, right? So you're not having too many people in the vault, and that's causing it to be unstable. So we also have some other weapons. We could probably give her a better weapon because she's my wasteland person here. Yeah, much better. What else? Then a whole bunch of people in here we could give weapons to. And in this case, I'm just going to pick the weapons randomly. like this, because a weapon is better than no weapon. Oh, they already got a weapon. And these are the first people who are going to get attacked in there, and then it's going to go down to these peeps. And again, just in case some rad roaches come up or whatever it is. Oops, I skipped one. Just distribute them among your peeps here. And we've got a bunch of stuff now, so they can defend themselves. And again, play a little bit of Fallout Shelter here. And then we're going to get back to some Satisfactory. I give them everything I can. Like that. All right, looking good, looking good. These guys down here. There's that Radaway we need for this lady. She's already feeling better. She's already happier. You can see 75%, but let's just go ahead and heal her all the way up. And again, the longer they hang out in there, their radiation will automatically go down. As long as you're keeping your water nice and solid. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good here. We got this dude coming back. How we looking here? This dude's 75% happy. I just told you it was going to go up past 70. And then we do need to get him back out in the wasteland, though. I don't think we have any pets yet. Nope. How we doing on our quests? Those are going to take a little while, but we'll get that going. Let's see, 1 minute and 1 minute. Okay, I think we're fine. So I always like to have somebody in the wasteland so they are doing, wow, 25 stem packs. Okay. He's going to be out there for an inordinate amount of time. We're going to get him all 25. And he doesn't have any rataways yet. Maybe we should wait. Well, how much time? 2 minutes. Nah, we're not going to wait for it. We're going to go ahead and give him 25 stem packs, everybody. He's going to be out there for an absolute obscene amount of time out there, and he's just going to have crazy tons of loot. Now, the trick is, everybody, we have 1,000 caps right now, and the trick is just to let him run for as long as he possibly can. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll just jump in the vault just to send the person back, right? You just send all your people back. I let them run out there until they are... until they're dead. This way you can just res them. Now there is a permadeath mode in the game. I don't like it, but you can try it. I would have preferred it to be harder, but not permadeath. I wish they had an option for that. But I just send him out for as long as I possibly can. He's going to get massive sums of outfits and things like that. And once I will expand the vault when I have all of the training available. Like, I'm going to go ahead and do my armory here, and then I can go ahead and just pick 2 more people. This guy. Wait, how much longer we got here? 26 seconds. Oh, I hear the mysterious stranger again. Where are you? Boom. Whoa! Hey-oh! Okay, he just unlocked another room. And again, boom, right there. There we go. Oh, and here comes the Raiders. They're about to get smoked. Get in here, Raiders. Now, right about this point, by the way, the game, there's a lot more stuff going on in the game. In fact, I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm actually going to switch back to Satisfactory here. And while I'm at it, I could be making some SAM fluctuators. There we go. We're going to make some SAM fluctuators. And we're going to let them in the vault. And we're going to watch them get absolutely smoked right now. Bad mistake, people. My peeps are heavily armed now. And there we go. I told you they were going to get smoked. They didn't even get past the door. Now, the ultimate thing is they never get past this room. Now, eventually I'll put people in the vault door to protect as well. Oh, we can make a wedding dress. Nice. And there we go. So, again, they took minimal amount of resources. They got wiped out right away. Which we got here. And we got that. And there's that Radaway. There we go. All right. Awesome. Okay, now we need to set up what I call night mode. Now, if we put these people back in here, like this, we're going to see a massive change in the amount of time it's going to take. Because they have, look at that, boom, look how far it dropped down to just 30 seconds now, right? Because these are my top peeps right now. And I don't really need them in training when I'm doing other things. Now, these peeps here, these peeps are my wasteland peeps. So I would love to have a luck outfit there, but I'm going to go ahead and take her lab coat off so I can go ahead and put this lab coat on somebody else. There we go. There we go. Right there, right there. So we're going to go ahead and collect a bunch of resources, but she needs to go back out to the wasteland. And so what I'm going to do is check my inventory here. I'm going to check the stats of the weapon. Now, the Ripper is currently the best weapon in the vault. But I feel like I'm just going to go ahead and grab somebody's shotgun here, which I think is actually one of these other guys. Yeah, shotgun. She's got a rifle. She got a rifle. Actually, might be just fine. Might be just fine. Now, there's still a little bit of radiated and whatnot. There we go. And what we're going to do is go ahead and just throw them back out in the wasteland. Now, I don't have any stem packs for her right now, so probably good idea to wait for some stem packs. Down here, I can actually speed up the stem packs by sending these peeps back into here. And I think I could expand my Radaway room as well. Science lab. Always make sure you get the right one. If I put the wrong one here, it doesn't combine, which is a tragedy, everybody, when that happens. It is a tragedy. All right, 24 seconds. Okay, cool. And I'll give him a stem pack or two. These guys, my other guy, though, he is really high level, so you want to let him run as long as you can. But these peeps here, you want to get them out of the vault. I mean, I could let them sit in here and get strength built up. But I don't really want to do that. I really want to get them out of the vault so they're not just siphoning the resources from the vault. There we go. All right. And then we'll send... Oh, we got our stem packs done too. We'll send these peeps back down here again. And again, we're just going to put 2 down here because this is going to run for quite a while. And look at this. Look at this. Look at our resources regathering. Okay, now these are my wasteland peeps. So we're going to send them out there with 1 stem pack. And whatever they can find. All right, off you go. Now you too. 1 stem pack. Off you go. Over here. 1 stem pack. Off you go. And we're going to save those Radaways for when they come back to the vault. And we're going to let them go until they die. And because they have weapons and actually some outfits, they are going to last much longer, even with just 1 stem pack, than normally if you send them out with none. So they're going to last a really, really long time. And then this is the state in which I like to get my vault, where you can see we've got our food, water, and we definitely need to expand our power here next, because you can see that line is very close to the top. This one's looking good. This one's looking good. Again, I would like my water to go a bit faster, and thus we're going to be working on that next, right? Because our water, we can see, is the thing that's slowing us down. Now, it is time for night mode. This is when I run the factory for a really long time when I'm not playing. I know, pretty cool. And these are about to come up at the same time. So I'm waiting for this to come up so that I have the maximum amount of time to pull them out of there. Oh, I hear the mysterious stranger again. Oh, he's right there. Easy. All right, now it's time to pull everybody out and put them in night mode. Night mode is when I'm not actually playing the game, when I'm going to log out. So very quickly you need to do this or it'll destabilize your vault right there. These guys up here, same thing. All right, you're going over here. You're going there, you're going there, you're going there. Now again, it doesn't matter how long it takes for them to level up because I'll probably let them sit in there for like 24 hours. And you can see here that nobody in here is longer than 24 hours, right? Even the one that's got the most, who's got 7, he's going to be 11 hours. So he's definitely going to level up. Everybody in here, same thing, 8 hours, 6 hours, so on. But it doesn't matter because I'm not going to be in there. We're good. So we go like this. We save. Main menu. And now we just let it run. Now remember, it runs passively even if you're not in the game. That's one of the most powerful things about the game. And again, we collected our Radaways, we collected our stem packs. So when we come back again, those stem packs are going to be ready. The Radaway is going to be ready. All of our resources are going to be ready. Everyone's going to be leveled up. In fact, instead of just 6 people leveling up, it's going to be 12 people leveling up. And then I'll get another one, and guess what? It'll be 18 people leveling up. And then it'll be 24, and et cetera, et cetera. It'll just be more and more and more people leveling up every single time I go out of the vault. And when I come back in, the whole entire vault is just getting stronger because they're leveling up and they're powering up all of the stuff that we need. Now, later on, we actually need endurance to do food and water, which we'll get to that eventually, and also for the wasteland, and we will make mega dwellers as well. We'll come back to those later on, but you got to definitely build up the vault first. So there we go, and that's it. You just let that run, then we're going to go ahead and drop out of there. We're going to let that run for quite a while and get back to some Satisfactory. All right, we're ready to go. Let's see. Let's check our hard drive, see what we got. What do we get? Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a good one, everybody. That's a really good one. Now, again, I have tried a lot of these alternate recipes and whatnot, or looked at alternate recipes. Now, see, the cool thing about this, everybody, is that we could use our high-speed connectors if we had the ability to do the, we can do this later on, to do the circuit boards, which we don't have the ability to do that yet. So, at least I don't think so. We'll check it. But I'm going to rescan. I'm all about trying to get that inventory space. Oh, alternate fine black powder, too. Look at that. We get a whole bunch more from the same resources. But this one is compacted coal. And so that is from your coal plants and such, which we could do, I guess. But we're not doing that. We want to go ahead and do our alien technology here so we can upload faster. Awesome.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, ease the flow, make a curve out of the line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
Oh, Ada takes offense as a being a shallow minder. All right, everybody. If you notice, I ran all the way up here. This is basically the center of where all the resources are being extracted somewhat over here. Of course, we have some of those we'd have to run over this way. But right now, we're running everything over to where our iron production is and where our space elevator is. Now, remember, nothing is set, everybody. You can pick all this back up again. You'll get all the resources back again, and you can rebuild your factory at any time. And now is the perfect time to rebuild. Normally when I get into phase or into tier 3 and 4, I always rebuild my base because in the beginning, just spaghetti, connect where you need to connect it so you can progress, so you can unlock all of this upgrades. And we have some massive upgrades that we have done already, and then we also have massive upgrades that we can do to the entire factory. Now, this is what I call the high side. The highest point of the front of the part here is way over here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start with a single, what's known as a Rosetta Stone, or the center of your entire base, which is going to be right here. I'm going to hold down Control. Now, Control is going to snap it to the world grid. Now, you can see that's up pretty high right there, and we can go ahead and run a few more of these. Now, I like to leave a little bit of room underneath my base, so if it's not actually going to go into the ground, then what I will do is use the smaller ones. Which are these ones here, and then you have this part under here where you can just drive your vehicle and whatnot. And so we're going to do this. Now we've got a bit of a problem. We've got a tree in the way. So this tree's got to go. And they added that new animation. Also, they have a screen shake. I turned that off. I don't like the screen shake myself. Now, we're going to have to get up and down out of here all the time to work with all of our stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and add a ramp if it lets me. And then one of the cool things about this game, everybody, is you can just do something like that. I prefer to have what's known as a landing like that, so you can land or run right up there. Now, again, look how precise you can be. If you just move your cursor up a little bit, it'll automatically know that you want to move it down. It's so incredibly well thought out. Absolutely brilliantly thought out, as a matter of fact. And we have a bunch of trees up here that we want to deal with. We're going to need our biofuel here. We're going to grab some solid biofuel for our chainsaw. I'm not collecting this for biofuel. I'm just collecting this to get it out of the way. And so we're starting a brand new setup for our factory. Because the factory must grow, everybody. And we're just going to grab all this stuff out of here. Kind of clean house a little bit up here. Now, normally I would have already cut all of this down because I would be using our biomass. But we are using geysers, everybody, in the early game. I don't even use geysers at the end of the game. But they are being very effective right now. Again, very, very useful in running our factory in the hardest mode you can do. And I discovered it, but I'm pretty proud of myself that I discovered that that is actually a thing that could happen in Phase 1. And in fact, we not only did we figure out it can't happen, but we actually made it happen, which is even more amazing. Amazing, amazing. Again, just kind of cleaning up the area here first. Getting rid of all these trees. Now, I could use my Nobilis as well to eliminate all this stuff and just blow it up. But it's kind of nice to have a little bit of biomass because we're going to need it for various things like vehicles and the chainsaw here and whatnot. We do a little bit of biomass removal. Now, the only thing I really need to remove is the trees because you can't just pick up the trees like you can with everything else. So I just kind of cut down all the trees. And then I hold down E to get all of the other stuff. They actually re-added it back in where you can do it while you have the chainsaw now. They actually took it out where you couldn't, if you had the chainsaw out, you couldn't pick up all of the leaves. And so you had to put the chainsaw away, then you could pick up the leaves, then you put the chainsaw back out again. Thanks to them for actually putting it back in because that sucked. That sucked big time. That was really annoying to have to do that each time. But they listened to feedback. I give them huge credit for that. They listen to feedback and then they actually do some of that feedback as well. Obviously, can't do all of it because, you know, there's only so many people in a finite amount of time. But that's okay. Only other thing I think this game needs is you hit R to take stuff out of the box. You hit R, you grab everything, you hit T to put it back in. I feel like that's it. That's all it needs. And I'm sure there's a mod out there for that, everybody, but I don't play with mods. This is non-modded playthrough of 1.2 in the hardest mode. And again, 100 times the resources in the space elevator, 5 times the power, and 2 times the resources, and all of those numbers compound, meaning that it'll be 2, 4, 10, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and we'll just keep compounding and compounding. So when we get toward the end of the game, everybody, the amount of stuff, like right now, we need 100,000 smart platings now. We needed 5,000, and we thought 5,000 was a lot. Now we need 100,000, which is crazy. And just clearing everything in this whole area because we are going to make ourselves a nice base over here. All right, how are we looking now? We're looking good. We got 1 tree left in the middle of all of this. And this is one of my favorite parts of the game is when you get to rebuild your base and you're just like, oh, I'm going to make that better. I'm going to make that way better than it was. And I was over here hiding the porta potty out of the way. Okay, so again, what we're going to do is just build a bunch of basic foundations and rework how we have all of our stuff running. A lot of people like to jam their stuff together and figure out how to optimize the thing. You got a lot of space, everybody. You don't have to jam all your stuff together. The only reason why you're jamming your stuff together is to make it easier for you to find the stuff, right? Is to get to wherever you need to go. Now I need to watch out for my ramp. There it is. And we're just going to go ahead and do a bit of that. And we're just going to do a bit of this. And then we're not going to do any more foundations. And you're like, Kevin, how you need all this room for your thing. Nah, you don't want to do that. You want to just leave yourself a little bit of room and you want to use this thing. The Blueprint Designer. You're like, well, Kismet, you don't have enough foundations. Well, actually, you don't need too much. If you hit H for your hologram and then you can click it, it'll let you put it wherever you want. Even let it hang over the side like that, which is pretty cool.
Blueprint. Interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
It's a you problem. Now, I don't have any of my blueprints in here because this is a totally different playthrough on a server, which is awesome because I have done mega blueprints that are modular where you can just snap them together and have multiple pieces where you snap together like Legos. Pretty awesome. But we're going to do it from scratch in this particular playthrough. The number one, the absolute first blueprint you want to do, everybody, foundations. So instead of me going through here and putting one foundation down at a time or even zooping the foundations, blueprinting is the best for that. And again, you can also color them in and use different color codes, which I do. Now, these are not the color codes of the game. These are just color codes that I made up to make it easier for me in the long run. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and do that. Now, we're going to do some coloring of our stuff. Now, the first thing that I typically will color using the customizer here, I hit X, by the way, on the PC, is typically this very first swatch. So I'm going to go ahead and modify that, and I'm actually going to just turn it yellow right over here, and we'll just match both of these to be yellow. There we go. We're going to select that color, and then we can go ahead and color that in. There we go. And this is what I would call a double road. A double road is basically an area in which I do not put anything else down there so that I can drive my vehicles back and forth, and we're going to try out our vehicle pathing in this particular playthrough. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now, on the sides here, we can go ahead and put another color. We can go ahead and make it gray. Or we can actually use some materials if we had those unlocked to get those going. You unlock those in the Awesome Sync. And so we could put concrete, make it flat instead of like this, whatnot. But I just leave it basic in the very beginning. So we're going to go ahead and start with our first one here. Now this is, if you look at the numbers, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 4x4 road foundation. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So 4x4 road foundations right over there. And then we can leave a description. You know, it is a total of, we do 4 times 4, right? Hey, we can figure that out in game. And then say, oh, it's so many foundations, whatnot. I'm just going to say basic Mark 1 road foundations. Road foundations. Come on, brain. Foundations. There we go. Now, I like to go ahead and go in here. Now, you can look through here, but it's kind of a waste. You just go foundations, and you can find it very easily. And then, again, this one is a 1 meter right here. And then I'm also going to set it to yellow. Again, that tells me visually that that is, select color, that is a road foundation. Save the blueprint like that. And then, of course, we also want other foundations as well that are going to be factory foundations. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to make my second color here into orange. And you're like, well, Kismet, you already have orange. True, but I don't want to use the universal orange because I might change that color later. So I go ahead and do this. Now, by the way, you can just take this number here and copy it and put it right down there like so. And then way easier. And of course, you can do it matte, shiny, however you want. In this case, we're going to do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and use this color. And I can change this color later, by the way, and it will change all of the stuff that's using that particular color throughout the entire game as well. And that is going to be a factory foundation, right? So 4x4 factory. And then we'll say over here, 4x4 factory foundations. And then I get this to go where I want it to go. There we go. Let's use my arrows like this. And of course, I'll change the color so I know that and we'll really get it in there. See, now it's a different color. Save the blueprints. And there we go. Notice I used a previous blueprint to make another blueprint and just rename it. That worked pretty awesome. And that's pretty much it. Those are the only two I need. I need roads and I need the factory foundation itself. Now, the primary spot where I run my roads is going to be right here. right down the center, because this will eventually be the center of the entire base. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you put the center over there? Well, because we got to have a whole bunch of other stuff that we're going to grab from over there and over here and over everywhere. And again, this is also the high point of the base. So we're going to go ahead and use this foundation by going into blueprints up here. And you can see visually, we can see which one's which, right? So we can see those roads are going to go right here. Now, one of the greatest features they've added to the entire game, everybody, is the ability to go H for hologram and nudge stuff around. They have also added vertical nudging, if you haven't played the game in a while, page up and page down, which is amazing, everybody. Be so surprised how much you use that vertical stuff. So we're going to go ahead and put that in, and that now is actually the center of the entire base. And you can see we've got some cool roads started there. Now I don't need this over here, so to actually take this out, you need to clear the blueprint first. Then it sometimes goes in this box, so make sure to take that stuff out of that box. And then take this out. And now what we're going to do is say, wait a minute, what if we ran the power down the middle of our road, and so all of our stuff, we wouldn't need to have these power poles anymore because we could run it down the middle of the road. Now, what I'd love to do is to go ahead and use our little Awesome Shop here and go into the Awesome Shop. Eventually, there we go, and unlock some stuff in here that we could really use somewhere in here. Equipment, no, it's management, I think it is. Yes, right here. The wall power outlet. Now, we have enough power now to run the Awesome Sink. And what would be the very first thing I would put in the Awesome Sink? Well, extra resources that I don't really need, right? So what we want to do is try to get this wall power done so we could use that wall power in our roads before we make a bunch of roads and then have to come back and redo it. What I typically do is I will take out a section, put one of those connectors there, and then when I put another one down, I'll just connect them and re-add the foundation back, right? So then it's running in the road itself, which is awesome. And then you always have access to that. You can always run it under the road to your factory, and you just don't have a bunch of these poles in the way. The only thing I'm going to use the poles for at this stage is to check my power. So I'll have a pole here and there where I can check it. But other than that, not really worth it. I'd rather just run it in the actual thing like they do in real life, everybody. It's running in the walls of your house. It's running in the streets, down the center of the streets, pipes and electric lines and whatnot. Now, where I come from in California, everybody, they don't have power poles. All the stuff is run underground. So when you have a power problem, they come out and they go down in there wherever your power is, and then they work on it that way. Here in Tennessee, where I moved to, they actually have them right down the middle of the road, which is weird to me, everybody, because they're all over the place. They're on every single street. You have all these power poles, and the power poles then run to your house, and you have this big power line that's running your house and whatnot. It's the old school way of doing it. But again, in California, they don't have that. They have this all underground. It's all out of the way. You never see really that many power lines unless you see the very large ones like they have in game. You see those, but never do you see power lines typically run from there. There are some places in California where they have it, but in Los Angeles, everybody, most of that stuff is underground. And I grew up in Orange County, so a lot of that stuff is underground. You never see those power poles. So that's why I like to run my stuff underground, because then it's just not cluttering up your beautiful base that you're trying to build. So let's go down here, and let me tell you the number one thing. I love this parachute, everybody. It's so great. Again, it's now gone from, man, that parachute, I'm never using it because it's a complete waste of time, to one of the greatest things in the game. All in this particular playthrough. Now, the number one thing that I would run in there is actually our stuff right here, our quick wire. Now, we got a lot of stuff sitting over here. Now, while we are rebuilding the base, we want to, of course, have as many things running as we can. A bunch of stuff uploading into the space elevator, a bunch of things uploading into the dimensional depot, and then eventually space elevator. We'll get to that later. But we want to put this awesome sink down. Now, we don't got much room over here because we got all this stuff running all over the place. And we're going to fix all this today as well. It's going to be pretty fun. But we'll just make a little spot over here. Now, everything that I put in, I'm going to take back out again because, again, all this stuff's going to move up there to that new base. But we want to do it right before we just rush ahead. We want to do all that stuff correct. Now, check out how much power the Awesome Sink uses, everybody, when you have it set on the Ultimate Challenge mode. Check it out, everybody. Just by default, Oh, wait, we got to see it in here. Just by default, everybody, it uses 150 megawatts, everybody. Now, remember, if you're doing that with biofuel, everybody, that is a lot of, that's 4 of the biofuel things just to run just the awesome sink here. So pretty crazy. But what we want to do is go ahead and tap into this. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to use all of this up, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up just a little bit. Then we're just going to go ahead and do this. And we're just going to run this spaghetti style right over the top like that. There we go. And then we're going to tap into some power. I can reach it right there. Oh, it's already got too much. No problem. Watch this. We can go ahead and take this, our power pole, roll over this, click that, and that's going to go ahead and divert that wire and add another segment to it that I can then use for that right there. Again, show you all the gaming secrets. All right, here it goes, everybody. We're going to get our first coupons, and there we go. Standard points until next coupon. Boom. There we go. Quick wire is fantastic in the early game because you're going to make so much of it. I have 3 boxes full of it over there. And believe me, I don't need that much right now. I definitely don't need that much, but I do have a lot to run here. Now, check this out, everybody. See, this is a level 3 belt. This is a level 3 belt. So that's running at 270, right? No. That's because this segment of the belt is actually only a Mark II. So we need to upgrade that part. And now we can see, because I could see there was gaps between. That's telling me that my belts are not running at full speed. Now it's running at 270. So it's going to run pretty fast in there. And we're going to get coupons like nobody's business. So we just press print coupons. Now we have 3 coupons. And then I'm going to also just put this over here as well. You can build as many of these as you need. And that is going to allow me to go in and unlock one of the first things that I like to unlock. Right there, add it to cart. Buy all that. Adam's got something to say.
As Fixit amply demonstrates, you can never have too much management.
You can never have too much management? I beg to differ. I've worked in companies that had way too many layers of management, everybody. Way too many. Too many. You just need so many peeps to do the thing. All right, now we're going to use our blueprints again. We're going to go to factory foundation. Now remember, everybody, it's feeding the concrete in there. Now I also need plates, which we'll work on here in a moment. But we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, I like to turn all the foundations in the same direction. I know that the arrow, which is the front of the foundations, we're painting this way. It doesn't really matter on these particular foundations, but I'm just that guy, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it that way. I'm going to hit H for hologram. I'm going to nudge this with the arrow keys, and boom, right over there. Now we've got a little factory area over there, right? So we've got that going. Very nice. And what we want to do, of course, is to have the ability to modify our blueprints. So now we've got a little spot here for our blueprinter as well. So we're going to go ahead and turn this way. We're going to hit H. Now I like to set up my blueprint machine here so it is actually perfectly lined up to the foundations like this. So we're going to go ahead and just nudge this to the left a little bit, just so we have that kind of overhang. And again, there's a reason for this, which we'll get into much later, but we're good there. And then over on this direction, we want to go ahead and nudge this back, again, using the arrow keys to nudge that and try to line that up pretty nicely. There we go. So we lined it up that way. We lined it up this way, right? It isn't lined up. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It's lined up through the center there. There we go. Yes, it is. It's lined up there. It's kind of hard to tell here because you got this metal beam in the way, but I just use this here. That should be lined up there. And then if we go to this one, this should be going right down the center. Looks good. And you're like, well, Kesman is hanging off the side. Ah, but not for long. Because watch this. We can go in now with our blueprints. Factory. Like this. Hit H. Which way is it turning? It's turning that way. Let's go in again. I'm just a stickler for making sure the arrow, see that white arrow? It's pointing toward me. It's pointing in the same direction as the other ones. And then I'll just nudge that over there using my arrow keys. And now we can just go ahead and fix that by putting foundations under there. And our blueprinter is now perfectly sitting right there. Now again, remember, this is the center of our base. So we want the blueprinter nearby so we can modify it. And then what we can do is load the blueprint. We're going to load the road one. I did this on purpose, everybody, so you can see the progression. Normally, I would just add the thing if I was actually playing off stream. But we're going to take out a segment here, and we want to decide, because remember, this is the front. Where do we want our power? And I typically put it in the center. This way I can chain them. And again, and of course, as blue printers get bigger, we can also add multiple connections. We can do all sorts of fun stuff. But now you'll see under power, I have this thing. And I think this is one of the greatest things in the game. But I absolutely love the wall outlet. Now, they actually added the ability to chain your items together, which I have not unlocked at all in the game. Again, you can see that I've played for literally thousands of hours now in Phase 2, well, counting all the time we let it run. But I have not gotten past Phase 1 yet. In the game, because I'm not in a hurry. Some people, they rush to the end, or they pull up a previous playthrough so they can play all the latest things. I go on the journey, everybody. I go on the journey, and I prefer doing that than to rush ahead. All right, so there we go. So now we've got it as part of the thing. Now, because we loaded it, it actually will have the name of the previous one. We can say save the blueprint and confirm, and now it just replaced the previous one that we did in there. And you're going to say, oh, well, Kismet, did it update on the one that you have on the ground? No. You can see it did not update. It did not add it to this one. And the reason why I didn't add that is because you don't want it to accidentally update a whole bunch of stuff. What you want to do is basically take this one back out like this. So I would hit F, and then I hit R. Now, R will switch it to blueprint mode. You can see it right there. I'll hit R again. Default mode, which is just going to do one, and you can hold down Control and get a whole bunch, or R, it'll take you to blueprint mode. We just take it out like that, nice and easy. We go ahead and get the updated one here, and then we're going to hit H, nudge that around a little bit, and it does look like it has a vertical problem, so we're going to page down. Now, if you're having a problem of it being halfway, see if you look way over there on the side, it's about half the distance. It's not lining up. You hold down the Control key, and then you just hit page up, and you can actually do half steps, which is awesome. Again, that'll trip you up when you first start using that as well. And then the same thing this way, move that forward. We got the arrow pointing in this direction, like that. And now we go in there, and in theory, we should have our power connector right there. Pretty cool. All right. Now we want to take out all the rest of this stuff, so we're going to hit R to get out of blueprint mode. And we're going to take out all this stuff we just made. We just made this temporarily so we can put our blueprinter down. Now, we're about to build a base, easy mode. And I'm going to go ahead and go in here to my blueprints. You can add them to your bar down here. I'm going to press 8 and see now it's got in there. By the way, everybody, I have a very awesome mouse with 12 buttons on the side. It is called the Corsair Scimitar, my favorite mouse of all time. And I've been gaming and playing games and been around technology for over 50 years, everybody. So highly recommend. I'm a big fan of the side buttons. It works great for just about anything you're doing, even if you're doing video editing, even if you're doing graphic design, all that kind of stuff. You can program it to do different tools. So you can just go to your move tool, your edit tool, your text tool, just by pressing those buttons on the side. It's pretty awesome. And then when you're gaming, it does all the buttons that are down here at the bottom. You can custom program it however you want. I don't have an affiliate link. I'm not actually, sadly, now Corsair or Elgato partner. I would love to be. But I'm just shouting you out something awesome. Go find it. Amazon. Enjoy. Go for it. All right. Now we got that down, and we don't need this one anymore over here as well. Now this right here I'll keep here just for me to get up and down there. But we're going to be unlocking some more stuff in a minute where I won't even need those ramps anymore, which is pretty cool. All right. Now we have got our power here, and we can go ahead and run our power line now along our floor line like that. So now we got that in the floor itself. Now, one of the other things that I'm going to do is go ahead and expand this out here, because I want my hub to be right here where I'm around my blueprinter. I can upgrade stuff. I can do all of that fun stuff. Now I'm going to go ahead and run the road again. So we're going to hit 8. I'm going to get the road. I'm going to aim at the side here. Sometimes a little awkward. And then hit H just to double check that it is good, and boom, there's another road. And then we're just going to do that again. And again, we'll let it float for now. We can come back and we can add supports and stuff to it later. And then over here, we're going to use our factory foundations. And again, hit H, arrows pointing that way. We'll nudge that into position. We'll make sure there's no gaps, looking good. You can see now we're expanding our factory at like 10 times the speed, everybody. Very much faster than if we were to go out and zoop all these in or do them all manually. Plus, they're also being color-coded. Again, orange for factory, yellow for road. And again, this side part here is where I'll probably put all of my hyper tubes and things like that on the side of the road. Sometimes I make 3 wide roads, sometimes I make 2 or a single lane road. Again, you can adjust your blueprints to automatically have all that stuff ready. In this case, we're making a 2-lane road because we want to try out all of our vehicles and stuff later as well. So there we go. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put the hub on the side of the road right over here by my blueprinter because I'm going to use that a lot. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do the third swatch here. And this one is actually going to be a purplish, pinkish thing here. And again, I just put both of these as the same, like that. And you can use multicolor if you want. So we're going to use swatch 3. And we're just going to go ahead and color this one in. You're like, well, Kismet, why don't you make a separate one for that one? Well, that's because this is a unique one. And you can recolor your blueprints if you want. And this is a unique one, and this is where the center of what I'm doing is going to go. So we're going to just run over here. And by the way, I don't have to run all the way down there if I can reach it from where I'm at. See, it's a little too far. But one of the great things about Satisfactory is you can reach stuff really far away, or at least relatively far away. Bam, there we go. Hub no longer there. Now, if I do die, it'll randomly put me somewhere if I don't have a spawn point. But we do have a spawn toilet down there that is new in 1.2. So if we do die, we will end up at that spawn toilet. But I'm just going to go ahead and remove that temporarily. All those resources, by the way, for the hub and anything that was in the storage box goes right into my inventory. So I can just rebuild it again. And again, I like to kind of aim it this way. We'll go ahead and actually put it up against the road, I'm feeling this time. And put it up against the road, and we're going to nudge it this way. Actually, we might want to leave a little bit of room there to get around. A little bit of room to get around there. And boom. And move our hub there. Now, another thing I want to do is I want to bring all the resources to me. So I don't have to go to the resources, right? So typically what I will do is create another setup here. So we're going to go ahead and clear the current designer, and we're going to load the factory foundations here. There we go, and those are just solid foundations, one of the first kind of ones you want to set up. And then we'll edit this swatch, and actually I already got a nice blue there, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab this, put that down there so it's all blue. Take this blue and do this. And you're like, Kidman, what do you use blue for? Ah, you're about to see. Let's do it. And we'll go ahead and say right over here. All right, these are going to be storage foundations. Right over here. Again, blueprinting is awesome. Then down here, again, matching the colors so that I can very easily, well, at least somewhat matching it, so I can very easily visually see by color what the heck it does, right? I'm a very visual-oriented person. I am a graphic designer, been a graphic designer and artist for over 30 years. A professional one, by the way. I've done everything you can do in graphic design. I have 100% achievement in real life, everybody. Not just in-game, but in real life, which is not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of hard work and decades of loving what you do. All right, there we go. Now we got our 4x4 foundations here. We're going to hit H. We're going to look and see if our arrow's there. We're going to go ahead and line that up nicely. There we go. And we'll fix the back side of that later on. But this is where our primary storage is going to be. In fact, I'm going to add this to number 9 on my bar down here so I can access it. And then eventually, by the way, you'll start to get a gist of where the center of things are. Like you can see, this is 1, 2 foundations over. So if you go ahead and just move 2 foundations over and then use this one as a reference, it will make it easier for you to see where you want to put that. And then I just use the hologram mode every single time, just so I can make sure that it is lined up. Just saves me from redoing it later. And then over here, we'll nudge this over. Oh, we're out of plates. Okay, that's something we're going to fix. But we're out of plates, so we got to go fix that problem. And what we're trying to do is eliminate this. Is us running back to get the thing, running back to get the thing all the time. We're going to eliminate all of that where we won't have to do any of that. But right now, we got to get that going on. In fact, we could probably do ourselves a solid here. How many should we got? Oh, mama, we got a big backlog. That means that our reinforced iron plates have probably maxed. Let's go see. we max this out. Nope, not yet. Okay, it's just not using them fast enough. I love that. It's a great problem to have. Because I have it doubling the plates, so we're going to need a bunch today. Check that second one. Oh, okay, that's really got a lot of plates. Nice. Okay, so temporarily, we're just going to do this. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get one of these going. And we're just going to take all this out here in a minute anyway. So we'll just split this, and we will run that in the Dimensional Depot. And that'll start running that for us. And we'll take a bunch of plates and just put them in our inventory for now. This way we got both things going at the same time. And typically I'll get concrete and plates going first so that you have plenty of resources for building foundations. Also great for when you're running around and you might build something way out in the middle of nowhere, and then all you got to do is wait a little bit and it's all in Dimensional Depot, and then you can build it again. All right, so we've got our factory area, our blueprint area. We've got a purple area here for building and whatnot. And then we have some storage going on around our particular area. Again, just using color to visually set this stuff up. And it really is really super effective. But again, you're kind of like you're playing SimCity. In SimCity, they have different type of colors for different types of zones, like commercial zones, residential zones, and for industrial zones. And that's basically what I'm doing. I'm setting it up like I was playing SimCity. And again, great game way back in the day. Have you ever had fried pickles? I have. I'm not a big fan of pickles myself. I don't typically like pickles either on my stuff or anything else. I don't know. It's just not my thing. But if you love pickles, hey, do your thing. It's not really my thing. But I had them at some restaurant, which I forget what the name of the restaurant is. One of those, standard restaurants that you go to. I don't know, Applebee's or something like that. So I try stuff. I don't mind trying stuff. But again, if it's not my thing, I just, meh. And right now, I'm just trying to eat well. Trying to get ready for this Vault Van Life adventure. Hopefully that we unlock at some point. All right, there we go. So now we have plenty of room for all of our basic stuff. Again, this will become the central hub of my entire base right over here. Now, another thing we need is something right across the way here that we can utilize as well. Right now, we have our quick wire coming up right in the way. But I kind of feel like we could probably just put it over here and whatnot. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Okay, now one of the things that I do like to have over here, and typically I'll put it on the far side here because I don't use it that much, which is, of course, our awesome shop. So we can just kind of sneak that right in there. By the way, we can also hit H and try to nudge that closer, but the hub has a hard limit of can't nudge it in that little spot. So good enough. All right, so there we go. Now we got this. Now here's a great little trick, everybody. If you do have an awesome sink running, you can put an awesome sink over here, which I'm just going to put it right there for right now. And then what I need is I'm going to need to tie this into the power, right? So I could run a pole all the way over here to this, but that sucks. You know what I would rather do? I would rather go ahead and take out the floor, add myself a connector over here, even though it's not part of the road, but that's okay. And then I can go ahead and run this and connect it there. Now it's all part of the ground. I will never have to see it, whatnot. And I typically will do it on the side where it's at. So I can just go ahead and do that. And then I'll just say, hey, I drilled a hole through there to make that work. So there you go. Now we got the awesome sink running. Now this awesome sink is actually not for production. It is mainly, or it could be for me just to throw stuff away. But mainly, oh, and I got it backwards actually. Well, that's okay, I'll leave it like that. Mainly what it's for is for me to throw stuff away. I'll just do it over here. To throw stuff away over here by my base, and I'm going to use this industrial storage here. So just kind of put this, let's put it right there. And then again, running our fastest belt right into the awesome sink. We're using the straight function, so it creates a beautiful 90s right in there. So if I have a bunch of stuff and I'm like, I don't want to deal with it, throw it away, I can throw it away in there. Now, currently, I don't have any power. And the reason why I don't have any power is I haven't tied this into the power grid yet. right? And again, we're going to adjust how we have all of our power grid. We're going to tear all this down, redo all of this. But temporarily, and you do a lot of temporary in this game, I feel like my base is always temporary at any moment. It is always in a temporary fashion. But we're going to go ahead and temporarily go ahead and divert that just so we have another connection. And then we are going to run that right under there like that. Very nice. Okay, now we, of course, connected this all along the road, and it is also connected over here to the Awesome Sink. Now, currently, the Awesome Sink is not doing anything, but if it was, it'd be 300. And you can see we have 18 coupons already, so now we styling. So we're going to go ahead and get this over here, and we're going to go over here. Now, the second thing that I'm going to unlock is one of my favorite things in the game, the Factory Ladder. The Factory Ladder is awesome, and you'll see why here in just a second.
Fun fact, architecture was invented when people began building buildings. If it had been invented slightly beforehand, perhaps more old buildings would still be around. Humanity sometimes lacks vision.
This is true. All right, don't need no thing anymore. Now I can just put a ladder there. And anytime I want to get up here, I can just take the ladder. Because the ladder is way more efficient. It's going to take less space. So you can see I can now go like this. You can even do this and then just take it out when you want to come up and down the ladder. But I'm just going to go ahead and leave it like that for now. And that's going to just help me get up here. Now, there's also some other things, jump pads and all sorts of fun stuff that you can do, which we may do. We'll see. But we just want to go ahead and get this going. Now, the problem is, though, is we want to look at how we have our blueprints. See our blueprints here? If I were to put this down, it's going to be in the way of my blueprints, right? But I can also run underneath here and actually just jump up into here if I leave that open, right? But, of course, if I'm driving my cars down the middle of the road, that's going to be an issue and whatnot. So I want to integrate the ladder into what I'm doing. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. It lets me highlight it. There we go. We're going to take that out because we have the ability, again, to run under here and jump up for now. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to take this out and probably readjust this down just a little bit. But again, I try to keep the grid of the thing the same so they're all square in what I'm doing. And so over here, what I want to do is I want to put down more factory things because I want some more factory stuff on this side of the road. And so we'll look at where that split is. We can see the split is here, so it's right here. So we want to nudge this way. Oh, actually, we want to put this also on 0. Right there. There we go. And then we'll turn the arrow this way just to be consistent and nudge this back here. And we're hitting it just a little bit. But it does let you put it down. And the reason why they let you do that, everybody, is because they know most players are going to hate that and they're going to want to fix it, which is me. I'm that guy. All right. And we're just going to bring this down here. And then we can go down here, use our parachute so we don't fall off. And we can go ahead and just run that. Ah, it's running into the ground. Ooh, I don't like that. Nope. Again, they know that players are not going to like it. So they're just going to go ahead and fix it themselves, and they don't have to worry about, going through and worried about all the clipping and everything in the game. And yes, I did pre-think this out, by the way, of where that was and how to get up through that thing. There we go. All right, so we got that done. Again, we're just building this base out easy mode. And again, 1, 2 right here. Make sure the arrow's going that way. And we'll get that right there. Hit H just to double check. Make sure it's lined up nice. There we go. All right. And then again, we're going to build it right over the top of what we have. And eventually we'll take all that out. And now we're going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. And yes, it's actually raining in game. They added weather systems to the game, which is pretty cool. Notice it turns blue, by the way, when it's not clipping. It turns yellow when it's clipping. That's very important. Help you out a bunch. Here our building. And again, we're just building a whole bunch of factory area. Again, having a place to build stuff is really helpful. That one we got right away. There we go. Lots of space here. And we can just go right over here. Get in our remove mode. And bye-bye space elevator. Now, the cool thing is the space elevator is not just sitting under that thing. That thing, which you can barely see through the clouds, will actually move based on where you put your space elevator and whatnot. I like how also, by the way, see how the water's coming between the foundations? And if you're underneath here, you can actually see it, but it's not hitting you, which is pretty cool. Again, I love little details like that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and build another space elevator. We get to see this animation all over again, which is pretty cool. And I like to put it where I have a little bit of room on the sides. And then kind of look and see how this is. I also like to put this thing forward toward me. I'm going to nudge it back just a little bit so it's not encroaching on my other line runs. And there we go again. And we get to back up and watch this animation again, because it's awesome. We need more room. Back up more. It never stops being cool every single time. Wouldn't that be cool if they could do that in real life? I hope I live long enough to see a space elevator be made. And I've asked about it too, everybody. I've asked a bunch of peeps online on Twitter. That we just don't have anything strong enough that has a tensile strength to be able to hold that without it just snapping. It doesn't matter. Nothing in the world right now is strong enough to make a space elevator. Because otherwise, they would make it, everybody, because that would be awesome. You could be launching stuff into space. Oh, here comes the big guy. What up, big guy? Flying by. Now we got our space elevator out of the way of the big guy. I typically build around that guy, so I'm not in his way. I didn't do it on purpose, though. I just realized that just happened. All right, so we got our space elevator back. We're looking good. Now, obviously, having the stuff down there and the space elevator up here doesn't help us. But there we go. Now we also want to go ahead and work on the back side here. Now, typically, I build my factory up really high. And the reason why I build it up really high is so I can go over the top of all this stuff, right? The only drawback of building stuff up really high is the fact that you have to constantly come back and get up onto your base all the time. So this one I'm not going to do too high. I've done it so high, everybody, it'd be way up there at the top. Way up there. Because all you have to do is find the tallest thing and then build your base just taller than that, and then you could literally cover the entire world with that. And I've built ones with supports and all that stuff before, but I'm not going to bother with supports on this particular playthrough because we're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff to get this going on. All right, we can also clear our blueprint designer here. There we go. And now we have our space elevator has a spot. Our blueprint designer has a spot. All of those things now have like a semi-permanent location. And again, more building, everybody. Again, this is why we made so many resources in the previous stage. So we can build big stuff. And again, building big stuff in phase 1. All right. All right, now we're also going to go into blueprint mode. Now, blueprint mode is awesome. It's going to allow you to snap this together much faster. I typically get it going a little bit before I get into it. Oh, okay, we used up all of the concrete in the Dimensional Depot. Let's go get some more. Again, this stuff takes time, obviously, but it is super fun. It's incredibly fun. In fact, time goes by really fast when you're doing this kind of stuff. Let's see. We have a bunch of stuff on us there that we could clear our inventory of, like all of this, and we'll put this over here. I always have these temporary boxes. Eventually, these temporary boxes will go bye-bye because they'll all be in the Dimensional Depot. Speaking of, let's throw all this stuff in the Dimensional Depot. We'll keep our tickets for now. We can put our circuit boards in there. I think we can hold more of these in there now. Keep those for now. We don't need these right now. And try to organize these so they're in numerical order. There we go. And then we'll grab some more concrete, because again, at this point, I am outdoing the dimensional depot. Depot is not going to be able to keep up with me. I'm just going way too fast for it right now. All right. Now, instead of running all the way back, you're going to see I'm going to make a lot of temporary ladders. Again, make my job nice and easy. There we go. And we need a bit more of our road. And again, since we can now use our blueprint snap, notice that blueprint snap right in there. And then this is going to go way faster, as you can see. And blueprint snapping is awesome when it works. It doesn't always work perfectly. It can be obnoxious and annoying in the way that it works. But it is what it is. Again, these are all going to snap perfectly to grid. And we are going to really go to town now. We ain't messing around now. Now you know why I backlogged so much concrete and so much stuff here. So we can build out a big, flat, what I call horizontal factory. Horizontal is when you're just doing everything flat on a single plane, where you're not working in a vertical way. We'll get into vertical building here in a bit. But right now, we just need a lot of room for a lot of various factories that we're going to work on. And notice I'm building toward this direction, toward the resources over here. Out of plates again. Kidding me. Wow, you're burning up resources like nobody's business. Yeah, but look at this. Boom, right by the plates now. How convenient is that? Grab some more. Put one back just so I have an empty slot so stuff doesn't drop on the ground. And then, yet again, ladder. Ladder is awesome. Ladder is much more effective than a ramp, I think. But then again, I'm old school, so there you go. And we're building out one of the largest factories I think I've ever done in phase 1. I can definitely confirm this is definitely one of the largest ones I even bothered to do. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to centralize our power. And to do that, we want to take the things that use our power, right? So, or things in this case that augment our power. So we're going to take out the augmenter. We're going to take out the battery. And we made a little thing on the ground there. What do we got in there? Oh, just a little bit of frames there. I got an idea. We'll just put these in the dimensional depot. And we'll grab those. There we go. So I want to move all the power by me so that I know what's going on with my particular power. And we're going to end up making a lot of our storage power. Now, I typically like to put the storage power off out of the way because I don't need it right next to me all the time. So I'll typically take the power storage here, and I'm just going to put it along the edge here. Now, there is an actual connector up there at the top, so you want to think about how you're going to do your connectors. And then it actually sits perfectly in the middle of that. Now, I can actually increase my overall power consumption or power backup like this. How many was that? 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay. Then here in the back, away from me and away from my thing here, we want to put this power augmenter in here as well. We want to add a little bit of additional space here. Again, keep it away from your hub or you're going to be listening to it going all the time. It's going to be obnoxious as hell. So keep it away from what you're doing. So I usually put it over here by where my power is at, so I don't have to listen to it constantly. You want to leave a little bit of room, and we're going to square it off to the foundation somewhat. Let's see how we look in here. Same there. And there we go. Nice and centered. There we go. All right, then we're going to go ahead and chain these together like this. And then we're going to, of course, use our underground power to our advantage. So we're going to put one right there. I don't think that was in the center. It was not. There we go. Try that again. Connect that into the ground. And then over here, our power augmenter. Go ahead and connect it. We can see it's right there in the front. Take this out. Put that right in there. Oh, you know what I might do in this particular playthrough? We might go ahead and get another swatch here. We're going to go green. Nice green there. Green is what I use for power. And then we'll say select color. What I'm going to do is wherever I have one of those things, I'm just going to go ahead and put a green marker there so I know where the connector is in case I need to access that connector later. I'm just going to have that like that. Very nice. Okay. And then again, I can just pick these up. And when I want to connect the power underneath, so I know where they are. Like that. Very awesome. And then this one over here, put that back in there. Then color it in green so I know there is a connector under there. All right. Then we can just connect this to the primary power, which is running to everything else right now. And these are all going to start to backlog. Now, when you take your power connector out, watch it start up. It's going to do its thing. There we go. When you take your power stuff out, you lose all your backup power, right? So the second you take that out, now it's got to charge that back up again. But believe me, I've got plenty of extra power. And you can see once the power augmenter kicked in, it's now got that plenty of power there. Again, all these are going to charge up in no time at all. And then we can just cover this back up again. Mark it that we know that's a spot where we have our connectors. I think I'll probably do that along the road eventually here too. And now we just basically 5 times our backup power. So now we have a massive amount of backup power. So very, very cool. We'll let that cook. Now over here, we need a lot of smart platings. And we have some connection over here. Now eventually I will need smart platings for other things. So what I like to do is to go ahead and make some storages. Right here. Now, for some reason, these ports do not allow you to line all of these up. So if I were to put another one right here, you can see it's not going to be lined up. So typically what I will do is line up the center one, and then the other two will kind of be offset. So we're going to hit H, and we're going to nudge that. We've lined up the center one, and I like it to be back a little bit so I can actually see if it's actually focusing in there. And then we will make another one here. And this is because we're doing all of our steel production now. We can do these much bigger ones. And then this one's just going to curve in. This one's going to go straight in. And again, notice I'm using those Mark III belts now too. All right, awesome. Now what I want to do is reverse engineer my production. So I want to have my very first one here be the smart platings. And eventually, of course, we want to do also our versatile framework and all our other stuff. But you can see I have lots of room over here to use it. So I don't necessarily have to put it right here in the center. I can go ahead and put it along the road. This way, if I need to access it or do anything with it, I can totally do that. And because I have so much backlog of resources now, I can not have to put it right up against something because I only have enough to do a small connection. Eventually, we're going to have so many of these steel beams that we can do it from any distance, really. But we're going to work backwards. So we're going to go ahead and put our assembler down. Notice that we have a lot of extra rotors. We have a lot of extra things that we were just struggling with at the very beginning of the game. Not an issue now. So we're going to go ahead and put this along the edge of the road here. Like so. I think there's a ladder there. See how it's red? That means there's something in the way. Yeah, there's a ladder right there. I think I forgot to take out my ladder here. I get the ladder without getting the foundation. Nope. Got to take the foundation out. Sure I'm not in blueprint mode. And I can go ahead and get rid of that ladder now. There we go. Put that back in. See how those visual clues give you an idea? Hey, wait a minute. You want to do that thing. You want to fix that thing. All right, I'm going to put this right along the road like this. Then we'll go ahead and take this one. And we'll run it over here using our straight mode. Now, straight mode is going to make it look beautiful. It's going to give us a nice 90 and then another 90 there. Again, normally I would not run it that far away, especially in the early game, because again, I want to use the minimum amount of resources. But now we got lots. Okay, so we need reinforced iron plates and we need rotors. And we're going to go ahead and replace our smaller boxes with our bigger boxes here. And again, remember that these do not line up, so it's going to be real awkward when you go to run those like that. Now, if you want to be a stickler about it, you can go ahead and just move it over a little bit so they're both centered. I typically don't do that. I just move them back enough where I can make a curved one. I make one straight and one a little bit curved. You do you. You can make them both curved and move it over a little bit and try to adjust it. I feel like it's a waste of time. Waste of time. I just want to do the thing and move on. Okay, now we have two items that we want to go ahead and put in here. Our reinforced iron plates, which we're going to go ahead and put right there along the road. And we're going to say reinforced iron plates here. And so when this comes out, it's going to go into the left one. Now, another thing that we do want to make is our other item, which we're going to put right next to this one, which is, of course, our rotors. Now, we want to set this up so that we can do the 100,000 that we need to do up there in the upper right. You're like, get 100,000? Yep, 100,000. So we want to set those up. So they're going to do that. Everything is going to end up here at this particular spot. Now, I do want to, of course, have a backlog of these resources, and these are going to be way too close to each other, but I can tell you already. So the outside one, of course, is going to be straight. The inside one is going to be slightly curved, and that is now going to encroach a bit in onto this one. So we're going to need to push that one out just a little bit just to make the boxes line up a little better. So we're going to go ahead and take this one back out. And we'll take all this out, and we're going to go ahead and put our boxes in first, like this, and then we're going to take this and put this in, hit H, and then we'll stand right here. I love to stand in front of the box and then line it up that way, even though you have this kind of guideline which is showing you. I like to stand in front of the box just so I can visually see it a little easier. And there we go. So now we have that one straight, and this one slightly curved, and then, of course, we'll want to run our power. Now, on these particular ones, I'm just going to run them like this. Later on, supposedly, we can... Oops, I didn't even make it. Supposedly, we can chain these together, which we'll try to unlock. Okay, you're being awkward. Get up there. My parachute went off. So there we go. So we just take a look at what we got going. So I'm just going to go ahead and tie them there. Another cool thing you can do so it's not in the way, if you are running the power line, you can actually put them up on your storage. Not the power pole. If I were to get the power pole like this and try to put it on here, you're like, Kidman, I can't do it. I tried it 100 times. That's because you need the power line. So power line to here. And check this out. You can put it right in the middle if you want. I like to put it right at that spot because there's like a little spot there on the top of the storage. And there we go. So now you got it up out of the way so it's not encroaching and you don't have your lines going through the middle of a bunch of stuff. Now the drawback is I do want to take this and connect this into the middle of the road and whatnot over there. But the reason why I keep this here is to check the power, how my power is doing. Currently, no power. But you can run this through into the ground if you want. And I'm just going to go ahead and I see I've got a connector here. So just to make this nicer, I will just go right there. And I will run a power connector there to there. And then these need to chain back to the actual power. That's why I leave this open because I'll go in and chain that out. And there we go. Okay, so that chains all the way down. And then it comes across. And then we'll just connect it up to there. And again, it'll clip through some stuff there. Depends on if you have a problem with clipping. We're not going to worry about it right now. And we'll color that green so we know there is a thing underneath there. Okay, so now we have power for our stuff here, which is pretty awesome. Then we're going to take this power and we're going to run it forward. So this will all be on the same circuit. And if we want to adjust the circuit, we can. But we're going to also run it to our front power there. All right, awesome. And we want to make sure to reconnect this into the system. Very cool. All right. So what we want to do is replace the production of down there with our production up here. Now, another thing that we're going to need to make, of course, is all of the stuff that goes before this, right? to make 100,000 of these bad boys. So reinforced iron plates, we're going to need iron plates, and we're going to need screws. So we'll go back here. And again, working backwards is awesome. Everybody, it really does make this a lot easier. And I'm going to move this back just a little bit to make it easier for me to run the lines and all of that. So we're going to have this, and we're going to have this. Again, first thing we're going to do is plates. And those plates are going to run in there, and we want to make reinforced iron plates. So plates and screws. And then this one is going to be screws. Now, I have another thing I call the rule of 8, and it's the ultimate. It's an 8 sideways, so it's an infinity symbol. And basically, hey, what up, Shepard? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. So there is the ability to 100% make your stuff efficient, and we'll do the Kismet rule of 8 later on, but right now we're just going to do the bare minimum just to get this stuff running, right? So we want to run that in there, this one in here, and you can see we already have a problem. Right now these are kind of like this, but it's okay. We just have them all lined up to make our job easy. So what do we need? We need some iron ingots in here. We need 60 per minute to just run it at its full amount. And before, we could only run it at half speed because we didn't have enough to make that happen. But that's okay. We can go ahead and probably run more now. So we want to go ahead and think about how we're going to do this. And again, the more things we put back here, the more you realize you got to make these wider to accommodate those things. Now, here's the problem with our smelters. We're going to run 2. Our problem is that it takes double the amount of objects in there, right? Double the amount of ore, because we are playing in the ultimate mode, the hardest mode that you can play. So it takes twice as many resources. So it takes 60 instead of 30. And then, of course, the next one uses twice as much. So now you use 4 times the resources, 16 times, etc., or 8 times, and then 16 times. You get the idea. So we need to have 60 per minute going into this one. And we're going to need 60 per minute going into this one just to produce the 60 that we need to go ahead and process the full amount of plates, which is 20 per minute. But if we go up here, we can say, how many do we need? Well, wait a minute. We need 60 per minute up here, right, to equalize that. And so that's 60 per minute. It's going to output 5 per minute. And then over here, we're going to need around 4 per minute. So really, we could use less than 60, but here's the cool thing. This will actually give us extra plates and start to backlog those extra plates. We could also tap into the top area there and run the extra plates over to where our base is, which is what we're going to do. Or we could have this one coming out and that one going into there and this one going underneath, and we'll run that underneath, which is actually what we will do. We use the bottom one to run underneath if we have enough space. Let's go ahead and check our space first. For our underneath run. Oh, I don't have the thing yet. I don't have the thing yet. It's okay. We'll deal with it later. But we could totally do that and run all of that stuff into the ground. You'd probably have to move it back a little bit so it wasn't clipping. But it's all good for now. But we're not going to worry about this. We're actually going to end up underclocking this to just run. Because remember, we can let it run an infinite amount of time on the server. So we can just keep letting it run and run and run. So even if it's running at a slow speed, which is what it's doing right now, we have boxes and boxes of it backlogged, which is pretty cool. You definitely want to make sure that you do have boxes in all of the different stages so that you can backlog those reinforced iron plates. Back here, we can backlog a bunch of plates. And so on as we go back. So instead of doing this right here, we definitely want to have a backlog of those iron ingots, and then you don't really need a backlog of them, but I typically like to have a backlog in case I need to convert something for whatever reason, like that. There we go. So that's in there, and then we're going to go ahead and get our smelters. And again, you can see this is getting pretty long now. Pretty long, and then we're actually going to back up just a little bit more, and then again double smelter here, so at least our plates are going to be running at the high speed but not the reinforced iron plates. Now we're going to also go ahead and merge these back together, and so I'm going to hit E to switch to merger. Notice I only have the splitter on my bar. This took me a long time to learn this, everybody, that you only really need the splitter on your bar, and then if you hit E, it'll switch between all of your different options for your merger and so on. And I also noticed that these are all Mark III belts as well. So this is going to run much faster than our current one is running. So there we go, looking good. And now what we're going to need also is a bunch of iron rods here, right? But to do iron rods, we actually need to move this back because we want to make rods and then make screws. So we're going to go back here and we're going to do this. And then this is going to go into there. And this is our iron rods. Remember, we can always scale these up later as well. And we can also overclock them, which would take a massive amount of power. Probably not going to do too much overclocking in this particular playthrough because, again, it takes 5 times the power. So pretty crazy, but we'll get into overclocking later on for sure. So 20 iron rods is what we can make there. And what do we need? We need 20 iron rods. There we go, to make some 40 screws. Now, of course, you want to make way more than 40. In fact, you'll make thousands upon thousands of screws. This needs 120 per minute to keep that going. Wait, actually we didn't switch this. Hold on. We need to switch this back to rotors. There we go. Because we copied the one over here, and it copies whatever you do. So copy the reinforced iron plate one, and then put it here. We actually want rotors. All right, so 40 per minute, and then we're going to need so many screws. So we need not only the screws here, but we actually need iron rods separately, right? So iron rods here as well. So iron rods that become screws and iron rods that just are running into these boxes. Oh, those are the screws for the other one. Oh, hold on. We got this. We got this over here. Yes. And then this one needs screws in this side. So we need to push out some screws on this one. So that's going to be that one. And that is doing rods to screws on the first one. And this one is doing our plates. Here, yeah, so this is going to make our plates. And this is going to make our screws. And this is going to make the rods for the screws back here. Very nice. And then back here, we need another storage. This into here. And again, just like you feel like, man, that was a lot of room, but really it's not. Really it's, oh, nope, that's the wrong one that goes there. Take that back out. That's a road. Okay, so now we need another smelter back here, which does this part. So this smelter is going to make iron ingots, and those ingots are going to go, ingots, into here to make these iron rods. Why is this screws? This should be rods. There we go, rods. Okay. Okay, so that's going in there. We're producing that. This is going and making plates. Yes. Okay. This one here is our screws. And this is our rods. Okay, good. Now we want to go ahead and work on this outside one. So we're going to make screws here. And this one is going to be rods also. All right, very nice. And then we got that. We want to backlog some more of this. Line that up. Line that up. And creating basically caches in between. So if power goes out or whatever, you also have a backlog. Plus, if I need some rods, there might be some backlogged in there, depending on how many I'm running and whatnot. And of course, I can divert these rods and divert the plates and divert all that stuff so I can use it. Very hard to keep this stuff going sometimes, though, in your head. So good to keep these things nice and organized. All right, so this is rods. This is screws. Right? Right, yes. We'll do rods there. We'll do screws here. How about that? That works good. So we got our basics going there. So we want the raw ingots to come through over here. So we're going to go ahead and put this here. Raw ingots there. And then this one is going to be our rods. This can get pretty confusing pretty quickly because I'm doing two separate lines. But we definitely want our rods to go here so that it then becomes screws, and then the screws then go in there. And again, now we have the whole process all in one spot, which is pretty fun. Again, this part is really fun when you have enough resources to run all of this. Now, these belts are way faster than what we need, but at this point, again, you might as well use the fastest stuff, especially if you are going to combine a lot of this into one thing. And here we go. We're going to go ahead and do this. And I usually go kind of favor the left side like this. And the reason why I'm putting these two together is because if I try to connect all these together, it will be too much for the power line to hold, and then we can connect those across. There we go. And then we're going to bring this one forward. Connect that on that side. And then all of this forward. Let's connect all of those there and connect that back there. Now remember, I always need at least one line open, so you can go ahead and continue to run that power. And eventually we'll run all this stuff underground. But for right now, we want to be able to access our power, see how our power is running, see if we missed a power line or something along the way. We need a smelter back here. Now, because we can let this run, everybody, all I need is the minimum amount of stuff. The minimum amount of stuff to let this run. Now, we're going to go ahead and run some raw ore from there. And we're going to run some raw ore into this one. Line that up. So we want to have a universal starting point for all of our ore. And there we go. All right, got them all lined up. So how many inputs do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How easy is that, right? We got all that figured out. Nice, nice. We have all the logistics, so in theory, it should work. But we know that all of these, by the way, these are all going to be iron ingots. So we can do this. By the way, we can also hit Control-C to copy that, and we can go over here, see how it's not done, and I can paste it. But I never paste it like that. I always open it up anyway and then just paste it just so I can see that it's changing. Can't make it through those. So it is changing. So let's go to each of these. This one's good. And then this one. And you always forget one, everybody. At least sometimes more than one. Let's go to this one. That one's good. Good. Okay. This one here, already good. Sure, I got all of them. I feel like I already looked at these. All right, yeah. Okay, we're good. So that's good. Let's go ahead and check all of this. Iron rod, ingots. This is direct rods. Hold on. Yes, this is ingots to here to rods. Yes, and then rods directly to the thing. Okay, just think of it as a single line. It'll help you not get as confused. So this is iron ingots into rods. Rods are then going to backlog in this box, and they're going to come out and they're going to go and become screws, and then those screws are going to go into that box. Okay, let's check the other side again just to make sure. We're going to run the whole line. Now this side is plates and screws, so we'll go check this. This is plates, okay, and this is screws over here. So behind the screws we should have another constructor. We do. Which is going to make rods first and then run that in. And behind this other one here, we need the ingots, which should have our double smelters, which is awesome right there. Now, I can double this up. I can make it much more. One of the things that I would typically do in here is not typically build it like this. Later on, you'll see me build this in a much different way, where I just put as many smelters as I can for the extraction, and I make as many iron ingots as I can. In this case, I'm building it more in linear, so you can kind of see how I'm building it and seeing the different steps. But later on, you won't need to do that anymore. In fact, I could do it right now where I just smelt every single thing I can. I just get all the iron and I run all the raw iron into one spot. And then I just do what's known as manifolding, where you run the iron ore into one and into the next one, into the next one, and you just run all of it. Because all of the iron ore, other than when you're doing steel, is basically going to become iron ingots. So all of that's going to get converted. And the same thing with copper, and the same thing with other resources like quickwire or caterium. All of it's going to get converted, so you might as well just convert it all. And then split it up how you need to do it. So here I'm doing it a little different, where I'm doing each part of the process separately. And just so you can see how it's running. In this particular one. Now, I typically actually build this in a different way as well, which I call the Kismet Rule of 8 for our reinforced iron plates, but we'll get into that later on. That's a bit more involved. Okay, so now all we have to do is get the iron ore right here. Now, we also want to backlog that raw iron ore back here, so we're just going to put those there, and then just snap those across all of these. Try not to fall off. There we go. And again, keeping it off the road so it doesn't run into the road. Now, we're going to go ahead and take this one. Take that out. And I like to have one clean line run that runs all the way there. And those are just there for reference. So I can kind of line all this up nicely. And I don't like small segments. Small segments is what trips you up later. You want to have one clean line run. So if you want to upgrade that to faster speeds later, the whole thing is one. You just click it one time, boom, the whole thing upgrades. All right, nice. We have all of our power. Everything's looking good. We got to connect our power forward, it looks like here, because I can see that we have red on all of these. So I can tell you that my power is not connected backwards. Oh, okay, we got to split a line here. We got to split a line, so we'll get our power line. We'll go to our power pole here. We'll go ahead and pull out. Oh, we can't do a power pole like that. So let's disconnect this line. We'll take this one and connect it here. Yes, and then we can connect this one backwards. And then this one forwards somewhere. Oh, way over there. Okay. Boom. Now, see, when they're powered, they turn yellow. See, if they're red, that means they have no power. And so we want to see those yellow lights all the way back. Yep, they all lit up. They're all good. Very nice. Now all we need is a bunch of iron ore. And just so conveniently that we're getting very, very close to where our iron ore is. Very awesome. Over here you can see we're using some of this iron ore to do reinforced plates and such. We're not going to worry about that. Now, if we look at these over here, we can see that these extractors are Mark 1s. And so if we want that to go 60 instead of 30, we can just very easily go in, take this, click on this, and boom, now it's double up. So it'll replace the one that's already there, and now it's going at 60 instead of at 30. So that actually is going to make the run lines faster. Now you can see I already have this set to 60, so now it's going to make way more iron ingots, except for we're not going to use it over here. In fact, we probably have a bunch of stuff we can get back here, because we're going to move all of this production out of here. Well, let's just go ahead and take all this stuff out. And I can press Control, by the way, to very specifically grab stuff out of there. Like that. And that whole thing gone. Don't need the power line. And there we go. So now we've got that all cleared out of there. We can clear this out of here now. And so we can let this kind of backlog a little bit in there, because again, it's going to go much faster. And then over here, which this one right here is our primary ore node for our plates. Right now it's 120, and now we are really going to be styling, because we're going to upgrade that pure node. Now it's 240. Now obviously you can't run out on a Mark II belt, but if I were to go in and upgrade it to a Mark III, boom, that sucker's going to be cooking out of there. Big time. You're like, well, Kismet, where did it go? Why is it not coming out of there? Because it hasn't started back up yet. There it goes. Now it's cooking, everybody. Really going good. All right, now at this stage, everybody, we don't need these portable miners over here anymore. We can go ahead and clean this up a little bit as well. Oh, I'm dropping stuff on the ground. There I go. Get all that out of there. Get that. And I don't need to even keep these raw resources anymore. These have really helped us get past the first stage. Control, drag in the trash can, grabs all of it at the same time. We'll sort this so it ends up at the bottom. Like this. The last thing you grab goes at the bottom of wherever your empty spaces are. There we go. Very nice. We also have some stuff on us here we can put in the Dimensional Depot. Let's see. We can put some computers in there. We can put our tickets in there for right now. What else we got in here? We can put some of those in there. We can put this. A bunch of rotors in there. Get all that stuff out of our inventory for now. Let's optimize this. Let's see. 49 is the number one. There we go. All right, now give us a little bit more inventory space while we're working. Now we also want to disassemble all of this stuff. So we're basically taking out all of our production and moving it out of here. And we'll see if we got any excess in here. We do. Take this out and whatnot. All right, now I'm about to show you something really cool. So we're going to actually take that out. And the reason why we're going to take it out is because we're going to now turn it this way. Like that. And again, I start to square everything off, and I'm going to show you, I need my little thingy thing over here, a little awesome shop. One of the things that I use in architecture here is the steel beam. I don't use this road barrier because it doesn't line it up perfectly. The steel beam does, so that's what we're going to go ahead and unlock. We'll buy all that. Oh, I put the coupons away. Come here, coupons. Coupons. My bad. You got to pull the coupons out to use the thing.
Thank you for purchasing a license for these Fix-It Awesome Shop products.
All right. Now, this is going to be one of the coolest things you've ever seen, because this is how you do this in one move. I'm going to line up the foundations to the extractor in one single move, everybody. This should blow your mind, unless you've already seen me do it before. What I'm going to do is go ahead and hold down the control key. I'm going to go ahead and aim right at this, and then I'm going to rotate my mouse wheel forward so that it kind of connects underneath there. Then I'm going to click the left mouse button, and we can actually bring this out. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to ignore the first area here and go 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, which is actually 5 meters. Then we're going to go ahead and grab our foundations and then just roll over that. It's going to snap to it. And then we just go ahead and go grab this and then boom, boom. And that is perfectly centered, everybody. Perfectly centered. And one single move. All we had to do is put that steel beam down, and that is now on there. And you're like, Kismet, it's sunk down in there. Well, here's the cool thing, everybody. You just go ahead and take that back out again. You just go and aim at the node right here, and now it's sitting perfectly in the center there. Oh, unless I accidentally rotate it. Try that again. Non-rotated. There we go. There we go. And again, that is the only way to perfectly align that on that grid. And now notice that this grid is different from the world grid, right? This grid is the extractor grid, but it doesn't matter because I'm not going to use the world grid down here. What I'm going to do is take this and run that way up like that. And that's because I'm going to run this all the way over here where I'm going to be running my resources up very, very high. So we're going to do the same thing again, but much faster this time. Right over here. Notice also, by the way, I got oil over here too. We'll get to that later. We're going to take this and we're going to turn it in the same direction. Just to somewhat line these up. We're going to take our metal beam, control key, aim at this right here until you see this. Rotate your mouse forward. Click that, and we know it's 5 meters, so we can just go 5 meters. Now look at this, everybody. Look how sometimes that gets funky, everybody. Make sure that's not funky like that. Sometimes you've got to do your thing here. Again, sometimes it gets a little glitchy. Come on, get in now. Not snapping. Okay, this one's unusual. We're just going to click, see if it lets us do it. Nope. Very oddly. Not snapping properly. Wow, okay. Check out that node. Got to get it from a different angle. Nope, not centered. Okay, well, we found one that's a little buggy there. Awesome. I would love finding new stuff. Now, again, it should just snap right in the center. And it's being a little bit buggy on the way it's snapping. Again, when I hold down control, I should be able just to aim at that thing. Here's how we fix it. Main menu. Main menu. It could be my character is doing something weird, so we log out. We log back in. How much time's gone by? Oh my God, 3.5 hours feels like this. Feels like just a second has gone by, everybody. Feels like zip. Okay, let's try it again. See if it acts less funky this time. Metal beam. Hold down control. Oh man, that is not. There we go. There it is. All right, again, make sure it's coming out of the center. Otherwise, it's going to be messed up. Oh, angled. Angled that time. All right, I had to fix that angle a little bit more. Again, try to, because I have to stand to the side, it sometimes is difficult to see whether it's straight. Try it again. 5 meters. Man, that is not right. That is very busted. I never give up. Gotta find the right angle. Ah, there it is. All right, see? You gotta fuddle with it, everybody, as I like to say. Snap that in there. Soup those in. Take this front one out. Don't need it. Take out the alignment thing here. Take this out. Middle mouse button this one so I don't have to go and get it again out of the menu, which picks it up, and there we go, beautifully on there. So I knew I'd make it happen. See, once you know something is possible, everybody, it's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Again, we'll put that right up there. Very nice. All right, same thing over here with our coal stuff. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you got a whole bunch of stuff there. Yep. Oh, man, look at all that coal. You think I care about it? Nope, in the trash it goes. Bye-bye. We can always get more. Right over here, including this one, also a pure node, everybody. Pretty sweet. We're going to take that out. We're going to take all these foundations out, all this other stuff out of here. Because we're going to clean this all up, make it look awesome. Again, with our Mark II miner here, we're going to line this up forward. We're going to take our beam, hopefully not as glitchy on this time. Actually, we can put this number 7 for right now, since we're doing a lot of alignments. Come on, big bad boy. There you go. Make sure it's nice and straight. Yep. We could just take this out while we're at it. There we go. Scoop that back. Take this out. I hope you don't mind me going faster now, because I think you got the general gist of this. And then again, just RP that you went in and you cut a hole there and all of that stuff. But again, they only have so much time in the day. Only so much time in the day. So again, I like to have mine on foundations. And we're going to run that way up. Now that's just temporary, just to show me where that is at. And again, we're going to remove all of our production now. Our production is going to come to a complete halt. And we're going to need to kind of clear our inventory here for a minute, because we're about to make a big mess. We need a box right here. And I do a lot of this kind of temporary box dropping. Or just drop stuff there. I'll throw this in here. I'll throw this other stuff away that I don't need anymore, because we're going to extract a ton of that now. There. All the rest of the converted stuff we'll keep. We're about to make a big extraction of resources here. And we're going to remove all of this. And you see I'm being very precise, and the reason why is way in the background I have a bunch of boxes of stuff. And if I do too much, this is going to happen. See, look at that. We have a bunch of iron ingots and whatnot. Now here's the cool thing. Because we have all those iron ingots backlogged, You can run over here. Where's that ladder? Oh, missed it. if you do hit it in the air, you can grab onto it. Here's a bit of fun, everybody. You go in front of where this is at. Oh, there's no box in front of this one. All the rest of these have boxes. Yes. This one right here needs a box here. So we can backlog iron ingots. Guess we need them later. Oops. Right when I clicked, it moved. Ah. Luckily, we can use middle mouse button. I've had to retrain myself to use middle mouse button because back in the day we didn't. We didn't use the middle mouse button. We didn't have that option. But now we do. And again, you can see it picked up the thing that the other thing's doing, and all it's doing right now is iron ingots. But here's the thing. I got a bunch of extra, right? So I go ahead and put them in here, maybe pull some of these out of here, and say, okay, we'll put this mini in there, and we'll take this out. And then I can go to the next one over here, which is doing iron ingots, right? So we can just put some in there. And again, this is what I call infusing the stuff here. See the iron ingots? You can also put them in there too, but it's easier just to put them in here. A couple in there. And let's see what else. Maybe this one. Yeah, here. A couple stacks in that one. And so it's actually going to start producing. It's actually going to take those ingots and put them in here, and those are going to all start up. You see they're all producing various things right now. Look at them go. Look at them go. All right. Now, what is the thing I want to probably produce the most? Probably screws. So we'll go right here to screws, and we'll put all the rest of them under screws. Oh, wait. Nope. That was bad. My bad. That was the wrong spot. Behind the screws here. I got to take this out so I can then put rods in there because this goes rods. And then we want to back up behind the rods here and put them here. There we go. And then this we can throw in the trash. And that's going to go ahead and convert a ton of screws there. That's actually starting our production back up again, which is pretty cool. And we got more loot. It's on the ground there. We'll pick that up. Okay. Then we can also hit G to just take out the storages without accidentally taking out the awesome sink back there. And we can just take those storages out. And again, you can press Control and Release, Control and Release. And again, all of our power is going to go off as well. A whole bunch of stuff is going to stop because we're taking out all the things that go with that thing. And we're going to just clean that up nicely. And we'll leave our foundations. Now, one of the things I wish they would add to the game, which would also make it amazing, is everything but. Everything but this thing, right? So if I hit F and then I hit G, it's going to do that. But if I hit G a second time, it will be everything but the foundations. Because right now, that's what I need. I need everything but the foundation to be removed and whatnot. Now, I'm also going to start making a giant mess over here. And eventually we'll have what I call the universal box right here. And that universal box, it won't make 15 boxes anymore. It'll just keep, if your inventory is full, it'll just keep putting stuff in this box. In fact, this box can hold more than any box you'll ever make in the entire game. And it's pretty awesome because you can just keep taking stuff out, like big boxes like this, which are just full of resources right now. And if we go back and look at this box now, look at that. Again, it can hold more than anything. And I can just keep doing it now. And I don't have to worry about, again, coming back later and doing 15 boxes of this or that or the other thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a lot of this out. Try to get that over there. And we'll redo all that power later and whatnot. Okay, so we got that over there. I'm going to try to avoid taking out these boxes. But we will take out all of this stuff here. Tried to hit G and it It deselected it instead. Very annoying. Again, we're going to take out all of the line runs that we can here, and then we'll hit G again. Now we're on lifters. We can add all of our lifters to that, and away it goes. Okay. Oh, look at the rainbow! Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a rainbow in the game. Look at the cool rainbow in there. Neato. Neato stuff here. And then you can see I had marked the rotors and whatnot in there. I don't have enough space for that. Let's see. What can we put in the Dimensional Depot? Probably a bunch of this stuff. We can put, at least we'll put it down there in the corner. All right, there we go. We'll pick those up. And then again, we're just looking for the ability to work on this. All right, so this we're actually going to take and we're going to put and connect it here. Then we're going to take this one and we're going to connect it here. You get the idea. And so we're connecting all of this power together. We could make them separate, but now we got one central power connector line because we're just going to take all the rest of this stuff out, including all these foundations and everything that we had before. We're going to reuse all of these resources. And now this is going to directly connect way over there to that one. And now these are on their own separate power now. And those are all going to spin up. Okay, what else can we do here? Take out all this other stuff. Apparently we had some sort of ramp here as well. Forgot all about it. All right, now we're getting this cleaned up. Looks good. Where's our thing here? So we're going to take this out. Press G for just foundations. And we're going to try to get all of these foundations without hitting any of these other ones. There we go. You can see I do my stuff in layers here. And we're going to fix all this power eventually too. Again, the only thing that's currently connected is that. And then we want to tie this power across this way so that that goes back up and is powering the top part here, potentially. We'll see. What do we got in here? Holy mackerel. Look at all those wires in there. Nice. Okay, now this stuff needs a home. We got way too much stuff in our inventory right now. So let's go ahead and give this stuff a home so that we can get this going. We're going to go up here. We're going to slide along and maybe use our parachute because that's fun. It's actually faster if I slide, jump, and then slide, jump. Slide, jump. It actually starts to build momentum, especially on foundations. Okay, now what we need, look at that beautiful rainbow. Too cool. Fixing all that spaghetti. That's right, King Coco. We're going to fix up our spaghetti today. It's going to be awesome. And again, I use spaghetti in the beginning, and then I love to make it beautiful later on. All right, now our first thing here is going to be concrete. What do we do with that concrete? Right here. Our first thing here, concrete over there. There we go. I always put concrete first, the thing I'm typically looking for first. And right here, we're going to go ahead and put this forward. Notice I put this a little bit more forward than I normally do, just so it has a few extra on there. Then we're going to go plates. I don't know, just a kind of a design thing that I do. Then we're going to need rods. Oh, speaking of rods, need them to make the thing. Funny irony is I have a massive amount of them laying around. Right there. Okay, now we got our plates. We got our rods. After this, you could actually put your copper sheets and stuff like that, but I'm actually going to just change this now to reinforced iron plates because this stuff over here makes these reinforced iron plates, except for, I actually want to move that over by one because there is something we're forgetting, and that is these screws right here. So we're going to take the screws out, that out of there, take these reinforced iron plates and put them in there. There we go. Because I want to put all the stuff that has to do with the iron all together. Right now, obviously, stuff is going to happen way later on that you're going to need iron for. But you can see that I have my plates and also my modular frames, right? Because this all comes from, typically from iron. Then we're going to go ahead and get into our copper stuff here. So we're going to go ahead and find our wire, see if we've got any in the Dimensional Depot. We do, and we'll get our quick wire out too. So we'll put our wire in here like that, and now that's organized. You're like, yeah, but you can just use signs. I don't use signs. I can just visually see that they're right there. I'll use signs later on. Notice I'm going to put my quick wire next to my wire so I can find both my wires together at the same spot. And then we're going to go ahead. Again, notice I'm organizing it much differently than I have it down there. Then we're going to need those cables right here. Pull that out of the Dimensional Depot for right now. There we go. So now cables. And you probably guess what the next one is. Oh, my headphones are dying. There we go. And of course our copper sheets. Okay, we're looking good so far. Now, we could also put rotors and stuff over here, but I will eventually get to some higher level stuff down here. Let's go ahead and get our blueprint snap on like this and like this. And now my headphones have died. And that's because it's probably been like 4 hours. Yes, it has. Those headphones last a long time for being wireless headphones. They do last a good amount of time. These are the nothing ear things, which you can find on my website, kismet.gg. They're in the studio setup thing. Just click on them, take it to Amazon. I can't remember if that's an affiliate link or not. It might be. And again, if you buy it, then it helps out the stream. I'm going to get 0.01 of a penny. I'm going to get next to nothing for all that effort of doing that. But hey, you get something cool. So there you go. Again, I don't really worry about it, everybody. I put it in there, and again, if I make a penny or so later on, I'll use it for the stream in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do. Okay, so now look at how sexy this is, everybody. It's one of my favorite things. You just have all the stuff just lined up, right? Now, one of the things I might want to do, though, is I might want to kind of separate the next bit of stuff. Let's see, what else do we want to do here? Now, a great way to know what order you might want this in is, of course, to take your crafting bench, put that down, and then you can actually follow how you have this. So you can go iron rod, screws, reinforced iron plates, modular frames, which is basically what I'm doing right now. But you can see that I have copper sheets here along with this stuff here, but I went wire, cable. Actually, I went wire, quick wire, cable, and then copper sheets, because that's all the copper stuff. And then I have a bunch of other stuff over here, including biomass and all of that stuff. I typically don't keep that in there. But the higher end items I do kind of keep together, right? The stuff I'm looking for all the time. And that would be like rotors or steel beams, steel pipes, encased industrial beams. And of course the higher end stuff, AI limiters, all that. So before I go any further down the line here, I'm going to go ahead and change it to go this way. And we're going to back it up just a little bit, and we're going to leave a bit of room here so we can, actually we should start from the roadside. Leave a bit of room here so that we can walk and get to those other boxes. Let's say right there. And then we're just going to go to it here, everybody. We're going to get to it. Again, leave a little bit of a walkway so I can get through there as well. I could paint that as a road, but I think you get the idea. Now, I'm going to go much faster, everybody. Oh, unless I screw up, then I'm going to undo that first and then fix it. There we go. I gotta go much faster. Now, I actually play games really, really fast. I could actually play it so fast you'd have no idea what the heck I'm doing. But I don't do that, because that sucks. I think it's cool to see what I'm doing, and then once I get past that stage of, okay, you guys get the general gist of it, now we're gonna go to town. Okay, we can see that encased industrial beams and all this other stuff in here, and we already have modular frames over here, and those, because those are starting to become obsolete now, so we're going to come back to those later. But one of the things, again, that we're going to be looking for would be rotors. So we're going to go ahead and put rotors in there. And then, even though encased industrial beams typically are probably considered before rotors, I put them after. Like this. Oh, we have none in there. All right. Well, I happen to know where the heck they're at. Let's go. Oh, you know what we could do? I wonder if we have enough. on us to make it happen. Let's see. Yeah, get our Explorer out. Really should get our factory car going. We'll get into that here in a bit. Biofuel, but I want to show you something here. Solid biofuel, not on us. We put it away. Oh, we're going to have to make some. Which hopefully we have some. Yeah, see, we have a bunch of leaves and wood or biomass in the dimensional depot, and that allows us to make a little bit of this. We're not going to make that much, just a little bit. There we go. I'm going to show you what happens when you use the Doom Buggy on foundations. It actually does pretty good. The only problem is it does have a tendency to spin out from time to time, and it leaves dirt marks on your base. Now, the problem with putting a whole bunch of foundations down is the fact that those, oh, there it goes, is those foundations or things that are in your way, but you can drive over them, as you can see with this particular one. The other one does not like to drive over the square one, but this one will drive over those if they are in your way. So again, allows it to drive around a little bit. Personally, I like the factory cart. In fact, you can even automate the factory cart, which we're going to do. It's going to be super fun. Okay, so we need some of this stuff that's down here and all of this stuff up here as well. We got a box full of stuff over there. Here's what we want to do. We want to go ahead and jump down here. And we're going to grab this ladder, and we're going to put a ladder on this side as well. Now, it makes a certain distance ladder, and then one of your power storage supplies is draining. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got too much stuff going. We got too much power going somewhere. All right, now I'm going to fill my inventory full of this stuff. And then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to show you a trickier way of doing this. The first thing we're going to do is go up here, and we're just going to make a few storages right here to help us out with all of this, because we have to get all of this out of this box down here. God, I love that parachute. It's like my new favorite thing. Look at how much stuff's in here, everybody. There's a lot of stuff in there. Now, I could run it all the way back to my base, but I'm going to show you a little trick. That is awesome. And we're going to go here and here. Oh, man, there's a lot of loot. So I typically like to do this manually, so you can see the difference between manually running up and down the stair or up and down the ladder 500 times, and a much smarter way of doing it in the long run. And you think maybe you could take that out and get that in your inventory, but you can't. You can't actually take this out. It doesn't allow you to deconstruct it. You have to physically take the stuff out of there. There we go. Now here's what we're going to do. Make this much easier on ourselves. We're going to go right over here, and we're going to look like this, and we're going to look at our inventory. We're going to fill our inventory full of stuff right over here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take these out, and it put the box right there, everybody. So yeah, now the box is up here. And you're like, well, big deal, Kismet, the box is up there. What does that mean? Oh, let me show you. Oh, man, I got still need another one. Still need another one. All right, so I'm just going to clear my inventory. Now, what happens is if I take this all out, everybody, if I say take all this stuff out down here, all these plates, all this stuff along here, all these foundations, I'm just going to go nuts. And if I take it out, guess what? It doesn't drop where I'm at. It goes right into this box. So now, instead of having to go down there every time to get it, it's now automatically teleporting itself up here. I know, cool, right? Very cool. We'll take out our ladder here. We're going to take everything out. Oh my gosh, so much stuff. It's all the stuff. Now again, I could go down there and take it out, and it will still go into the same box. So this is a universal box now, where all this stuff is going to go. Now another thing I could do is to fill up my inventory, take this box and go way over there by where the where the thing is, and then it would end up in a box over there. Because remember, it's universal for the whole area in which you're at. So we're going to need to move all of this stuff out of this box and get it over there. And instead of me running back and forth, we'll just put in a bunch of storages, and then we'll go ahead and fill our inventory, make the box over there and whatnot. But I just wanted to show you that you could move it up, and then I'll show you how to move it over there. So again, you don't have to walk all those resources, because that sucks. All right, and then over here, we'll get this going. And we do need to reconnect all of our power and work with all of our power stuff. Oop, don't want to get the one I'm standing on. There we go. And again, we don't have to be up here. We can go down here where we're actually doing all this stuff. Like this. And we're going to take all this out and this out. So much stuff. So much stuff we built. But again, smarter thing to do is just to let this all go up above. Place all that. Again, this has all served us well. It got us to this point. Again, notice my inventory is full, not making a box. This is one of the few good uses of this box, everybody. Of this box, this is when you're trying to redo your factory, which is what we're doing right now. Again, all production now coming to a halt. And we're going to redo all of this. So this is going to be nice and clean. I'm cleaning up our spaghetti in phase 1, which normally I don't do. Normally I do it much later. All of this has got to go. All of it. Every bit of it. Try not to hit that stuff way off in the distance. Very easy to accidentally hit something that you didn't want to hit. Especially those power poles back there or whatnot. Now we're cooking. We are cooking. Boom. And trying not to hit those power poles back there. But if I did, I just put them back in. There we go. I guess we leave that ladder there for now. Now these, it won't let me pick these up because I don't have enough space in my inventory. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a slot out of there. Grab that. And now I've got another one down here, see? So you don't want that to be happening. You don't want to end up with a bunch of these boxes everywhere. I absolutely despise those boxes as well, so watch out for that. I'm not going to bother with that for now. And we're going to try to clean up our power here a bit. Let's go ahead and run this power. Where are we running this? Running this over here. Oh, that's coming up that way. Yeah, it's coming up from the geothermal power, which is what we're using, which is very rare that I do that. We got to go over here and get some of our rods. Oh, no, we got no rods. We don't have enough rods. Nope, no rods. No problem. Leave our little toilet there. Again, everything in my factory, even the stuff I'm building now, is always a temporary thing. But if you're doing it right, you are thinking toward the future in that way. Now, because it's not dropping in my inventory, I'm not getting any of these rods that I need to build these power poles again. But that's okay. And then we can take all this out here too. because it's dropping in the box up above. There we go. Very nice. Take that out. That we're going to redo. And we got these power poles under here. All right. Take that out. And this is why I've left this little spot right here where I can just run and jump up in here. There you go. Very nice. Then we have a bunch of concrete on us. And hey, we're right here. We might as well take this concrete and put it right in there. In fact, we might as well just go ahead and see if we have enough. It might be in that box back there to get our dimensional depot going again. And we do have enough of these in the dimensional depot. So we can go ahead and put all that in there, and it will automatically go into the depot. We do have some plates on us here. We can put those away and whatnot. Now, I do like to have a box back here, and we'll face it this way. And a couple of them I put back here where my little extractors are. And typically, this is where I will put my MAM over here. And I'll just go ahead and face it this way, so that when I have my unique items, so need those rods. Do we have any rods in here? No rods at all. Okay, we definitely need them rods. Take a minute, run over this way, and do our little slide jump. Slide jump. Slide jump. Okay. Now, we're going to look in here for some rods. We're going to control click it. Control click it. Nope. Not today. Okay. Well, then we'll just control. Whoa, what is going on? Okay, it's not letting me control click any of that. Something weird going on there. Normally you can control click it. There we go. All right, now I decided I want to do it. Control click it into my inventory, and I just filled my inventory full of rods. And we'll do a little bit of walking back and forth, but eventually, again, we'll just have it automatically pop over here, and then we'll put it away. All right, so I put some plates in there. I got some rods in here, like so. And then again, same thing here. We're going to go ahead and use this for the dimensional depots. And we will run that into there and that into there. And now I will never be without rods again, because it's going to automatically put it in the dimensional depot. If we go to rods now in the dimensional depot, we can see that it's starting to fill that up. And so again, I have a massive amount of plates, massive amount of rods, a good amount of plates, and a massive amount of our concrete. And now that stuff I don't ever have to worry about again, because it's automatically going to be running in there. Now, next thing you would think is screws, but I don't really need that many screws, so I would probably prioritize my reinforced iron plates first, and then other things like this. So we're going to go ahead. What do we need? We need some of these to basically make some of those, which is kind of funny. If you think about it, you need the thing to make the thing. And we need some more SAM fluctuators. So do we have any SAM stuff in there? Probably not. But we probably have a bit of it over here. And again, when you take all this out, it brings all of your production to a halt. Though I could start the production up again, but I'm not really that much of in a hurry for it. And you can see it's doing some already, just from the extra leftover stuff I had. But we're not really that big of a hurry for it right this second. But you can see that it actually has done 20 of them up in the upper right-hand corner out of 100,000. So yeah, we might need a little bit more of that later on. Okay, what else? What did I come over here looking for? SAM ore is what we're looking for. Any SAM ore stuff in here that we have converted? There's some summer sloops. We can get those out of there. A bunch of raw ore. This I could just throw away. Don't need that raw ore anymore. Aha! There they are. Control click those. And raw copper ore we can just throw away, or we can just throw it away right out of the box. There we go. Don't need raw ore anymore. That I can get very easily. Same thing here with this. And bauxite, we'll keep a little bit of that. SAM ore, not going to need it. Throw it away. Again, so I'm also organizing it in such a way where I can just throw it all away at the same time instead of just putting a little bit of my inventory and throwing it away, a little bit of my inventory. You can just throw it away right out of here. Pretty sweet. All right, we got that. Anything else we might want to grab here? Yeah, let's grab some more plates. There we go. Again, I'm just doing it this way so you can see this way, and then you can see how much easier it's going to be here in a minute when we go ahead and move it. And I could have done it at the first place. I could have came over here and put the box over here first and then did it. But I'm just kind of showing you what can be done. All right, and then I also like to keep a little crafting bench out here. Oh, I got one right there. Look at me go. Keep a crafting bench out here for making stuff. Stuff that I can't even make in-game yet. But again, this could be a lot of this organizing. Now, again, you want your factory to be awesome. You got to put in the time to make it awesome. What we really want to do is get this all organized in such a way that we can go ahead and reproduce all the stuff that's currently running. So, what else we need? Oh, some wire, of course. And we didn't bring any wire, did we? No, we didn't. Now it's time to go ahead and stop doing this running back and forth stuff. Because I have been running a bunch of pipes and steel beams into the Dimensional Depot, I now have the ability to make a massive amount of these storages, which is going to help us tremendously. So we're just going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of these because we're going to need a bunch temporarily right over here. And we'll go ahead and put all that in there. Then we'll go here and we're just going to go one after another and fill these boxes. But we didn't have to run all this up the ladder, so that saved us a lot of time. Going up and down the ladder over and over and over. You're just going to get a general sense of how much stuff that was that we just picked up, which is a lot. A lot of stuff. And again, this will really give you the feel of, wow, you got a bunch of stuff down there. Yeah, for sure. Again, this stuff adds up fast. And then we'll make another bunch back here. Again, this is because we've been running all of this in the Dimensional Depot. So we don't have to run over there and get that stuff. And again, this would be a lot to run back and forth, back and forth. And I have in the past done it that other way. But we're going to use our techniques when we can. I'm not really sure how far the universal box is. But we're about to find out, that's for sure. Still going. Yes, I'm just throwing it in here randomly. And there it is. All right, we got her done. Now, what we're going to do is go ahead and fill up our inventory with stuff. And go way over here by where our stuff is. Where our storage boxes are. And then we're going to go ahead and take a bunch of... Oh, we can't take it out, but we need another box temporarily. Put that in there. There we go. And then we're going to take a bunch of this out to try to fill our inventory. We'll take a bunch of this out to fill our inventory. Then right here where all my storages are, I'm going to take this box out again. And now we've got it right there. Right there where we need it, right? And then we'll put these back in here. And then I will just make a little spot over here for all this other rando stuff. Over there for now. And then what we want to do is get all the stuff over here now, right? So right here, so we can just pump it right into there. Well, easy. Because we have it all in a box, right? We have it all in a very easy box that we can just take out all the boxes. And in theory, if it works right, it'll end up over there. So we'll see. Now I can take these boxes out from pretty far away like this. Zip. And then over here, zip. Look at how much stuff that is. There's a lot of stuff. Bam. All right. And I'm just saving you literally hundreds of hours right now. In this very one trick, I'm showing you hundreds of hours of running back and forth and back and forth. Again, you just saw me do it just a little bit, everybody, but look how many boxes that is. How many boxes and how many times it would take me running back and forth to grab that stuff. Now, I could set up a vehicle to drive the vehicle over here and drop the stuff off for me, but we could do that. But you know what? How about we just do it easier where we just run over here. Now, magically, all that stuff is right there in that box. You're welcome. I just saved you, again, hundreds of hours. All right, let's go over here and see what we got on us. And we're just going to fill all this up with all of these resources like so. Okay, what else do we need over here? We need our Mercer spheres back. So let's get those. Oh, I thought I put them in there. Oh, maybe they're in this box. Right there. All right, Mercer spheres. And what else do we need for our dimensional depots? Let's put that right there. Modular frames. Okay, we got some of those. We're going to need some wires, like a smorgasbord of stuff in here now. And then a ton of SAM fluctuators. So we're going to need all of that. There we go. Okay, and then constructor here, or crafting bench. And then there we go. See, I've shown you all my gaming secrets, everybody, for Satisfactory. That's some cool stuff. If you like that, put a 1 in the chat. If you just think I just saved you hundreds of hours right there, because I did. lot of hours of running back and forth and back and forth. Even if you use your vehicle to fill up your vehicle, you still get it back and forth. But right there, we just moved everything over here nice and easy. Then all we need to do now is to make a bunch of SAM fluctuators here to get all of our dimensional depots up and running. And then we don't ever have to run back and grab stuff, right? See, that's what we're eliminating right now. The need to run back and get plates and get rods and get all those things. And we're eliminating that need in phase 1, everybody, in the very first phase of the game. Pretty crazy. That's pretty sweet, for sure. Oh, and then we needed that wire. We burned up all of our wire here. I'll get some more wire. And again, you can see I'm using that box like a gigantic storage there. And it's really helping out. All right, there we go. Now we're going to have our things up there. Let's go ahead and get our wire. We're going to get our quick wire. We're going to get our cable. Copper sheets, which is not that big of a deal. And then we don't need anything at the end there yet. I always leave one extra for whatever I think about that might be in that row. And there we go. Those are all now running in the Dimensional Depot. And what the heck? Can we get more of this? We sure can if we just make some more fluctuators. Let's make some more. And we might as well do the whole row at this point. There we go. And more Dimensional Depots. And GG's. All right, now we're even going to have our screws in there. So look at all that running, everybody. Every single thing now running. All the basics doing their job. Oh, look at that. All right, let's get some more of this cable. And we'll go to our cable box. Ooh, full. Very full. All right, we got some overflow going on. Now, what I could do is take this and try to put this up on top for the overflow. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go back behind here. And I'm going to turn these in the opposite direction for now. And that's going to tell me that is going to be overflow. All right, what else we got? We got these bad boys. Notice how I got all of them because I'm control clicking and then control click to get them in there. And then the rest of this stuff here, we'll take these out. We'll put these in for now. Deal with all that other goodies in a moment. And then what else we got? We got rods. How are we looking on our rods? Whew, mama, those rods are full. Full of rods. This one is overflow. Man, we got overflow of the overflow. Reinforced iron plates. You're like, Kidman, you're going to use that on your stuff? Yeah, eventually. I'll use it for the smart platings. If I have a bunch extra, I'll take that overflow and actually run the overflow into the production if I need to. But right now, I need this stuff for me and not for that production. And then over here, we want to go ahead and put in our stuff there. And this here. There we go. And what else we got in here? What other goodies? Oh, more of these. Go down here. Put that in there. Let that start going in the Dimensional Depot. What else? Screws. Okay. Screws in here. Again, now I don't have to run back and forth, back and forth. I think concrete's on overflow. Rods are on overflow. Well, not quite an overflow, but a bit. Again, I have these reversed so that it tells me, hey, that's my overflow stuff. And then this is in here. Man, I got reinforced iron plates on overflow. Look at that. Mama. That's nice. Again, notice I'm separating them from each other so they're not in the same overflow box. And that's for a reason when I come back later and I'm looking for stuff, I can just hit F and I can look in that box and see what's in that box. And notice how it's just doing it. Now, of course, you could have multiple of this different stuff in those boxes, but it just helps in the long run to find those overflows. Once it throws it in the Dimensional Depot and does all that stuff, I'm going to be looking for that. I could probably put cable and that in there together. And again, we'll take all of this stuff and we'll go ahead and set ourselves up an actual Dimensional Depot over here. We need our stuff here like this, and we want a depot. We need more of our things and more wire. I always find it funny that you need the thing to do the thing to do the thing. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna have enough. I got 6 and I need 10. Is there any extra in here? I got 1. One more there. And then I need some wire. How convenient that I have a whole box full of it right there. Alright, now this one is going to be mainly for me just to run random stuff in there. So I'm going to put a little gap there. And then go like this, and this is going to run into there. Now, what I'm going to do is put all of these guys back into the Dimensional Depot, any of this stuff, this. So this is just going to basically do some of the work of the random stuff that I want to throw in there. Now, same thing with all of this. We'll take all of this, and we'll put all that in the Dimensional Depot. Now, it's going to take a while to do all of that. And if it fills up, you need to check it every now and again. That's really cool. You need to check it every now and again to make sure that it's not full and then it's stopped everything behind it. I think they actually made a mistake. Fixing all that spaghetti, we're getting it. Yeah, Pizza Head, yeah. So I think the thing they should have done was actually not have storage in the Dimensional Depot. This way you could do overflow. So if it went in there and was trying to go in there and said, no, it's full, it could have overflowed that object and then the next objects would go in there. Which you can't do. You can't do overflow with the Dimensional Depots, which is a huge bummer. Huge, massive bummer. It'll overflow the stuff outside, but the stuff inside there will stay in there, and it won't ever come out of there. And thus, it's in overflow. All this other stuff is just moving down the line, but it's not really dynamically saying, oh, well, this stuff's an overflow, let's overflow that, and the stuff that's not an overflow, boom, put that stuff in there. It just doesn't do it because it has its own storage. So it's a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. Also, we can put these in here, but this is going to be way too many of those. That's going to absolutely fill that up. So we're going to take this out. We're going to put 2 stacks of that in there. Normally in the beginning, you can only do 1 stack, but later on, you can do multiple stacks. We're going to do that so we know what's in that particular one there. There we go. And we got more stuff to sort over here. Let's go. We've got our summer sloops. Summer sloops are easy. We can tell that to do those. And what else? I see some more plates here. Ooh, mama. Got a lot of plates. Plates totally in overflow. don't worry, we'll work on all this overflow stuff, because guess what? We're going to be building a bunch of stuff. So we're going to need all those plates. Because we used all those plates to do other things, but of course it's going to be more optimized. So again, I'll actually end up using less resources in the long run. All right, quick wire. I'll put this wire back in here now, and then quick wire. A lot of that, which will run some of that in the Dimensional Depot. Anyway, down the road. What do we got? We got computers. We got some of these. Let's get some of those in there. Now, again, a lot of this stuff is from me just running around finding it. Oh, I actually did this wrong. This should be in here. Let's take this out. Grab this. Grab our stuff out here. There we go. So you can always redo it, which is nice. I forgot to put my encased industrial beams there. All right, what else we got? We got some tons of goodies in here. We can take these out, and this, and these. What else we got? A little bit of everything here. Ooh, mama, look at that. Take these out. Okay, where's our rotors? Right here. I love to have that problem of too much stuff. My favorite problem to solve. It's my favorites. Okay, and then try to make another Dimensional Depot here. Let's go over here, and we can make just enough. And again, we're automating all of the Dimensional Depot stuff, so again, we don't have this problem of searching for stuff. Wire. I keep putting that stuff away, and then I need that stuff. It means it just hasn't run in there fast enough. We're using it up too fast. What do we got here? The wire going in there. So you want to see if this number's going up. Yes, they're just going really slow because we haven't upgraded it anymore yet, but we'll get around to it. We are making more fluctuators. Oh, we need more of this stuff. Over here. Again, I have already made all of this stuff. And again, all I need to do now is just perpetuate what I'm trying to do. Which is this case, put an uploader up there. So to upload our rotors in there now. Nice, okay. Now these are already uploading way off on the other side. So I don't really need those right now, but we will try to get our other things going here. Again, as many things I can get going in the Dimensional Depot, especially in the early game here, the less I have to run and say, oh, I need some of this and I need some of that, right? It's pretty awesome. There we go. Eventually, we'll bring the Dimensional Depot over here so these can run here. And most of this stuff, when I'm producing this stuff, this is where it'll end up. It'll end up over here, automatically backlogging for me. So I don't have to manually run this over here like I'm doing right now. But I have so much of this stuff sitting around that best to just get this going. See any of these wire? Yes, this one here. All right, and then also we probably want to put these in here. A little bit of all this stuff in there, a couple stacks there. Now notice I'm not putting it all in there, and that's because it's just not gonna, it's just gonna stop my stuff, so we want to watch out for that. Did we get all the rotors out of here? Kind of looks like it. Okay. Let's go back here. What do we got? More plates. And again, we're going to use up all this stuff most likely at some point. And again, we'll take some of this and infuse it wherever we need it. Look, we got stuff in here we can't even make, everybody. It's just crazy. Crazy amount of stuff here. Do we need this anymore? No. We can get rid of that because we can extract that pretty quick now. I do keep the ingots, though, because the ingots take a while to make. Yeah, let's get all of this. And I love that that's an overflow. I love that. All right, where do we put this? Right here. Very nice. Now, another thing I can do is I can do this. Oh, wait. That's the wrong side. Wrong side. Those are my actual ones. Yeah, oh, I forgot to jump. I gotta have to jump a row. Here we go. Huh. Okay, put that one the wrong way. I got these mixed up. Oh boy. Yeah, sometimes it likes to change back to the default just to troll me. All right, fine. That was concrete. Again, I'm not doing these in any specific way. I'm just putting them in overflow because I know I'm going to just take all this out eventually. And that's why I put it in reverse. So I know that these are not my actual typical storages. They're just overflow. And so we can run a little bit of this out so we know what's in each of these boxes. There we go. In these boxes. So we can very easily visually see what's in there and then put more of that stuff in that particular overflow box. And there we go. All right, what are we trying to do? Wire. Any of these doing wire? Nope. No wire. And over here, wire overflow. There we go. Again, there's a lot of stuff to manage, so we brought it all over here to manage it a little easier. Oh, got a bunch of those in there. Take those out. Need those. What else? Man, none of this stuff I'm going to be making. Oh, this right here. We can take that out. Do we need quartz crystal? Probably in the long run. Motors and such. Got a bunch more of this and a bunch more of that. Yeah, there we go. And that is full. All right, let's go over here and see if we got any of this in here. Nope. Any of this over here? Nope. That in there. Okay, cable. Do we got any cable overflowing over here? We do now. Okay. Oh, we already had one. Overflow of the overflow. Never mind. We'll do 2 boxes of that in overflow. Got tons of that. Anything else? We're getting down there. And then this. Yes. Now these I'm going to go ahead and just put over here. My middle mouse button, that one. And then something I rarely ever do, I'm going to put it here in the road. Because I'm going to carry that back over that way. Okay, now I'm just going to hit take all. And we're going to have a bunch of random stuff. And I'm not going to bother to organize that right now. And then this stuff, though, I'm going to turn this way. So I can say, look, I got a bunch of random stuff in there. And you might need this later. Now, I could throw this in the Dimensional Depot, but we are going to organize all of this kind of higher-end resources, which we're not using right now, into here. And then, again, don't need any right this second. And you're like, well, Kismet, how could you possibly get that high-end resources? You're cheating. Nope. I went around and I found a whole bunch of resources from crashed ships. Actually, just hit take all. Oh, and there we go. We got it done. Got it done. Very nice. Get all that organized. Any overflow stuff? Yes, right here. Oh boy, almost an overflow of an overflow. Now again, if we're looking for any high-end items that you know, like motors or any of this kind of stuff, we know where that's at. And now we can actually consolidate this down in just a couple boxes instead of the massive amount of boxes we had before. And then this wood over here, we will go ahead and put in here, minus this. All right, let's make sure this is not... Yeah, see, no space left. So I got to take that out so it's not stopping my production. And since there's no space left for that, I'll put it here where I can find it later. And then that in there. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Organized, looking good. So much nicer than just having it spread out all over the place. Now, I knew I was going to end up going back this way, but didn't want to run all the way over there. But now we can just go ahead and grab these and use these up. back over this way we go. Okay, what do we got here? Iron ingots. Okay. And so we're going to put a couple stacks here. Again, we just want to see where this is and then just go right after that. A couple stacks there. And put a couple stacks in that one. And a stack in that one. There we go. That'll use those up. Over there. All right, we're getting there. Look at that. Like it was never there. Fred's like, you're doing a great job. I know. I'm awesome. Let's go bounce on Fred. Boing. Yeehaw, Fred. Get it going. I wonder if you zap him while you're jumping on him. I don't think I've ever bothered to do that. Yeehaw! Ride him, Fred. Whoa, he's gone. He's out of there. He's like, I'm out. All right, look at that, everybody. It was like it was never there. It was nothing like we had a big, gigantic base there or anything. Okay, now we need to think about how we have our line runs. Now, we have a bunch of line runs that run this way. We have them all connected all over the place. And you're like, Kidman, how do you have them connected? You're in phase 1. You have to use biofuel. Not true. Not true. I have actually proven that you can actually get geothermal power in the very beginning of the game. So pretty crazy. So we're going to go ahead and run this down. And we're going to connect that over there. And then I'm going to redo all of this here in a bit. Run this across here. Connect that into there. And again, we're going to run all this power together. Down to there. Kind of redoing this power structure here. All the way down into there. Okay, and then we have a bunch of power coming from this other direction. Where did we run that power down from? That's a good question. Where did I run it from? Did I run it from this way or did I run it from the other way? Again, I don't remember. I think I ran it this way and it came down the side here. Let's go take a look. And again, we're going to remove all of this spaghetti stuff. Don't need to take that out. Oh, nope. Don't need to take that out for now. There we go. We'll come back to that. Get a bunch of these barrels, so that'll start regrowing those. I thought I'd run it down through here. I did. Okay, right here. And I can see it chaining off over there. So now by connecting that, we just reconnected all the rest of our power there, which is awesome. And now we want to reconnect this power back up into the base. And eventually we'll replace all of these power poles with running underneath the base. But for right now, so we can see where all this is going. Oh, I can't even see the thing. That's weird. Oh, what happened to all my connectors there have vanished. Look at that. What the heck is going on there? Okay, back out to the main menu. Something weird going on. But there is enough Mercer Spheres out there for all the upgrades, and I have one depot for every item in the game. Absolute Nemesis. That's because I've played through the game many times, and I already know that. But thank you for telling me. Go. There are many items that you need 2 of. More demos per item. Concrete instances with 3 depots as well. This is true. Like some items, I will do multiple. Like concrete, I will do 5 depots. And with iron, I will do 5. Or for iron plates, I will do that as well. All right, let's get back in there onto the server. So I do use multiple as well. Right now, not using multiple because it takes time for me to build the structure. So we're just going to log out, log back in again, and figure out why my... Oh, now my mouse is not working. Is my mouse dead, or... No, mouse is working. Oh, boy. Come on. Yeah, don't have my connectors, and my mouse is not working. Okay. That's how it's going to be, apparently. It's working there. Apparently, that's what we got. A little glitchy on the server today. And again, we have the server's been running for 320 hours, but my hours is like 50. Because, again, I set it and forgot it. All right, there we go. Got my cursor back. Did not get my things back. Oh, that is not good, because I don't see... It took out all my connectors. Yeah, all my connectors glitched out. So I can't connect my connectors again there. It's weird that it took that completely out of every single one of these. I don't know why I did that. Maybe it's a blueprint loading thing. That's a good question. Well, let's take out the blueprint. Oh, I saw it there for a second. And then... back to blueprints. So yeah, blueprints acting a little funky. Acting a little funky on the server. Okay, well, this is how we learn these things. That is totally the wrong direction. Yeah, you can see I'm using my blueprints pretty early on. Now remember, everybody, I'm playing the Ultimate Challenge right now. 100 times the resources in the... yeah, I'm going to have to replace all of those. That is a tragedy. Let's see if my batteries are still working. Yeah, it's still connected to all the power. It's still connected. It's not just visually showing me those. And that's okay, because we'll just see if we can get these connected together. No, we're going to have to... Because now, see, I can't connect the things anymore. So we're going to have to redo... I hate doing the same thing over again, but it is what it is. I could restart the server and see if that fixes it. But that's okay. We'll just do it again. Put it on blueprint mode. Ah, wrong way. This is why I stopped playing on the server before, because it had a lot of glitches. That was costing me time. And this will cost me some time, but it is what it is. And we'll just reconnect all of this, and then we'll have to reconnect in all that other power. I don't like glitches. It costs me time. My time is my most precious of resources. Again, everybody, if you're just coming to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. Longer than some of you have been alive, but not all of you. Yes, for a very long time, and I have been a gamer the whole time, and I proudly say so. I answer to nobody. I can be whatever I want to be, and so can you. If you like gaming, don't let anybody tell you anything different. If you like to wear different color socks, you do you. Whatever you like to do, everybody. If you like a certain type of music, people say that music sucks, forget them. You do what you want to do. Life is too short to have to bend to the will of other people who say, oh, well, this is what you should be doing, and this is what you should be doing. You say, I don't do nothing. I don't answer to you. I only answer to me. I'm the one who lives with who I am. So that's one of great freedom in that too, everybody. That you can do as you wish. Now, of course, follow the laws kind of thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to follow the rules. But definitely follow the laws, because otherwise you're gonna get in trouble. Get in trouble. No, it's never worth it, everybody. Never worth getting in trouble. Right? Nothing worth in the world to steal. There's nothing in the world that's worth doing all of that stuff. Oh, man, I thought I just connected that across. I did. Oh, I got to connect the central power. Then over here, you can see I have these green stuff in the floor, and they're there to remind me where those connectors are. And again, we're going to reconnect all of this stuff together. And then we'll just pick up the green one over here with the middle mouse button, and then I don't have to color it in again. Watch this. Bam. Easy. Okay, now that's all got power from the batteries right now. And now that we fixed all of that, we can go ahead and connect our central steam power or geothermal power running right there. And again, if we got this connected right, we should have about 5,000 power. Let's go ahead and check and see what we got. Yeah, actually, get pushing to 6,000 right now. We also got the power amplifier back here behind here, amplifying. That's right, in phase 1, got the power amplifier, the dimensional depot unlocked, as well as the augmenter in phase 1, everybody. And you're like, no way, Kismet, no way have you unlocked all of that in just phase 1 in tier 1, 2. Sure did, right here. You can see I did 3, 4, but I actually unlocked all of that stuff in tier 1 and 2. Probably the greatest playthrough I've ever done in here. Now, you might notice up there in the upper right-hand corner, instead of needing 1,000 smart platings here in the next phase of phase 1, I need 100,000. So instead of needing 50 of your smart platings in the beginning, I had to do 5,000 smart platings. So I had to find different ways to play. Played it more like an adventure game where I went around and I found a bunch of resources at all the crash ships and then used that to unlock some pretty unprecedented stuff in phase 1. Pretty crazy, everybody, including things like the vehicle, the Explorer and whatnot in the very early game. And now, of course, we just unlocked a bunch of stuff in tier 3 and 4, plus a bunch of other stuff in the MAM, which we still have a bunch more. But what we're doing is we're just kind of redoing the factory so that the factory is more organized and then also is more together. So I don't have to keep running all the way over there to where the node is. Now, this is what it's called, a central factory versus a node factory. A node factory is where you build stuff at the node, which is what I did originally. I built stuff right here by where the nodes are, and I did my plates and modular frames and all that stuff down here. But I don't need to do that anymore. I can actually bring it to a central area, which makes my job a bit easier, so I don't have to keep running all over the place. Now, what we're going to do is just go ahead and keep working these foundations back. Again, these orange ones are my factory foundations. Right over here, let's see if we're going to run into this. Yep, a little bit forward might be the move right there. Now, normally I would run this underneath here, but right now we're not going to worry about it. Yeah, that's probably good enough. And now we want to go ahead and run our raw ore. Now, this is coal over here, and you're like, Kevin, I don't ever remember coal there. That's right. Not only have I got it on the ultimate challenge mode, where it's 105 times, again, 100 times the resources in the space elevator, 5 times the power, and 2 times the resources compounding in every single machine that you have. But also, I've randomized the nodes and randomized the quality of the nodes. So it makes it tremendously harder because you don't know where stuff is, especially if you've played through 30, 40, 50 times like me. I don't even remember how many times. It's every single update that's ever been out, and a whole bunch of other times, even when I was in between updates as well. So yeah, like right now, we're doing 1.2, and we're just getting started in it, everybody, and that's part of the fun. All right, so we're going to bring this up kind of more at the level of what we're doing, and then we're actually going to run some clean lines here using our stackable poles. So we're going to go here, and we know we're going to need at least 2 here. So we're going to take this and run this down if we want, or we could use the side of this, by the way, to try to align this a little better. Now remember, this is not aligned to the world grid. It is aligned to the extraction grid, because each of these are on their own grid right there, and we perfectly have lined up those foundations in one single move. I know, pretty cool, right? And then you can see that I was able to line that up based on these little marks on the side here. You can get a general gist, or you can just visually get a gist of it there. But you can see now I'm transitioning from the extractor grid into the world grid. All the rest of this is linked to the world grid. So now we can make that transition even pretty easy. And we actually only need the 1 for right now till we get over here. And then same thing over here. We're going to put 2 this time. Like this, right? And so we've got 240 coming out of this one. right over here. And then over here, if we go look at this one, this one is 60. But if we add those two together, say we want to run them on a single belt, if we add 60 plus 240, that's going to be 300. And that's actually faster than my current belts that I can run, which is 270. Later on, you get some super fast ones. But that's as fast as I can go right now. Now, I've also got another problem of getting up and down, and that's why I always have the ladder unlocked. You can also use your conveyor poles as well, but I'm a big fan of just having a little easy little ladder right here, and then you can just go up and down. Now, also I have the hyper tubes unlocked, and we'll get into those later on, but right now I'm not going to worry about it. We'll get our hyper tube to just zip us up here in the future. But for right now, we want to use our fastest speed belts, even though it's really not necessary on this one. It's necessary on that one, though, because that's 240, so we definitely want the faster belts there. Now we're going to go ahead and adjust this again. This is just to give me a visual clue of where this is at. This one I'm going to put down, let's say there, and that's pretty close. All right, good enough. Now we want to get all of this over there. And now what we're going to do is go what I call max span. So we go 1 foundation, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 6. You're going to see it turn red when it gets too far. There it is. That's too far. It's actually really about 7, depending on where you start. But we want to go ahead and get this going. Now over here, we're going to go ahead and add some more foundations. Again, this is why this is so nice to just do your blueprints pretty early on and just do foundation blueprints. And because we have the Dimensional Depot already up, it's already running a ton of this stuff in the Dimensional Depot. Now what I need to do is I need to come over here and equalize how much of this is going in each one. Now normally what I would do is what's known as a load balancer. So load balancer would come in and it would go in and split it so it's even across all the stuff. Now we have 300 that we're bringing in. And what we want to do is basically kind of split those up to run in each one. So if we took 300, and we do have a spreadsheet available, because I always have a spreadsheet going on. I do a lot of spreadsheets available. Look how many tabs are down here. Probably got 100 tabs down here. So if we take 300, we'll zoom in for all you peeps on mobile. I got you back. Don't worry about it. Right over here. 300. There we go. And we divide that time by how many ever inputs we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inputs, right? So we're going to go 5 inputs there. Divided by 5, so we go equals this divided by this. Boom. 60 each. All right, so we're going to aim for 60 each, right? So how do we do that? Well, we can do a load balancer. So I'm going to do a load balancer here. Now, normally I would use what's known as a manifold, where I would put this here, and then I'd have it fill that one, and then once that one's full, it would go to the next one, fill that one, and so on. And I typically will do that in the later game, but I'm just going to show you how to do a load balancer just so you can get the gist of it. So here's what we want to do, though. Right here, you can see that we can only do so many, right? So we can only do those, we can only do these. So we need to think about, oh, wait a minute, this needs to be over here, centered in the middle of this one. Like that. There we go. And I'm just going to put it back here so you can see the load balancer a little better. And then, of course, we'll use our straight function to give us our nice 90s right there. Okay, so now we also have the need to split over here as well. And I'm just going to go way left on this one. And then nice 90 there. Nice straight one there. And we're good. So now what we need to do is figure out how many we need here. So each of these are 60 because we already figured that out, right? So 60 and 60 is 120, and another 60 would be 180. And this is 60, 60, this would be 120, right? So 120 there, 180 over here. So we're going to go ahead and get all of our resources over here and run them this way. And again, we can just run them all the way over here because we already know that it'll go this far. And we'll say right there, get 2 of those in. And we'll go to this one. Default. Oh, it's actually a little too far. Too far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, just a little bit. Right there. There we go. And we counted that out 6. And we'll get that in there. I got it on default so it doesn't do any weird curvy stuff with my belts, which I don't like. All right, there we go. And then again, over here. Now again, we don't have a belt that's fast enough. So we're just going to put this right down the center. And now we're just going to turn this corner. Probably should do the top one first. I don't know why sometimes I get in that old school mode of where I'm doing the bottom one first. The reason why you want to do the top one first is because the bottom one's going to be in your way while you're doing the top one. Now we need to remember which one is which. I can tell you the bottom one is the one that's going at 240 and the one at the top is going at 60. Now this may seem difficult, but actually the math is really easy because they are all multiples of 30. And everything that I'm doing is multiples of 30. So 60, 60, and 60, 60. You get the idea. Now, the top one here is 120. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to put this in here if we had to split the correct direction, because it loves to just rotate my direction. I wish one of the things that would do is when you middle mouse button this, it would also pick up the direction of the object, not just the object itself. That would be massively helpful. In here. All right, we're just going to put these on the ground as well. Normally, I would lift these up off the ground, just to give you the gist. Okay, so this is 120 times 2. So basically, it's 240. And what do we need over here? We need 60 and 60. So that's 120, right? So let's just do this. Boom. There we go. Half of it done. Right there. Now, the other one is going to be 120 going this way plus an additional 60, right? So if we take the 60 and the 120, gives us 180. So what we want to do is we actually want to merge over here, right? We want to merge the bottom line with this split line here. And really, that's all we need to do. So I'm going to hit E to switch from splitter to merger. Right there. We're going to connect the merger here. We're going to take this one and put it there just because I feel like it. And then this one, nice and straight. And we just did that math just as easy as that, everybody. Again, do the easy math first, which is the 120 and 120, right? So you're taking 240 and you're cutting it in half. So you do the 120 one, and then that's going to cut that in half to 60 and 60. And then over here, 120 plus the other one here is going to give you your maximum speed there of 120 plus 60, 70, 80, 180. Now, that's not the maximum speed of the belt, by the way. That's just the maximum speed that we need for what we're doing. And now, that's going to go make a bunch of stuff. In fact, if I let this run, I could just AFK right now, just leave the server, turn my computer off. It's on the server over at my buddies over here at G-Portal, who is my server host. I greatly appreciate them because they are awesome, everybody. They are amazing. So this is going to run 24/7. Even if I log out, I have the function of turn the auto pause off. So it's just going to run and run and run. And that is a guarantee, everybody. It'll never run out of resources. It'll never stop running. This will keep running and make those 100,000 that I need. And so that's going to run for the whole rest of the time while we're doing a bunch of other stuff. Right? So there's nothing else I need to do. That's up and running. And there we go. Now, one of the things we could do, though, is we could optimize the production so it's not wasting power. Now, you can see this is coming in at 60, so awesome. You can see that this one is coming in at 60, so also awesome. Over here, 60 again. And you're like, hey, man, that's supposed to be 30. That's because we have it on double the amount of resources that we need. So that's why we need 60 going into each of these. And see how I figured out all the math and I got all that figured out ahead of time? You're welcome. I did all that ahead of time, so that would happen in that very moment. All right, then over here, you can see that we need 30 iron ingots to make 15 rods, and that's what we're doing, right? So we're making 30 over here, and then this takes 30, which normally takes 15, and then it's going to make 15 rods each. So there we go. Very nice. That's doing good. So let's go ahead and follow our first level of extractors, though, right here. Let's go over here. And so this is going to produce 30 here, and then 30 over here. So this is 60 being merged together. And then over here, we're doing 60 per minute on our iron plates, because our iron plates require a lot more of those ingots, and that's why that one has a dual one at the end for the plates. Plates take forever. But we have our plates now at full capacity, right? It's running at full tilt. And it's going to produce 20 plates per minute. And that's going to run in here. And then over here, we can see, oh, wait, that's 60 per minute, right? So what we want is we want 1/3 of that because there's no point in going any faster than the fastest that we can go. And it's really 33.337, something like that. Oh, wait, another 3337. There we go. So that's what that is. So that's then going to go down to that lower part. Now what we need is we need both the plates and the screws to be running in there. So we want to see that our plates are eventually coming through. Make sure we got this connected. Looks good. You know what we could do? We can go here and we can grab some plates just to make sure that it is working. So we're going to go here. We're going to put some plates in here and see if those plates run in there. Yes, they do. Again, if you're wondering if they're working, just do that. And there we go. It's off making reinforced iron plates, which will end up in this box. And then those reinforced iron plates will go in here at 4 per minute. What is it outputting? It's outputting 2 per minute. Ah, that sucks. You know, it would be awesome to make that output even faster. How about some summer sloops? Let's do it. Boom. Now that's going to output at 3.333. Then over here, when we're doing our rotors, same thing. Boom. Double that bad boy up right over there. And so, again, we've got that going. Now we're going to backlog our screws and see how many screws that we're making over here. Okay, we're making 40 screws per minute, but are we really? Let's back all the way up. Back here. Again, right here, we're doing 30 per minute. 30 per minute, coming in, 30, going out at 15. Going into this box, ending up right here. Ah, see, not 20 per minute. Not 20, so we're going to take 1/3 of that off by going to 75. Now 15 per minute, screws are going to be 30 per minute. That's the best we can do for now. Right over there. Now again, we could use our summer sloops, probably not worth the power. Right here, so now we're going to go down to 30 per minute, right? So we got to cut that way down. What is it if we do it 100%? It's 120. So it would be 1/4 would be 25%, 30 per minute. Now we're going to be making more plates than we need, and that's okay. We'll go ahead and keep that rocking and rolling. Again, we could double all this stuff up and use a lot of power, but we don't need to. Just let it run. Let it do its thing. We're going to double it up here at the end, so it's going to double all of this stuff from behind. Okay, those are rocking. Now we know we're going to make a ton of those. Let's back up and optimize our power. Now I need to optimize the power because this stuff's using 5 times the power. So here we go, 30 here. Now let's just assume that all of these are the same. It's the smelter is 30, and it's going to go into the rest of these, so we don't have to look at the smelter anymore. It gives you an idea. Then 15 here, that 15 going through, going in here, 15 input, 30 output, looking sharp, looking good. That's all good. All right, now let's move over another one. Again, this we know this is going to be 30. Then here, 30 in, 15 up, and we're going to run that in there. It's going to use all of those. And so we know this is running at 15, so we want to go ahead and cut that down. Let's start with 25. Now we're at 10. Let's go to 30. I bet you it's going to be 33.3337. Oh, no. It actually is not. So we're trying to get it to 15. Let's say 35. Oh, getting close now. 38. Okay, a little too far. 37. Now we're trying to get under 15. There we go. And then we add our decimals. 0.337. 3337. Oh, very close. 4. 5. Oh, there it is. 37.5. All right, awesome. Now our screws need to come through at 75 per minute. And I can tell you, those screws are not coming through at 75 per minute. They're going through at 40 right now. And actually, what we could do is, boom, overclock that bad boy, because you need a lot of screws to get that going. Now, do I need more screws than what I'm producing? Not really. Not if you want to be 100% efficient. I need 75 screws per minute. Now, remember, all my belts are 240 belts now. I don't have to worry about the speed of the belts, really, for this stuff right this moment. But we want to try to hit that right on point. So what we're going to do is just go ahead and scale this down just a little bit. Let's see, 95%. Ooh, pretty close. 94.5. Ooh, way down. 93.5. Close. 93.9. Too much. Again, just keep working the numbers until it does what you want it to do. And then we'll go 5. There it is, 75 on the dot. Again, that just saves me power. See, it went down just a little bit. And I like to eke as much power as I can. Now, what's going to happen, though, is I'm going to backlog my rods now. So I only need 18.5. Now, here's the thing. I don't mind if it backlogs a bunch of rods. I need a bunch of rods. So I'm going to let it backlog in this box, and then what it's going to do is it's start to cascade back and turn all the power off of all of that stuff. And so it's going to start to backlog the rods, it's going to start to backlog all the iron ingots, and then it's going to backlog all of the raw ore, which is cool, because if I need any of that, I know where to go. It'll be nicely stored right over there. And my headphones have died again, because, man, it must be another hour or two have gone by. And those other ones, those die much faster than my first ones. They die. Of course, I've been using them continuously this whole time. Let me swap back. There we go. Alrighty. Now, we got that rocking and rolling. Get my light back on. And that is just going to make as many as we can. Now we're at 29. Let's see the magic happening. Come on. Let's see the smart plating. Ah, ha, ha. There it goes. Oh, go for it. Now, again, this is going to take a tremendous amount of time, everybody. A very, very long time. But here's what we're going to do. We're gonna infuse it with a bunch of power to make a whole bunch of those over here. Because anything that's now in overflow, I'm going to go ahead and put over there. So we're going, that's why we organized all this stuff right here. We've got a ton in overflow. We're going to grab those. And we actually don't even need this box. Bye-bye box. Okay. Then we're looking for any extra rotors that are sitting around right here. Get those rotors. And overflow box now gone. There we go. Now you know why I turned them in the opposite direction and why I'm going to remove them. Because we're going to go and infuse these in here to be used up. Because it's running faster than it can produce it right now. And again, I don't have it underclocked to the slower amount. And the reason why I don't have it underclocked is because we knew we were going to do this. And again, we got to make sure we're doing the right one. And so here's a little trick for you. What I'm going to do, since I don't have signs yet, and I'm not going to probably use the signs, is I just drop that there, right? Except for that's the wrong one. That one actually doesn't go there. It's actually the other one. But what we're going to do is go to this one. I try to stay consistent on the side in which I drop it. I'm going to drop it on the left side there. And then this one is going to be, we can probably put some of these away first. And grab a little bit of these out. And I just press the right mouse button until it gets down to 1. You can actually just go in and split it. But I do it my way. Like that. All right, that's going to remind me that's what goes in there. And there we go. So we got a bunch of those extra right there, and a bunch of these extra right there. And I usually keep like one box of stuff for me, because I'm not going to need more than one box for right now. So boom, burn those up. And now what it's going to do is massively infuse those with that, and that's just going to run and run. Now, this is the smart thing to do right here, everybody, is to double up on the smart platings. Now, why do I want to double the smart platings? Because it's the most effective thing to double right now. Watch how much power it uses. Normally it uses 15 power in the assembler, currently using 75 because it's 5 times as much. And watch what happens when it actually kicks in on those smart platings. You want to do this early on, too. So now I only have to make half of the 100,000. I only need to make 50,000 in here. Boom. Look at that. 300 megawatts of power, everybody. That's some hardcore stuff right there. And again, these ones back here also running the higher amount, and that's why I underclocked them. It's doing 48 right now, though, because it's massively underclocked, 82. But if I had these at 100%, this would also be 300 megawatts. It's pretty insane. Luckily, we've got our power augmenter over there to help us out. But now, again, instead of making 100,000, only got to make 50,000. And I'm also doubling it up back here, so I don't have to make as many of those as well. So very nice. Again, that'll keep that cooking in there. And again, our current speed of this is 2.5 per minute. And then over here is 3 per minute. So we'll probably end up with a bunch of extra rotors, which is not a bad thing. That's a good thing. All right, and eventually we'll end up with a bunch of extra smart platings too, which we need later on. And so all of that is good. Notice I don't even bother to keep the raw ore anymore because I'm extracting so much ore. I could just at any time go ahead and dip into that ore. All right, holy mackerel. We got a lot of stuff done and we got a lot more to do. We got to get all of our other production back up and running, including our concrete and all of those things. We're going to start doing some underruns where I run stuff underneath instead of running it here on top, which I did with the iron. I'm going to be running stuff underneath so I can do production over by where my boxes are. This is over here because this is going to run to the space elevator here. So I want those to run direct over here. Where other things like quick wire and things like that, I actually want to run over here as well. Now, speaking of quick wire, we do have our box here, and it runs around the back here into the Awesome Sink. Now, right now, the Awesome Sink has no power, and that is because we had to redo all of our power here because it got glitched, but we're going to run our power back over here to the Awesome Sink. Very nice. We'll just go ahead and leave that open for right now. Now the Awesome Sink is back up and running, and we can go ahead and take some of our extra overflow. Now we have a lot of quick wire. As you can see, we've got plenty for us. We are good on the quick wire. So let's go ahead and see if we can find some quick wire. Really? There's no overflow? I don't believe you. I don't believe you for 1 second. Oh, no, I already put it in there. I already put it in the thing. Now, we do have a bunch of overflow stuff that we can see if it fits in there now because we did run a bunch in the depot. There we go. And then we can just take this out like this. Concrete, we'll see. And again, I let it run into the depot first, and then if I have some overflow, I'll put the overflow there. Now, I do have some stuff I would want to get out of my inventory right now because we're going to use that stuff later. We have a bunch of pipes and whatnot that we were using for other stuff. We'll put that away in there. Wire, we already did. Wire's full. So once it's full and I have a bunch of overflow over there, I'll make a choice. Okay, do I want to get rid of it? Yes. So now it's going to run it in the dimensional depot so I don't have to manage it, right? So we already got that full. Plus we're also going to be making a bunch more later anyway. We can put these rods in here. Put those plates in there. Very nice. And now it's time to choose what we're going to do with all of this. You can see I'm taking it all out. And I could have done it right over by the thing, but I just put it right here because it's more convenient. All right, got tons of rods. And you're like, Kismet, you made all these rods. Yeah, but I don't need them anymore. Now you can see I obviously have a full box of those. I have more than enough that I need for this second. And I can make a lot more. Now I got a problem with that dimensional depot, don't I? I don't have enough room in there. All right, we're going to go ahead and add another box. You're like, dang, Kismet, you got a lot of overflow. I know. But again, it's not worth me holding on to all this stuff because it's just going to make my whole entire base backlog with a bunch of random resources that I have plenty that I don't really need to do. And then we'll get our wire and we'll look at our wire. How's our wire doing? Nope. Full as can be. And so now these are my overflow boxes. Right here. And again, I'm just alternating the direction of these. And it's going to take care of it. And then this, and oh wait, not my screws. Keep my screws. Get rid of this. There we go. And then again, if I can put these in here, I put them in there until it gets completely full, like this. And then screws, full. Don't need the screws now. Again, running this at the faster belt speed, the 270. And running that into there. Notice I'm not doing it with my pipes and my beams. I need as many of those as I possibly can. And how we looking here? Oh, mama. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. We know that's still an overflow. We know this can be filled just a little bit more. Go over here and connect the top one down. And now you can see I'm using more of a vertical building, right? I'm building upwards. So all of this stuff is going to work. Oh, I'm actually in the way. Oh, go back down, bro. There we go. Run it the other way. And we might as well just keep on going. One of the fun things you can do is actually use the parachute to help you run some stuff. So let's see. This is going to go down there. And that's going to go out of there into there. So basically what it's going to do is alternate, not this one, then this one, then the other one, then the other one. And so we want to make sure this is right. Is it alternating? Yes, it is. Definitely coming down there. Go see if this one's flowing down. Yep. Yep. Catch that ladder, bro. Awkward, but we made it happen. Yep, flowing down. Ooh, we're way up here now. All right, there we go. Overflow is overflowing. And there we go. Oh, we got all that, but we ain't done yet. What do we got? Take it all. Oh my God. Okay. Way more. Way more. In there. Max there. All right, there we go. Now that's going to get rid of all that excess that we don't need. And we are good to go. Okay, what do we got here? We've got some quick wire, which we'll go out this way and get our quick wire going. Now, all the rest of the stuff is going to be different again from that because we want that smart plating to going. It's 68 of 100,000. And again, remember, we only got to make 50,000. So, because we have a doubling at the end. But we want to go ahead and clean all this up down here. We don't need this this anymore. This right here. We can take that out. See how you accidentally get the things in the background. Watch out for that. There we go. And now what we want to do is instead of doing all of this, we want to go ahead and put in our sweet, sweet ladder. Right over there. Boom. See? Nice and easy to get up and down now. And then what I'll do is I'll just create a little thing around here. We'll take all this out. And there we go. Oop. There we go. So now we can go up and down the ladder here. In fact, I got the parachute, so I can go down faster with the parachute. Just kind of drop, parachute at the end. GG's. Take all this out. This is really fun, everybody, kind of redesigning your stuff. We need more of the ladder here. There we go. Now, I can just jump up here, I believe. If I do it just right, I could probably get here and then use my parachute to go up on the edge there or do whatever I need to do. But why even bother when I can just go ahead and make myself a nice little ladder right there. So now I go ladder this way, jump across to here, and then ladder up that way. Or I could just move the ladder over here later on, which is what I will actually do. And you can see we're not even using any of these resources over there. Which is another iron node which we'll use. Now again, we want to bring the resources to us instead of us going to the resources. So we're going to basically make a bunch of factories on the backside of where all of my storage is. So not only can I make the thing, but it'll go into my storage And then I will have a backlog and it will automatically turn itself off when I have a full box of that thing. Now, of course, I could make 50 boxes and have 50 of those things, but then I have to manage those 50 things. Again, remember the management part. Remember the management part. The management part is very vital. And again, I have a lot of extra resources and I could use those resources, but much better to have it well managed and not to have to go and do all of that every single time. And again, before we take any of this out, we do need our universal box that we can use to drop all the stuff in here when our inventory is full. I like how we just totally missed the ladder there. And I could have put that ladder a little close, but I typically jump at the end anyway. So we're going to go way back up here. And we're going to make another universal box. It's a universal overflow box to be specific. So what we're going to do is go ahead and make ourselves a box to purposely overflow it. Then we're going to grab all this concrete out of here. And we're going to put that concrete in there. Then we're going to grab a bunch of this. Then we're going to grab the concrete so our inventory is full. Then we're going to say, where do we want this box? Say right about here. Then take this out and boom, there's a box there. Now anything in this area will end up in that box if it should overflow. So now we'll put all this back. Put all that back. And we want to leave some of this in here. Make sure not to take it all out or it will close the box. So I'm going to just leave a little bit of concrete in there. And you got to kind of manually do this. If I press Control, it's going to do it. By the way, you cannot put stuff back in the box. It will not let you put it in there unless it's an overflow. So what I'll do is just take all this back out manually. Shift left clicking, by the way. Sometimes it thinks I'm trying to grab it too, so like this. And then we'll just leave that one in there like that. Oh wait, actually we should have left the in one and then took that one out because then it would be at the top and the rest of it would flow down. But whatever. Whatever, it'll all work. All right, that in there. This back in there. And now we have basically like a permanent overflow box that I will just leave. Whatever ends up here, probably some plates or whatever, I'll just leave it in that corner and then take out everything else. And also another smart thing I could have done, just dawned on me, is put a unique item in there that you probably will not use all that often. Like say some pale berries or some leaves. Maybe some leaves. All right, let's try that. So we're going to purposely try to get the leaves to overflow in there. So we're going to put the leaves in there. Grab these back out again. And a little bit of this. There we go. And then we're going to take this out and get the leaves to drop right into here. Nice. Because I'm probably not going to end up with a lot of leaves in there, so I can just control click all the rest of the stuff. And that'll make it easier to get that stuff out of there. Same thing with pale berries and all of that stuff. Probably not going to end up with a whole lot of that. And so now I can just control click that anytime I have concrete. I want to pull the concrete out of there. I'm all good. Speaking of concrete, let's go over here and see how our boxes are doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Now again, I probably don't, in the long run, I'm not going to need this many boxes. But we're going to throw that in there. Throw this quick wire in here, this in there. Reinforced iron plates. Do we have too many of those? I seriously doubt it. Those we can go ahead and run over here. Throw them in there. Let it convert those. All right, because again, it's going to use those extra up because it's not producing more than it's using. So that's what's kind of nice about it not being 100% efficient is that you can infuse it with the stuff that you have extra. Maybe you ran around, you found a bunch from crashed ships or whatever it is. You can just infuse it in there, and then it will run at full speed until it runs out of that excess, and then it will run at whatever speed you have running behind it, which is why I have it configured that way on purpose. So we got that going. Now, we have a bunch more stuff to take down. Rebuild, do all of that stuff, but we haven't taken a break in about 5 hours, so it might be a good time for a little bit of a breaky break. But before we do that, we of course got to build the thing here, the lookout tower. Now, the lookout tower is mostly useless unless you like to look at all your hard work, which I do. So I get up here and look, bam, look at how much nicer and cleaner that all is, everybody. We did all of that today. Very cool. And we're going to come back. We're going to do a whole lot more. Eventually, we'll go ahead. Hey, someone thinks I look like Tony Hawk, chat. Show him a kickflip. Let's go. What number are we up to, too? I forgot. Let's see. It'd be like 1,000 if I'd done it from the beginning. All right. Come on, subs. You know what to do. Somebody said Tony Hawk in the chat. Oh, man. All right. I got to wait for the delay. I got to wait for the stream delay. Come on. Let's go. So there's got to be a sub in here who knows what to do. Gotta wait for it. We're gonna do a kickflip for you here in a minute. If the chat wakes up, you're gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it, chat. Come on. I know I got a sub in there who knows what to do. All right, if I gotta do it, I'm gonna give you another minute here and I'm gonna do it. All right, I'll do it. Here we go.
Yo, do a kickflip! That was amazing.
There you go, kickflip just for you, Len. I get that all the time. Tony Hawk is 1 year older than me, and I'm not related to him in any way, other than I think he's awesome. He's like a godlike figure where I grew up, everybody. I grew up in Southern California. He's God level. Absolutely. Even though he's 1 year older than me, oh, man, we thought of him as the ultimate. Again, because I used to hang around with a lot of skaters and surfers and whatnot. Just amazing what he had done over all the years, and of course to bring it into the mainstream. And the funny thing about Tony Hawk, everybody, did you know that he made more on his video games than he actually ever made on skating? According to him. That's what he said one time. He's like, you know what? I made more on the games than I did skating. And he made a lot skating, I'm sure. But again, Tony Hawk Pro Skater is awesome, everybody. I've played a bunch of them. The cool thing is, when I'm playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater, I just choose Tony Hawk. Looks just like me. I don't have to make a custom-looking character. There's already one that looks like me, so there you go. All right, everybody, we're going to let you guys have a little bit of fun while we take a little bit of a break here so I can get up, stretch my legs, walk around a little bit, because I'm an old man. I need to do that from time to time, according to my doctor. So we're going to let you guys do some words on stream. Here, what you do, you go to twitch.tv/Kismet. You can go ahead and get in the chat, and all you big brains can work together. If I see you guys working together, I'm going to give you a bunch of Kiz caps toward the future giveaways, and you guys could use that. So here we go. All right, back in just a bit.
Hi, this is Norbert, here to remind everyone on YouTube to hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment below. All good Vault Dwellers and Dragons leave comments. You can also become a member on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow and consider using your Twitch Prime. Thanks, Kismet will be back from AFK soon.
I'm back, everybody! Oh my goodness, look how good you guys are doing! Holy moly! Soon, Genie, using, I don't know. I just tried to take a portion of whatever words you guys already did and try to throw that in there. Didn't have enough time to even think about it. Not that I would get words anyway. My brain don't work 100% as good as it used to. I'd say it's about 80% now. It used to be about 60%. So yeah, much better. I'm like an old iPhone, everybody. I only charge up to about 70%, and then when I get to about 30%, I just shut down. That's what getting older feels like. So there you go, everybody. Let's get back to it. Pretty excited to get back to some more Satisfactory here because we're doing good. Now, we'll try to work in a little bit of Pal World and a little bit of 7 Days to Die, maybe. Or we might just completely override all of that and do some Satisfactory. Because we want to try to get all these processes back up and running. So we got some work to do. Let's get on it. Let's get on it. Now, over here, we're going to build some more factories. So we're going to go blueprint. Get this going this way. All right, very nice. Now we're going to go over here and see how close we are to this Caterium. Oh, how about right there? I didn't even know, everybody. I didn't even know. All right, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, now we're going to replace our Caterium extraction with our faster one now, with our Mark IIs. Right over here. Now, this one I'm not going to bother to do the alignment of the bottom. I just did that to show you that you could align it. These I mainly just leave on the ground, just like this. Then, of course, we have a bunch of stuff over here that we're going to take out. And again, if we do have any overflow, that overflow will end up by our storages. So pretty easy to get done. There we go. All of this, and then we'll go down here using our parachute. And we'll get our ladder right here. Very nice. Okay, now we don't need any of this stuff over here anymore. Like so. Very nice. Okay, but we'll need our power poles. That we will definitely need. All right, there we go. Back up into there. That's good to go. Oh, yeah, we are on overflow. We in the overflows. Okay, now, this is also a pure node by Pure Miracle, everybody. 240 now. Coming out of there. Notice that I've also got the level 3 belts going on now. This is going to be a lot. There's a lot of quick wire. A massive amount. Okay, so we're going to bring our quick wire up here. Kind of feel like we'll just run it this way a bit. So let's get our conveyor stacking pole here. Up just a little bit. Might as well fine tune it while we're at it. And kind of eyeball it a little bit. And a little bit down. There we go. Good enough. A little closer. Okay, now what we want to do is make a bunch of stuff. Now, I typically like to leave, even though it's not a road, kind of leave a section like that. And so what we want to do is, I'm going to build this very differently than the one I built before, everybody. What we want to do is take all of the Caterium and convert it all to ingots, right? We don't need the raw resources. The raw resources are useless. So, well, unless you're using this, MAM. Okay, in the beginning. But now pretty much useless. All right, so now we have this, and actually... Actually, it might be too close, but we can just turn it into here. Now what we're going to do is maximize the Caterium conversion, right? So we have 90 per minute here. We have 240 there. You can just hit N. So 240 divided by 90 is how many? 2.6. So actually, it's more than what we can run in there with just 2. So we have to have a bit of it in overflow into 3. But that's okay, because that's why I put 3 of them down, because I already know that's the number. Now, normally, by the way, it'd be 6. And the reason why it's only 3 is because it's 90 instead of being 45, which it normally is, very much like concrete, right? Concrete typically is 45 to start. So what we're going to do is what's known as a manifold, or also known as an overflow system, where we just take the first one and we split it into the first one, right? Like this. Now, because this is 3, it actually works perfectly with just using a splitter, but I'm going to show you the manifold system so you know how to do that as well. So it's going to come into this side right over here, like that. Then it's going to go into this first one. There it goes. And then it's going to split this way into this next one. And then down here, same thing. Make sure you've got your input, which is the orange one, set the right way. Like this and like that. So the way this works, instead of it splitting it evenly between the 3, what it's going to do is mostly fill this one, because this is going to be half this way and half this way, and then it's going to go half again. So these 2 are going to get a lot less resources than this first one here, which is going to get like half the resources. But it doesn't really matter, because it's going to make so much quick wire, everybody, it won't even matter in the long run. Now I'm going to go ahead and take out the floor panel here. I'm going to go ahead and put a double wall outlet there. I'm going to take this, run this down here. Then what I'm going to do is run this clear across here until it tells me I can't go any further, or connects right over here, which is amazingly a little too far. It's literally like 2 steps too far. And that happens. That happens. But I'll go ahead and connect it down here and then ricochet it over to here. And then what I'm going to do is put my foundation back in right here. And then we're going to cover that with green that tells me, hey, there is a thing underneath there if I need to access it. Oh, I forgot to pick it up too. And then we're going to middle mouse button this one so it picks up the foundation, but also picks up the color. And we're going to put this right back here so we don't end up falling as we're running along there. And you'll see that it's green. All right, there we go. So now we have our power running over here. But we need to tell it what to do, which we did. Caterium. And Caterium. And Caterium. Very nice. We could also copy paste it, but I can also click it. And then over here, I notice that that power is actually not running, which means that this one is... Oh, it missed! Oh, I missed it. This is why we mark all this stuff. Sometimes that happens. Okay, now did we do it? All we have to do is look at the lights over there. The lights are green. It's off and running. Actually, I'll just leave that open. That's fine. And then these are now running. It's going to convert all of that to Caterium ingots. Now, what we're going to do is try to figure out what we want to convert it into next over here in the constructors, which, of course, is going to be only one option, which is quick wire. So 24 per minute. Now, the output of these is going to be 15, 15, and then a lesser amount of 15, but we're going to kind of calculate it off 15 anyway. So that's a total of 45. Now, what we want to do is take this and recombine this to make a single number out of it by merging first. That's going to be helpful. And again, same thing with the mergers, everybody. You can use the mergers very much like the splitters, where you are taking it out of this one and then you're running it this way. And running it this way. And then this one I'm going to rotate this way. I find it's way easier if you're up on the merger to do all of this. And again, these are called manifolds, because the big advantage of this is I could add more. I could add more, and then I could then just connect it to what I already have, and it would just flow down here and end up going over this way. So we're going to go ahead and put in our storage to backlog all of these. Oh, get in there. Oh, it's the wrong way, of course. I feel like this game's always trying to trip me up. It's always trying to reverse the directions of stuff just to troll me. There we go. Now, we just happen to have a bunch extra of those. We're going to throw those in there, and most likely over here in our overflow box that we have right here, we're going to probably have a ton of everything in there. Look at all that quick wire in there. Holy moly. A lot of quick wire. And it won't let me control click it because it wants to be weird. There we go. Control click it. Now, see the Caterium ore here? Don't need it. Throw it away. I could run it into the Dimensional Depot, but I don't want to. It's not really a high value item. and whatnot. Now let's go way up here to the top and see if we've got this cleared out. We're going to need a lot of overflow space today. There we go, right in there. And again, that's going to get us a bunch of tickets. Now, the higher in the item is, the more tickets you're going to get. All right, we just take all the rest of that. And again, how's our quick wire over here? Okay, we'll throw a little bit of quick wire in there. Now we got to find some more space for this quick wire. I seriously doubt I've got it. Squeeze it in where I can. Now, normally the one at the top is the one that's going to empty first. All right, it's got way too much. I need another overflow box. Way too much quick wire, as you can see. A massive amount. Okay, so that's going to make a bunch of ingots. Throw them in there at the tune of 15 per. And this one's not quite 15. It's kind of like 1/6 or 66% of 100. We could figure out the math of that, but here's the thing. I would rather it just burn it up at its maximum degree, and then when this one's not needed, it will just use the rest of these. But we're having it all combining back together, and we're going to call that roughly 45. And then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and split this again. So it's going to come out of here, like so. Back, we could actually probably center that. You'll see why here in a second. We'll have it come out of there into there. And then that allows us to put our constructor right in the center of those foundations. And then we're going to make quick wire. And again, this is 24 per minute. So if we take our 45 over here, 45 divided by 24, 1.875. So really, it's only going to be 2. Again, these are all doubled up, remember. Normally you would do 4 of these instead of just 2. And now we're going to do the same thing where we split it into 2 separate things there. We go ahead and turn that on. And now we have quick wire. Now, which of these is our quick wire? We don't know. We don't know because we have to go around and figure it out. So it's this one right here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we take this last one out right now. We're not using that for anything, just to make it easier. So third one from the end. Yeah. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3. We're going to go right here. We're going to see if we have any quick wire on us. No. We'll do this. Press this a whole bunch of times until it equals 1. Then we're going to go right here. Later on, we could use our signs, but I'm just going to put that right there. Now I know what goes into there. Now, once this is done, we can do it. Now, if we want an extra box of quick wire, we can go ahead and put that here. But first thing we want to do is, of course, merge this stuff together like this. And then over here, what's going on with that one? That one's not, these are both not lined up properly. There we go. Turn that so it's going that way. There we go. And then this here, that to there. And off we go. Okay, and then we need to connect our power back. Oop, we don't have enough thingies to do our power, so we'll disconnect this one. Run this up to here. Reconnect that one. Reconnect this one. And we need to tell this one what to be because it's red. If I have the power running to it and I know the power's running, that just means I haven't told it what to be yet. And there we go. And that's going to make all the quick wire. And I will put an extra one in here because we will have a redundant secondary box wherever we're doing our production. All right. Now we just want to physically take this one. Turn this whole weird thing off, and boom. Now we have an infinite source of quick wire right there. Pretty sweet. Right into there, and then now it's going to fill it up. And I took that one out just to see how much I could, just to see if it's flowing in there, and it is. And again, we're going to have so much quick wire, we won't even know what to do with it all. Right over there. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is this quick wire is going to fill this box, and we're going to end up with a massive extra amount of quick wire. So what we're going to do is when we do have extra, or what's known as overflow, we are going to go ahead and put a merger here. We're going to go ahead and do this. There we go, just to bring it up over the top of this area. And then what we want to do is basically have this split, but split in a much smarter way, right? We want to split in a way. Now, right now, we only have the two items, conveyor merger and conveyor splitter. But we want basically a smart splitter. So we're going to go in here, we're going to look under Caterium, and we're going to see if we can find our smart splitters. What do we need? Ooh, we need some of these AI limiters. I think I unlocked those. They're usually right here if I can roll over it. Come on, game. Yes, I did get that going. Quick wire and copper sheets. Let's just go see if we can just make some, because we probably have copper sheets and quick wire in there. We sure can. All right. Now, unlocking AI limiters in phase 1. Again, this is pretty incredible, everybody. Again, this is still phase 1 of the game, everybody. We haven't even gotten to the higher end stuff, but we are unlocking a massive amount of stuff. All right, awesome. And let's get our smart splitters in here. Now, smart splitters are really going to help us later on, or actually even in this phase. But we're going to go ahead and start that research there.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
Okay, and this is the perfect time to do that. We need another one here. And we'll just make a couple, because we'll make a couple smart splitters. Actually, we'll make more than a couple here eventually, but right now we'll just make one. Now, what we wanted to do is if it has too much quick wire, which is totally going to happen, I can 100% guarantee you, that's going to have too much. So we're going to hit 2, which is a splitter, then we're going to hit E, which is a smart splitter, E, which is a merger, right? So now I have 3 options in there. I'm going to go smart splitter for right now. And then what we're going to do is the center is the output, but the output is going to be quick wire. And again, it's easier just to type it in the search, put it as quick wire. All right, now the right output, which is the one we're going to use, because remember that it's flowing in this direction. So this would be right, that would be left, and this is the center one. So the right one over here, we're going to say as overflow. So again, if it fills that box, starts to backlog, which it's going to do very soon, then it's going to automatically run it into the awesome sync, just like that. Boom. So it's automatically running in the Dimensional Depot. It's automatically run it there. And again, if it does overflow, it's going to automatically get rid of it. And so what this is going to do is basically run for the whole rest of the game, just getting me a massive amount of tickets. But it's also got to go through all that other stuff that it's producing over there as well. Now, here's the great news is the fact that this will never be outputting faster than the belt, right? So the belt is how fast it goes into the awesome sync. So my belt is 270 and this is 60. So if we double these up, it'd be 120, and it's still not going to run fully at 120 because back there it's only producing enough for about 2.5 of the smelter. So we know this is never going to exceed the belt speed, so it's going to work this in and all that other overflow stuff that I wanted to get rid of eventually, right? And that's going to take a minute because it is filling this up, but we can't kind of simulate that by if we had some quick wire, we throw, oh, there it goes, it's about to do it right now. So when it hits that 500, come on. Boom. Now it should start to overflow. It's got to work its way back on the belt first. And there it goes. Let me get up on top. And now it starts to overflow. And so it's going to overflow all the rest of it into the thing. Now it's also putting some more in the Dimensional Depot. I can tell. See how it's moving up? That's it putting it in the Dimensional Depot. Now, once it's done filling the Dimensional Depot, it'll fully backlog and all of it will go that way. until I use more QuickWire, which I don't use that much QuickWire. I use QuickWire as the very first thing that I typically run into the Awesome Sync, and you can probably see I probably got a ton of tickets in there. I don't even know how many I got in there. I got 17 in there right now, a bunch of stuff I could buy, but don't need them right this second. Also feel like I might want to go ahead and cover this back up again so I can run through here and tag that so we know that's there. All right, good. We got that back up and running, our QuickWire. Now, what else do we want to get going here? Probably a good time to work on our underruns. Speaking of things to unlock, let's go over here and use some of these tickets. What did I do with those tickets? Good question. Put them in here? Nope. Well, we'll just go get some more. There's some tickets around somewhere. Let's print these. And we'll get those tickets. Nice. Okay. Now, right here. Now we're going to go ahead and do some stuff that's going to help us do some underruns, which is right here. Which is your conveyor ceiling mount, so it'll mount underneath there, or you can mount it on the wall edge, right? So it's like this, and it's running along the edge of the wall. But the one I like is the one that connects underneath, which is the conveyor ceiling mount. So we're going to add that to the cart. And then there's a whole bunch more of these. See, this is the lift floor hole, which works great. The one for the pipes sucks. Don't use that one. But that one works great. I have never even bothered to use this. Again, this is a new feature. Let's try it out. See how we like it. And then, of course, the wall one, we'll get that one as well. And conveyor wall hole, how often do I use that? Not very often, but you know what? We'll unlock that too. We'll also unlock wall power number 2 there. Floor holes, I never use these because these are sucky. The wall attachment, that's pretty good. But the floor hole is just trash. I wouldn't even bother. Hypertube wall adjustments, yes. All of those attachments we will need at some point. Let's go ahead and just buy it all. Oh, not enough tickets. I need one more ticket. Let's go see if we can get ourselves one more ticket out of here. How much longer? Oh, we got a ways. We got a ways until we get that other ticket. We'll just have to take something out of the cart. What would we want to take out of the cart? That's a good question. Probably this conveyor wall hole. We'll take that. Oh, 17 on the dot. Nice.
Humans have long practiced delegating work that strains and tires them to machines. It is their best achievement. Simple counting and short-term memory are often among such challenges, which the conveyor throughput monitor is specialized in. Simply add it to any belt, and it will tell you its throughput after only 1 minute.
Okay, cool. Now we also want the conveyor walls right here, so we're going to wait for the next 5 tickets, and we're going to get these conveyor walls. We can also use that for chaining stuff through, but I'm just going to go ahead and use the floor attachments for now. I could have unlocked that, but I do like to try out the different stuff and show you the different stuff as I go through. So the next big thing that we need to work on, that we constantly need a perpetual flowing of stuff, is our concrete. Our concrete is way over here. While I'm here, give me a ladder. And again, we'll get into hypertubes later on. It just dawned on me while I was walking there, why do go down there when I can just go ahead do it right here. I can see the extractor is right there. So let's say right here. And we got this ladder in the way. There we go. Always add it back later. This way. Right now it is putting more of all of this stuff back in the depot for me. All right, let's get under here and clean this place up a bit. And we're just running this through a middle. You're like, kid, man, I never knew there was a limestone node there. Well, normally there's not. Normally this is not a limestone node, but again, since we randomize everything, it is going to be a limestone node for now. We got all this stuff in the ground. Don't like it. In fact, we can get rid of everything here. Bye-bye. There we go. And again, I'm not going to bother to do the alignment. I just showed you that on those so you could see if you wanted to align it. Most of the time, really unnecessary, I find. Okay. And so we've got to go up a bit. And so we're going to elevate this, I'm going to say by 2. And then we'll grab this and we'll turn our zooping on. And you can see we've got an obvious problem. Biomass, solid biofuel, back at the other thing. No problem. Throw all that raw resources away. Don't need them anymore. Again, in the beginning, those are really precious, so I usually don't throw my raw resources away. But at this stage, it's just a waste of time. All right. See, I already have a bunch of biomass in these in the dimensional depot, so I can just grab a bunch here. Don't really need that much. Probably about that much is good enough for now. I do not like the trees and stuff in my way, so they gotta go. Now this wasn't a problem in my last playthrough because I cut down every tree everywhere. At least within the area around here. And now I'm just going to go ahead and clear all of this. Main thing I want to take out is the trees. And you can see that it's kind of AoEing all the trees that it can. But again, I want nothing popping through my foundations because I hate that. I hate it in Fallout 76 and they fixed it. I hate it in Fallout 4, which they didn't fix. I hate it in any game that I play. I don't want any stuff popping through my foundations. Also, gonna make it easier for me to see where my stuff is over here. And the wild thing is I don't even need this for biofuel. That's the real wild thing. Again, using geothermal geothermal thingies. These things. Right here. Geothermal generator. That's what it's called. You might be thinking, Kismet, how did you unlock that in Phase 1? I went around and got a bunch of resources from crashed ships. That's how I did it. Alright, wow, that might even have to go up one more. Yeah, I'm saying one more. Yeah, just up a little higher than what we actually need. All right, and we'll just do. Not snapping how I want to go, but luckily we got vertical nudging, which is awesome. Snap with blueprint. Oh man. That is beautifully lined up. Okay. Nice. Got a power pole in there I don't like. And we'll go ahead and fix that. Where's that power pole going? It's coming from that way and going down there. Notice that's a Mark II now. This is a, whoa, another normal node. Nice, okay. I thought it was an impure node. Now, of course, it'd be going to 250, or 240, not 250, 240 if it was a pure node. But, good enough. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and run some concrete. Now, what I want to do is take this concrete and actually run it underneath here. So, we're going to need to cut down a little bit more trees here in my way. All right, and I think that's going to be good enough. Yep, okay. Oh, maybe this one out of the way too. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take the belt here and I'm going to run it right underneath here, which you're going to see it's automatically got the connection because I unlocked the connection. And there we go. And we're now just going to start running it. Just like this. Maybe back just a little bit so we can get this gap here. And under there. And I do all my line runs under my base, and the reason why I do that is so they're up out of the way. We'll come back later, we'll make this even more fancy later on, but right now we're just running it right down the middle of the foundation. We just go until it turns red, and then when it turns red, I typically will line it up to the foundation edge. I'm watching where I'm walking right now. And then we can see where our road is. So we're running it right underneath our road. Oh, I hear it up there. Doing his thing. And that's why I don't put that thing right by the hub or it does that in your ear the whole time. Ah, my ear. Every single time. Okay, now we want to end this to right here, which is the first one. Yep, right here. So what we want to do is figure out the logistics of, uh-oh, this is in the way kind of thing. So we'll go ahead and just have this one a little bit lower, like so. Oh, or not. Okay, whatever you feel like doing, bro. Get in there. There you go. And then this is going to go up to the top there, so I can run underneath it. It's not going to be in my way. Then we're going to go ahead and reverse engineer where we going to have all of this concrete end up, which is going to be right here. And that's going to go down into there, or we could go up into there, but we'll just go down into there like that. So that's going to be our concrete, and I'm going to throw a bunch of concrete in there and test it out. Okay, and then I'll go over here and see if it just runs itself in there, and there it goes. Yep, okay, working good. Then also, if I have any extra, I can just throw it in there as well, so I don't have to manage it all. So that's going to go over there, and then we are going to back up one from that, which is the constructors, right over here. And these are going to make, oh, wherever it went. Oh, it's closed down. There we go, compounds. There we go, limestone. So it's got to go in at 90, so we have 120, so we take 120 divided by 90, that's 1.3. Now again, we can optimize these, everybody, but I do want to burn up any excess resources. Or I could just let one and then let it backlog the resources, but I'm going to go ahead and start doubling up on my stuff, because you know why? Because I got the power to do it. Oh man, you know what movie I watch, everybody? This is old school when I was a kid, and I used to have this as a kid, everybody. Masters of the Universe. Oh my gosh, do not watch that movie. It is terrible, everybody. Anybody watch that movie? Put a 1 in the chat. Holy mackerel, is it bad. I wasn't expecting much, everybody. I wasn't expecting much, and I was like, okay, it'll just be kind of a fun little movie. Oh, it was bad. It kept dragging on. It was like, it was really awkward. They had really awkward, like, adult jokes in there. And whatnot, you know, innuendos and stuff. I was like, God, I mean, I've watched some bad movies and enjoyed them, but that one was really bad. And I didn't even feel like it lived up to the actual Masters of the Universe, because I used to have Castle Grayskull, and I had He-Man, and I had the one guy, whatever his name is, I forget his name is, the second, and I had the little pets and all that stuff, and I used to play some He-Man as a kid. I know, it was cool. But that movie's terrible, everybody. I watched it for free on Prime Video. It's not really free because I'm paying for Prime, but I watched it for free, and I was about to turn it off. I actually fell asleep in a portion of it, and I woke woke up and then I rewind it and then I watched it again. It's that bad. Though I'm older though, so you know, I'm gonna fall asleep a lot more often than most peeps. But yeah, real bad, everybody. Terrible. Oh, it was really bad. And I was a bummer too, because I was totally down for it. I was like, oh, Master of the Universe? Oh, cool. Oh, man, that's like when I was a kid. Again, that's a bummer. That doesn't belong there. I don't need a splitter there. I need a merger. Merger. There we go. Merger this way. Bingo. Okay. And then we'll have just one box. Again, we don't need 15 boxes of stuff. Oh, actually, put the splitter down first so we can line that up. There we go. And our box here. Now this gets more complex the more lines you run underneath. But it is what it is. Remember, we're using level 3 belts here. We don't care, everybody. We're going to make a massive amount of these resources. So it's no big deal in the long run. Now, if I did have some raw resources, I could just go ahead and feed those in there. And I'm going to go up here on top of my box. Sometimes I'll put it on the splitters and mergers, which is really fun too. Put it right there. But I do like to be up here high. So if you're looking for where your power is, you know right where it is, right there. GG's. Okay, now we're looking good. Now, the only thing we got to do is bring that raw ore in here. Make sure these boats say concrete here. And our raw ore is way over there. Now, we did unlock something that's going to make this so much easier, which is the floor hole right here. Boom. Now, make sure you're putting this in the correct direction or you're going to have lots of problems. Probably the number one problem with the floor hole is that it's flowing the wrong direction. And now, the hard part, we got to get under here, right? So luckily, you can do this stuff really far away, like this. And we want to line it up way, oh, it's way over there. It's way over there. Now we're just going to put this on default. Use our parachute. To make this super awkward. And see what I'm doing. There's a parachute in the way. That's bad. Not good. Slide the edge with the parachute. Does work sometimes. Oh, somehow I got out of the center. No, still in the center. Nice 90 there. Now, in theory, that should be running that raw ore down the line. Now, we don't really know until we get over there and we look. Oh, yeah. Here it comes. You should run it way under there and end up underneath there. Now you know why I have the under thing here. Now, with the wall ones, you can actually put the wall ones in different levels. You can put 1, 2, or 3 into the wall ones. I really like them more than like these because they're more condensed and you can have them all together. But for now, we'll go ahead and run this one out here and it's all good. And we'll just make sure that it is going all the way to the end. So we make sure that we had connected the lines all the way across. And there we go. Off and running. Sweet. Now we just need to connect the power in. And we're just going to chain it from over here. Over there. And off it goes. Okay. Use that up. Okay, so that's going to go over here, and here's what we're going to do. If this is full, we're going to go ahead and use our smart splitter again, like this. So going straight is going to be concrete. I always tell it exactly what it should be, just in case. And then overflow is going to be here. And then see this one here that's already here? We can just go in here and say merger now. And again, this is where you do a little bit of spaghetti, but at least it's elevated spaghetti. And there we go. So now we have any extra concrete. The concrete also going to go in the Awesome Sink. Now the problem is at some point you're going to overload this where it's going to be too much going into the Awesome Sink. But that's the thing we want to do. We want to just get rid of all the excess. Now, another thing I can do is just not have it do any of the excess off to the side and just keep it backlogging into the second one. I already have a second one too, so it can kind of clear the second one. And then when it needs it over here, it can grab it there. But I could just remove the overflow, and then what it will do is fill this second box, backlog itself, back to here, and then it will just shut the whole thing off and thus give me that power for something else. So that's really what I want to do, but I'm just showing you that you could tie that into the Awesome Sink if you want. I find that concrete is not really worth putting in the Awesome Sink, but I do like to have a redundant box back here so it can fill that also, and then run all of this, just like we have a redundant box back here for our quick wire. But most of that quick wire is going to be run into here, and again we have it before our main box. So if you have it before your main box, then you're not going to have that issue where it is. Now, speaking of things we need to do, go right over here, and we already know what this is, but because always the first one is always concrete. But I think I'll just be consistent here, and just go ahead and drop that down, and now we know what that is. All right, we probably want to do a little bit more of this other stuff. Plate there. Oh, only need to drop one. All right, so that's kind of telling us what that stuff is. This one here is going to be screws. I just right-click. Right-clicking is way faster, I think. And then there. Those screws back in there again. All right, this one is these plates. Okay. Oh, why did I take them all out? Don't need to take them all out. Just one stack will do. And I don't do this every time, but we're going to be working a lot with this back here, so we might as well. Well, that's easy. Just cut that one in half. Stand right here. All right, we're just making a bit of a mess. Take this one out. Organizing. And we already got quick wire there. Oh, we want to put this back in here. And wire. Or actually, this is cable. Different from wire. And then here at the end. And I could have sworn I had way more copper sheets. Must have used them up or something. Alright, so now what we want to do eventually is have all of the processes doing all of those things. Right? So we've got our copper going. Now we want to do plates and we want to do rods just for our use, right? Not just for the production, but for our use alone, being a standalone thing. Same thing with the screws. Now, of course, I have plenty of rods, so I could just take those rods. And again, it doesn't have to be very fast. It just needs to run for a really long time. And whatnot. Now we do have a gap right here where we can kind of feed those through. So that's kind of what we want to do. We want to go ahead and do plates, rods, and screws. And so we'll move over here, leave a little bit of row in there. And we're going to start with our storage. And we'll try to take a look at where this storage is. Let's say here, here, and here. So this one, again, we'll just pop those out just for a second so we can set the precedent of those. And we'll get some of this. Plates, rods, screws. So, plates, rods, screws. Again, this will just remind me what that is. Okay, now we need something to make plate rods, and screws. And again, I'm just organizing the base for my use, mostly, and we'll get to building higher end stuff later on. But there's a couple nodes down here that we were using for other things. And we'll tap into those here in just a moment. Let's see. Now, over here, we are running a pure coal node over here. And again, we're going to move this eventually. But right now, yeah. So we want to use the pure iron node for our steel production over here. It does look like our steel production is off as well, so let's go ahead, turn that back on so it makes some more while we're busy doing other things. Okay. And we could probably take out all of this and redo how we're doing all of this. Okay, so this is the pure node. This one is a normal node and an impure node. Impure node, probably not worth my time. And we do have a bunch of this backlog because that was still running while it was doing it. And this is also a pure node. Wow, okay. Why was I not using this pure node up there? That's a great question. Like I could use it up there while I'm doing other things. Very nice. Okay. Eventually I want to replace this with a faster node, but for right now, we're just going to go ahead and let that run while we're doing other things. Okay. So, over here, if we do this, this is going to be 240 now. Here. Probably run these power lines a little further out. Now, there we go. So that's 240 there. This is going to be 120 here. And we might as well tap all the nodes we got here. Even though because it's 5 times. Hey, Crimson Knight! Even though it's like 5 times the amount of power and really probably makes this one fairly useless. It's another 60 ore. We'll go with it. Okay, so we have 240 here. If we add 60 ore to that, obviously going to be too much. Or if we add the 120, going to be too much. But we could combine the 120 and the 60 together, which is going to be a decent amount. We're going to be 180. So that's what we're going to do. We'll go over here and we'll just put a merger. On the ground. All right, those are all going to fire up. How are we doing on our power? Ha! I think we're using less power than we were using before. That's crazy. We're actually using less power with more stuff running. That's crazy. Okay, now we want to go ahead and take all of this iron. and run it to the far side of the base over there. So we're going to go ahead and do a bit of this. Oh, what if we have our tickets yet? Let's go see if we got our 5 tickets. I want to get some hypertubes going here too. Okay. Tickets. We got 3. Could have sworn I had some extra tickets around somewhere, but I might have used them. Let's go double check. Normally I would put them in here. Or it could be one of these boxes. If they're not in these boxes, most likely... Still going. Oh, it looks like it stopped. Ah, it's full. Yeah, see, that stopped. Don't see any in here. It'll actually do whatever the last thing is, by the way. So if you want to speed something in there, you put that in next. I could also take this out. Let that run in there. And we'll do the rest of that after. Okay, so we need 2 more tickets. How are we doing? Yeah, it's going to be a while. Gonna be a while until we get another ticket. We should have unlocked that first. But it is what it is now. Yeah, we got a lot of extra reinforced iron plates here. How's our reinforced iron plates doing? All right. I know right where to put them. Burn those bad boys up. How we doing on rotors over here? Good. Burn them up. Hey, we made 344 out of 100,000 so far. You're like, Kismet, 100,000? Yeah, normally you got to do 1,000. I got to do 100,000. Just imagine how huge these numbers are going to be toward the end of the game, everybody. They're going to be absolutely astronomical in the amount of those bad boys we're going to be doing. All right, we'll just run it normal. We can always come back and get those last couple tickets later on. It's only going to be 2 lines anyways, so we'll go down here. Yeah, this parachute really makes it nice to just dip off the side of stuff. Okay, we got to eyeball this a little bit. Yeah, this is one of the cool features of the game, everybody, is you can do stuff really far away like this. I'm going to actually move this one over just a little bit. Like that. There we go. Again, notice I'm transitioning from the extractor grid to the world grid. Rotating it with the middle mouse button. Yeah, good enough. I always come back and redo it. Now what I really need to know is where the center of this is. Actually, you know what I should do? Take this out now that we've extended this. Put that one back in. Put this right by where the extractors are. case I need to run down here for whatever reason. The ladder's a little awkward. Hard to see it because the thing is right in my way. There it is. Perfect. Okay. Now we want to know where this ends up. So we got it started, and then we want to see where this ends up, and then we're going to work our way backwards from there. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I'll build an under level, where I just can run along that under level, which we might do a little bit of that. We'll see. All right. Now, this one is actually going to be coming from this way. And let's go ahead and reverse engineer this. We want to make some plates, we want to make some rods, we want to make some screws. So we're going to need 3 constructors. That was not in the center. There we go. Plates, rods, screws. Again, this is just for my personal use. And more storages to backlog any of those resources, just in case. Okay. Now we want to smelt. And we're going to smelt them all. We're going to back up just a bit here, make it a little easier. Okay, so each one's going to be 60. And we have 180 and 240. So 240 is a lot. That's a lot, everybody. And then plus another 180. Now, one of the things we can do is we can do a manifold, and we can actually infuse in like the middle of the manifold or at the end of the manifold, so the ones at the end are getting a bunch, or we could separate them into separate ones. So if we take 60 and 60, that's going to be 120, and then we double it again, that's going to be 240, so we have 4 60s in there. So here's one group of that just from the 240 that's going to run over here. So we'll go ahead and we'll do this. And we're going to input from this side, and then we're going to split it this way. Again, we're using a manifold this time just to make it easy to split. If I wanted to upgrade it later, I could add even more in this long chain of stuff. We'll do a lot of manifolds, everybody. Again, you can use a balancer too if you're in a hurry, but this is, I'm not really in a hurry for this and probably won't be in a hurry for a very long time for that. All right, there we go. So now we have our input, which is right here. So we're going to go ahead and put in a nice floor hole here. Make sure that our lifter is going the right direction. There we go. Now that's all one there. Now we need more room out here. So we're going to snap in some more blueprints. And see how nice that is, everybody? And then it just puts it right back in the dimensional depot. Again, this is phase 1, everybody. We're just getting started. All right. And then over here, we need to figure out how much is 180 divided by 60. And again, I just hit N, and it's 3. All right, so that works out nice, right? So we can just do 3 more right over here. I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap so I know that these are separated. Again, I don't know why it loves to, even though I picked this up and it should be the same orientation to that thing, they don't make it where it automatically orients in the same orientation. I don't know why. Now again, this is too much for a single belt to handle, which is why we're splitting it up. Though I could just infuse it in the center. I like to keep them separate, so this way I come back and I go, oh yeah, that's why I was doing that thing. Again, you can also just double click. If they're close enough, you can just double click and that goes super fast, as you can see. And then we want to run our 180 right here. Now again, you can use some signs to mark all this stuff, so later you know what the throughput and the numbers and all that stuff is. I could also offset it and put that little number thing on there. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that little number thing just for fun, so we'll know what that is. Actually, a really good use of the number thing is so you remember what your throughput is of your particular thing here. So we're going to back it up. And then we're going to give it enough room where we can go ahead and run a nice little belt there. I've never even bothered to use these things before. What do we need? Oh, we got a bunch of stuff. All right, we got those. So we're going to put that right there. And that'll let us know what our throughput is. Right now, 0. Very cool. Cool use of that. And we'll go ahead and see if we can just pick up the floor hole with the middle mouse button. We'll try to line them up. So they're very similar. Like that. Make sure that's going the right direction. Looking good. And then one of our conveyor things, which are going to tell us if we have the right one connected. Is this the 180 or is it the 240? We don't know. We'll find out. All right. And then when I'm using the early on connections, I will just do these in pairs. So I'll do 2 here, 2 here, and then connect these. Now, I do have the higher end ones, and I have a massive amount of quick wires, so I could, do it all day long, but we'll just go ahead and do this one. Now, this one, I will do all 3, and then I will connect it over to there. Now, we got a bit of a problem that we need to make this go forward. So we can't really do that, so we want to take this out so we can also run this forward to the rest of the stuff that we're going to make. There we go. Now, if we look at the output of this, it's going to be 30 times how many ever we have, right? So we have 4 and we have 3, so 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 times, we need to do this, 7 times 30. And actually, we could just go copy. The next one, paste. I open it up so I see that it actually goes to iron ingot. So I don't have to guess on whether it actually did paste in there or not. And I could just click on it as well. All right, so now we basically want to merge these all together. So we're going to take 30 times 7, which is 210, which is less speed than our belt. Our belt is 270, so we do have plenty. Now we're going to merge these together so that we have that total number, which I've already forgotten, which is 210. And then we're going to need so much on each of these. So this is going to need 20. 20. So it only needs 60 right now. So that tells you that we don't have enough of these extractors here to make that happen. We have way too much raw resources, and we need more constructors to do it. But I also need to think, do I really need it? Do I really need to run it at that high speed? Probably not. Probably not. In fact, I could probably get away with just reverse engineering this and say, okay, I need a total of 60 here, and go back and say, okay, which one's going to be 60? Okay, just this one. So this is going to be 30, 30, and 30. So all I need is actually this one side. I actually don't need this other side right here, right? Or I could just take 3 of these and run them in here. And because I already have the boxes, that's exactly what I need. So I need 30 from this one to go into here. All right, so now, actually this needs 60 in iron plates. So, okay, we need to merge those two. I forgot, we had iron plates in there too. So we actually need to merge here. So this one there. And that one there. There we go. And then we look at the next one. That one needs 30. So we can go ahead and just run that into there. Oh, if I had more beams. Oh, I'm out of beams. Out of beams. Probably got some over here, and I'll go check the box over there and wonder why it's not going in the Dimensional Depot. Maybe we're using them up too fast. Using it up too fast, not making it as fast. All right. Back over this way. Again, now all of our production lines are here. We don't have to keep running back over the other thing. Okay, so we got that running there. We want this running into there. And then the last one here, which is going to be 30. Actually, it's 20 rods into screws. Oh, I forgot to put the early one in right here. Duh. I almost forgot to do some rods here. All right, rods. That into there. I'm not going to bother to put a box in between here. And there we go. So that's going to go in 30, 15 rods. And those 15 rods are going to go in here, which is actually going to be too fast for 15 rods, but we'll do what we got to do. And then we're going to need some more power. over here. So we're going to take this and put this right here and put that right there. Very nice. And this one up here along with that one back there, and connect these across this way and connect it back wherever we left that empty spot right there. There we go. Now these are all going to start up as long as I tell them what to do. Got that good. Huh. We connected that backwards. Oh, we don't even have this connected. Okay, that's going to be super helpful. Now we know that there is a connector under there because we have that. And let's say right here. And, oh, we don't have any. Aha, over there. Okay, no problem. We got this. We need an open connection. Now I could just make another one too. It's no big deal, but we use what we got. Boom. There we go. Now all of that has power as well. And then we'll put our foundations back in. Color that one. Okay. Those are all good. They just need some resources. And we got that. Okay, okay. So now we're using just the amount that we need, and then we have all of this extra ingots over here for something else that we're going to work on in a bit. But we'll leave that for now. All right, so we've got those all perfectly balanced as much as we need. Now we just need the ore itself. And this is going to be the fun part. We got to get all the ore from over there to right here. Now let's go ahead and just land down here. And we will get these going. So we're just going to turn this one that way. And this one we're going to go this way. And now what we're going to do is reverse run our belts here. I feel like we'll put them over here. Why you gotta be so awkward, bro? Got them right next to each other. Like that. Use our straight function to line those up nicely into the corners. Just trying to highlight that thing up above. Hold down Control to override that. Okay, which one is which? The outside one is the 120, the inside one is... Ooh, we might have a problem. Is the 180. 180 would be the closest one. Yeah, this is going to have to be reversed. Got that reversed. All right, there we go. I think I got it right. Guess we'll find out here in a second, won't we? Let's head over here. And we were smart enough to put a ladder right here. And again, we'll get in some hypertubes later on. I don't put hypertubes down because I find I take them out and in and out a lot. So let's go check that throughput. That's not it. Over here. There it goes. That one says 270 over there. Oh, it's going 270 because it's backlogged. Yeah, it's going 270 right now. They're both going to say 270 until it gets up to speed. Because there's a bunch of it backlogged in the actual extractors themselves. So we gotta have to let that run for a while. Because it's going to exceed 240. Yeah. I think I did them correct. We'll see. Doesn't really matter. Make a bunch of stuff. All right, it's going to make a bunch of stuff over now. And it's now making all of these things. Okay, now these things need to make their way home over here. Right over here. Right there. All right, let's see if we do this correct. All right, plates are the first thing. So we'll go up high, and we'll say plates. And this one's going to go low. Okay, that'll be our rods. Okay, that's working. And then our... Oops, nope, got that backwards. Nope, nope, nope. Oh no, I had that right. This one here. Yeah, I had that right. Plates up there. All right, now screws, again, if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to have this kind of problem. Where you got a crossover, but this here you do have a spot that's usually in between if you can manage it far enough away. There we go. And then we can take this down to there. Again, you can clean that up by putting it in reverse, right? So if we reversed it, then we could take this one and go to the first one, this one go to the second one, and this one go to the third one. But it doesn't really matter because most of this stuff is going to be on overflow. But as I use it up in the dimensional depot, it's going to fill up here, go into the dimensional depot, and basically I have an infinite amount of all of that now. It is a whole lot. Now again, in my inventory here, I don't need to keep the iron. I don't need to, oh, not that, not that. Put that back in there. I don't need to keep the raw ores anymore. And again, that should do their thing. I think we all good. We all good with all of that. And again, we'll make this all fancy later. We'll go through and set up a bunch of blueprints and whatnot. But all we really need to do is get our basics going, right? Our basics going across there. Now you know why I left this extra area here, because again, we're going to need to route all of these resources to where they belong. And so now we're just going to get serious here. Okay. Now, one of these is my quick wire over here, so I'm actually going to take it out of there, and I'm going to route it to here and up to there. Now, what that allows me to do is to look down the line, if I didn't fall off, is to look down the line and see what is running, to make sure it's running or it's backlogged or whatever it is. So that's really what you want to do at this point, is be able to look at how your stuff is running, right? That you want to see all of that stuff flowing in there. Now, obviously, the screws are flowing in there first because I have a ton of screws. But you can see that it is producing a little bit of plates and it's producing a little bit. Now, again, if I let this run here, but I could have it backlog 50 boxes of this stuff if I wanted to. But I only really need the one box, but I also have a secondary backup box as well in case I use up a whole thing of concrete. Well, guess what? I got a whole nother box back there that I can use. And at some points, everybody, I use boxes and boxes and boxes of concrete as well. And again, we can increase it by just going and stacking more boxes on the top and then either having it work its way down or work its way up. Either way, I would probably work its way down so then it's coming down to you at the bottom box, right? Because you're going to be accessing it here. And this is just my personal storage here. Now again, the rest of this, we can just go ahead and run these now. And we're going to have some fun with some logistics on how to get all of those lines to line up without overlapping each other and whatnot. Now, what do we need next? We need some reinforced iron plates, which I'm not going to do right now, but we need some modular frames. So, it just so conveniently happened that I have a bunch of extra ore over here. You're like, Kismet, you thought that through. I sure did. I sure did. All right, right over here in the assembler, we've got to make some of these modular frames, right? So we need reinforced iron plates and we need iron rods. Now, this is going to be a lot for this little stuff here to do, but we got to make some rods. We got to make some screws. We got to make some plates, right? So we got a lot of things we need to make in here to make this all happen. Now, the first thing we're going to do, of course, is to go ahead and get ourselves a nice little backlog of our boxes here. There we go. And right there, and not enough materials. Uh-oh. We got to go get some more because it's not going in there fast enough. Let's go see if that production line is turned off too. So we're going to slide and then we're going to fly. Now, I don't want to disturb this right now. I want to let this run so I have these extra resources. See, something happened on this side. Something happened. It's not producing anymore. What happened? What did I do? Took something out. Took something out, and that's why it's not running. Maybe power? No. Resources are not... Well, it's got the resources in there. Coal. Okay, it ran out of coal. So this box ran out of coal. No problem. We got this. What do we want to do first? We want to take all this out now. We want to redo this where it can be redone better. And is this chaining off anything else? No. Oop, watch out. Stuff in the background. So much stuff. Get all those resources back. Oh, drop in a box. Oh, look at all those pipes. That's a dream right there. That's a dream. Okay, we're too far away from our other thing over there. So it didn't drop in there, but that's okay. We'll do this. We'll grab all of that. There we go. Now what we want to do is run over this way. Now, the cool thing about using the grid here is that I can always replace this grid later and say, oh, you know what? I wanted to have a railroad through there, or I wanted to have something else through there. And I'm just lining this up to the edge of this so I can run that underneath there, over there. And then also it allows me to utilize the water and everything over here that we're probably going to use on some coal power. Get that out of my way. So let's go ahead and nope, none of that. There we go. Put a little bit more over here. Again, we'll probably come over here for this water at some point. And you can see I got lots to do, everybody. I got lots to do, but again, just letting those smart platings run while we're revamping our whole base. And we're massively scaling it up. We're doubling it up on all of our stuff and looking good. All right, now I got a bunch of resources on me that didn't drop in my little universal box over here because I'm too far. So I want to run over here and I want to get this going on. And sadly, I ran out of coal, so it's not making any more of these beams, so I'm having problems with them beams. Wow, look at that. That's a... Remember from all the ones we were scavenging up at the beginning of the game, and now we got a whole box full of it? That's a good problem to have. All right, more of these in here, more summer sloops. Well, wait, we might have our tickets. Let's go see if we got our 2 more tickets that we need. Oh, we got 3 tickets. Awesome. We'll take it. Now, what it does, it actually remembers what you got in your cart over here. So if you remind yourself like this, now we're going to use our conveyor walls. Now, you know all that underrun that I did?
Latest inventions. They definitely stand above floors.
Walls are one of humanity's greatest inventions. As you can see there, everybody, some cool stuff in now. Let's get rid of all this excess stuff in here. Don't need the raw resources anymore. In fact, I probably don't even need these. We can get rid of those in there. And stuff I might be looking for, SAM fluctuators and whatnot. We'll throw those in there. Rotors and things like that. I think those are probably already full. About modular frames. Yep, full. A lot of that stuff is completely full. All right, and we'll go ahead and put some of this stuff back where it goes. Cable over here. Yeah, we use some of that cable. Quick wire. I seriously doubt that that's not full. Wire here. We can put that in there for now. Full. Where is these? Over here. Yes. And what else? Rods. We're making a bunch of those right now, but hey, why not just fill it up? There we go. Now we good. Rotors, we know what to do with those. I don't think we have a full thing of rotors, or do we? Close. Throw them in there. I'm going to need them later. And again, they'll automatically go in the depot, so I don't need to worry about it. I do try to put the depot in all of that stuff. And we know where a ton more Mercispheres are. If we need those, we can go get those. But really, doing the logistics of our base is the primary thing that we're working on now. So I think we want to line this up about here. So we want to get more of this going on. And now you know why I made so many plates. And so many other things. So much concrete at the beginning of the game. I make a massive amount because you're going to need a massive amount, especially when you're building humongous bases in phase 1. I love oh, look at that. We actually used up all the concrete. I told you it'd get used up fast. Okay, very nice. Now, what we want to do is take out the rest of this if we can. From up here, just in case our inventory fills up again. Fred being a fantastic in the way there. Oh no, we're good. Fred's going to lend us a hand. Boing! By the way, you can grab stuff and also deconstruct stuff while you're in your parachute. How cool is that? Very cool, matter of fact. All right, that's cleaned up. Looked like it was never there. I love it. Okay, now we need to work on what we got going over here. So we've got some stuff here that we want to run way up there. So what we want to do is work a bit of my magic. And that is to run that right through the top of there. At least close enough. Like so. Okay, now before we get too far with that, we'll go ahead and we'll just leave it like that for now. We want to go over here and reverse engineer. Start from the end and work your way backwards. so I can optimize the offset of where the production is going to be versus running it into the boxes. Now, in this case, the production is going to be right up here at the top, so I can work with it and add more to it and expand it as I need. Now, these beams and these things are among the #1 things that I use. I use so many steel pipes and so many steel beams in this stage. I typically will skip over, when I'm playing the regular game, I'll skip over the level 2 belts and go right to the level 3s. The level 3s are very, very useful. Now, right here in the back, we're going to, again, try to figure out what we got here. So we're just going to do our same thing, just for funsies. Later on, we'll replace all of this with signs. But we'll just do that. And then, not sure I have any left. I think I might have picked some up. Or did I use them again? I think I used them again. Well, that is a bummer. That is a bummer, but that's okay. We'll deal with that here in a moment. I wonder if there's anything actually in this box. Oh, we picked the box up. We took everything out of the box. Oh, that's why there's no box there. That's my bad. That might have actually worked from way over there. It might have worked. Let's put the rest of these in here. Ooh, mama. I like it. Put that in there. Okay. So, and this is trash. And ticket in the Dimensional Depot. Okay, so we want this to end up here. Now we want to go ahead and do our thing here and here. Now we don't have enough of the resources we need to run the thing that we need to run, right? So right now, if I do this, I have like 2 of them, which apparently is in the, what are these called? Steel. Apparently they're in the Dimensional Depot. So I'm going to take them out just so I can use one as a marker. So I know what's going in there. All right. Now I can go ahead and put one of these running in there, and then I won't have enough. Or actually, I think I can probably do 2. All right. Well, at least we got that done. But I'm not going to have enough steel beams to run it because I burned up all my steel beams and I wasn't making any more, which is not good. Now, what I'm going to do is actually build it over here and then run it under here. Now, we don't necessarily need the belts to figure out the end product. So what we want to do is, of course, backlog this here. And you can see that I need steel beams also for making my containers, which is a bummer, man. That's a bummer. Let's see if we got anything in here. We can just take this out. There we go. We'll take out these extra containers that we don't need. And we're going to end this up right here. Try to line this up off the road. Just to make my job easier, we're going to back it up just a little bit there. There we go. And then we'll use our conveyor lift hole. There. Okay, so this is actually going to go down into there and run across and end up in the box underneath here, right? And then we'll have another box that does the same thing. But right now we can't do any of that because we don't have any belts. Now, I can go make some manually, but we know what to do. So we are going to put the one that's on the left side first, right? So in this case, the one that's going to be on the left side when we're running these underneath here is going to be the beam. So we're going to think ahead, unlike we did over there, where it ended up on the wrong ones. So we'll do the pipes, the pipes there. And then over here, we're going to add some more space here. And then notice, by the way, that I had enough concrete to do that because it put all the concrete in the Dimensional Depot. That's why I get my concrete and all that stuff running first. And then over here, we are going to do our steel beams. Okay. Now we need to get a bunch of ingots in here. And how many ingots can we do? Well, we're going to be doubling up 2 pure nodes. So we'll be able to get a lot. So we're just going to go ahead and back this up so we can combine all this eventually. So right now it's going to take an equal amount, 90 and 90. So if we do 240, because we're going to use our level 2 extractors, that's going to be 240 divided by 90. Oops, 90. Which is 2.6, so almost 3. So we're going to go ahead and go 1 there. And 1 there. There we go. All right, and then this one's going to be 60 per minute, and this one is 120. So you can see that is 180 on the output. What's our output? 45, 45, and then the third one's going to do less than 45, but again, just to keep the numbers easy, 45 times 3. That's 135. So that is less than what we're going to be needing. We're going to need 180. But that's okay, because again, we're going to let it run. See, I play the game in a different way. Because I'm playing on the server, I have an unlimited amount of time, basically. I can just go ahead and let it run and run and run. So the amount of it is not that important. Now, what is the most important thing for me to run, though? That's the thing. Which one should have the most of the resources? Well, because this one's 60 and this one's 120, and what I really need right now is a lot of steel beams. Steel beams should be the priority. So this one should be the input over here. So again, if we put this in like this, we will go ahead and input this one first. Oh, if I can get it to go the right way. There we go. Go that way first, and then this one's going to come out of this one into the steel beams. And very rarely do I ever say that I have more steel beams than pipes, but in this case, it's true. All right, so we're going to go in there and whatnot. So that means that the merger is going to be over. Actually, we'll do it in the middle here. Yes, so we'll do the merger in the middle. It just makes it easier. And then we'll try to get those in there. Those are pretty close there. And then merger going toward that one. It'll all work out, everybody. Don't worry. All right, merger going this way, so these are all together. And then power connection, power connection, power connection. Oh, I forgot one important thing, and just in case we want some of the stuff in between, we will do the mergers back further like this. And again, this is going to be our input side. Don't have enough for another thing there. What do we got in this box? This is our overflow. Those are our actual boxes. Any boxes not currently being used? I think this one at the end is not being used. Okay, good, good. This is just to get this all in place, and don't worry, we'll make a ton more of all of this later. Okay, so we're going to take this merger, and we are going to merge into the back of that box. There we go. Over there, and then these are going to come out of there. This is going to split into here, go into there. And the primary one that's going to get the bulk of that is going to be right here. In fact, we could probably double merge here before we do that, so that this one's going to get twice as much as this one. So we definitely want to do that back here. So this is going to split here. This is going to go into this one and then come around this way. Oh. Yeah, we don't need to do this one like this anymore. We can go ahead and just do another splitter here. So we don't need that one. So this box goes into this one. Okay, box into this one. Goes into here. Goes around into this one. Oh no, that does need to be a merger. Duh. Merger. Or just here. Merger that way. So this way we're getting that in there. We're getting this in here. This one's going over this way, where we don't even need this because we're going to split it in 3 ways. So this will go that way into there. This will go here. This will go here. So this will be 2/3, and that'll be 1/3 on that side. Okay, we got this. And there we need to put in our foundries now. Probably want to put in our mergers first, just to make this a bit easier. Our merger in. Our primary merger right there. Foundry. Gotta line up that output. And we'll just offset them a little bit. We got plenty of room here, but plenty of room to give ourselves plenty of room this way. All right, we got our merger here, and we're just going to bring this out a bit and merge it this way. Merge it that way. All right, then we'll again run all those lines eventually. We can use lesser lines for right now. We can just use our level 2s and check all of this and then upgrade them later on. Because once you have it in place, you can very easily upgrade the lines. So we're just going to do this. Just so we can get this going. You can see I have a massive amount of level 2 stuff. So we're good there. And then same thing here. Oop, not level 1, more level 2. Again, when I'm using this up, it's putting more of it in the Dimensional Depot right now, too. All right, we got to bring this power forward like this. See, all those are connected. This one here. There. There, and then this one connected back that way. Okay, now we got a whole bunch of ingots we need to convert. Over here. Oh, we haven't run all of our lines. Yeah. So iron ore and coal. So remember, this is like a smelter. So you don't need a smelter before this, right? So we got to get our lines to run all the way over here, and we should be good. Now our actual iron line is right over here, and so we want to do our lifters first. So we'll do our slower lifters for now. And then we'll want our splitters. We take the bottom ones out. We take this out because that always trips you up, everybody. I would 100% not leave that in there. Again, we got to use our slower belts because we used up all of our belt stuff. It is what it is. And then we can take this and merge it this way. There we go. And then stack, stack. And this again, we're splitting it. We're putting this up high so that we can run the ones underneath. Like this and like this. And if we did this right, we could just go ahead and connect these. Like so. All right, good stuff. And then I'm going to go with our level 2s. Again, all we have to do is get this started, and then we can replace all of those with some higher level stuff. All right, very nice. And then these down here, same thing with the splitter. We'll go ahead and bring this right to here. And this one's going to go this way. It's coming through on this side and then going out here. By the way, the last one you don't actually need. And the reason why is because the splitter doesn't do anything. It just goes into the splitter and then it goes over there. So you could just leave it out if you wanted to. Me, I'm going to put it in because I might want to expand this later. Okay, now we need to find our inputs. So we're going to go ahead and say one of the inputs is going to be right there. And we're just going to eyeball that, see if we get lucky. Let's see, right here. Nope. This one. Oh, yeah. Nice. That's some good eyeballing right there. Then this going in. All right, now all we need is our 2 basic resources in there. Now I can tell you this outside one's going to be iron because this inside one's going to come from way over there, everybody. Way, way, way over there. Now I'm actually going to change my stuff here at the bottom because I am out of those faster belts. So I'm going to press 3 here and 4 here. So this way when I just press 3, it automatically gets the Mark IIs for now. And again, sometimes you got to downgrade to use what you got. Okay, now we want to go over here. Get this going on. All right, now let's see if we got our new walls that we could use right over here. And this is going to be awesome. And so we're going to give this a little bit of an offset. Where is our actual thing at? Right here. So we want this to eventually end up there. And so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, perfect. Wow, okay. And then this is going to go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we need the inside one to be this one. And we're going to change this around. Oh, we could probably use a Mark 3 on that one, but we're just going to go ahead and put this on the inside. There we go. Now we can start that running. Inside there. What up, Fred? Oop, that did not go how I wanted to go. Though we totally, I guess, could have just done that. Actually, you know what? We're just going to do that. This is redundant, really. Turn on our straight function. Back to default. I find the straight function sometimes does weird stuff. Okay, that's awesome. Let's go ahead and head over this way. It's called edge sliding. I invented it. It's awesome. All right, now here we go. Now, since we have this whole edge right here and it's going way back over there, and I could add this, but I'm just going to use this edge since it lines up across here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, the smart thing to do is to do it as you go, and that is going to automatically change the direction in the correct direction if you've already got a precedent for it. It's a good kind of creature of habit to go in the direction in which you want it to flow, but you don't have to. You can see I just did it, and you can see that my belt there, the arrows are pointing that way, toward the way I want it to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is about the max distance of a belt. And we're doing the middle one. So again, I'm going to click there and bring it this way, just to do it the proper way. And we just keep doing this over and over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up. If you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I am doing my thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we got a bit of a problem here. We got a belt in the way, but we know what to do. We're going to go ahead and add 2 of these. And we need to put our belt in over here. So we're going to go this way and over there. And then this one's going to go on the low side up to this side here. Oh, I'm out of reinforced iron plates. I can tell you I'm not out of them, but I'm out of them in the Dimensional Depot. I've used them up. Now again, since the Dimensional Depot uploads pretty slowly right now, and eventually we'll upgrade it all the way. And we'll also convert all of these into what we need to do. We will go ahead and just grab a bunch, because we got a bunch over here that we can grab. Also want to make sure that it actually is going in the Dimensional Depot. So we can just go reinforced plates. We'll look and see that if it goes to 22, it is. Okay, so it's automatically going in there, so no worries. We're going to take, oh, too many. Just take our own kind of big old stack of these out for now, because it's going to take a while. By the way, it's just as fast for me to slide jump than it is for me to use the cart. I actually automated a cart, and then I ran beside it and did a slide jump, slide jump. I'm actually faster than the cart when I'm slide jumping. Also when you're using the hover pack, too. Cool little tidbit of knowledge to know. Okay. Bingo. All right, now we got a bit of a gap here, but no problem. We're going to hit F, then we're going to hit R to get our blueprint. Put that right like that. There we go. All right, then back down again, which I'm just going to put right there just to make it easy for me to just transition. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are some long line runs here. I'm running it clear across the whole base. All right, now over here we have our extractor, and we've upgraded to a Mark II. So again, it's extracting 240. So we're just going to take that out. Those are mostly temporary. I just do it so I'll know where those particular ones are. We'll kind of eyeball it a little bit. And then do this, and we'll use the same consistent one. So we're going to go ahead and use the middle one. Notice I did the elbow, the straight corners, so that in case I want to put something else in there, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Notice also, by the way, I'm using the 3-1 because I always use the 3-1 because I might come back later and, again, run more resources. And the straight function is awesome for when you come to a corner like this because you can just go like that. Now, that is working, everybody. That is running right now. That's off and running. There it goes. Now, of course, it's not running at its full speed. And that is because I don't have the belt, steel beams yet to make it happen. But it doesn't matter. As long as that's running, we doing good. Where'd my ladder go? Right here. We doing good. So we'll get that going. Now, we still haven't even touched copper yet, everybody, or SAM, or any of that other stuff. But we can go in here. By the way, you can get underneath here and slide along the belt, which is really fun. We can see that this is running. That's running good. And again, we could run that underneath and have it go over here, but we're just going to run it up there just so we can see that both things are running. You can see there a lot less going on that side, then a lot more on this side. But then again, it gets over here and it splits into the appropriate speed, so all this stuff is going at the right speed. That is called a load balancer. See, I'm building momentum. If you do it just right, everybody, you start to get faster and faster and faster when you're bouncing. If you do it just right. All right, there we go. Now we should start to see some ore popping up over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got our iron ore. It's going to take a minute here for the coal to get over here. But once it does, we're ready to fire this up. Now, where do we want to run our power down? I'm going to say right here. So we're going to run it down into the side here. And then we'll take it from there and we'll connect it into our central power. And all of these now should be yellow. Yes, they are. And then we're going to put that back in there. We're going to tag it with some green so we know that that is where we have that connector. Normally I don't do that. I'm doing it for the first time in this particular playthrough. All right, now it's going to start feeding that stuff into the machine, and it's going to backlog in there until we get the coal. And then once the coal comes through, and again, it's going to go really slow because there are 120 belts, but I will come back later and bam, 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 upgrade it when I have enough of the belts. And again, everybody, this is the type of thing where I can let this run for a week and come back, and bam, even at these slower belt speeds, I'd have thousands, tens of thousands of all of this. So the speed is not as important right this second as the fact that I need to make some and don't want to have to go back and redo all of those belts. I can just go back and upgrade them all, which is awesome. Okay, that's going to take a minute to get over here. Let's go ahead and make sure that we do have the connection underneath here. Yes, we do. We do got that connection all the way down. Yep, it does look like it's going all the way down. See if we're going to hit this edge. Oh, missed it. It's a tough edge. Get up there. There you go. Oh, I see some stuff going on the belt. There we go. We get up here. Now you know why I got the ladder here, so I can look. Yeah, there it goes. Nice. Might get my cart anyway, just to drive around in it. Automate them too. Oh, I see a couple. There we go. I saw a couple going down the line. Into the box. Where did they go? Oh, they just went into the thing. There we go. There you go. Remember, 2/3 of it's going to go this way. 1/3 is going to go that way because of the way we have our stuff. And now the cool thing is, the more it makes these things, the more of these things that I have for me. So we're also going to put in the rest of this as well. Make sure we got this going the correct direction. There we go. And we might have enough to build this now. Yes, we can. Okay. Line those up. Get these slower belts in there. Get our, where is it? Our floor hole. Just grab it from over here. Start with this first. There we go. And then we need to get under here so we can run this across. That's pretty far down. Oh, there's some extra stuff down there. It's pretty far down. Now I'll show you how to make a little walkway. So you just take a wall. And I usually run it down by 2. And a middle mouse button, the foundation. And I think I built one way off in the distance. And then you just jump down. There we go. Now you're underneath here. You can work all your magic that you want to do. Now again, we have the same problem of we have another belt running here. And that's why these conveyor walls are so awesome. So you can just go ahead and bring it down like this. And then again, you're working in a 3-dimensional vertical way, which is pretty amazing. And then we'll turn off the whole curve thing. And do we want to put that on the inside or the outside? I kind of feel like we want to put that on the inside. Let's go ahead and put this on the inside there. This one here is steel pipes. Again, now what we should see is we should see the items coming out of there. See? Very nice. All right. And then we'll go this way a little bit. And this will help us to stay up here while we're working on all this stuff under here. So we have to work from way down there. All right, so the first one we know is going to be, and we're going to bring this down just a bit, is going to be our pipes. So we're going to turn that like that. Very nice. And then we can just run our pipes right in there. Then the second one we know is going to be our steel beams. And so we're going to turn it toward this way so that when it does run it, we can run it in a straight function and it will just go like that. There we go. Now, if we did that right, those should end up above. And we're just going to jump on this. We're going to try anyway. Get up there. And then, oh, nope. Can't do it. Can't make it. I know just what to do. Make a ladder. Okay, now we should start to see some steel beams coming through. Yes, we do. Okay, cool. Now we got that. Now we do have a bunch of steel beams on us, so we can reverse engineer the rest of this. We can go back to our level 3s here. So we're going to use this, and this is going to be number 3. This is going to be number 4. So now we're going to use our level 3s. Now where should I use my level 3s first? Well, typically I would use them from the start and work your way forward. And the reason why you want to do that is because that's just going to make the resources get there just that much faster, right? So I'm going to go over here to our extractor over here, which I think we made Mark 2. Yes, we did. Okay. Well, don't do awkward things or something. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and go level 3 there. So now this is going to extract faster. This is a Mark 1. Why do I have a Mark 1 here? I have no idea. Let's go ahead and upgrade that as well. I got to get out of the way. There we go. Good, I went back and checked that too. There we go. Now we'll get 240 coming out of there. Okay, so this is the Mark 3 here. And then over here, we're going to want a Mark 3 belt. There we go, and a Mark 3 there. Notice that's going to upgrade all the way down there, and now we don't have enough steel beams. So again, we want to come back and upgrade all of these lines under here. Now, what I could do is just AFK, come back in 24 hours, and I'll have a giant box full of that stuff, and then upgrade it. But at least it's running, and that's the important part. It doesn't matter how fast it's running on the server, as long as it's running, and as long as it's producing those resources while I'm doing something else. Right? That's the AO number 1. I want that to run and run and run. Let's check that power usage. Got God, I'm efficient at what I do. Very efficient in my power usage, everybody. Not even close. And again, we're using geothermal power, which is pretty unprecedented in phase 1, as well as have our power augmenter running. So pretty awesome. And again, we'll just see if this is all the same. Yep, this is all looking good. We have got a massive amount of power going. We've already done 600. By the way, if we're in the regular game, we'd already be more than halfway to the next phase, just in how much we've done so far. Even though it takes twice as many resources and 5 times as much power, we're actually almost done if we were in the normal mode, which is 1,000 you normally need. I need 100,000. All right, this is all looking good. We got our concrete going. We got all of that. Now we've got a bunch of stuff that we need to get going. And the goal is today is to get all the things going that we had going before, but also have them all being fed to where I'm at and then also into the Dimensional Depot. We can also use those things for producing other things, but really I want to get myself taken care of, so anytime I need any resources, they will be set to go. So the smart thing to do now is to tap into our tap into our copper, and work on our copper stuff. So let's go ahead and just dip off the side here. We'll use our parachute and dip around here, and we'll go find our copper production down here. Don't need these anymore, so we're going to go ahead and pull all these out of here. We made a lot of these, as you can see, everybody. We did a lot of manual conversion, which is awesome because you let it run for like 35 minutes, you go do something else. But you can see that we're actively playing the game. I'm not just running stuff in the background. And I actually don't have to run the game in the background anymore of any other game because I have the server. So if I have the thing running, the server will continuously run even if I log out of the game. And thus I don't have to run my computer in the background. As well as not eating into my frames per second or anything like that. It's just doing a great job of all of that. And again, we probably don't need any of these, and we don't need this anymore. We don't need any raw ore there. We don't need it because we have the power to automate it. Also got our sulfur coming across here. We'll get into that later on. But we want to go ahead and set up all the processes of our copper. I'm going to go ahead and just run up here a little bit, try to find me a little spot to run up and down with. And again, put our ladder right there. It looks like a good spot for me. And, oh, we need to put our extractor in. That's going to be super useful. Put our miner in right there. And then we're just going to do the same thing on our sand ore because we're going to do that later. And then we need some steel beams, but we don't got those. So we are going to use back down to this and this. And there we go. Up to here. And then we want to reverse engineer where we want all of our copper and stuff to end up. And we'll work our way back over here. Now, if you notice, I'm kind of clustering this stuff all together, and I'm doing that on purpose so that it's nearby where my hub is. So if I see a problem with a certain thing or I don't have enough resources for whatever it is, I can go over there and I can expand it. Now, I can actually leave even more room for expansion, but this is all going to get redone again, everybody. It will absolutely get redone again, but this time with blueprints. When I get to the level 2 blueprinter, that's when I bother to do all of my factories and stuff. I don't do that in the early game because, again, it's all about power. So I want to have enough power to really just keep stacking and stacking those in the early game. I just needed to do those things so I have basically an infinite amount of all of those resources. So what I want to do is I want to end up over here, but you can see we got a lot of belts and things that are in the way of what we're trying to do, but we're going to get a little tricky on our stuff here because we can see that this is in the way. We're going to go here and we're just going to put a floor hole here. And we're going to take this out of the way for a minute, and we're going to take this, and we're going to attach it right up there. So there we go. So in theory, if we have that running out, that should go right in there. Actually, I didn't check its direction. Let's make sure that its direction is going the correct way. There we go. And that should actually work. Quick wire, we already have that running, so we're just going to bring this up just a little bit, turn it to the side, run that up into there, and GG's. Whoa, look at that weird stuff it's doing there. Don't do that. Got it on straight function. I'm going to turn it on default. There we go. Then over here, same thing. We're going to want some cable. So we're going to do this. I'm going to do that. Very nice. And then here at the end, that is not lined up. Here at the end, same thing. And then we'll connect these across. Connect these across. And now we have our kind of 3 goals that we want to reach there. With our underruns, which we're going to run all that stuff underneath there. But the end result is actually going to end up over here along the backside of our base. And again, you can see by the time I have done all of that other stuff, it's put more plates and concrete and whatnot in here. So we've got plenty of room for expansion. And yes, I will take that tree out. I will take that tree totally out. Now, all the way here at the end, we're going to leave a little bit of room here. We're going to go ahead and put in our 3 boxes. Again, notice I always start with the boxes. Oh, we don't have enough steel beams. Well, I happen to know where some are going right now. And conveniently, they're going right over here. Let's see. Oh, that's my other stuff. It's like, whoa, where is it? It's over here. It's over here. That threw my brain off for a second there. There we go. Again, see how it's bringing the resources to me and I don't have to go to the resources. That's what we're doing now, is making it convenient for us. And it is totally worth your time, everybody. It is 100% worth your time to organize all your stuff in this stage. So you're not running all the way back and all the way back and all the way back all the time. Because that sucks. All right, we're going to leave a little bit of a gap here. And that's just so that I can see the resources running. And then, of course, we're going to go to our logistics and put our floor hole here. Feel like right there. We'll see how this works out. Yes. There we go. You always put your lifters in last. Okay, so there we go. So those will be those, and we need one more. We don't have enough. Let's go get some more. And you can see we're just pushing the edge of what we can do. I'm always pushing that edge because then that means I'm doing something. If I'm not pushing that edge, then I have a box full of resources for no reason. For no reason. Oh, we need 2 more. All right, we'll wait for those 2. Now, what we want to do is decide what these are going to be based on how we're going to run them. So I would say probably the inside one is going to be the first one. So we'll run them out and then we'll turn them sideways. So the first one will be our, over here, first one's going to be our, whatever this thing's called, wire. There we go. First one will be wire. There we go. And then probably the beamy things are last and cable is next. Okay, so cable, then copper sheets, actually is the name of those. Slide under. There we go. Sometimes that can be annoying. Okay, and then cable. Okay, again, just marking those so I know what's what with what. Okay, now we need to back this up and figure out how much total stuff we want to produce. So this is going to produce our wire. Again, remember, this doesn't have to be a lot, everybody. This is just for my use. So again, we can just do as much as we want. And then this one over here is going to be separate, and it is going to be our cable. Now, one of the things is that wire becomes cable, so we actually need 2 constructors here. So I'm not going to bother to have a wire a box in between. There's no point because I already have one producing wire, so there's no point there. But check it out, everybody. It's going to be 120 over here. It's going to be 30 copper to 30 wire, and then this needs 120 wire to make a lot of cable. Believe me, you're going to end up with just an obscene amount of cable, everybody. Don't even bother or worry about it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll end up with a massive amount, especially if you're running a cool G-Portal server. Now, if you do want to run a G-Portal server, remember you can get 10% off from these guys by using my code. Feel free. You'll see that code drop into the chat, everybody. Feel free to click that link over there. Show G-Portal some love. Show yourself some love, as a matter of fact. Show yourself some love by getting it going on right now. So there you go. All right. How many of these can I do? I can do 1. We'll get this other one in here. Like this, so we can get the rest of this going. Again, we're using our slower belts, but we feel like it, we'll come and upgrade them later. Upgrade all of that. And we're going to have a fun time upgrading all that. That's going to go there. Then the last one here is our copper sheets. I'm just putting them right next to each other. You can spread them out a bit, but they all want to end up right there. Now, copper sheets also just uses copper ingots. This is copper ingots. This is going to be wire to cable. So now we got all these going here. Now what we want to do is take all of the now notice I'm working toward the node, by the way. I'm back working to the node itself. Keep that in mind. Now another thing I can do, everybody, see how that one's way up there and then these ones here are back here. I can just try to sync this up a little bit by getting all of these back here, and that's going to help me a lot when I go to do the splitting of the smelting. So I'm just going to move these back like this and then reconnect those in the front. And then this one I'm going to kind of manually do here the old school way, like this, and then like that. There we go. And again, this is going to make it easier for me to split these. Now in this case, I can just use the easy mode middle splitter, like this. Oop, middle splitter. But I want to see if any of these are more. So this is 30. This is 30. And this is 30. So these are... Oh, this is not 30. This is supposed to be... copper sheets. There we go. Copper sheets. Wire. Wire. And this is cable. Okay. So all of these are going to be pretty much the same. As you can see, copper... 30 copper per minute or 30 copper ingots, but this one's a little bit more, right? And do I really care whether it's perfectly balanced? No, I don't care. But I would probably put this one as first, and that's just so that the copper sheets are splitting a little bit more in favor of the copper sheets if you're going to be using a manifold, which is what I'm using right now. In which we're just going to run it first here, and half of it's going to go into that one, and half of it's going to go down this way. So that one's going to receive more than the rest of these. But in the long run, when we let this run, everybody, we're going to have so much resources, it won't be a problem. All right, and then we'll go here, and then this, and then that. And we're going to need some smelters back here, so we probably want to keep that clear. So we want to take this one out and go up here where we can just get up on this box here. Now you can put these in separate power grids, which sometimes I do, but right now I'm just going to do that so I can move this forward, and then I can connect that across maybe over to there. There we go. And those that now have power, so pretty sweet. Paul test sweet. All right, now I know that's a pure node down there, so we know if we take 240, we got to put our thing down so we'll know how much we need. And this is the same as iron. So we know that we need 60 per, and if we have 240 extraction divided by 60 input, we know we can do 4 of these. So we're going to go ahead and hope we've got enough for another box here. You'd think it would be putting that in the Dimensional Depot. Do I not have a Dimensional Depot for that one? I probably don't. I don't, because it's not going in there. Let's get it in there. In fact, we'll use the lifter as a level 3 lifter to get it in the Dimensional Depot. There we go. I don't have to keep running back every time. All right. That is going to help a lot more. Now, again, we're going to be doubling up that production and really get that production popping. But for right now, we want to go ahead and do this. Again, this is our input side over here. I could put this long ways too, like this, if you want to. I always just put it straight, because it's not like I'm hurting for space, everybody. I've got plenty of space, so no big deal. Now again, if we go through, by the way, it remembers the last thing you did in here, which is cool. We need 4 smelters. And so those 4 smelters are going to be just like this. Now sometimes I'll actually do the smelting right next to the node and just bring the smelted ingots over here. That works pretty awesome as well. But again, I like it to be close just in case we got to do something. All right, merge. And we're going to send that merge going that way. On this merge, we're going to send it this way toward this other one. Again, these are going to be slower than our other ones. Double clicking, because it goes way faster if you just double click. And there we go. And then these 2 are going to be on this side. And these 2 are going to be on this side. And then we'll... Oh, wait, that's not how that's supposed to go. Nope. This goes there. There we go. And connect to here. This then connects back there. And these are all ready to rock and roll as well. All we got to do is tell it what to do. Copper over here. Copy it. This one, paste. Again, I open it up just in case. Okay, so that's 30, 60... and then it's going to be 120 coming out of there. So, again, we go over here. This is 30, 60, because we know that's the same one. Plus this, so this is 110. So that's a lot. So we know we've got 120. We need 110. GG's. We'll end up with a bunch of extra resources in here. A bunch of copper ingots. And then back here we'll end up with a bunch of raw resources as well. Now, how much raw resources do I really need, everybody? Not that much, everybody. I don't need 4 boxes of copper, raw copper ore. So we're just going to forego that on this particular one, because again, we also want to be useful with our resources. Again, using our manifold technique here, where we're just going to have the first one fill, and then the second one, and then the third one down the line. But we could use a balancer if we wanted to. 4 is a little bit harder, but you would just go 1 and then into a splitter again that would split it into 2, and then it would be even. You could totally do that, but I think unnecessary. I think we good. All right, so now we're getting pretty close to the node. It's right over there. So what we want to do is we want to run this over to here. So we'll go ahead and do this. And we got a lot of underrun stuff to do where we got to run all that stuff under there. But for right now, make sure this is going the right direction. There we go. And we'll go ahead and do our little trick here, where I'm going to go ahead and build this out just one more out. And then we'll go ahead and use our walls. Soup that down by 2. Get that down there. Jump down there. Later on, you won't need to do this at all, because you'll have the ability just to run around down here without worrying about it, especially if you have a bunch of power running along here. But this is what we're looking for here. Kind of feel like we could go this way first. Like this. And again, we'll come back and we'll revamp all of this later on. But for now, we'll do this. So 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. A little too far. All right, let's go to there. And we'll just say that this one is what? Going to be the inside one? Yeah, because we're probably going to build that way. So we'll do the inside one. And then when we go over here, We can stay consistent on that inside one. Oh, we didn't use our straight function. Let's make sure we use our straight function. By the way, notice how I can do this from the back side of it. Incredibly awesome. Big love to them for adding that as well. Okay, so we want to grab this and bring this out a little bit because we're going to run this along this outside edge. And again, very pretty unprecedented to build at this size in phase 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. Very nice. Okay, now we can just use this part over here. Always counting. Counting those groups of 6. All right, here's our extractor right here. So I'm bringing it down to go around that edge. And then we need one of these. Just line this up like that. Oh, it's the other side. My bad. Bring it down, bring it back up, running it over there. And there we go. All right, now we just need a little bit of power, and I know exactly how to get the power here. We have the power running here, so kind of as a redundant thing, we can just run the power up and under, like this. And there. Get both of those going. Now this is a Mark II and that is a Mark II. All right, awesome. Put that there so I remember to come back for that later. And that should start up. And again, that's a pure node, so it's going to be extracting 240, but sadly, right now, we don't have the belts for it. We're going to come back and upgrade all that later on. We just want to get it going. Get it going. Now, every time you make something, everybody, you want to make sure that it is actually working. So we'll go over here and we will make sure that this actually comes through. And if we had any extra copper, which we do, we could actually test it also via the copper that we have to make sure it's distributing among these. Yes, there it goes. Okay, that is working. Now what I do is I'd take that out just so you can see when it actually hits this. Because otherwise you might think, oh, well, it's running, but you don't see any coming out of there. But you want to take it out so you know that it traveled all that way. It got in this box, and then it's going through here and getting this going. So these all actually worked because we saw some copper get in there. But we want to see it actually come out of there. So you want to wait it out. You want to definitely wait that out, get it going. It's also a little hot in here. I'll be right back. .90-degree days are crazy, everybody. It's hot. It's starting to get into the daytime now. It's getting hot up in here. Yeah, we might run out of time for some Power World in 7 days to die. Again, remember, it's more of a suggestion, my schedule, than a hard, fast rule, everybody. I play what I'm enjoying. Oh, and there we go. Look at it distributed. Again, check you're getting one there. You're getting one there. How about here at the end? All right, good. Now, remember, this first one's going to get the most, and that's the one that needs the most. Now, I can tell you, we got a bunch of these laying around. That's right. You're like, Kismet, you thought of that after all this time? Sure did. That's why I left them there. I left them right over here, so I can just go ahead and deconstruct that. It's going to drop all those into my inventory, and I can just supercharge all of this production by basically going in and putting a massive amount of this in here. Now, the cool thing is I have too much production, meaning that it's not making enough ingots to run all of this, but if I put a bunch I had left over, now it will. It's going to run at full production, burn up that excess, and then eventually equalize to the point in which it's just grabbing the rest of that. So we're going to let that run. We can also, by the way, if we're in a hurry, we could just go and make another one over here temporarily and let that do some extra wire or whatever we want to do. But no, now it has a place. We can actually place it somewhere. And we'll go and do that thing. Now, we got to get it from over here to over there, right? So we want to do the same thing. We're going to take out this floor. We're going to put in a basic wall. We could probably do it from down there, but again, we're going to use my little trick here to just dip down here. And there we go. All right, and we'll go ahead and turn these this way. Again, we'll have to do a lot of upgrading later, but for now... walls is what we're looking for. We're going to put it right there. This one went the wrong way. Awesome. Make sure they're all coming out. Yes, so this one is going to go here, and I'm going to use the straight function. And then this one, very awkwardly, but eventually, there we go. And this one way out here on the side. Okay, there we go. Now we got those three going. Now we got to get them over there. So we're going to go ahead and put this way. I can just take this out because, again, the stuff doesn't fall down like in 7 Days to Die. Everybody just take it out. Just to make it more convenient for what you're doing. And then probably back one, or maybe don't even need to go back one. I can just go like this. And like this. And like this. And hopefully we got all of these done correctly. We'll find out here in a second. Again, using the straight function. Get that there. And there. Now we also have a secondary backup box that's going to help us. Get in there. Do it from this side. Nope. Just going to go this way. Not want to go there. Oh, the belt's going the wrong way. Something about this belt here. Oh, I accidentally turned it on curve, so straight is not functioning right. That straight is not going straight. Take this middle one out first. Maybe it's a middle one thing. Wow. Okay. Ah, there we go. Never give up, never surrender. All right, we just used the irregular mode because the straight mode was doing something funky there. It is what it is. Okay, now, if we did these right, this should be that one. That should be that one. And this should be this one. All right, and we should have our stuff down the center. And let's go ahead and put a little thing in here. We can stand up on it. We can take a look. Center one should be that. That should be the outside. And the inner one should be our stuff, which I can see is not moving. So something's wrong here. Yeah, see? I don't see it flowing. So this is acting funky. All right. That's why you double check all this stuff. And here they come. All right. Yes. Okay. That is done. Take all this out. I don't like to leave this stuff under here. Eventually, again, won't need it. Won't need it. Oh, another limestone node right there. I didn't even know it was there. Something above that. Oh, something above that now. All right, so let's take this out. Double checking. Okay. We got a ladder over this way we can use. All right, now we got all of our copper production back up and running. Very cool. Much more streamlined, much more condensed here where I can go and I can access all the stuff. Oh, I see it running. Oh, it's already backlogged. Nice. We got this going. Again, it's not going very fast, and that's okay in this phase, everybody. We're in the very first phase of the game. Hey, Bloodbane, what's up? We're in the very first phase of the game. It's not like I'm in a hurry because, do I really need that many of these right now? Maybe for some hypertubes, but not really. Look how many cable I have right there. Again, same thing with wire. I've got plenty. So what I really want to do is just backlog a little bit of that. Now, I do want to get back to my modular frames here. Don't necessarily need to do these. I'm doing those over there on the other side. I do want to get back to my modular frames now that I got my copper going, which is what we're going to be doing over here. We could actually be running some of this in here for now. There we go. At least we could be backlogging some of those. And I think now we have enough for this one. And we can just go ahead and go back to the level 3 belts. There we go. Crank those out of there pretty fast. Backlog those bad boys. And there we go. Back up to speed. Yeah, that's running 240. So yeah, we know that's the right one. And then this one should eventually be 180. But right now it's going to be 270. And that's because of the backlog of that raw ore back there. And so this is going to crank that in there at its maximum speed. This is going to do this. Okay, so now what we want to do is, again, we want to get to our assembler here. We'll put that back down. And we want to get to our modular frame. So we need reinforced iron plates and we need iron rods, right? So actually what we need first is this, which is plates and screws. And really what we want to do is make the 3 things, right? That's why we have 3 different ones here. And again, it doesn't matter if I'm making them at full speed. It only matters if I am actually producing them, because I can let them run for a long time. Oh, helps to put our smelters in first. All right, we already did. No, we already did our smelters. All right, never mind. We already got that. Already got it. All right, we're going to offset this a little bit just to give us a little bit of room here, because we're going to want to just run these direct, right? From over here into there with a very weird thing. I don't like it. Take that out, make that default. There we go. All right, so those are going to run in there, and we're going to tell it to do the very first thing, which is, in this case, plates. And we're just going to go ahead and go right here in the center. Connect those across. Find our power back here, which is over there. There we go. And that's going to start that up. All right, plates, rods, and then screws, right? Nope. This is actually going to be rods also, because then it's eventually going to make screws in the next step. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and then like this, and then screws. Now let's see if we have the ability to forward this. Nope, but we do have one up there that we can forward the power. Say right in here. And again, we'll do screws. That should make rods. Okay. And then this one into there. That one into there. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. That's all good. Okay, and that's going to make screws. Okay, now we have a bit of all the things that we need to go ahead and do some of this. So let's get way over this way. Like this. Now, do I need it to backlog rods and screws into a box? No, I've already got that elsewhere. So I don't really need it to backlog this stuff. I needed to just directly make that thing. So in this case, I just needed to make some reinforced iron plates. So I need iron plates and screws. So we're just going to put screws here like this. And then we've got iron plates over here, but I would probably say you want to switch it to over here to make that easier. And then over here is where we'll put the rods, which will be for later. And then plates directly in there, and probably run it straight first. And then put a nice little swing on it there. And then that's going to go into there, and then we'll use this power here. And we'll tell it to get started. All right, making some reinforced iron plates there. Nice. And then this here. And then we want to go ahead and take these reinforced iron plates. I'm going to push this forward just a little bit. And we want to run them into this one. Now, this one is going to make our modular frames. So how convenient that we also need reinforced iron plates, but also iron rods. And, of course, that's why I put this on the outside. And so to make it a little easier, I guess we could use that straight function, say to there, and then from there into there. Nice, okay, now we got our rods coming in there, and now we are ready for our modular frames. So let's go ahead and connect that back, because we don't really need any other power over here. And now it's going to make me some modular frames. And then I want my modular frames to go back to my box over there. You can see how we are just accelerating everything that we're doing. We're doubling and doubling and doubling at this point because we unlocked the power of the geothermal, and we can just let all that stuff run. And again, backlog till the end of time, which is cool. All right, where is our... Now, if you notice, I do these a little bit at a time. This way, it's not as confusing. So they're right here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And again, we already can tell that this is going to go that way. And again, we know this is working because we can see these ones coming out. Oh, and we also maxed out our quick wire there, and the rest of our stuff just chugging away. And so now we want to get this. Now let's see if we've got any kind of hanging stuff down here. We got this. We can head over here. And run that out. Now, do we have any more room over here? No. And we're trying to get to here. Alright, so I kind of feel like here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do this. We're going to bring this down just a bit so that it can go underneath that. Then we're going to use our walls. And we'll just do 2 down. And this one into that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How convenient. In fact, we're going to just turn that just like that. And we're out of the beams. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer. No problem. We'll downgrade into our lesser ones. We'll make that nice and straight. There we go. Turn that back to default. And there we go. Again, you can see that, again and again, I'm just making it easier and easier. In fact, we just did a pretty complex thing there, especially for the early game. A pretty complex set of things, but because I was thinking so far ahead in the fact that I was going to use those last 3 for the frames, I already had the structure of it already set up. And so now it is making modular frames. Now, one of the things I could do if I was in a hurry for them is I could just put a bunch in there like this and a bunch of rods in there, and then it would just keep cooking. Now, is it doing 6 reinforced iron plates at one time? Probably not. It's doing 5 in theory, but I can tell you I don't have 120 screws coming in there. That is 100% for sure. It's going to be 40. So I can scale this down to 40 to use less power. So that's what we'll do. Right here, that's going to be 1/3 of this, so we'll go 66%. Pretty close. 0. Oh wait, I'm not looking at the screws. Hold on. So this is 120, 30, 60. So it'll be 1/4 of that. There we go. 30, and then 15 plates, which it might be making more than the 15 plates. We'll see what it's making. It's making 20 plates. That's okay. We'll let that backlog. A bit over there. Again, I don't need a 3rd box of plates right now, so I'm fine. And then also on the rods, it's doing 15. So we know that this is not going to be it. We know we can reduce this down to 15. So that would be more than half, so like 60%. Let's go 65%. Okay, we're 64. Trying to get under that 15. 61. 62. All right, getting there. 63. Too much. 62.337. I always guess 337 just in case. 4. Again, we could figure out the math, but I just look at the number right here. And that helps me out. Okay, so there's 15. It's going to be going at 3.75 right over there. Now, it's going to make 1.2 modular frames, but guess what? I got lots of power and a bunch of summer sloops. Oh, they're not in there. They haven't gone in there yet. No problem. See, now we're not super far away from it. We don't have to run all the way back to the base and then run all the way back to copper every time. That's the only drawback of having it there. Now, once you have your hypertubes, though, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, something stopped in here. Okay, that's filled up. I want to keep that going. Keep that going. But we'll just grab our summer sloops out of here. And again, it's not that far away now. Very easy for us to just run over here and modify the end result. Or this way, actually. And say, you know what? I want you to make as many modular frames as you can. Double that bad boy up. In fact, it's going to double up its output, but 4 times the power, right? So it's going to take 40 times 4. Now, it's really not times 4 because you also have the original 40. So it's really 3 times more than what you're already using. So that 40 is actually included in that number. So it's really 3 times more than what you're currently using. But it's actually 4 times as more because you're still using the original. So it's 3 on top of the 4. You get the idea. So that's going to be 40 times 2 would be 80. 80 times 2 would be 160. It's about 160 power or so, plus a little extra. So we'll let that run. All right, that's going to make a ton of those. And this is waiting on plates and screws. Let's see, probably more on the plates than the screws. So this is 15 plates per minute. This is 20 per minute. We'll just do this to get this supercharged. And then over here, that's already maxed out. And again, I just go in here and help this out a bit so it doesn't stop. I can also double it up if I wanted to with the summer sloop, but I use my summer sloops very conservatively, both because of the power and then also what we have running. So now we have pretty much all the stuff we had running before running. So let's go look at our power, and I can tell you we probably have barely any. Now, another thing I like to do, again, right here by the road, especially by my base here, is I will just grab one of these and just run it by my base. So at any time, I can just look at the pole, and it will tell me what my power usage is. Yeah, we're still at half power. Now, we're actually using a little bit more because we did make it a bit bigger than we did before. But pretty much about 2,000, and I have 5,600 or about 5,000 power. So I have an extra 3,000 power sitting around, which means I can build everything that I've already built again, and then a half again. So yeah, so we're cooking, everybody. Cooking big time. Now, we want to get over here and see if we have enough of these beams. I really feel like we should just let those beams go, and then we'll come back and we'll upgrade all of that as well, because we're probably going to run out of time. Oop, we've got a ladder over here that we can go ahead, just open up a bit. There we go. Very nice. Take that out. Kind of feel like I want a ladder right here too. So when we go up that ladder, we'll come up right by the base. We're aiming right into the base here. Okay, and you can see I can't open up anything else until I do 100,000 smart platings and 100,000 of this and 100,000 of that. It's a lot. But we have got all of our main stuff running. And again, eventually I will have all of the resources running like I typically do. And we want them all going into the Dimensional Depot. Right? Because this way we don't have to keep running back for stuff. We can also get rid of this. Get rid of those. Again, don't need any raw ore. Don't need that. We all good. Okay, so in theory we should see all of our stuff running here. And this is why I do this, so I can see if it's running. Get up nice and high here. Okay, so we got everything running except for this one here, which is our reinforced iron plates, because we already have them running over there. We have plenty of reinforced iron plates, but we really want to use them mainly for making those things. And by the way, when that thing is full, it'll backlog a bunch of reinforced iron plates over there, as well as smart platings. into the box. Hey, there goes our modular frames. So we have all the things that we need to work in this particular phase, because there's not really much else we can do, because the next stuff that we can build is in the manufacturer. And we're just at the assembler stage. But let's go ahead and see if there's anything else that we might want to do a little bit in the assembler. And there are some things we can still do in the constructor. But let's just go in here, and I call this the play yard, everybody. You can also look it up in, you can hit N and look it up in your quick search or whatnot. But I just call it the play yard, where I throw some stuff down, and then I can look and see what I can produce. So I can produce some versatile framework, but it's going to take my steel beams. I can go ahead and do some animated wiring, but I need to make a bunch of rotors and whatnot. And I could also make some encased industrial beams, which I would never do because they suck. Encased industrial beams are the next level of the upgrade, but the problem is that they suck up a lot of resources, especially my steel beams, which I typically skip over encased industrial beams as well, because I don't feel they're worth it. And we can also make a bunch of AI limiters, which we actually are going to use later on. So we might get that going. We have alternate coal going, which we could use with our sulfur. We have fabric, we have rotors, which we have running, and we got stators and motors we can get going. We can also automate our Nautilus, our black powder, all of that stuff that we can get going. But what would be the number one thing I would work on? I would probably think about either of these, especially the automated wiring, because that's actually easier because it's not using my my steel beams, which I need for running lines right now. But the automated wiring, we could potentially get that going along with the cable that we're producing over here, and we could have some of it going to the box, but also use the cable for production. So at the end here, instead of just running all of this stuff over here, actually, running all of the cable in here, we could divert some of the cable as well. Now let's go ahead and put another one of these over here, like this, and we can say, okay, if we want to make the automated wiring, we're going to need stators. So we can go ahead and back up in here. We can say stators. What does stators take? Steel pipe and wire. Oh man, now we're using our steel pipes, but we got plenty of those as well. So we could get a bunch of stators going. You know, it's even cooler than doing that, everybody, is just happen to have a bunch of stators laying around, in which I do. I do have a bunch laying around. Now again, the goal is going to be over here. The goal is going to be to make our items here, right? Make our automated wiring. Now, what if I had a bunch of cable and a bunch of stuff laying around, and I want to just go ahead and run that into the awesome sink? Well, what I would do is I would do what I call offline production, where I'm not actually running all the resources there, and I'm just going ahead and using the resources that I already have. So we're going to go ahead and line this up right over here. And in fact, we're probably going to need, we already have a box there, so we can just go ahead and grab the assembler here. We're going to line it up off of this box. Nice. And then use what level 3 belts we can run. There we go. And we need reinforced iron plates and whatnot to do smart plating, but we're not doing that. We're going to do versatile frameworks, so modular frames and steel beams. I would definitely not do that right now until I had that really up and running. I'm going to go ahead and do the next one right over here. And this one is going to be this one, automated wiring. So I need stators and cable. This one's actually the easier of the two. And so I'm going to not bother to, move that back just a little bit. Not bother to run all of the lines for now. In fact, I'm going to probably have to use the smaller lines right now. There we go. And what I want to do is just give this some power. And we'll just put this in between the two of these here. We'll have both of these connected. And we'll tap into some power up there. Okay, so now we need to put some stators and some cables. Now, I have a bunch of cable laying around. You guys saw it back at my base. So we'll put a little bit in there while we're here. But the other thing that I happen to have, even though I just put it down for the first time and have not made any stators manually or offline, online, any of those in between, because we just unlocked stators. But back here at our primary base, and again, looking for the purple tells me where my primary base is, we have some stuff kind of stuck back here in the corner, and some of those, of course, are rotors. There we go. I can't remember if I put any rotors in the rest of this. No, these other boxes here don't have anything in them. We can take those out and reuse that stuff there. Very nice. All right, we can reuse those. Now I'm going to take the stators out of the front as well because it does me no good in there. But you can see we got massive ton of high-level resources in there that we did find wandering around. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so we got that, and then we whatever status we have, we're going to fill our inventory with as many status as we can, and then as much cable as we can. And guess what it's going to do? Make me more cable. I don't do it. Now, I could run the cable all the way over here and do all of that. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have it do as many as it can do until it runs out of its current resources. Then I'll come back later and do stators and all that stuff later on. But I'm going to call this side the cable because I think this one already ran in there. It did. Okay. And then this side will be the stators, and there we go. And so now I can use the stuff that I got from going around and just burn that stuff up. Burn it up. I mean, it's only going to make 2.5 per minute, and I need 10,000. But that's going to be a good amount of stators and a massive amount of cable. It'll actually end up probably with more cable left over than stators because I have a ton of cable over there that I can use. But again, that's a great technique called offline production. You just, if you got it, throw it in there, let it convert. Uses less power as well because it doesn't have all the stuff before it running. So it runs pretty well. All right, and there we go. We've got that going. That's going to start doing our second item in the space elevator. And we'll work on our third item when we have the ability to run this much faster. Speaking of, didn't mean to upgrade both of those, but it is what it is. Not reach the belt from down here? Apparently not. Apparently not. Time for a temporary ladder. Up the ladder we go. That'll get us over here, which is level 3. There we go. That's already level 3. Level 3. Just double checking I got all this on level 3. And then around the corner. Oh, I need one more. Let's just wait for it. There it is. Boom. And now we got that going. We need to do our lifter, though. So we need to get our level 3 lifter back on here, right there. Again, this is just a matter of time now. So I need 2 steel beams to get the lifter. And then I need to get the lifter on the top. Again, the more I accelerate the steel beams, the faster this is going to go. So now I'm going to get a massive amount of iron running there, and I probably have... oh, I don't have any on me. Okay, so we got that all the way down. Now I just go in and double check. Oops, see, that did not upgrade. This one upgraded, but that one did not. Now you can actually downgrade it back to 2, and then take 3, and then upgrade that to 3. There we go. So we're just working on the iron first. Double check all of that. Okay, then take out our ladder. And double check that this is a level 3 as well. Okay, make sure this is a level 2. Make sure that it's coming out at 240, which it is. Okay. So now we've gotten it all the way to there. Now this other side, that's going to need a whole lot. But we got one side going, and we can start to backlog a bit of that. Let's go over here to our ladder. Wrong side. For next time. There we go. Okay. So we got that going. It's coming up here. Right here. Okay. And then we want to upgrade this one. Not enough there. Maybe we can get our lifter in this first one. Nope. We need one more steel beam. Now again, since it's going to go in the dimensional depot, boom. There we go. All right, so that one's feeding way faster in this first one. You can see the coal is just struggling to keep up, where the iron ore is absolutely jamming in there. Also, by the way, it's going to split more. So this one's going to go here, and this is going to split faster. And then this over here, you can see it needs some iron ore. It doesn't even look like that iron going in there. Oh, because we messed up. We messed up big time there. All right, we got to fix that. Let's check all these out. And then we've got to get our stuff lined up. That's why I always come back and double check your stuff. And we want it to go this way. Put that nice level 3 lifter in there for now. All right, this one was totally stopped. And we'll just help it by putting in the excess that we have. There we go. That's why it's slowing us down a little bit. This one here has got both. Okay, you can see it's getting more iron than it is coal right now. That's okay. We'll go ahead and get that in there and make sure that's all good. Again, now this one's kind of spinning up a little bit faster. Let's see, that one's got like 80 coal in there. This one over here, it's got 4. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this out, and we're going to split that in half and half again. And then we'll take half of this one. And what? We'll do 10. 20. 25. 25, and then the last couple I don't even care. Good enough. All right, then we'll put some of that in that one, and then some of this into that one. It's not going to be perfectly balanced, but it's going to let it run a little faster to get started. So they're going to equally, all 3 of them are going to run at the same time, so that not one of them is starving for resources to get that going. Now another thing that we could do is we could manually infuse a bunch of coal here. I noticed that we don't have our boxes here. Yeah, I don't have my boxes up here. Where I could backlog, say, a bunch of iron, and then I could put it in there, or backlog a bunch of coal and put it in there as well. But usually I have them over here at the start. So let's go over here at the start and see if we have some coal sitting over here. And I think I left a bunch of resources over here too. What do we got? Oh yeah, whoa, 39 Mercer spheres over there too. Let's get that out of there. Get in my inventory, nice. Okay, now one of the smart things we could do is to upgrade this first one, like this. And if you didn't know, you can actually put splitters on the belts now, on the lifters, which is pretty cool, like this. So we can split some of it like this, and then just go ahead and take this box. Oh, not enough beams. Oh, not enough beams yet. We gotta wait for 4 beams. Now, because I don't have the beams to run it all the way down there, what I can do is just have this one thing outputting faster, and then I can go and infuse that into the actual belts at the end to make it go a little faster, so I can get more beams, and eventually I don't need this. But this is a great little technique if you are running your stuff really long and you don't have enough of the resource. And again, I could just let this run and come back, and there'd be tens of thousands in there. But again, I like to work at the at my maximum speed if I can. There we go. And then we're just going to use our lower level ones because we don't need to, because it's going to cut it in half anyway. Right there. So there we go. So now it's going to be running at the full 240 speed, and you can see it's just running that stuff out of there. In fact, I'm going to grab that out of there. And now it's going to put a whole bunch of it here in the box that we can go ahead and grab and do what we got to do. Man, look at all this stuff I have on me. I got a lot of stuff. A lot of extra stuff. So there we go. So now it's going to split in half. This will be 120 and that'll be 120. And we'll come back again, upgrade all of that. But we can manually make this go a little faster. What do you think, Fred? It's like, awesome idea. He's all about this awesome idea. All right, more lattes. Nice thing about having your base up high, too, is you have a bunch of mobs up here, including Fred, in your way all the time. So let's go ahead and take a bunch of this. And I didn't put a box back here, which I should have probably done, again, so I can just infuse this stuff with that. I think we're going to go ahead and take a look at how this is configured down here. Is it turning right here? It kind of is. So we're going to go ahead and put another box if we can afford it. Nope, we don't have enough. Don't have enough, but we're just going to rearrange this anyway. Yeah, we need 8 more steel beams. Here's the thing we could do. We could go ahead and make some on our own. Right there, and I can tell you this has got lots of extra iron ore. I'm just going to make some myself if I can. First we got to make some steel ingots. Now sometimes, in this case, because I don't have enough to run my lines at full speed, it's actually faster for me to make them. So I'm going to use what I just gathered over there, that coal, and then the extra iron that's sitting in there, and I'll make my own because it'll make it so much faster. So much faster. And this is something great to do if you're going to go AFK, which I'm going to do here in a moment. Something great to do is just to let this run. Also, this is why you have the raw resources backlogging in case it can't run the resources fast enough. Especially at the node itself, so you can go to the node and you can grab it out of there. You just make it run faster at the node, and then eventually over here to the box, because it's going to backlog also here at the box as well. So I think what we'll do is we'll actually take this one out as well, so that we can double merge these in here with 2 separate boxes in case in the future we want to do this very thing. There we go. Very nice. And so I need 20 more. Over here, I can make 6. All right, well, let's just keep going. Weirdly enough, I need the iron ore. In fact, we can go over here and get the iron ore to flow in here. And then we'd have a bunch of backlog of iron ore to use. And then we don't have enough for that lifter, but that's okay. We'll use our lower level lifter for now. And we got to rework how we have our stuff running. We should probably make ourselves a little spot here. Walls, and then down we go. Can't wait to get my little hover thing. Love that hover thing. It's my jam. Okay, and then we're gonna go up here with our lesser one. And then see where we're bringing this from. Here. All right, that's going to run that up there. That's going to start to backlog there. Very nice. Only need to upgrade these. Yeah, I'm going to upgrade that one. We have the lines run all Mark III all the way up here, so if we can just get these lifters to Mark III. Perfect. There we go. Now that's going to be running at 240 in there, and that's going to be cooking. Yeah, look at it go. All right. Yeah, now we're backlogging. Now we are backlogging. All right. Again, we're going to speed this along a little bit. Oh, make some more steel things here. All out of copper. Another thing I'll do eventually is I will have these raw ores going into the Dimensional Depot. Probably coal and iron are a good one in case I need to make steel ingots. But I already put a bunch in there from before. So I'm using up what's in the Dimensional Depot right now. When it comes to the copper or the coal. Okay, so there we go, and then steel beams. Okay, now we got our steel beams. And then we'll go back to running this at level 3 into that first one. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and get our second one going here. We don't have enough steel beams for that. Oh, that's what I was going to use this for. Yes, that's why I was trying to get to 20. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have any coal going to it right now anyway, so it doesn't matter. We need more iron. We got a lot. Maybe a little too much. Oops. Okay. What are we doing? We're going over here. More steel ingots. We need 5 more steel beams to make this storage, and then we can backlog this storage with a bunch of coal. And then we can, again, when it's backlogged, I can just go ahead and grab the coal and the iron and then produce a bunch of these steel beams so we can get all of this running. Now, the big goal is to get this running, the steel pipes. The steel pipes and steel beams are the #1 thing that I need to run all these lines later on. And there we go. And also make a bunch of boxes and whatnot. There we go. And then this one, we're going to run from the downside here. But we're just going to use our lower level belts for now. And this up here. Okay, now we need to get this to come up here. Right over here. Again, this might be... Oop, that is not in the right spot. These are lesser ones. Okay, where is that? Ooh, not in the greatest of spots. All right, that works for now. All right, and again, we want to see it's back working again. I want to see that that coal comes out of there. Nope. Which way are you going, lifter? One of these lifters is going the wrong way, it feels. Something is not connected. Ah, connected to the outside one. Yeah, it's always something. Alright. Inside one. There we go. It's always some little thing like that that you're like, yeah, okay, I gotta double check that it's working. Aha, there we go. Now it's gonna do its thing, and this is gonna backlog with a ton of iron ore over here because, again, the iron ore is running at twice the speed that the coal is. And then, of course, all these belts here need to be increased, all the speeds of these belts. Probably the one I would upgrade first would be this one, so that at least this first one is getting more steel beams. But we got to run some steel beams first, so we got to run a bit of those. Now, while we're waiting for that, I know just what to do. Again, we're trying to eliminate this part, everybody, the running back and forth. And we'll get there. Just got to work away at it. Work away at it little by little. All right, well, we were gone. Boom, look at that. Nice. Man, I got a bunch of concrete and other stuff on me here. I bet you this stuff's in overflow. Let's get rid of the concrete. Bam. Get rid of the concrete. I think we got enough of that now, and we're making a whole lot more. When you start seeing me throw entire inventories full of resources, everybody, you know that I'm making a massive amount of that. Or we'll end up with a massive amount of it. I know what you're doing, bird. Oops. Get out of here. It's your creepy stuff that you're doing. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's doing it, but it creeps me out, so he's got to go. Okie dokie. Now, over here. Alright, what other stuff do we have that we could probably put away? Some plates and stuff. Alright, let's just go check our boxes since we're already here. And see if any of this can be put back in the boxes. Ooh, okay, plates. Nope, we got plenty of that. Let's see, rods. Nope, plenty of that. Throw that away. Over here, plenty. Throw it away. You're like, God, kid me, you're throwing a lot of resources away. Yep, don't need them. It'll make me thousands, tens of thousands more. I don't want to micromanage that extra loot. 2 boxes of that loot is more than enough. Now, you just saw one there, but there's another one that's actually earlier on in the process. Also, 39 more Mercer spheres that could go into the Dimensional Depot there. Just get rid of this. And now what we want to do is make some of this manually. So we want to get over here, grab whatever extra we have, and now we got a lot. We got a bunch. And then go in here and make some steel. 603. All right, that ought to get us started. All right, now while we're letting that run, we want to take a break. Perfect time for a break when you're letting stuff run for a while like that. So we're going to go ahead and bring out some words on stream, take a little break, come back, see if we can get all the rest of these processes going, and then we're just going to let them run, everybody. It's going to be awesome. So we're going to go ahead and start this up. There we go. And back in just a bit.
Hi, this is Norbert, here to remind everyone on YouTube to hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment below. All good Vault Dwellers and Dragons leave comments. You can also become a member on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow and consider using your Twitch Prime. Thanks, Kismet will be back from AFK soon.
Take that, chat.
See how that worked? You said salty. I looked at the chat. He was being salty. I proved it. There you go. Helped you out on the puzzle. You guys got it locked. You got this. What? I can't even think of any words. But I seriously not even going to get to it in time. What? Pear? Oh, you already got pear. Nair. Nair. Pari. P-A-R-H. I don't know. See, I'm just taking all your words and flipping them or using portions of them. There you go. There you go. You got it done. All right, let me give you a bunch of caps, everybody. There you go. Excellent job working together. And I just let it run enough time to where I processed a bunch of those resources. And I go for a little walk. But we got some stuff to do here. We got to get back to some Satisfactory. We got to get it going on. Now, I just processed 75 of these steel beams in that little break time there. So I processed them, all the coal and all the iron that I had. Now, here's the thing we want to do. Since we are trying to get this to make some of these for us, we want to go ahead and start from this part here and work our way backwards. So we want to go ahead and upgrade this to level 3. So that's running that in faster. That one in the first one into level 3. Now you can see it's running in there much more better. And then again, we want to work right here so it's getting in here faster because this needs 90 per minute, which we could do with level 2 belts. But we want all of this to go ahead and get from the box in here. Now, if we had a bunch of extra of this, we can just throw it in here, and now it'll run at that higher speed. And then the same thing on the next one. So into there, and then this one here is already level 3. So that one now going at that higher speed. And then this going at the higher speed. There we go. All of that looking good. How's our belt up here? This belt at the top here is a Mark II. Let's go ahead and get it on a Mark III. All right, same thing here. Let's go ahead and get our level 3 here. And our level 3 there. All right, there we go. And frankly, we only got 2 things left here. We might as well just go ahead and get the rest of this going at that higher speed. Okay, and we do have a little bit of coal. So we'll go ahead and put that coal in there. We'll put a little bit of this in here. And now that's going to go basically as fast as it possibly can in there, which is awesome. Very, very cool. Now, instead of me making them, I can now infuse these boxes with those resources. Like right now, if I had a bunch of coal, I could put it in there. And that's really what I want to do right now. And I got to do a little bit of the legwork, a little bit of back and forth work as well until I have enough to upgrade this entire line. And once I do, then I won't have to do this at all, right? And that's really what we're aiming for now, is to get that up to the full speed. Because, again, it got turned off. I didn't realize it that we had not had any more coal. I thought I had a full box of coal, which I did. I think it used it up. It had used it all up, and now we can go over here, again, grab this coal. But again, instead of me converting it, we're going to have it do the job for us, and then automatically put that stuff in the dimensional depot as well. So eventually, we're going to have a bunch of stuff in the depot. Now, again, I could just let it run, come back, upgrade it all. But if you're trying to do it in the moment, this is what you would do. You would try to find ways of infusing it in there. You might even try to find other coal nodes and let those coal nodes run into a box, grab that stuff from the box, put it in here, and let this run faster. Now, the output is no big deal. It's really the input that needs a lot of help. So, boom, there we go. Now that input is running at a super high speed, so now these things are no longer waiting on the coal, which is what they've been doing. They've been waiting on the coal the whole time to run out. Now this is 45, this is 45, and this is 45. Again, 45 times 3, and we'll just do it in here, 45 times 3 is 135. So even the slower belts would be fine. But what we want to do is, because it merges here at the end, this is the first belt that we want to upgrade so that it can just get those in faster from here, right? So it's going to merge these, and when it merges into this last one, this is going to bring it out at full speed. And then these are going to run over here, and then again, this is being split in half, so it's no big deal. This is 60 per minute, so this is basically 120 being split, getting there much faster. We could also upgrade this belt, and that'll get to the splitter faster, which means it'll split both of those there. And we see we got 160, 60 going this way, 60 going that way. So again, now this is not waiting on the steel ingots. And I'm going to actually put any extra steel ingots right in there because I need the steel beams before anything else. I actually have 31 on me right now. There we go. Still left over from the stuff that I made. Now, what the most important thing is the run line for the coal. So I want to go ahead, and I could start at the end, but I really want to start at the beginning because then I can walk my way all the way there eventually. and do it. But again, this is going to use hundreds and hundreds of steel beams. This is very far away to run this in phase 1, especially when you just started your steel production. But we are maximizing our steel production. Now, I'm going to show you another technique here in just a moment to help this along the way as well. But we're going to go ahead and just make sure that we do this first. There we go. And then over here, now level 3. This level 3. Very nice. And if we miss any segments here, it's going to have issues. All right, so there we're out of steel beams there. And so now we got it all the way to about there. So now we're getting there. A long way to go, though. But here's the thing to do. Now, because they're both the steel beams and the steel pipes are using the same input, what we can do is we can just say, you know what? We got plenty of steel pipes. Eventually, I wanted making pipes, but right now, I don't really need the pipes. I have a lot of those, again, that I had already made. So what I'm going to do is go over here and divert this second one to actually merge over to this one over here. I'm going to aim right at it. I'm going to say merger, click on that belt. And then I'm going to say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and split this right here. Actually, I could have left the belt there. There we go. I could actually put a splitter here on the belt and then split it this way, right? Now, I got to be careful. I need to change this first, and then also disconnect the output here, right? So I want to disconnect so that that is not going into the wrong box. And so we're going to go ahead and merge these across. And now this is going to make, oh, it didn't do it. Okay, it's steel beams. There we go. That's going to make steel beams now. So I can basically double up the speed of my production and put all of the resources towards steel beams because that's the number one thing I need. So I can come back later, though, and readjust this as well. But you can see it's putting some steel beams in there, which I don't want it to do. So we're going to go ahead and just do this, right? Take this out, take this out, and just divert this in the default way. There we go. That's just going to divert out of there. It does a little bit of clipping, but that's okay. We're going to come back and adjust that later. So this is going to go into there. And now if we look at the beams in here, we should have those going in there. We just want to make sure that that is going in there. There we go. Went up to 37. So we're good. So we're going to use all of the resources now to make those beams. And again, I'm making about 130 right now, so it should be fine to run. Now this one over here is really going to be hurting for those resources, but when it gets those extra resources, it should be fine. And again, right now, because I'm infusing it, this is actually running at its full speed of 130 because it's pulling all of the stuff out of here, and we have extra here. So again, it is running at full speed now. So we're looking good. Okay, so that's all good. We'll let that run. And hopefully one of the last few trips over this way. And for some reason, my game sound's not working. There we go. Turn it back on. Helps if I have it on. That's going to make it way better. Okay, and then we'll check where we left off. Okay, we got level 3 belt there. This one is where we left off. And then here. All right, so not enough. Not enough. More here. Oh, I just thought of something cool to do. Let's go try this. Well, actually, it's infused, so it's not going to give us the right timing. I kind of feel like we want to do it behind here. I don't have to move that back again. But we can do it right down here. So we can go in and use our conveyor throughput right there to see how fast that's going. Should be going at 240. Yeah, there we go. Very cool. We can see it down there, so we want to know. There it is. Now the other one that we have running, we can also throw one of these on here. and we can see what speed it's running. It's running at 120 because that's the speed of our belt. All right, so now we know for sure. And we're going to go ahead and just say, you know what, we'll leave some of this in here, but we definitely are going to take a bunch of this out, and we'll do some ourselves. So again, now we're doubling up, right? We got all of that running, plus I am also doing some 369 how to get it done, and we'll let that run. Again, that takes a minute for that to run, but again, I don't have to hold the button. You just roll your mouse over the little hammer, you press the space bar, and you can just let it run and run and run. And I do a lot of manual conversion because, again, it just gets it done a little bit faster. And I just did like 600 before, but every little bit helps in your production speed. And again, all we got to do is get this all the way down, and it will basically double our production speed. So this is definitely worth the time. And I would probably leave this on double beams for now until I have a whole box full of steel beams because, again, don't need the plates or don't need the pipes right now. Don't need it. Always seems to be raining all the time. What the heck? Make sure my mouse is working. Raining hard right now, man. Raining. Just chilling, converting resources. Oh, thanks for the raider raids as well, Dab Walker. I appreciate it. Totally, I missed you though. I think I was AFK when you raided the stream, or maybe I just was in the zone. But I do appreciate you coming in and bringing your awesome peeps into my stream. Welcome. If I forgot to welcome you guys earlier, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I play a lot of games. I've been playing them for 50 years. So feel free to hit that follow button if you haven't already done so, everybody. And consider using your Twitch Prime. That does help the stream tremendously as well. If you got that still laying around somewhere. And we're getting there. Again, I would go find another node and then hopefully find another pure coal node. And then just have that going into a box as well. And just manually converting a bunch of this. Another thing that I can do is I can take my portable extractors and put all my portable extractors back down again. Get half of an inventory full of iron and a half of inventory full of coal. And then just do this to the up degree, to the maximum amount I could in my inventory itself. I could let it run probably 30 minutes or so and do this. But again, we have the power of time and we're just trying to get this done so we can get a little bit of our other stuff automated. And then we can let this run and run around and come back later tonight and do some more. In fact, I might override tonight as well with some Satisfactory since we're on such a roll. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it ends up. Again, I go with my instincts on what I'm having fun with and what needs to be done. All right, there we go. We got 46 more. Let's go use them. We want to make sure we don't miss any segments as well. All right, what do we at? 3 there, 2 here. Boom. We're going to get this done in no time. Wow, very close. Very, very close right here. Oh, we want to go up above. See me throw these ladders all over the place, everybody. Wherever it's convenient for me, that's where I throw these ladders. I think we might got this. All right. Level 3 there. Ooh, look at that. All over the place. Jeez, she's all over the place. And then level 3 there. Already got that one. And level 3 lifter. Oh, it took our little thing out. Okay, I didn't know it's going to take our little cool little thing out of there. Let's get our little cool conveyor thingy going. Oh, and there it is, 270. Nice, and that's because it has a backlog of it. But once the backlog is cleared, it'll probably go down to 240. It's obviously going way faster than it was going before. So now we can go ahead and eliminate this box back here so it's not splitting the resource, because it was going to say 120 over there because I have it split into a box back here. And we can just go ahead and eliminate it now. And we eliminate our need to run back and forth and back and forth. And we will double check all of our lines. All right, there we go. That out of there, that out of there. All right, double check our extraction. 240, looking sexy. All right, and then up here, Mark 3. Up there, 3. 3. 3. 3. Okay. I always double check. I could have made a mistake. Totally possible. Mark 3 there. Mark 3. I always assume user error first. And Mark 3 there. Again, while we're waiting that to get up to speed, we'll take what we have, throw it in there. And the same thing here with our iron. Throw that in there. Again, I'll have a little bit of a backlog there. Go down here, double check this. Do not need this anymore. Just so I can see that this is Mark 3. Yes, Mark 3 and Mark 3. There we go. Right now, 173, 169. It's actually going down because it's trying to catch up with the box. Eventually, it should start going back up again. Yeah, there it goes. Again, the magic number we want to see, 240. And then it's running at its maximum potential. And that didn't take too long, so you just kind of stay at it and then maybe make a little yourself, make it, let it make, and then eventually we get all our lines upgraded. Now there's some other stuff that we could upgrade with these lines, but the actual production of the steel beams is the thing we want to go fastest right now. There we go, a little bit over 240. Kind of feel like it'll drop down here in a bit once it gets that excess out of there. It's going to go 270 right now because there is some excess, but it'll get that going on. Okay, so we got that done, and in the steel beams, oh look at that, we got 100 of them in there now. Nice. Okay, so now we might as well upgrade the rest of the process so we can get this to A to Z as fast as possible. Check all of these for level 3s, level 3. 3. And again, the reason why I check it is so you have the peace of mind of not thinking, did I upgrade that? There we go. So we did upgrade everything in the backside here. And let's just check our lifters. Yes. Okay. Everything there upgraded. And again, you don't need it to be faster here, but I say upgrade it anyway, because you want it to get to A to Z as fast as it can be. And at this stage, I stop using lower level belts unless I have to. Like in that case, I had to use some lower level belts. So, get that going. There we go. Can't see that there. That one's already a level 3. So we'll take this out for a minute. Upgrade this to level 3. Go here, make this into a merger. Run this level 3 back into there for now. And there we go. Alright, this now level 3. And level 3 going down to there. Level 3 over to the box. Level 3 going up into the box. Alright, level 3. Oop, that's already a level 3. And then up here should be a level 3. Alright, now going to the Dimensional Depot faster now. Beams now. We used a few, but that's pumping in there now as fast as can be done. Okay, we might as well go ahead and fix up our pipes here too while we're at it. And get this whole spot here upgraded. For later when we come back and we want to run those beams again. Those will all be upgraded. And then I took this one out right now. We can probably put that back in. Get that correct. This is 3 here. Alright. All upgraded to 3s now. There we go. And all those lines upgraded too. Holy mackerel, do we got a lot of stuff running here. But let's go and miss that apparently. Let's go up here and see all the stuff we did today. Remember, there was none of this here earlier today. We did all that. We did all that. We took out all of our old stuff. We organized all of our stuff. And see how nicely it's right around my hub area here. I don't have to run all the way off in the middle of nowhere anymore. I'm bringing the resources to me. We got our Caterium going. We've got our steel production going. We have a little bit of our whatever those things are right here in the corner, which I can't think of off the top of my head. Those things, and then the frameworks we're going to get going eventually. But again, we have all of our various base level resources running into a box here or into there, and also into the Dimensional Depot. So we'll have those. We have a massive backlog of all of that. We also used up all those extra stators that we have for those things. Looks like we did 129 before running out of whatever it is, or maybe it's still processing them. Yeah, about 129 so far. But we'll get those stators going and all that other stuff going another time. What we need right now is this, and then eventually we're going to need all of this diverted over here, and the same thing with our reinforced iron plates. We'll get to that later. Encased industrial beams, we could get started on those. Let's see what we need for those. I think those use our beams, so I don't think it's really worth it. Yeah, not worth using my beams right now until I have a big backlog of those. And then the number one thing I would scale up is this. Steel beams and steel pipes. I would then find another node, which we could probably do just by pinging some coal. And I go to the map. So you can actually see them on the map when they get pinged right here. You can see it's a pure node, impure node. So the closest thing to us is an impure node. Yeah, that sucks. I do know there's more ore around because I did mark it. I wonder why this one didn't come up. I thought I marked that. Wonder what that is. I thought that was coal. I thought that was coal. Let's go see. Because I marked a bunch of stuff on there while I was running around collecting all the resources from the crashed ships. And so we'll move a little closer and then we'll ping it again so we don't have to run down there. Oh, it did say 3 of them. Oh, okay, there's 2 coal nodes down here. can't see it because it's blocked. Impure. Impure. What is that one? What is it and why did I mark it? So I just marked just the coal nodes. I didn't mark all the other stuff. SAM ore. SAM ore node. It must be a pure node if I marked it. Yep. Pure node. What can I mark that? Something different so I'll know that is a pure node. Good question. Definitely coming back for that. You know what? I'm just going to leave it marked. Leave it marked and come back for it. So we have a couple impure nodes which we could get our coal power going. As you can see, have not even needed it. This is the very first playthrough that I have not just gone straight to coal. Because I do have the geothermal running, and it is awesome. Again, it requires no overhead, didn't require me to extract any resources like water or coal or nothing. Again, I can use all of my coal toward the steel production. So I think the next thing I would do is run down here, combine both of those, and then run that over here, or just produce the steel beams and whatnot over here, and then just run them to where I am, and just probably dedicate that to steel beams. We could totally do that. I feel like we want to get our other resources running, though, because we do have sulfur, and we do have SAM ore right over here. So we're going to jump down here, and we're going to get over here and work on our SAM ore. Or we can jump back up here, whichever works for you, bro. All right, and let's see what level SAM ore node this is. So level 2 right now, it's going to be 60, so it's an impure. Okay, no problem. Impure is better than none. And we want to figure out where we want to run this. I feel like I want to leave that open. I don't know why I have an extra one there. Oh, we got this here. That's why I have that extra one there. Take that out. Using that to build that thing down. All right. Feel like we'll go right here and we'll have our boxes. Now we can make more boxes now that we got our things going. And we'll just put it, let's say, in the center here. And what we want to do is do some more SAM ore production so that we can make more of our things that we need later on. So we're going to do reanimated SAM. It needs 240 per minute. I don't think that's happening. But again, you don't have to do anything else. You just need the ore, and that's it. But we can backlog a bunch as well. So we're going to go ahead and backlog a bunch of that raw ore over here. How about we just put it aligned this time with the thing? There we go. In there. And then just going to do this. I get this power up out of the way. Right there, and then tie it into that power over there. All right, very nice. You always want to leave the ability to chain these somehow into the next one. Okay, so we just need a bunch of SAM ore. Now I probably have some laying around somewhere, or I think I got rid of it actually. And then we'll go ahead and do the same thing we did before, where we are getting our floor hole going here. This is awesome, everybody. The more of this I get going, the more of this is going to backlog when I'm not even here. While I'm sleeping, it's going to be making me tons and tons of resources. Now, the cool thing is we do have an extra line run here that we can use, and so we're going to try to put this in. Oh my God, it's actually going to work. All right, awesome. Again, that's pretty far to go, and then we're going to put this as a 90-degree straight function, and then again, this is why you now know I put these in to make it easier for me to run other lines. I don't have to rerun all this stuff again. Run that straight, and And then we got this running over here. And we want this to kind of run. And this is acting weird today. Acting a little weird. I'll bring that down a little bit to make it easier for us to route that. Take this out. Turn this. Get up nice and high. Let's say there. And man, it is really acting weird, man. I shouldn't have unlocked that deal. Uh-oh, do I have this running the wrong way? I might have it running the wrong way. But we know how to run it now. Yeah, I might have got this. No, okay, that one's going the right way. Yeah, that one was running the wrong way. All right, or it was doing something weird. I don't know what it was doing, but we fixed it. Okay, so that should run all the way to the end. And by the way, I use my level 3 belts now, so I don't have to worry about it. And this should end up level 3 here. And we want to see our stuff running in here. And again, I can just start it up like that. Use that excess before the rest of it gets here. Now again, this needs 240. What we got is not even close to that, but there it goes. All right, a lot of reanimated SAMs. I think I got those laying around somewhere as well. Like that's the next thing I need right here. Oh, over here. Oh, what we got going? Okay, fill that up. Oh, I think I got a bunch more in this box. Yes. Reanimated SAMs in there. There we go. And then get this into the box nearby where I can access it. Oof. Belt's in the way. Divert it. Around that. Get that under there, kind of halfway down, so I can try to slide that underneath there, which is good. Again, we got to get way over there. Get our walls. Perfect. Nice. More of these I put down, the more of these I got to clean up later. But oh well at this point. This is also called a sandwich level, by the way. A lot of people refer to it as that. That's where you're kind of sandwiching all of your line runs. And you don't have to look at them. They're not in your way. You don't have to jump over them, do all that kind of stuff, which you normally would. Again, where the heck was this? Hard to tell from down here. Oh wait, we can just follow the resources. Which one is it? It's the middle one. Middle one we can just follow. Down to there, goes up into there. And, oop, I don't think I put a thing in. Take this out and see if we can get up the ladder. Yeah. Not sure I put an output down. Nope. That's why I can't find it. Bringing that down. Am I using a 2-1? Using a 2-1. Completely a waste. Use a 3-1. There we go. Again, you can always come back and fine-tune this once you figure out your line runs. Important thing is to know which one of these you're using. Okay, I see it way over there. We might make it. We'll see. Like I want to turn the corner first. There we go. And bring it down. Okay, there they go. Back to my base. Awesome. Now I'm gonna have 2 boxes of that, so it's gonna fill up over there, but it's also gonna backlog over here and fill this up eventually. Now again, this is 240 per minute on there, which we could do if we tap that pure node and ran it clear across here, but how many of these do I really need right this second? Probably not that many. Let's go actually see what the real number is. 60. And this is a level 2, right? Yeah, okay. So 60 is what we need. There's no reason to waste that power if I'm only running 60. This way it'll also run consistently and not stop and start and stop and start, which you don't want to do because it's just going to mess up your power usage and whatnot. I like to be what it is, so this is going to be 1/4 of this, so 25%. There we go. Now it's running at 100% efficiency. Now, I also suggest if you have a little bit extra ore, I would just throw it in there so that it has a bit of a backlog so I can get all the way here before it needs the next thing. Another thing you can do is just turn this off, let it backlog. So it's going to backlog a bunch of this in the box. And that's why you have this kind of buffer here, so it can backlog it. Now this is going to need 60 per minute. That puts 7.5 per minute, so that's a whole lot of those. But again, since it needs 60 per minute, you want to probably put 60 or more than 60 in there. So just kind of let it catch up a bit, and that's probably good enough. Again, you want to see this go to 60 before this is done. And it'll eventually get to that point where this number will keep going up and up and up. We'll get closer and closer every time. So 46 there. And that's what you want to see. You want to see that number going up and getting close to catching it up. Yeah, right about 46 right now. Yeah, looking good. It'll eventually reach that point. Or it'll just stay like that where it has plenty to process. Okay, now we need another one over here. In fact, we can go look at how we have this. So we have this going this way, so we could use this right here to run that over there. I say we do it. Like, wow, you're making that ladder really really tall. Yeah, I have the parachute. I can just parachute across. All right, so this has done an awesome job of backlogging tons and tons of this, which is sulfur. And I believe we upgraded all of this. Yeah, Mark III, that's a Mark II, this is Mark III. Okay, yes, this is all good. And now what we want to do is tie this in to where we tied in that other one. So we might want to go ahead and just add another one here just to make this a little easier. And then we'll grab our triple thing here. We'll go back 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 right here. And then this one we'll just pull all the way back to here because it might reach. Let's go see. Yep. And we're going to grab that. We're going to run it there. Slide jump. Take all this out now. Okay. Again, since we already have the infrastructure, gonna make this nice and easy. Now we got the problem of this running into this one, which will most likely divert it over here anyway. So we'll work on that here in a second. That's the wrong size of that's the wrong side of the ladder. So now we want to get our sulfur. Again, we want to get as many things going as possible, so we can utilize all those things. Okay, and what are we doing? We are going to do basically the same thing over here. Centered? Yeah, it looks centered. Okay. And then, again, we found most of the various different resources. And so here, we're going to go ahead and get into... Where are you? Oh, I can't do it here. Yes, because I need the assembler. Assembler. There we go. And what I want to do is take that sulfur and combine it with some coal. Currently using my coal for the other stuff, but I could run more coal over here. There is a thing where you can use alternate coal or other stuff for black powder. Oh, we forgot about our hard drives. We gotta go back and check those hard drives out at some point. And stators, I'm not using my pipes for that right now. And then I'd have to use my rotors for the motors, so I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that until I had the 100,000 done. Then I would come back and I'd start working on stators and motors, because then I could divert those resources over, or I could go get more resources. That works too. How about Nobilis here? Yeah, we want to make some Nobilis eventually too. I feel like we probably just want to do that on our own. We could also get some ammo going. We could do stun rebar. Stun rebar is kind of a waste, because once you hit them with the stun rebar and then you switch to your other ammo to kill them, it just takes longer. It's better just to kill them with the regular ammo, I find. But yeah, black powder here. And then we're going to run that in there. And we'll tap across into this power. And we're going to want our 2 resources. So our first resource, I'm going to put there. And we'll put the sulfur on this side so we can run the other thing on the outside. And then we'll put 2 holes here. Like this and like this. And then make sure they're going the correct direction. There we go. Oh, we're getting nuked! Who is that awesome person nuking us with 69 peeps? My favorite number. I was born under the sign of 69. Yes, thank you for coming in. FaZe-Lot, showing some love. Welcome, everybody. You're in the home of the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. Loving me some Satisfactory right now. Playing it in the ultimate mode. That's right, we're doing 100 times the resource. You can see I need 100,000 smart platings just to get out of Phase 2. Again, we had to do 5,000 smart platings instead of the 50 that you normally have to do just to get out of the first part of Phase 1. I know, pretty crazy. Only an insane person would even attempt this. Plus, we also need 2 times or 5 times the power, 2 times the resources, and all of the nodes are randomized, and the quality of the nodes are randomized, which is crazy. Only a crazy person would even attempt it. So you know what we're all about up in here. So welcome, everybody. Make sure to hit that follow button. Thanks for coming in, and hope you guys are having a great night. I'm going to go ahead and give you a shout out. Let's see what you were playing. I'm assuming some Satisfactory, but let's go see. What were you playing? Yeah, playing some Satisfactory. Awesome. Again, if you are new to the stream, I'm also a Twitch partner and a YouTube partner. I've been streaming for about 12 years now. I've been a partner for about 8-9 years, for a very long time. I love me some gaming, everybody. Big time as well. First time for you? Awesome. Yeah, I'm about, 3,000 or so hours in. I've played since the very first launch and whatnot. When it launched on day 1, I played every single update. I probably finished the game 30 times in early access, at least as far as you could finish it, and then several times here in release. I have proven that you can actually unlock a massive amount of stuff in Phase 1 in this particular playthrough. I think most of you will not believe it, so I got to show you to believe it. Again, remember, this is Phase 1, everybody. First, I'll go show you that I'm actually in Phase 1. No mods. This is 1.2 as well. So, again, the default game. And again, anything I'm doing, you can also do on console or on PC. So you can see that I am still in Phase 1, right? I have not gotten past there. Now, of course, we were in Tier 1 and 2. We just recently got to 3 and 4 after 5,000 smart platings. Again, this is the ultimate playthrough, everybody. This is all the dials are up to 11. It's absolutely insane. The amount of biofuel that I would have needed in in Phase 1 if I need to go collect biofuel was all of the biofuel, all of it, everywhere in the world. I had to cut down all of the trees. And so I just about did. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. What if we could get some really amazing things unlocked in the MAM, right? How about the power augmenter? Phase 1. Right there, unlocked. Right here, we haven't gotten to Phase 2. How about the power generators or the battery backups? We got those unlocked. I've got the Dimensional Depot unlocked, which I didn't even know you could unlock any of this stuff in Phase 1, everybody. I never even tried, because normally, I'm already toward the end already. Really cool to discover that. Now, another thing that we're doing, also on top of all that cool stuff, is we are running a ton of stuff. I can find out where it's at over this way. We're running a ton of stuff to the boxes, which I normally do, as well as we're doing a bunch of production. Now, over here at the Space Elevator, instead of producing 1,000 smart platings in the second half of Phase 1, I have to produce 100,000. That's not your mama's playthrough over here, everybody. This is some next level stuff. Yeah, if you got to run, man, you go right ahead. Thank you, man. Thanks for coming in. I'll take good care of your peeps. No problem. I understand. You get tired after a long stream, but I know how it goes. Right now, I'm currently at 9.5 hours. I'm crushing it. So as you can see right here, everybody, it's running in the rotors and the reinforced plates, and I've got the actual output multiplier going and our summer sloops going as well. And you're like, Kidman, how could you possibly power it in tier 1 and 2 to be able to build all of this stuff and gigantic mega build at the very beginning of the game, well, I did some cool stuff. And that is, I ran around and found all the crashed ships, and I collected as much resources as I can. In fact, I probably explored the map more in this playthrough than in any other playthrough before, in 40, 50 other playthroughs, because I manually ran around. Now, one of my favorite new things that I never use in any other playthrough, which isn't that new, but it's new to me because I never use it because I'm usually way along at this stage, is the parachute. The parachute, absolutely incredibly awesome. So we were playing the game less of a factory game and more of an adventure game, right? Because, again, otherwise I'd have to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours collecting biofuel. So we went around and we collected a lot of resources to see if we could unlock the Dimensional Depot. The answer is yes, barely. You can unlock it. Then I thought, well, maybe we can unlock the power augmenter, right? Now remember, it takes 5 times the power in this playthrough. So something that would normally be 4 is 20. Something that's normally 15 is 75, right? It's a lot, as you can see. And if you put the augmenter in there, it's 300 megawatts. And so I thought there's got to be another way to power this where I don't have to collect a bunch of biofuel. Now, I did prove in my previous playthrough that it's also possible to do it with biofuel, because I got about halfway and I said, okay, well, we know it's possible. We got it. And so this one's on a server where I can actually let it run as well, which vastly helps, so I don't have to just run my machine in the background, though I could totally do that too, and it would have the same result, everybody. It'd have the same end result. But what we did is we went into the MAM here, and we went into the alien technology, and again, unlocked the power amplifier, and then just today we unlocked the augmenter. We've also unlocked the upgrades of our Dimensional Depot now, and we unlocked our personal Dimensional Depot, and we unlocked that as well. But the most important thing that I did unlock, everybody, which is amazing, is in the Caterium line right here, the geothermal generator, which I probably put down one time in thousands of hours just to see what it did. And the problem with the generator, the geothermal generator, goes up and it goes down. It goes up and goes down, up and down. But there's a part at the bottom, say you've got a pure one, right? So it's got 600 power. But at the bottom, there's 200 in there that it never goes below. So it always goes up 600, then down to 3, or down to 2, 600 down to 2. But if you only need 200 power, you're good. Then you take another geothermal generator and you put those together. And you're like, well, Kismet, how could you possibly make the stuff for geothermal generators? You need circuit boards. And circuit boards aren't until way later in the game. I found them on the ground by the crashed ships, and I found hundreds of them. So I went and I made as many geothermal things as I could, and then because they have no overhead, they have no resources they need or anything, you just literally plop them down on there and then run your power lines, and that's it. And now they're going to run forever. They never stop running. It's perpetual power in phase 1, which is crazy, everybody, because normally you're just collecting tons and tons of biofuel. So I also proved that was possible as well. In the hardest mode, the hardest way you can play, I even unlocked stuff that I never even bothered to unlock before. And you can see with all that geopower running right now, just from what I found, we're on the high side, we're about 6,000, but I always use the low side of the geothermal, which is about 5,000 power in phase 1. Now, I didn't even get all the geothermals because I ran out of circuit boards, so I couldn't even get them all. I'm not using any coal power, even though I already unlocked it, because there's no point in doing coal power right now until I need more power. I only add power when I need it because it comes out of my most precious resource, which is your time. Your time is always your most precious resource, so I use it wisely. And in here, I am one of the most efficient players you will ever see, everybody. I've actually finished the entire game with only 20,000 power. And I hear some people say, Kismet, I'm making 100,000 plates. I got 5.21 gigawatts of power. And I'm like, why? Why do you need that? You don't need it. I've already proven that you can do it with 20,000 power, finish the entire game. In fact, I could probably do it with 10. I could probably do it with 10,000 power. I might be able to do it with this 5,000 geo power right here. I might be able to do it if I really wanted to, especially on the server, because I can just let stuff run and run. Even if it's running at a slow rate, it'll just run 24/7, and thus I will get thousands and thousands of resources like you can see I'm doing here. Right? Look at that. Boom. Full box full of that. Full box full of this. Full box full of this. This is all running now on its own. I don't have to worry about it. I got a really big box full of that, but I'm using that for me, and the other stuff is being used over there. Look at that, everybody. Look at that. See, this is what you want to see. You want to see fat boxes full of loot. We used a bunch of that wire up earlier. And then right here. And again, if I just let this run, and we want to see that it actually goes up, again, so that you know that something's going in there. And again, even if it's going slow, if I let it run for a week, guess what? I got a whole box full of that. That's for sure. And right now, we're also running a bunch of our stuff into the Dimensional Depot here. So we don't have to run back here and grab stuff unless it's a ton of stuff that we might need. Like we might need a whole box full of concrete, right, to do a bunch of stuff. So we get a box full of concrete, we get a box full of plates, and we build a bunch of foundations all day long, which is pretty awesome. But what's better is to have it automatically going into the depot, right? You have it all funneling here in case you need to grab a bunch of it. But if you don't need to grab it in a hurry, then you just let the depot take it in there. And again, I'll speed up the depot at some point here as well, so it'll go even faster. And then, of course, expand the depot so it can hold more, which is even cooler. But the number one thing we need right now is these right here, which are running out of there, our steel ingots. And then they are running over here to our steel beams. We need a lot of steel beams because all of these level 3 belts that I'm running use the level 3. Now, we're also going through and basically getting as many things as we can going here in phase 1 so that we don't have to do that stuff later, right? So we're trying to get all of our stuff going, including some things that I don't really need right this second, including some of the alien technology, which we have running over here. So we're doing some reanimated SAM. And again, we only doing it 60 per minute because that's what we can do it, right? And I got it underclocked, right? So it's using less power. So it's very efficient power-wise, even though it's cost me 5 times the power. It's best that I don't have it running at that 5 times. I can bring it down to where the input is, and then it uses less power. I can use that power for other things. Now, also, we ran our sulfur over here to our thing here. We got to get this connected underneath here. That's what I was working on, running my sulfur over here. And you can see we've got some foundations down here that we can go ahead and do our thing. So we're going to take this one right here. We're going to turn it this way. And I'm not sure where that one's coming from, so we're just going to leave that unconnected. And we're going to have it start to backlog a bunch of sulfur up in there. And again, we got it extracting in the sulfur. We put down our Mark IIs now instead of our Mark Is. So that's extracting at a certain rate. I actually forgot what the rate was. Normally I write all this stuff down, but I write down the node and how much it's extracting. That's the only number that you really need to know in the game. How much it is, and then that will affect all the numbers after it. So if we know how much is coming through, by the way, I can put a thing on there and see how much is coming through the belt anyway, over there. But this is 120. So this is a normal node being doubled by the Mark IIs. So that's 120 sulfur. But what I'm going to do is backlog 2 boxes full of this, everybody. You can see I got 1 box right here. I'm just going to take some of that with me. And I can also use the belt as something to run along. I can also use my parachute to parachute across here. Just have a fun time. Again, I have used the parachute more in this than in the entire playthroughs of everything combined I've done before. I've never used the parachute this much. Because again, normally I'm just beelining for the stuff later because it's pretty easy once you know how to do it. But this ain't easy. This is a lot of work. So I'm going to go ahead and take this sulfur and just move it up here. And that allows me to access it in case I want to grab the sulfur and a bunch of coal and then convert myself some black powder or whatever I want to do. But we do want to work on our logistics under here to eventually get this where it's going when we get a bunch more of our... oh, my Q isn't working. There we go. To get... Oh, okay. I snapped back there. Oh, okay. Snap back. Little server lag. It happens. And then again, we're going to have that come out of there. And then we want this to end up over there. So we want to find our little area here. And drop on down. And we want to find where we can run this along here. Yeah, on the outside edge there. Well, I lost where it was. I was right here. Oh, there it is. I see it. Hiding back behind there. Okay, so that's going to come out of there, and then we want to tie it into this, so we're going to bring it down. Actually, we could have it up here first, and then we're going to do this in such a way that hopefully it's not blocking. I kind of feel like we want this to be over here. We don't need this right now. We'll take that out. And this one is going to be in the middle. I try to keep it consistent, so it just makes it easier for when I'm running it. Over here. Ooh, that actually reached. Awesome. Oof, no, not good though, because it's not, it's going to block the other ones. So we're going to go here. And then we're going to go there. And then we're going to elbow that. There we go. It was a fun little thing to do. Do this while you're actually on the thing. And you can crouch through there. Oh, I missed it. Show you a little trick. You get on the edge. And then you can try to work this. There we go. Get on the edge of the belt. If you're really good, you can do it while you're sliding along. Now, I don't know why sometimes it lets me through there and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of auto crouching me right now. All right, now where is this going? That is a fantastic question. Probably next to this here, or where are the rest of our boxes? That's a good question. We should go look. Okay, where are we running this? Oh, we don't have a box for it. No wonder we can't. We don't know where to run it because we don't got a box. And I wonder if we have any of this in here. Powder. Black powder is actually what it's called. We'll run this out so we know that's going to be black powder there. And I use that as a kind of a visual reminder of what's in there, so I don't have to keep looking in there all the time. Though you can just hit F and you can see what's in there. Just ignore the other two things. This is the very first thing. That's what's in that box. So you can just roll over it, see what's in there of all that stuff. And then that into there. And back down here. We'll see if this is in the way. Oh, awesome. Just lucked out on that. Now, can we get this to go over here? No, it's going to be in the way. That's okay. We'll just go down like this. And we'll try to bring that down into there. Beautiful. And then we'll just go around. And then this one. Come down. Into there. Alright, awesome. Very, very cool. Alright, do we got any extra coal in the Dimensional Depot? Nope, we do not. Alright, now we know there's some coal out here that we could tap into. And we don't want to disturb our other stuff. So right here and right there. Alright, we'll also put this here so we remember where that's at. We're going to highlight this one. We'll be able to see where it's at. It's right there. And we want to get that all the way back over here. And run that across here on this outside edge where we could backlog that along that outside edge, circle it back there, and then it should be good. All right, let's go. Look at it. Look at all those portable extractors. Helped us get started. Now, what we need the black powder for is so we can make Nobilis eventually. So we want to get out here and we want to tap all the coal nodes that we can. And we'll go ahead and see what this combines to, but if it's a normal node, it's going to be 120, and if it's an impure node, it's going to be 60 when I double it up. Also look around for baddies. I don't have any ammo. Oh, wrong ammo. Rebar. Iron rebar. There we go. Okay, somebody gets rowdy while we're out here. Pretty pitiful weapon, but it actually is fairly useful. I actually ran around the whole map. Even some of the hardest places in the game. Managed to run around, grab some stuff, and bail on out of there. And again, if you want to see this, but there's a bunch of other episodes you can watch, everybody. These are all in episode numbers. Currently, this is episode 9 as well. There we go. All right, now we want to see, this is an impure node, so we're going to get about 60 out of this. But 60 is better than 0. All right, there we go. And by the way, the extractor uses the same amount of power whether you're doing it as impure or pure. Thus, a pure node is much more effective. Effective way of doing it. All right, now we're going to go ahead and ping this other one again, which is somewhere this way. There it is. All right, we'll go over here and see what we can find, and we'll try to run it toward that. Probably the one that's over the side of the thing. Bring it, bad boy. Come over here, I'm going to wipe you out. Leave me alone, I'll leave you. There you go. Okay. It's down there. Oh, much more that way. Oh, and a iron node over here, too. I got the power of flight, baby. Purposely not using the parachute so it'll come back my way so I can smoke them. Now, I did discover also if you do actually go and cut down every tree and use up all the biofuel, gotta love that ragdoll, that you use up all the biofuel. They're so dramatic. Then you can actually just kill the mobs and use the mobs for biofuel as well. So yeah, here we go. We got some coal over here. I believe this is also an impure node. Again, you got to take the top of it to use your extractors. Okay. Now, go ahead and use this. Aim it that way. Another impure. Okay, so again, we're going to get 60 out of here, 60 out of the other one. And I could use my 120 belts, but no. Not doing it. We're going to go ahead and run this way up like this. And we're going to also need to chain some power. So we want to go ahead and bring some power. And let's say, I get it to stay up there. There we go. Power up there. Does look like I can jump up right here on the edge, though this is kind of risky. Risky for a biscuit. Yeah, because that's a bottomless pit over there, so we got to watch out for that. All right, and then we're going to see if this will reach. It sure will. We just got to get up now. Now, I could build me a ladder and walk up there, but then I got to take the ladder out. And I could just walk around and get the same thing done. All right. And we're just going to bring that right over to there. All right. And then we're going to run this toward that thing over there. I'm not going to bother to worry about it running on foundations or anything like that. A totally wasted exercise to do that. We just need it to be what we need it to be. And we'll run this really far forward, but we'll also bring it up so it's not clipping through those rocks. And then more power going this way. Way over there. The power can go way further than the belts can. So keep that in mind. I don't like to run them through the trees. Get that up. Now, if you do want to get up on top of there, you can put your things down. That'll help you out. Your stackable poles. We can just put them here, or we can actually use this with the stackable poles. But say you already got it down, you can still just put these like this, even if they're not straight, and then just get up on the top here to avoid mobs and whatnot. I don't really use these unless I have to, which I will use them when I get over here, but I don't need them right this second. So I want to just get this over here where this is at. And then I also might want to leave this down here so I can run up on here. Now, one of the things is this going to push against you, but you can actually run on those. But if you get on the edge, you can see I can run way faster. In fact, if I'm running with it, I'm running even faster as well. All right, so we'll go ahead and do this. And then we do this. Now, the smartest thing for us to do is to do as much of this as we can on the way. And then once we get where we're going, we should be able to just connect it in and we're good, right? And whatever we get at this point is better than 0. So we're going to go ahead and run this. Notice I'm not using my coal power for actual producing, or my coal for actual coal power, because we don't really want to do that right now. Again, we'll bring this up and we're just going to run along the belt now. And it will stop when I get to the end. And I'll just kind of try to avoid all these trees and stuff. And we'll jump down just to make it easier for me to dodge around these trees. And I like to put it way up like that. Oh, and now we're out of plates. Always how it goes. But that's okay. We've got plenty of this lower level stuff which we can use and we are going to use. And up we go. And then power. Way off this way. And we're going to switch this to these for now because I don't have any of that other stuff. And again, I could just let it build up, come back and do it. But again, I want to let all this stuff run while I'm not here. And that's really our big goal, is to just let this stuff run on the server. So we're maximizing our time. Or I would just, again, if I was playing the solo playthrough, I would just, on the local machine, I would just set my machine running and let my machine run. But we don't need to do that. And we're going to go right here, tie into this power, and get that. Go ahead. Both of those are going to start up now. Very nice. Now we got to get our belt where we need it to go. Work on that while that's all starting up. And again, if we did it right, we should see the resources coming down the line. Like so. And up there we go. All right, feel like running this on the outside edge, so we're going to try to aim for right there. We're going to go ahead and use our lifter. It's going to make that a little easier, a little cleaner to run. I'm going to run it on that inside edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And you can see that didn't take too long. The more elaborate you make it, the longer it takes. Me, I don't make it elaborate. I make it functional. And that's what I'm all about. I'm going to go ahead and have this turn here. And we are using the side one, so this should go here. And then I'll just, the straight part is not going to do good. There we go. We don't need all these. I usually have my zooping on all the time, so sometimes I make extra ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a tree in the way there. But we'll just put it here. And then it would be the outside one here, which we'll go ahead and do straight so that we can bring some others down that line if we want to. And the cool thing is if we make a mistake, we can always change it later. Get out of here, tree. Fixit does not approve of nature slowing down progress. Oh, look at this. Look at this stuff. I don't like that stuff. Next to my thing. There we go. All right, where's that input? Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That might be 6. Let's see. Sure is. Okay. Nice. Like how I'm using the cliff edge to make this stuff work. And that is how you get her done. Right there. Oh, chat. You're being called in the chat. We need a kickflip. Exclamation Tony Hawk. Let's go. We need a kickflip up in there. We got another one we got to count off. Let's go.
Yo, do a kickflip. That was amazing.
All right, what number are we up to? 48 people who have come in and said Tony Hawk in the chat.
Kickflip.
Double kickflip.
That was amazing.
There you go. No, I am not Tony Hawk or related to Tony Hawk in any way, other than he's a year older than me and we're from the OC, which is Orange County, California. He's a godlike figure where I grew up, even though he's only 1 year older than me. We knew him as the God level. He's a God level boss of skating and those kind of sports as well. Even all the surfers loved him because most surfers also love skating. So he's the king, everybody. He's the best. Big love to him. All right, we're going to go ahead and connect this in here now. And we are ready to go. So when this coal finally makes its way over here, it's going to go right to make me some black powder. And then take that black powder and put it right over by where my base is. So we'll let that run for a little bit. We can, of course, upgrade those line runs later on. Really not that big of a hurry for that black powder right this second. Okay, what else can we do? Where's our little play yard? Oh, we picked it up. Okay. What else can we make? Let's go to the constructor. Throw that down. And then an assembler. Again, I find it's way easier. I mean, you can look at it by just hitting in and searching for it or whatnot. I find it's way easier just to look in here. Okay, what have I not built yet, right? That's the thing. And again, I'm not using any of my steel beams or any of that stuff yet. I actually have a lot of encased beams that I found running around. What have we done here? We did that. We did this. We got that one done. We got that one. We got both of those. This, and that. We got concrete. Oh, not quartz yet. We got quartz and silica we could do. Biomass, not doing it. It's a waste of my time now. This we could automate. We could automate our power shards. In fact, one of the things you want to automate your power shards and double them up. Very important. And we could also automate our iron rebar, which I kind of feel like is a pretty smart thing to do right now. Because then we would have a bunch of iron rebar. But actually, we could probably go to the MAM and see if we can get our rifle. Let's go see if we can get our rifle. That's going to be right over here. And what do we need for our rifle? We need some of this smokeless powder. Smokeless powder. We can click on that. It doesn't say what it's in. Did I unlock the smokeless powder? I think that's probably the first thing we should look at. I did unlock it. Okay. We need some more of our stuff. Where's the rest of our stuff here? We need our equipment workshop. We'll stick it right over here. Okay. Do black powder. I don't think we can do smokeless powder. I think you have to do that in the machine. Smoke, nope. Then over here. Yeah, you got to do that in the machine. Even though it doesn't say you have to do it in the machine, normally it'll tell you what machine you have to use. Weird that it doesn't tell you. Like in smart plating, it'll say assembler, but here you can see it has no thing, but I can tell you because it has the heavy oil residue that I need the refineries to make that happen, and that's in the whole next thing. So unless I find some smokeless powder, which is possible because I have found it before, to make a bit of that stuff, it's really just going to backlog a ton of black powder until I can actually unlock the next tier, which is 100,000 and then another 100,000 and then 10,000 resources away, which you can see in that upper right hand corner, everybody. But we already got 1,230 of them done today, so that's already cooking. It's cooking, and we'll let that stuff rock and roll. Now, we've been neglecting my hard drives over here. Let's go ahead and check that out. Do we got any ones we can do? All right, so we're not going to upgrade anything in here. Let's just make sure first before we start that going for 10 minutes. Can't do smokeless powder. Can't do smokeless powder. No, no, no. Compacted coal, nope. Can't do any of that. So we're locked out of that. This we could definitely do. Priority merger. Let's see. Hard drive. Radio signal scanning. Yeah, we could do that. And that we could do. Definitely want to get my radar towers going. And you're like, Kidman, how can you possibly do that? There's no way that you have the ability to make computers yet because you don't have the manufacturer. You're absolutely right. But I did find a bunch of them, as you can see right here. Just running around the map. And again, and doing that in phase 1 is hard, everybody, because they're all up in your business. All up in your business all the time. All right, we need our quartz crystal as well, which we might have some. Oh, not quartz crystal. It's the other things. The other name of the other things, which I forget. Crystal oscillator. So let's go ahead and unlock our radar. This is going to be cool. All right. Research that bad boy. Ada's got something to say.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
This is true. All right, now we want to make one. Let's do it. Where is it? Gotta forget. Is it power? Logistics? I totally forget where that's at. Oh, in organization. Radar tower. Now, one of the cool things about the radar tower is, one, I put it way the heck over here out of the way. Because I want to look at it. So I'm going to just put it right over here by my power augmenter for now. We can move it later. Now, one of the things about the radar tower is you can see currently I can't see where all the nodes are on there, but I could ping them. I could go in and ping some stuff. Boom, right there. I don't even know what I'm pinging, but I'm pinging something, the coal nodes. And you can see I can see the coal nodes once I ping them, but eventually they will go away, so I can't see them. But to have this unlocked in phase 1 is pretty insane. I can actually connect this into my power backup, and now the radar tower is going to go and show me where all the nodes are. Check that out, everybody. Actually, really well placed, by the way. Really, or maybe I can move it down just a little bit and figure out if there's anything on that island there. But now I can see all the nodes in phase 1. That's awesome. Awesome, including, you can see I can see some more coal nodes way over here, sulfur nodes, and I can just look for the pure nodes and try to grab those as well. Let's see. Oh, up north, we've got a pure coal node there and an impure. Oh, what else we got? We got pure there. Oh, we got 3 pure coal nodes right there. We could run that one to there, run this one down to here, and then take them all right down here to the base if we want to. Right now, don't need them right this second. Oh, also showing me where the geysers are. Oh, I forgot it did that. All right, cool. Showing me those geysers. Also showing me the ones that I did already unlock. Now, again, I could run some power over here in this middle part and then put another one in there to circle that one and another one. I put them all around the entire world. Typically what I would do, but not sure I have enough resources for that. Right now, I'm not sure I want to use up all those resources for that as well. Now, we want to go ahead and do our other thing here, which is our other unlock, which is also our scanner down here, right here. Okay, we need some motors and a little object scanner thingy. And it just so happens we found a bunch of those. Okay. Oh, we got to make another object scanner thingy. I want to keep the one I got. I'm going to need it for scanning. And then we will go in here. And again, what are we making again? The, oh, not enough motors. Oh, that's a problem. Just not enough. All right, hold on. Maybe we got some more laying around. Let's check both boxes. No more motors. Oh, what a bummer. What a bummer. Now, to make motors, we can go motor over here. Oh, there's 50 of them in there as well. You know what? All we got to do is just take those right out of there. Never mind. I could have just made them, but don't need to. Because it doesn't count when they're in the Dimensional Depot. You have to take them out of the Dimensional Depot.
object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
There you go. So now we are going to have the ability to do that as well. Let's see. This logistics, man, I don't even remember where this thing is. Or is it? Foundations, transport. We haven't even got any of our trucks or anything running. Where is this thing? I think it just automatically kicks in. I don't think it's something I put down. Right? And no, I think it's something that just kicks in. Now we should be able to find crash sites as well. There should be one right here. What? Right? Or do I put it down? I don't know. You can see all of that there. We don't see any of the other stuff yet. Radar tower. Maybe it's in the thing itself. Ah, there it is. Yes, it's in the scanner itself. So now we can do that. It's not going to show me on the map. But I've got a bunch of them marked. You can see here the ones that are left that I didn't actually finish. There's actually quite a few. But now that we have all this power, we can run the power out there. And I have a bunch of power running by, too. So I can just use the power to power that stuff up and then unlock all of those as well. And we'll get into all of that. We'll run around and get all that going. We'll just bring power lines with us. While we're running around, we'll run power lines all over the place. Also, the other thing, I wonder if we can get our zip line going. Let's go see if we can get that going. Zippy zip line. Where are you, zip line? Might have already done the zip line. A zip line thing? Oh, I do. Okay. I just didn't make the zip line thing, or maybe I have it in the depot. Oh, I got it in the depot. Okay. Probably not going to use the Nautilus right now. Chainsaw. Chainsaw I'm not going to use right now. Put the chainsaw around. Again, I like to have it in the Dimensional Depot in case I need it. And I'll show you what the zip line does. Now, the zip line works on any line, not just the big ones, which we will also put down just for fun. We'll put one of these big bad boys right over here. And then we'll say run this over to that one. So what you can do is climb up on the zip line and run it. Now, if it's up here, then it's the ones that are connected at the top, right? So if I take this and I run a power line, I can do this and then slide on the zip line. Now, one of the coolest things I discovered with the zip lines is the fact that you can actually go the opposite direction. That's right, you can actually go up to the zip line. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a power pole here, run that up into there, and you can actually, or you can try anyway, you can actually go upwards into the zip line. Same thing if you have one of these down below. You go ahead and again run that power line like this. It's going to allow me to set this way down here. We're just going to float down under like this. And I never even thought of doing that because I think of a zip line going down, right? I never think of it going up. Because it's powered, it's a powered zip line. The little thing that you have is powered. You can actually go up the zip line, which is awesome. Because I could have used that like a bazillion times before. Those could actually really sell the Tony Hawk thing. I got in my sleep, but I follow for positivity in YouTube clip. But I cannot do these type of games. Oh, well, this game is easy. You can do this game. I'm playing in the absolute hardest mode. You can do everything I'm doing. Whether you're on console or PC, I'm not playing with any mods. Just follow what I'm doing, and bam, you win this game. I already won this game, by the way, even though I have it on the most insane mode. I know I've already won. It's just a matter of time. I already know. Again, it just takes time and effort like anything in the world. So there you go, everybody. Again, you can use the zip lines. You can also use the lower zip lines here, and this takes a little bit of trickiness here. If you want to go this way, you just go like this, and then hold down the left mouse button, and it will just zip you along. Now, there's a pole in your way, so you might just smack into that pole as well. Burp, and you can let go early, by the way. But we could jump up, and we go the other way. And you can kind of dip around like this. Dip around. Oh, missed it. Dip around and then you can try to grab it. Oh. Get it. There we go. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get connected there. There we go. And then jump lines. And then jump. Getting a little working on it. Now we're going to replace all of our smaller lines here out in the world with the larger lines so that we can zip line way up on top out of the way of the mobs. We'll work on that later on. Probably not today. But you get the general idea. Now we got our zip line. We're good. Now we can traverse around the world much easier as well. And again, what does it take to make these power lines? Concrete, wire, and a bit of my my reinforced iron, my steel beams is the name of those things. Steel beams as well. But we'll get a ton of those eventually. Okay, quartz is what we want to do. What else we got? We need some Nobilis there. And this one we can just go ahead and research. And this is a priority merger. This is new. I was going to tell you about it.
Priority merger unlocked. Useful for prioritizing between inputs to avoid eventual stoppage. If you have an issue with stoppage somewhere else, consult a physician instead.
Uh-oh. Watch out with that stoppage. So we also can get the Pulse Nobilis, which actually is fairly useful, especially against the bigger, harder mobs. You run in there and they'll be standing by the edge. You drop them one right here, boom, it knocks them back off the edge. It's awesome. Very cool. I rarely ever make them, but I love to make some Nobilis here. I don't think we're going to be able to make any Nobilis for right now, but we'll go ahead and take a look. What does it take to make some Nobilis? Yeah, we could make some out of steel pipes. I hate to waste my steel pipes, though. But we have a ton of steel pipes. We could probably make 100 of those once we get our stuff. So we can use our black powder that we are producing. Let's go over here and see if it's backlogging. Oh, yeah, look at it go. And then we can take some steel pipes over here. We'll take a stack of that. We'll take a stack of this. And we'll go over here. And I just make them myself, though I could actually have it making the Nobilis. If you're not going to make a lot of something, everybody, and you don't need a big, gigantic backlog of them, which I don't. Oop, wrong thing. Over here. Then I would only make them manually. There's 50. Okay, so we'll make 50 of them. Over here. And then we'll have to run back and get some more. Actually, might as well just grab it now. Like this. We'll just go over here, grab whatever we got. We'll go over here, grab a couple stacks. Ooh, look at that backlogging. Backlogging in there. And over here, how many can we make? Oh, yeah, okay. We got to make 90, and we already have about 20. All right. We want to make enough to unlock those pulse ones. And then later on, I can come back, and I could automate all this. In fact, I could automate it right here by where the boxes are. And I could just automate it and then loop it back in into a box, which sometimes I do. I kind of run everything here, and then when it's like another layer, I'll just do it right here across the way, across the road. Run it underneath, back over to there, into that production, back down under, and then back down this way into the box. We might get that going, but again, right now I don't want to burn up all my steel pipes for that. We're going to need some serious steel pipes for what we're doing. There we go. All right, I've got enough Nobilis. Let's do this dealio right here.
Pulse Nobilisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobilisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Keep that up to date. All right, now I got to pull the stuff out of here, the modular frames, and the wire, which I don't think I have the wire on me. We'll pull some wire out. And then we'll also do the nutrients one here and unlock that.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available.
Oh, out of barrel nuts. Probably still in here. Oh, this is full. Get that out of there. Barrel nuts in there? No. Where the heck are those barrel nuts? Good question. In here? In my inventory. Or right here. Oh, I knew I had them somewhere. Again, we're just unlocking an unprecedented amount of stuff in phase 1, everybody. This is crazy. Medicinal inhaler. And that is going to be done, by the way. Look, we got 3 of them done already. 3 done in phase 1.
Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using this inhaler will restore health and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is...
I know, right? Having a great time.
Probably not radioactivity.
Probably. Probably not radioactivity. I like that. I like her voice of reason there. By the way, these glasses are inspired by the fashionable glasses from the Fallout 4, by the way. They're actually called the Princess Grace glasses. I do have a pair of them somewhere that I bought from Australia. Not kidding. I couldn't find them anywhere else. Couldn't find them on Amazon or anywhere. So it cost me $5 for the glasses and $50 to ship it. Not kidding. That was $55 pair of $5 glasses, basically. Pretty crazy. All right, and we can't do anything there. This one we can do. Now that we can do Nobilis, we could get some mycelia. And then this, and this is Toxicella, the gas Nobilis, which I don't really need, but we'll get it eventually. This one we can do right now, where we can finally get our gas mask going on. But really, you don't need a gas mask if you actually have the Nobilis, because you can just blow the stuff up now. It used to be where you had to have the gas mask if you didn't want to get gassed, but now you just blow all that stuff up, and I absolutely have the greatest time just blowing that stuff up, either with Nobilis or with explosive rebar, which is really fun. Now, some of this stuff is gated because I definitely don't have any polymer resin. I can't get that till later. This I could do, and this I could do, which would just leave the synthetic polymer plastic there. And I don't think we could even make this on our own. So there we go. How about Caterium? How we looking? Okay, now this definitely not going to be able to do because I do not have the any more circuit boards over here. We could definitely do that one. Kind of a bit of a waste there, but we could do some AI limiters. Can't do that one. Nope, not that one. And definitely I could do that one. And that's programmable splitter, which I typically don't use. Not going to use these priority switches right now until I kind of rebuild the base. And again, can't do any of that stuff. Don't need any of that stuff. That's the thing. I don't need it. Now right here, this we definitely want to do. We have a lot of Mercer spheres that we found even here in phase 1 running around. Let's see, is all this going in there? It's all good. Yeah, that's stacking that in. Now, I have a bunch of stuff I'm running in there. I check it from time to time. Yeah, I got 46 of them here. And so, at this point, really, I want to just make this go faster. And store more in there. Because the second I do this upgrade, it's going to suddenly run everything into the Dimensional Depot. Right? Everything in there is going to have more space, so everything is going to start to run. All my factory going to turn back on again and run all that extra stuff until it replaces the stuff that I ran in the depot. So this is the next one we're going to do right here, and we need 103 of those. Let's see if we've got any just laying around. We got 19 right there. What are these called again? They're fluctuators, yes. We can just search for Sam, by the way. We got 15 right there. We're going to pull those out. We're at 34. Now, it just so happens while we're doing all this other stuff, we got a bunch of this going. So we can grab a bunch of that, and we can manually make those fluctuators. I don't know why I'm running way over there. I could just go ahead and put one of these right over here, so I don't have to run back and forth. There we go. And I can go ahead and make 18 of them right now because I only got so much stuff on me. But we'll go for it. I could probably put the rest of this stuff back now, too. Again, this is like the resources I can't even make over here. Trying to burn them up ain't doing me no good in this box, that's for sure. Motors there. We do have some extra motors. Let's put those back in there. We're going to need those later. Put the rest of that in there. Don't need that right now. Don't need this right now. Oh, that's actually maxed out. Hold on. That's actually full right now. I'd love to see it. Love to see when it's full. How about over here? Oh, okay. We can put these in here. And if it needs it, I'll put it in there. All right. And then we need a bunch of pipes, which we have. We're not even producing any pipes right now, though. So we got to kind of watch out that we don't burn them all up, and then we won't have any. But we can always make more. All right. There's 51. All right. That'll get us pretty close. All right, we'll run it, and then we'll see what we run out of. Is it wire? Is it thing? I bet you it's going to be wire, I think. Or actually more of these, I think. Let's go see if we get more of these. We'll get the rest of these and see if that's going to give us more. 36. I don't know if that's more. I think that's about the exact same. So it might be wire. We'll see. We'll just run it, then we'll look at it, and it'll tell us which one we're out of. Yeah, see that wire's in the dimensional depot. And it's not updating the wire from the dimensional depot, I noticed. Yeah, so when we go out, we go back in again. Yeah, see, not updating that wire. It happens, you know, a little bit of bug there. It happens. And we're one away. There we go. All right, now we're ready to unlock more space in the dimensional depot. Let's go. Bam. And now you're going to see all of these things start up.
Dimensional expansion increased to 300%. New understanding of matter manipulation technology allows the dimensional storage to deconstruct all matter to the subatomic level, storing its elementary particles until the part is recalled.
You are digging into deeper layers. Shallow matter contains window symphonies and void songs and deep echoes.
It is fascinating what one can find out simply by looking closer.
See them all running all the way down? It's now running that all into the depot, everybody. Every single one of those is now adding more to the depot. Very cool. And so basically we added even more. And so if we go look at, say, concrete, we can see that we added 500 more. Now, actually, the first upgrade is your best upgrade because it doubles. But this doesn't double. This actually just adds 1/3 more. And again, as you upgrade, it doesn't do as big as upgrade as the very first time, because the first time it goes from 500 to 1,000. This one goes from 1,000 to 500. So again, not the best upgrade compared to the first one, but you can hold more in there, and thus you don't have to look for as much, and thus you can build bigger stuff without doing that. Now, we wanted to go ahead and upload faster as well, so we're going to go ahead and add that one to the list, and we're going to make more. And again, we're going to try to do as much of these upgrades as we can. Try to get them going on up in here. Yeah, it's a 10-hour stream. We might go all 12 hours. We'll see. Again, I did start today. Did start late today, and then we'll come back later tonight. Probably override the stuff we were doing later, and just try to get the rest of this going. And then it's got a long time it's going to have to run to get the 100,000 and the 10,000 and all of that other stuff. But at least we can get all this stuff going and have it cranking out. Now, the real thing I need is more iron and more coal. So the thing to do is to go out and get way more coal going. Let's see, we got some SAM fluctuators in there we could grab. We probably are not putting in a dimensional depot there, so we're good there. Grab another stack of this stuff here, a couple stacks. Grab some more wire over here, just to make sure we max out how many of these we can make. 11 more. All right, we don't have enough. We don't have enough to make it happen, Captain. But eventually we'll have enough. Eventually we let this box fill up, we can make more. Let's go check on our SAM ore over here. Now, there was a SAM pure node over there that we could go grab. That's why I marked it. But we got one back here doing its stuff over this way. Let's go see. Yeah, we actually have some backlogged in there. But we don't want to disturb that. We just want to kind of let that run. All right, well, we'll let that run a bit, and we'll come back. We'll try to make some more. Let's go to our play yard here. Where did I put those? Yeah, I picked them up again. Put them down, I pick them up. I put them down, I pick them up. Right over here, the constructor and the assembler. Okay, what else we wanted to work on? Quartz crystal. Quartz crystal is what we want to do. And then, oh, also a little bit of iron rebar. I think we can get that going. So, iron rebar is going to take 30 iron and then just make some iron rebar. All right, that's easy. In fact, here's what we can do. Instead of doing it way over here where we're running all the ore and all of that stuff, all we need is the actual iron rebar itself or the iron bar. So we're just going to make a little bit of a reverse thing right over here that's going to go this way. And then we'll take our constructor, put it right here, and then we'll tell it to make some of these iron rebar right over here. Then we'll go ahead and back that into there, and then we'll run this to here, that to there, and then we've kind of run out of space over here for our thing here. We're kind of right on the edge, but you know what? We're just going to go for it. And then this one, I'm not even going to bother to run underneath because it is pretty close, so I'm just going to run it like that. And it's going to end up in that one. And then we're going to have a whole lot of iron rebar here in a minute. Now, one of the things I can also do is I can find my iron rebar here, and I can see it's going up there, but I can go here and divert all of this iron rebar if I want to. But I probably don't want to divert all of my iron rebar in case I need some rebar. So I want to go back here in the back side of it and just say, hey, you know what? Make that if I have enough iron rebar in there. Oh, where's my rebar? Over here. If this is full, then make me some other stuff, right? So we want to go ahead and do this. We'll put a splitter in there. And then we'll say, oh, wrong splitter. We'll put a smart splitter in there. Like this. There we go. And we'll say this side, actually. It's right in the way. Right in the way of what we're trying to do. All right. I'll make it work. We're going to divert this a little bit so it's not in the way. We're going to use our stackables. And we're going to take this out. And we're going to run it. I can run my two threes now. Run that level 3 right there, and then run it around. There we go. So now it's not clipping. Doesn't really matter. It'll still work even if it's running through there. But I don't want it clipping, so that's how it's going to go. And so we can just run this up and over. Very easy to get a lot of spaghetti going when you're doing this, though. So watch out. Watch out for that spaghetti. Oh, got to get around this. Get up around there. Can't get on top of there. Slide jump. Oh, parachute. Made it happen. All right, nice. So what we can do is we can actually divert this out of here. Oh, I didn't set the diversion or anything. That's okay. This is a smart splitter. Yes. All right, we'll work on that here in a second. So if you hold down Control, you can put stuff on the top of the box here. So I can just run it across like that. Little spaghetti city there. It's way up out of the way, so I don't really care. And then we can go ahead and take this, run it across the road here so it's not in my way when I'm driving up and down the road. And then just physically take it and run it over here. Bingo. Then tie this over to this power if we can. Where's our connection? Oh, no, not enough connections. Okay, no problem. We got this. We'll take this power pole. We'll divert this power pole. And we're going to go ahead and divert it right over here on... Oh, we can't do it up here because it's not running the line. Let's run the line first. Then we'll go ahead and make a diverted one over here. I'll say right there. And then we'll run this up to there. All right, this is up and running. Now, you can see there's nothing on the belt right now. And again, make sure we got that on the right thing. So anytime we have extra bars, we're going to run on the edge here so it allows us to go a little faster. Slide jump as well. It's going to go ahead and do that. So we're going to go first, smart splitter. So straight ahead is going to be rods. And then this is going to be left output this way. Left output is going to be overflow. And now you'll see all the overflow rods going that way. And I still have a box full of rods here that it's not going to use that I can use. If I use them up, it'll automatically put them in the dimensional depot. It'll produce more, fill that box, and then when it's done, it'll then divert and make me a bunch of ammo. I know, super cool. Super cool stuff I'm showing you here. Easy mode. And again, we could run it underneath, but I don't really need to right now. And again, this is probably something more temporary. There we go. Now it's got to go. Now I don't know how much is going to come in at any given time because I don't know what the output is of that, but it don't matter. It's just going to make me a ton of rebar. Now this is definitely one we'll want to take a minute and utilize some of our resources here to make a dimensional depot. And the reason why that is awesome, once it gets over here, is the fact that I will then have all the ammo automatically going into the depot, right? So anytime I need any rebar ammo, I can go ahead and grab it. Now I'm going to put what I have back in there, but I can say iron rebar, and that'll fill that up with massive amount of rebar, which I will always have as a backup, which is pretty awesome. All right, we got a bunch of that right now. How are we looking here? 56. All right, let's see if we can make some more of these fluctuators. We can make 5 more. Oh boy, we got to let that run for quite a while before we can do a whole bunch of those. Yeah, we're going to let that run. Okay. Check the play yard here. Let's go. And I think the only other thing, quartz. Oh, and my headphones died. Headphones died. And again, we're just trying to get this going. That's why I haven't taken a break, because we're just trying to finish up these last ones. But you know how it goes, everybody. Just one more thing. And that's why you end up with a 12-hour stream. I think all we got to do now is our quartz, and then we can let all that stuff cook. Okay. So, we want quartz crystal, silica. We need some of that going on over here. So, again, anything over here that we really want to do. Again, we don't want to use up our beams right now. We can do that later. We don't want to burn up our beams on the versatile framework either. Oh, we can do AI limiters. That we could do. That's pretty easy. Yeah. I could automate my Nobilis, but I don't want to burn up all those pipes right now. Same thing with the fabric and all that. AI limiters would be good. All right, we're going to need a assembler for that. Let's do that, and then we'll do quartz. Quartz, we have to go and get the extractor and all that stuff. We have quartz nearby, but we actually want to go this way. And so, where do we want this to end up? That's a good question. Take those out of there. Find our pipes that we used up a bunch. Put those in there. There we go. Get that out of the way. Okay, so I think we'll do another row. Right back here. We'll set that back just a little bit. That looks nice and lined up. Okay. And so we'll go ahead and put this in here. And what do we want here? So we want to have our... let's clear this for now. Whatever the thing was I was trying to make. What was it? It was quick wire and something else. Quick wire. Let's just go look and see what quick wire can make. AI limiters. There we go. Add that to my to-do list so I don't forget. Okay, AI limiters needs an assembler. I'm just going to put that assembler literally right here behind the AI limiters. Then I'm going to go ahead and raise this up above and this up above because I have an overabundance of quick wire right there. Boom, quick wire. And then don't have an overabundance of copper sheets, but I do have a bunch. In fact, we can actually take this quick wire and turn it the other way. That'll make that a little easier. All right, then we're going to take these and we're going to run it into that one. And we're going to take this one and we're going to run it into that one. And then we'll go ahead and put our power down which we could go ahead and do this. I think there's a power connector underneath here. Yes. Where is the little green thingy? Okay, that goes way over there. Oh, right there. Yeah, it's good. All right, AI limiter. And there we go. It's literally going to run those AI limiters right there in that box. Oh, and I'm dropping stuff. Put some of this back in the dimensional depot. Putting this. Novelist. This way it'll be in there when I'm looking for it. This is good. That's just going to burn up those resources until this does a whole box full of AI limiters. Because right now I don't need that many copper sheets and I don't need that quick wire. I've got an obscene amount of it. So it's going to go ahead and get that done. Hope I still didn't pick this up. There we go. Okay, actually would have been a good spot to actually leave that in case I do pick up some stuff and I wanted to end up back here at my base. Get rid of that. We don't need this. Copper, we'll get rid of that. Don't need to carry that around. And again, tons of quick wire on me. In fact, might be a good idea to just take this, find our quick wire here, make a merger, bring this down, take this, run it in there, and merge in the rest of this quick wire so it burns up that quick wire too. By making that stuff. And then I don't have to manage it. We definitely want to keep our pipes going. Don't want to use up my pipes yet. Okay, so we got that looking good. And again, AI limiters are off and running. All right, clear that. What else we got? We got some of this on us here. We can put that in there. The encased industrial beams. What else we got? We got a bunch of other random resources on me here. This is like my random resource spot where I drop all this stuff. Oh wait, I can just... That I can put in the dimensional depot. How are we looking here? All right, waiting for some more items to drop. Oh, I put all that in there. Awesome. Very cool. Oh, we haven't checked our hard drive in a while. How's our hard drive doing? Oh, we haven't done it because we were unlocking everything else. Okay, yeah, we tried to unlock as much as we possibly could. And we want to unlock this. Right. I don't want to run that hard drive because it's going to be in my way while I'm trying to unlock stuff because it takes like 10 minutes. Though this has got a long way to go till we get that. You know what? Let's just run a hard drive. Let's just do it. Scan it. All right. So we got that because we're going to be working on quartz here. The last of our various resources. We've already got all these other resources running. Quartz. In fact, I don't even need to do that. Why am I doing that? I know exactly where it's at. Right here on the map. There's one right here. That one's to come up first. So 517, which is most likely the one that I had gotten before. This one here. So let's go. Oh, we're in the air here too. I'm gonna remove that stamp. Very hard to do when you actually have the node there. There you go. You got to find it in the magic spot. Not even watching what I'm doing. I know I'm going this way. Remember, all the nodes are randomized. Ah, here it is. Are randomized, so I don't know what the heck they are. And in the regular game, everybody, without it being randomized, I know where most of them are. At least the ones I typically will use. All right, what do we got here? Is this a normal node? It is. Okay. Now we just need to get this back to our base. We on it. Let's go ahead and lift it up just a little bit. Let's go ahead and get our power line. We want to go ahead and see if we got another power line nearby. And again, we can go ahead and look at the check marks of where our stuff is. So we do have one over here. Oh man, we could have double stacked that too to make that run nicer. But we're just going to go like this, apparently through these trees, which I don't like. So we'll go this way. And then, you know what? We're going to take our belt that way too. Like this. Oh, here it comes. All right. Now we're going to redo this. We're going to redo all of this. And I should have done it this way to start with, but I wasn't sure whether I was going to come out here and do anything to it. But now we got this. All right. So this one we'll put actually in the bottom. This one at the top. And what we're going to do is remove this. And then we're just going to run this at its maximum distance. There it is. So right about there. We need to go ahead and put this on our bar. The top one first. Now if we disturb this coal, it's not like it's running our power or anything. It's just running our powder. So this isn't that big of a deal to disturb this. Plus we could also probably clean this up a little bit. And make this much nicer in the way that it's running. Top one first. We got to run that one anyway, so if we're going to run that one, we might as well run them both. Again, I'm running it first to see what the max distance is roughly, and then that lets me run these as far as I possibly can. Much more industrial strength as well. And better stacked. And they all have ladders on the side in case I need to get up there if a bunch of mobs are coming at me or whatnot. I keep doing the bottom one first. I'm trying to do the top one first. Got to get that into a habit. This way the bottom one's not in the way when I'm running the top one. And then way over here. So nice and organized now. Organized. Very nice. Okay. Get these bushes out of here. Out of the way, bushes. Okay, going over that way. Nope. No, you're not. I don't like it when it goes through the grass like that, so no. No. Much better. What up, Fred? Spectre Fred is here. Get all up in our business. He's always like right in the way when I'm building stuff. He just can't help himself. Okay, the one we want, the first one is the one that is our coal. And then the other one is, of course, our quartz. So we'll take our coal, put that back in there. Oh, out of steel beams. We need one more steel beam. Come on. Come on with that steel beam. There it is. All right, we want that coal to run as fast as we can. Now, again, some of this is already Mark II anyway. Yeah, so I got to fix that up later. But that's okay because we can just use our slower belt right now. We're not in that big of a hurry to get this in there. This is going the wrong direction. That should have been reversed. There we go. And then we're going to have to use our Mark IIs because we out of those things. That's not going to be an issue later, everybody. We're going to have plenty of all of that, especially when we let this run for quite a while. And so we'll just run along the one we already have because that's awesome, unless it sucks and it doesn't hit the thing, which is not good. So we'll try this again. There we go. Yeah, it's nice when it already pre-exists. Makes my job way easier. It is not connecting well today. Kind of hard to see from really far away. And then... And this is why we put a bunch of these reinforced iron plates away, so we could use them today. And again, we're running this sulfur clear across the whole entire zone. It is what it is. Turn that straight function off. I mean, that's tripping me up. There we go. Where's that ladder I built? Out here somewhere. I don't know, but here's another good spot for one. Right there. Okay. Do I really need to build it that far back? That's a good question. Oh, ma'am's done. Do I need to build it that far back? Probably not. I could probably build it over here and it'll be a bit closer as well. And I love how I put my ladder right in the way of where they're going to build. Awesome. We can just do it right here. We're going to do a bunch of quartz stuff. Again, I kind of put it in the direction of which where I want it to end up. And we're going to be doing two things here. So we're just going to preemptively put that there. And then I don't think we're doing anything in this. No, nothing in quartz that I'm going to work on for right now. So we're going to go and just do our constructors. Good evening, Valor. Thanks for coming in and hanging out, man. Got Brazilian fish on the stove. Stew on the stove. Man, that sounds good, man. That sounds tasty. All right, quartz crystal and silica. So those are two things we're going to be making here. So quartz crystal. And right over here, some silica. This one over here, silica. And all we need is some raw quartz. Easy, easy. Now remember, you don't have to convert it from the raw quartz into this, so this is among the easiest ones. That's why I do these at the end, everybody. They're pretty easy to do, so it's not that big a deal. Trying to look at where this is. Yeah, I've got that running all the way down there. Don't need to run it down there. Use that for something else. Back that off a bit. There we go. And move this ladder down a little bit. And these ladders are handy, man. Very, very handy. Okay. Now we want to look at where our splitter's going to be. So we're just going to take it and not do anything too fancy. We're just going to bring it up here. We're going to split it in half. Let it run. But this one's going to do 45, and this one's going to do 75. So this one actually could use more of it. But do I care about quartz crystal and silica right this second? Absolutely not. But we can make it, so we should make it so we can let it run, and then when we come back, we'll have a whole bunch of it. So normally, though, if I was in a hurry for it, I would do 2/3 into one and 1/3 into the other one, just so that would be a bit more balanced, but doesn't really matter. Again, because we're going to let it run. Now, this particular one, you're going to notice that I'm not going to run it back by my base, because I don't really need it. I don't really need this right this second. If I do need it, I know where it's at. I can come grab it. I can also do this, like that, and put a dimensional depot up here. So most of it is going to go in the dimensional depot. I'll put level 3 lifters in there in case we happen to have some extra laying around. Oh, I forgot to do an important thing. Make a little box for backlogging. Bunch of that quartz. Just in case. Might as well. Just takes you an extra box, a little bit of extra resources, no big deal. But in the future, if I want to make a bunch of stuff with the quartz that it's not making fast enough, I can just do it myself. Just run it in my inventory for 30 minutes or longer. There we go. We got that. Any way we can tie across here, maybe? Up here? Nope. Okay, no problem. We'll just split the power line using a power pole. Run it right there. And then run that over to here. And this is ready to rock. Okay. Now we just need to get this up to here. And we are off and running. Luckily, it's right over here. We can just walk right under it. Nice. And then, where's that quartz? Over here. So it's turning in there. And it needs to end up right here, which is very convenient because it happens to be right where we had that running. So, very nice. Go ahead and rerun this in the straight mode. As it acts incredibly awkward. There we go. And then, again, very convenient that this just happens to be in the exact spot. Now, I could say I did that on purpose, but I didn't. But it works out. It works out where it ends up right where I want it to go. All right, we'll definitely upgrade all those belts later. But this is going to start running in here. You want to see it working, by the way. Also, this allows me to infuse any of it I have on me running in there. But I do want to take it out so I can see if any of that is actually going in there. Oh, yeah. See how it's magically coming through there? That's because it's coming through the belts there. And so we know that is working. It's definitely coming up through there into here. So definitely working. We'll put the rest of this in here, and that'll run that out as best it can. Okay. So we got that going. We got all of our quartz popping off. We got it going in the dimensional depot, so we don't have to worry about it. And I think that's about it. I don't think we have really much more that we really need to do for right now. And again, try to automate as many things as we can. We got all that going. We have done this. We're doing our AI limiters. We're going to come back to those. We'll come back to the Nautilus and things like that. That's all good. Over here, all of this running. All of this running. All of that running. And iron rebar running. Okay, that's it. We got it done. Oh, he flies right through my stack of stuff there. Okay, I might have to move that later. But this is a whole stack of extra stuff that I do wanted to get rid of. So let's go up here to the top and see if this top one is empty now, because I can get these resources back. Oh yeah, empty. Nice. All right, let's get this out of here. How about this top one? That one's empty now too, so I got rid of all those extra resources. Very nice. And then here, okay, that one's still working away. And again, you can see I have tons of extra resources. In fact, I could probably take these cables out here and use these elsewhere. Whoa, okay, tons of cables in here. We can use these over here. We don't have enough of the stators right now, but this is a good place to kind of put this for now. And, oh, actually it did use up the cable. Oh, okay, so it actually has plenty of stators. Maybe we need 2 cable boxes over here. Like this. Okay, be awkward about it. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, we need more cables. Let's go grab every bit of cable that we got, especially the cable that's being broke down, and utilize that over there. Good use of that cable. Right here, get the cable there. We'll go up here, we'll get all this cable. We'll go look up here. Any cable here? No. Okay, so we got all the cable out of there. Who knows how much of that it burned up already, but it don't matter because I'm making more. Cable right here. And we'll grab more out of there. It'll fill that box up later on. Again, we could take the cable and divert it over here, but I'm just using up a bit of it because I'm going to need some later. So best to realize that actually it's using way more cable than it is using stators. So again, 100 per minute versus 5 per minute. So this is a good use of all this excess cable. Right into there. And we'll come back and we'll have 300 of them done. Or whatever. So it looks like, again, that's going to need about 100 times the amount. And we're going to take all the cable out of here. This way, the cable will fill this entire box again. While we're busy doing other things. And we need some cable. We have plenty of wire. Burn that baby up. Burn it up. Burn it up. Tell me we're doubling this. Oh my gosh, we weren't doubling this the whole time. My bad. I just suddenly dawned on me. I needed to double that. Let's double it. This way, instead of doing 10,000, we don't have to do 5,000. Now, we did already 166, which we could have had 300 plus done, or around 400 done, had we had been doubling it. But I totally forgot. Totally forgot over here. We better just double this, too, before I forget that one, too. There we go. Again, you want to double it right before it goes into the dimensional depot or into the space elevator. This way, again, you only have to produce half of whatever it is. You just got to make sure you have enough power to make it happen. Now, speaking of power, let's go check out my very, very efficient base, which is getting up there finally. There we go. Now we're getting into 3,000. But again, on the low side here is about 5,000. So I still have about 2,000. So I can build pretty much everything I just built almost again. So yeah, I got plenty of space. That is for sure. Plus, I also have a good amount of battery backup. So if it does kind of go above that line, it'll start using my battery backup and then charge back up the batteries again and just kind of do that particular cycle as well. So awesome. 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 All right, man. There ain't nothing else I need to work on right now. Eventually we'll get all this stuff running. But for right now, we'll just do that. I think that's good. And we can probably take these out now. All right, let's just make sure our quartz is actually running. We want to see that quartz crystal and everything coming out of there. Yeah, this is our silica. No quartz crystal, though. Raw quartz is not going in there. Something wrong with the raw quartz. Oh, I'm just going to get disconnected. Might as well just go to the main menu because I'm just going to get disconnected. I can't click on it. All right, back in again. Sometimes I get like a network error because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms at the same time. Plus, I'm logged on the server. Sometimes I'm logged on a second server. Again, I do push the edges of what's possible in the game. Yeah, see, look, I'm way over here. That's the last time it actually was working when I was way over there. And we just got this out in the open there. Where is that quartz crystal? Over here. Yeah, it just wasn't showing me. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's running in there. And so this is going to run up into the Dimensional Depot first. So we go up here in the Dimensional Depot. We should be able to see the quartz crystal going in there and the silica going in there. And again, it'll do a whole box of that stuff. That's more than enough. It'll do all of that. And then we can actually make our own crystal oscillators if we want to, even without the manufacturer. We can make all of that stuff ourselves. And we got a massive amount of stuff done today, everybody. That's the most useful 11 hours of my life right there. I think that was crazy efficient in tearing down the base and building it back up 1,000 times better. Man, that's efficiently awesome. Okay, and we got a bunch of stuff on us here too. We need more of these, and we use some of them up. And that's just sometimes how it goes. I'd like to unlock that other thing. But if not, we'll come back. We'll do another thing. So we got 12. That's not going to be enough. I got 47. So it's not going to be enough. Let's see if we got any fluctuators. Nope, got none in there. Okay. So what we want to do is just let this backlog until we got that going. Now, we also want to go in here and say fluctuators. Here, no, here, fluctuators, here, and then add it to the to-do list so I remember later that I need to go in there and do some more of those SAM fluctuators. Also, we might want to do what we were working on, so I remember that too. Oh, hard drive done. What do we got? Oh, look at all this cool stuff in there. Rescan it. Oh, I'm trying to get more inventory space. But those are pretty awesome. Very cool. Let's go ahead and say alien technology right here. Add a to-do list. And what it will do is see it listed up there, SAM fluctuator, and upgrade the thing so many minutes. And so that'll remind me, okay, hey, I got to make all of that stuff, right? Another thing we can do is we can go ahead and start another hard drive going like that. And that'll go ahead and just run. And I think we're good. And then that'll get rid of all that excess loot. Anything in here that we might actually want to use. We can probably use these rods now. We can use these rods over here. For making ammo. Again, reusing, everybody. Reusing. I put it in there, and if it gets rid of it all, that's just fine. I'll make more. But if it can be used, I will actually use it for whatever I can. And then up here, oh, more cable in there. We'll get that cable out of there, too. Let's get our full use out of this stuff. Again, I'll use all of those first before it actually pulls it from the box over there. More of this. More of those. I feel like we could put this over here and we can take a few more of those boxes out. Oh, already burned those up. Okay, boom. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's burning those up like nobody's business. Save it some time. Just do that. Also, upgrade these belts. There we go. Get in there faster. Okay. What else we got? Is this your first playthrough? No. I am playing through in the hardest mode, the hardest way you can play, the ultimate playthrough with 100 times the resources in the space elevator. Right now, I need 100,000 smart platings, 100,000 versatile frameworks, and 10,000 of whatever the name of that other thing is, which I forget. This is like my 50th playthrough of the game. I played since day one. I've finished it many, many times. In fact, I've proven that you only need about 20,000 power. I could probably do it with 10 to finish the entire game because I am the most efficient player you will ever see, everybody. Right now, I am in phase 1. And in phase 1, I have unlocked more things than I typically would unlock even in the later game. We have finished the alien megafauna. We have unlocked a crazy ton of stuff like the Dimensional Depot, the amplifier, the power augmenter. We've unlocked basically all of the Caterium. In fact, this awesome thing right here, the geothermal generator, which is currently providing us all our power in phase 1. We are not doing any biofuel, though we did use it in the beginning to help us out. But as you can see, we've also unlocked the power here as well. And you can see our generators, our geofuel generators are providing us with about 5,000 on the low side, 6,000 on the high side, and I'm not even using it. At my max cons right now, I'd be 3,500, and I got basically everything running. Everything that I want to run is running right now, and will continue to run 24/7 on our Epic level G-Portal server. So we're going to let that stuff cook over there. Cook big time. So we got all that popping off, looking good. Yeah. Again, I think I'm about 3,000 plus hours in. I don't even remember because I played on the Epic Game Store, so I have to go on the Epic Game Store and see because that's originally where it came out, and then take that number and combine it with my Steam number because I actually bought it twice. I bought it the first time on Epic Game Store and then bought it again on Steam because that's how much I love this game. This game is a 12 out of 10, everybody. The only game I've ever rated that, and I've been gaming for 50 years. 50 years, and you got to have a really high bar to actually get a 12 out of 10. And again, even a 10 out of 10. And this one's a 12, everybody. It was like, hey, Kismet, we're going to build this game. What game you want? Here it is. It's this game. And again, we've been playing it like an adventure game because we just couldn't automate stuff in the beginning because, again, it's 100 times the resources. So instead of 50 in the Dimensional Depot or in the space elevator, 50 smart platings, we needed to do 5,000 with biofuel, which is basically cutting down every single tree in the entire world and grabbing as much mycelia as you could possibly find. And then you'd probably run out still. And then you would have to, of course, kill all the mobs so you could then get that and convert that into biofuel as well. And I've proven it can be done that way. It does take a lot of work, and I would only run whatever they're called, they're right here in front of me. Man, my brain sometimes stops. These right here, the thingy things. Again, the longer the stream goes, the worse this gets. Assemblers, there we go. I would just run the assembler. I wouldn't run anything else if you're using biofuel. But if you're epic level and you ran around to all the crashed ships and you got a bunch of resources from those crashed ships, including circuit boards, that we could, of course, unlock the power augmenter. We could unlock all of the power backups. We can unlock the Dimensional Depot. We can unlock the doubling of your resources, which is what we're doing right here. And, of course, those geothermal generators, which we went around and every bit of circuit boards we could manage to find. We went in and made a bunch of them, connected them all together into one giant network, and that's actually what's powering the entire thing right now. I have no coal power, though I could build coal power now. We just unlocked it today, but I'm doing everything through geothermal. The only time in any playthrough out of 50 playthroughs that I've ever bothered to use the geothermal, because normally going up and down and up and down, but again, at the low end, it's still got, especially a pure node, it's still got that 200. And of course, if you can connect another one, now you got 400, and then another one, again, based on its purity level. And then you got, like me, you connect enough of them, you got 5,000 power you can work with, and that's a lot of power in the early game, even if you takes 5 times the power. Now, another thing that I have turned on is randomizing all the nodes, so don't know where the nodes are. Also, I don't know what the purity of the nodes are, because I got that randomized. Also, what's going on right here, you can see this big long line of machines. Way back here, what it's doing is it takes twice as much. much. That means twice as much right here, right? So instead of 30, it's taking 60, right? That's a lot. And then over here, it's doubling again because now I got to do 60 over here. So that's 4 times. And then you go over here to the next stage over here, and now you can see that's doubling. So that is 8 times, and so on and so forth. Down the line, 16, 32, 64, 128. You get the idea. It just keeps doubling and doubling and doubling exponentially to the amount that you're going to need to get past that stage. And again, I got 100,000 I got to do. And guess what? It's a lock. It's just a matter of time. I got it going. That's it. I proved it is totally possible that you can do it in the hardest mode. And I showed you, of course, all the gaming secrets on how to do it. And I just showed you my secret on how I'm doing it right now. And again, I never even thought of using those geothermal things because normally you don't need them. You go right to coal power, then you go to fluid, and then you go from fluid to nuclear, or you can go to turbo fuel and then rocket fuel if you want. But again, very fun if I'm playing in this mode because it challenges me to do way more in the early game. In fact, I've explored the map more in this playthrough than I typically would in an entire playthrough. I've explored it everywhere looking for those crashed ships so I could find those resources so I could use it early on and unlock things in the map, including inventory space, which I need because if I'm going to put the resource in my inventory and manually convert it because it's too much power to convert it, too much of my time going around collecting all of the biofuel, the smarter thing for me to do is just to grab a bunch of it, put it in my inventory, let it run for 30 minutes or so, and then convert it again into whatever the next thing is. And I got that down, man. I had it down on a thing, but I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. All I got to do now is just let this run on the server. And when I come back, there's going to be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of resources everywhere. It's going to be all over the place. And again, I'm showing you the most efficient way to play Satisfactory. It is, and this is definitely one of my favorite and probably my best playthrough ever in the game, especially because it is so difficult. It did force us to do other things and use things normally I wouldn't use. Another thing that I'm using that I would never use because I usually just go right to the hover pack. But in this case, I'm using the parachute. Parachute actually very useful if you're going around trying to find those crashed ships in phase 1. Actually works really great, especially when mobs are chasing you and you just jump off the side. The mob jumps after you and goes, and falls down. Meanwhile, you're just floating down and you get down to the bottom and then you run out of there and you're on to your next thing. We did a lot of that, everybody. A lot of mob dodging, a lot of using the parachute from here to there, some building up and then jumping off the thing and then parachuting down. Oh man, we did a lot of that stuff. So we played it more of an adventure game than actually a factory game. But then once we figured out we could do, we had just enough to unlock the geothermal generators, then we could then start to build the factory, right? So we start doing all the basics and then we start expanding from there. Now I'm not using any mods. This is a base level playthrough. And as you can see, also, we're running some hard drives. Now, I'm not running the hard drives for the alternate recipes, though I do have a bunch over here. Oh, this one right here. Oh, mama. Yeah, we could really cook with some of those. But what I'm looking for, inventory space. So I just keep re-rolling it until I get it here, and then I just keep re-rolling it until I get the thing. And again, I'm looking for inventory space. Now, eventually, you can actually unlock so many that you cannot unlock anymore because it says, oh, okay, you've done every alternate recipe in this phase. You can't do any more. It's kind of cool, though, to see the ones that are in the early game versus the ones that we're unlocking. Now, again, we're unlocking these in order because while I was running around grabbing all of those resources, guess what I was grabbing? That's right, tons of hard drives. I got 30 more to scan, and they take 10 minutes each. That's 300 minutes, everybody. That's a lot. That's a lot of scanning, but we're just kind of doing them in the background as we go. And that's pretty much it, everybody. Again, we've gotten it to a state now where it's in complete equilibrium. Plenty of extra power. We could scale it up more if we want, but there's no reason. We know it's going to run and run and run, and when I come back in about, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, or however long it's going to be from now, how much is it? 10, 9, 8. In 8 hours from now, every single process is going to run. Every single one. So we got 8 hours of it processing. We come back. We're going to be styling, everybody. We're going to be styling. Again, what do we got running right now? We've got our ammo running, right? Which we don't really need to run, but we're running anyway, and it's going in the Dimensional Depot. We've got a bunch of black powder running. In fact, we could probably run our black powder in the Dimensional Depot. What do we care? We got lots of resources. Run that sucker in there, bro. Run that in there. What else we got? We've got some pipes, and we want to go ahead and run those pipes right here in the Dimensional Depot. And then we'll go ahead and run some more stuff in there. Even these we're going to run in there. So we'll have those ready when we want to make some of those. And there we go. And again, that's going to give us a little extra space as well, because there's room in the Dimensional Depot to hold more of this stuff. Plus, all of this stuff typically has multiple boxes. So it'll actually fill this box, and then it's going to fill that box over there. It's going to have 2 boxes of rebar ammo, which I can then turn into other rebar ammo, especially my explosive ammo when we get to that. But we can't do it right now because there are some progression that is blocked, unless you happen to find some. Like when it comes to sulfur here, I would love to get my explosive rebar, but we have to do this smokeless powder using some of the byproducts of the refinery. So we're going to need to get past this stage first, get in the refinery, but the second we get in that refinery, man, we cooking on that. We cooking on that. Or again, if we're running around and we find some laying around, if we have more than 200, we could take the 200, combine it with our iron rebar that we're making and our steel beams, and boom, we'd have that explosive rebar unlocked. But we'd probably need more smokeless powder to make the explosive rebar. I don't actually even remember what it takes to make the explosive rebar. And by the way, if you haven't unlocked it, you can see that it doesn't show up in the thing. You have to unlock it first. Again, this is probably the first playthrough I've ever not bothered to use coal. Using 0 coal power right now. This is awesome. Very awesome. All right, we'll let that rock and roll. Let's see. We use up some more of our SAM fluctuators when we're doing our Dimensional Depot. All right, anything else that we want to run into the depot? Maybe these. Maybe these right here. Yeah, let's get this out of the way. We'll put the depot up here. Oh, we're going to use a lot of those AI limiters. All right, we got to go up here. And we got to run this over here. Ooh, that's not good. Why is that like that? Kind of a weird way I did that. Why did I do that like that? Yeah, why did I run that in such a weird way? That's so odd. Oh, because this is extra. That's what I did. This is the extra amount of quick wire we had. Okay, very weird. And then this, I think, is the output, and then we were running the one across the top. I see. Running that one across the top there. By the way, if you put this in the right way, you can use the ladder all the way up on top of the thing as well. All right, so we need to get this over here. We need to bring this up higher. Bring that way up. There we go. And then we'll bring that down and get the rest of these in there. And there we go. All right, there we go. So that eventually is going to run out, and when that runs out, we want to have this constantly burning up the rest of this. And then again, this is going to get cooking. All right, not enough copper sheets. Well, I just happen to have some on me. Cook it. That's probably making copper sheets really slowly right now, but as long as it's making them, yep, there it goes. As long as it keeps making those copper sheets, that's fine. Burn them up. Burn them up. Don't need them right now. We'll use them later when we're doing a bunch of hyper tubes and pipes and whatnot. But I'm not doing any of that right now. So now we got all the dimensional depots going. Everything that needs to end up in the depot is going in the depot. I could probably put the rest of this stuff in the depot too, or at least some of that in the depot. Let's go see how many heavy modular frames do we have in there. None. Okay, we can put 150, so, oops, not all of it. 1, 2, 3. All right. And what about our computers? How many of those we got in there? 40. All right, we're going to pull those out. The reason why we're going to pull those out is to make it easier for me to put it in there. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And we'll take the 40 and we'll put it back in the box. Okay, what about rubber? Rubber 0. So we can put 600 in there. 2, 4, 6. Nice. Plastic. 600. 2, 4. We don't even have 600. All right, nice. And then I seriously doubt we got enough cooling systems in there. But we'll look anyway. Cooling, 0. Okay, awesome. Right here, aluminum casings. We can put 600. How many we got? Not even 600. All right, we good. How about over here? Definitely not 600. Oh, we got some silica here and some... Oh, man, to get all these, too. I can definitely guarantee we don't have too many of those. We got a little bit of black powder. Silica. We're putting a bunch of that in there right now. We got that filled. Okay, but we can go put that in another box. And I kind of feel like we could do that with the other things. And then this, that would be pretty much clear. Except for this bit of stuff here that we have kind of in an overflow. Now, I have a box over here which is for priming the Dimensional Depot. So I'm just going to hit Control to all of these things that I just picked up. And those are going to go ahead and run all of those into the Dimensional Depot. This over here I already have running here, so I can just put that, and that will balance that into the depot because there's a separate depot uploader for that. And then same thing over here. We can grab this, and we can actually just take this whole thing out. And that allows us to decommission that box. And then now we just have this one. And we know where the silica and stuff goes. Now, before the silica and everything gets full, we want to get over here and just put it in the box because it has its own uploader. So when I use up that silica, it'll be allowing me to just upload it again in there. Again, those have their own dedicated ones, which is pretty awesome. All right, and so we cleared most of that inventory out of my inventory there. Let's see, anything else we want to work with? Maybe just put these in there. I seriously doubt we have room for plates. Maybe I'll just do these manually as well. Those I'll just keep on my character. I think we're full of that. No, no, we're not. That in there. Again, we got 1 plate and 1 rod. I don't think we need that much of those. I think those are full. And again, I would just get those out of my inventory. I just throw those away because that's just sucking up inventory space. Coal, don't need it. Screws, no. Again, just throwing it away. Now, I could throw it in the Dimensional Depot. It's right here. Or in the Awesome Sink, I mean. We're just trying to organize all this stuff. All right, what do we got here at the top? Get it out of there. And we get some of our resources back. Sweet. And then some of this back. What do we got down here? Okay, more stuff. Again, look how we got rid of all that excess loot. So nice. All right. Sort that, and that's really all it's got left. And we'll put a little bit of this in there. Some of these screws. What else? We don't need this. Anything else? Nah, nothing else in there that I want to get rid of because I could use all of that stuff. All the rest of that stuff, I just don't want to manage it, so I'm going to get rid of it. And I don't have room in my one box, though I do have some other boxes. I could throw those in. Not worth it. Just get rid of it. GG's. Okay. It's all good? All good. All good? All good. I like to get up on my little perch to take a look at all the hard work we did today. How we doing? We're not hitting the 12-hour limit. Ooh, we're getting close. Getting close to that 12-hour limit. So it might be time to bail. There it is, everybody. Look how efficiently beautiful that is. That is awesome. That is just going to run and run and run. And oh, well, now we got to get down because the man finished. See, again, just when you're about to get out of there, one more thing to do. All right, let's check and see. We got a upgrade. What do we got? Cast screws and automated speed wiring. Rescan again. Oh, we got our automated miner if we want to unlock that at some point. Again, I'll probably unlock these at the end of the playthrough, everybody, just so we can fool around with them. Whatnot, or I might not unlock or use any of them. We'll see. All right, we start that going. All right, now we'll get up on our perch. So I feel like at least that's running. And then when we come in again, it'll be all good. All right, looking good. All right, that's it. We better bail before something else happens that we might want to get done. All right, time to roll out of here. Here we go. All right, everybody. I think that was some pretty next level, epic level gameplay there. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Holy moly. I've never seen anybody do it to that level in phase 1, everybody. I've never even done that in phase 1. I've never even bothered to try, but now we know that it's totally possible and awesome at the same time. Now we're going to roll on out of here, everybody, but I'm going to show you my schedule over here. Now remember, it's more of a guideline than anything else. When I feel like we're on a roll like we are with Satisfactory there, everybody, we're just going to roll on through. So we are going to come back later tonight, Thursday night. Normally we play some Fallout, but we'll probably do a little bit of Fallout Shelter. But I feel like we want to keep going on this Satisfactory because we're on a roll, and we want to at least set up our other items that we want to run into the space elevator. But we need to backlog a bunch of resources first before we have that ability to run. And so we're going to get all that set up later tonight. And then, of course, if we get that done, then we'll go ahead and switch into some Fallout. And then hopefully have enough time for some 7 Days to Die. Maybe a little Power World in there. We'll see. Probably mostly Fallout, though. Some Fallout Shelter, some Fallout 4, and then some 7 Days to Die on top of Satisfactory. Because it won't take us too long to go in and get all that other processes set up. And then we can, again, even if it's doing 1 per or 0.01 per minute, if we let it run for thousands and thousands of minutes, it's going to make thousands and thousands of them, right? Especially if we have it doubling up, which we will do. So we're going to come back later tonight and do that at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10/9/8, 7.5 hours from now. That's going to be a tough one, but we'll give it a shot. So thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of KizCats for being awesome. 3, 4, 5, 6. And some of my characters are going to come up and tell you what to do next while we roll out of here. I'm heading on out, going to rest up. I will see you guys again later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Here we go.
Hi, this is Norbert, here to remind everyone on YouTube to hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment below. All good Vault Dwellers and Dragons leave comments.
Don't forget to hit follow on twitter.com/KismetBP. Check out the Teamwork Tycoon Discord and Kismet's website full of info on his studio setup, favorite games, sponsors, and latest videos.
Did you enjoy the stream? Then this is your chance to support the Kismet Love Train on patreon.com/Kismet. This is the best way to support the everything from guides, highlights, videos, and so much more. Thanks to all of the Patreon supporters at the bottom of the screen.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.